Sprout Scout by Miles Prower 06. Something on your mind, Deputy? You seem distracted. Sheriff Hitch told his underling as they walked together out of the Maritime Bay Sheriff's Department. Huh? Oh yeah, it's been an interesting couple of weeks, that's for sure. Sprout replied as they stepped into the evening air. Yup, I'm guessing Maritime Bay is going through quite a few changes, not to mention quite a few traffic jams as Logic pulls up all those unicorn capture pads. Then we'll have to patch over all these holes, Hitch said as he turned to put the key in the door and gave it one whole turn, locking the dimmed office up for the evening. Hey Hitch, I need some advice, Sprout said as Hitch removed the key and turned back to the street intersection. Oh, about what? Hitch asked as he deposited the front door key into his saddlebag. Well, how do you start talking to a mare? Like, one that you're interested in, Sprout said, his cheeks turning red, getting a bit of a pink tint to them as his gaze fell to the ground. Oh, so you need dating advice, eh? Not sure how much help I can be there, Sprout. Haven't really been making much of an effort in that department myself, Maritime Bay's sheriff replied. Sprout deadpanned at that response, as if Hitch even needed to put in an effort with that calendar that he had put out at the end of last year. Did he seriously not see all the mares practically tripping over their hooves as they stared longingly at him on the walk to work each morning? So who is she? Do I know her? Hitch asked. Who doesn't know you in this town, boss? A nice try, but I don't want you to try to get to her first, Sprout told him. Come on now, I wouldn't do that to you, Sprout, even after everything that's happened. But fine, if you don't want to let me know, I'll go ahead and respect that. It's not like I've got my eye on any pony anyways. So, the most important part is to be yourself. If you like this girl and you want her to like you, you shouldn't put on any kind of mask or facade. Show her who you really are, the suave stallion told him. Honestly, Hitch, I'm not sure how good of an idea that is. Most of Maritime Bay is currently changing who they really are. Myself most of all, Sprout countered. The memories of being the ringleader in their 15-minute warpath was already unpleasant to him, and he figured that was a good thing. It showed he was already changing mentally and getting rid of years' worth of racial bias. Well, in that case, without specifics, which I'm okay with, just tell her how you really feel and mentally embrace the pony that you want to change into. And in these changing times, I'll say to be confident, but be ready to accept rejection. Regardless of how you feel, if she doesn't feel the same way, that's where it has to end. Stalking isn't attractive to any pony, Hitch told him matter-of-factly. Sprout resisted deadpanning again. You might want to tell that to half of the mares that oogle you on their patrol routes every single day there, boss, he thought to himself. Heck, some of the fan mail that he received at the station every week almost certainly qualified as stalking. So, you gonna go home and practice in front of a mirror or something? Hitch told him as he glanced around the street in the direction of his house. Nah, if I did that, I don't think I'd stop until it was perfect. I'm just gonna make it from the heart and see what happens, Sprout told him. Well, alright then, best of luck. I'll see you at work in the morning, Deputy, Hitch said, giving him a curt nod before trotting off down the street. Sprout took a deep breath before heading in the opposite direction, towards the coast. The night air was cool and crisp, and the brightest part of town this time of night was still the Logic factory, even with half of the lights dimmed or turned off for the reduced third shift that went through the night. It was undergoing heavy restructuring as they had suddenly stopped production of virtually all of their anti-unicorn and Pegasus products. Maritime Bay didn't have much of a nightlife, and almost all of the businesses in town closed at the same time as the precinct closed up for the evening. A few ponies still mingled on the walks and streets, either on their way home or finishing up a late dinner. He made his way to the southwest outskirts of town, to where Maritime Bay's Lighthouse was currently undergoing repairs. The residence of one Sunny Star Scout, activist and catalyst of Equestria's current reunification. Taking another deep breath, he trotted up the hill towards the structure and saw dim lighting coming from the ground floor windows. He steadied his breathing and stepped up to the front door, which had been repaired. Taking one last breath, he raised his hoof and knocked on the front door and waited. He heard muffled hoof steps come towards him. A moment before, the front door opened, revealing Sunny Star Scout. "Oh, hey Sprout. Awfully late for a house call, isn't it? Is everything alright? What can I do for you?" Sunny Star Scout asked as she looked at the stone as he ran his hoof over his blonde, slicked back mane. Hey there, Sunny. I just wanted to apologise again for what I did to your home. I wanted you to know that I've volunteered to help the construction team help out with the repairs," Sprout told her as he began to tap at the ground with his left foot. "Thanks, Sprout. It'll be nice to have this place completely livable again. I've been sleeping on the couch because I can't really go upstairs. But it should go faster with unicorn help. In fact, everything but the third floor is just about done. All they have to do is seal the ceiling up before working on the top of the tower." Sprout smiled, then took a deep breath. "And listen, I was wondering if you wanted to go to a movie sometime, maybe this weekend. We could go see Harry Trotter. Tickets are on me. What do you say?" Sprout asked her with a smile. Sunny gave the red stone a gentle smile. "Oh, Sprout. No." "What? But I thought..." "No." In Her Eyes by Tirimsil. And here it is! "Oh!" Pip cooed and then squealed. She set down her box cutter and finished pulling the white cat ears headset out of the pink box with white ribbons, beaming and holding it up next to her head, on which an identical pair sat. "Oh, these are so hard to find. This pair's wearing out. It's so dope to have a spare ready." She looked over her chat to catch up on what they'd been talking about for the 5 or 10 minutes she'd struggled with Schrodinger's cat ears headset.
"The chat room is currently in VIP only mode. Number 1 Pipsqueak 666.
Those give you the poops.
Notice we send Pip.
Ew.
Miss Blue Hair.
You sure run a lot of ads, Pip.
Miss Blue Hair.
No one Pipsqueak 666. Ew.
Hailstorm.
I ate 100. I was fine. What? Pip wrinkled her nose. What are you guys talking about? Grody. She blinked, glancing back at the box of candy she'd opened 10 minutes earlier. Oh, you mean the gummy bears? Sip, you were not fine. I'm not gonna eat those anyway.
Hailstorm.
I was after I pooped. Pip delicately cleared her throat. So, I think that's the last box. Oh crud, I smacked the camera while I was messing with the box. Hang on. She leaned forward to adjust her camera, her face getting a bit close, distorting her face and enlarging her nose like a photobombing cat. How's that? Wait, no. Why does this always happen? Don't mind me. Professional streamer here, a princess, can't get her stupid camera straight. There. As she stepped back to verify her new camera angle, Pip barely, just barely, froze for a split second when she checked the chat again.
Number 1 Pipsqueak 666.
Her eye changed colour?
Notice we sent Pip.
Eyes were yellow yesterday, green now. Chroma glitch?
Hailstorm.
Yeah, they always do that.
Hailstorm.
Her eyes change every 2-3 days. She relaxed thanks to her sister's immediate deflection. Sunny had asked her about it too. That was a problem. Hitch was surprisingly gullible for an officer of the law, but Sunny didn't buy the whole "my eyes change colour every 2 to 3 days" argument. In truth, eye colour only changed like that with aging. From a baby to a foal, and from a young mare to a hag. It wasn't so rapid. Sunny was too smart, and the only thing that stopped her from calling her out on it was that Sunny was also really polite. But she was also a little bit particular about things like that, and Pip would need a better excuse before Sunny pulled an Izzy on her and exposed her in public. Or else just come clean and hope she could keep a secret. She smiled and batted her lashes with a coy smile. "You guys are pervs, noticing a silly thing like my eyes changing colour. Who does that anyway? That's the last box for today. Anything else before I sign off?" She yawned. "I'm a little tired."
Number 1 Pipsqueak 666.
That's so cool. Is she part breezy?
Miss Blue Hair.
But her sparkle's the same.
Hailstorm.
WTD are you talking about?
Hailstorm.
You can see that online?
Miss Blue Hair.
Happy birthday, Pip!
Number 1 Pipsqueak 666.
What's sparkle? Pip had a proper in-person birthday party with her family already, of course, but it was her habit to open the presents on stream. Whoa, you can... Pip bolt. Is my sparkle visible on camera?
Notice me send Pip.
Happy birthday, Pip!
Miss Blue Hair.
Wait,
Notice me send Pip.
like a hippie aura?
Number 1 Pipsqueak 666.
Happy birthday, Pip!
Miss Blue Hair.
No, I can't. Never mind.
Hailstorm.
You are crazy, ILU.
Hailstorm.
Happy birthday, sis.
Notice me send Pip.
At Miss Blue Hair. Are you a Unicron? Pip gave a little smile.
Miss Blue Hair.
Who's Ilu? Her smile widened. Ilu. Moonbow was a treasure. Thanks, guys. She yawned again. CMO. That night, Pip inevitably began the slow, anxious process of making sure every electronic device in her suite was off. She shuddered, giving one more glance over her shoulder before she fearfully poked her head into her restroom, scanning the room. No cell phones or tripods in here. She was very thorough about removing them after her bath streams. She left out her breath, finally relaxing. She removed her tiara, shaking her hair loose. She kicked off her golden slippers and stepped into the shower with her birthday oils. For someone who gave the outward impression of a spoiled, attention-seeking brat, she was uncharacteristically paranoid about leaving her feeds on when she didn't mean to. After all, she couldn't bear to let them see her secret. She'd already been caught with the strings attached and outed as a twin soul. If this got out, she'd be ruined. The royal family could be exiled and shunned. Good thing Big Sis always had her back. Pale Storm could misdirect as easily as she breathed. She left the shower and gently patted herself with her nice, new Phoenix down towel, wrapping the second around her head. With the towel around herself, she walked up to the mirror and paused for a few seconds too long. Her eyes closed, breathing in slowly. She exhaled and opened her eyes. Grey, for she'd left her contacts at her bedside. She couldn't very well take them into the shower. The prescriptions cost a fortune. Couldn't get those as a birthday present. Grey. She trembled despite the warmth of the Phoenix down. These were someone else's eyes, a rock farmer, a warrior from over the sea, a stormy god come to claim the kingdom as his own, not a little pink princess. Her wings fluttered. Those grey eyes began to water. Mum and Zip got teal. They didn't belong on her small body, against her warm coat, under her purple curls. His were grey. She jerked her gaze away from the mirror. Dad's were grey. She waited there until her body and hair were dry and warm. Then, as she'd done 1,000 times before, she tossed her towels into the laundry basket, shuffled out of the restroom, and fell into bed with her cheeks still wet, her heart still cold, and someone else forever memorialized in her eyes. Apology Video by MilesPrower06. Queen Haven stood on the coastal street of Maritime Bay, watching from afar as her younger daughter positioned her phone and took a picture of her older daughter, who was posing in front of a movie theatre with a unicorn, 2 earth ponies, a seagull, and alpha beetles, armadillos. "Stunning!" she heard Pip claim moments after she looked at the shot she had taken. "Alright, I don't know about you sis, but I definitely have to see this movie," Zip said, nodding up to the large marquee above the theatre entrance, showcasing a film called Judgment Nay.
3 billion equine lives ended on August 29, 3997. The survivors of the nuclear fire called the war Judgment Day. They lived only to face a new nightmare, the war against the machines.
The celebrating among their newfound unity was nice and all, but truth be told, Zephyr Heights' deposed ruler had other things on her mind. If this rainbow wave had truly reached across the continent, how was their city reacting at this very moment? She saw a familiar face over by the sidewalk, also looking at the various theatre posters showcasing the films the venue was playing. "Staff Sergeant Zephyr Wing," Haven began, approaching the sky blue armoured mare. "What can I do for you, Your Majesty?" the guard replied, giving Haven her complete attention. "Your honest opinion, Staff Sergeant, with these new revelations. I am honestly wondering if my daughters have a home to return to." Zip and Pip had overheard her and trotted over. "Yeah, you actually bring up a really good point, Mum. Are we fugitives or what, Zoom?" Zip asked, who had always been less than formal with the Royal Guards. "I don't believe I have the knowledge to say, or the authority for that matter. My squad gave chase after you 3 pretty quickly, so I can't say how things proceeded in the city. And that was before every pony could fly. I would hope they're more concerned with not colliding into each other in midair." "I mean, the royal family played a part in getting these crystals and started the reunification of Equestria. That has to count for something, right?" Pip offered. "And that's supposed to make up for the years and years of deception?" Haven asked incredulously. "I mean, yeah, why not? Pegasi can fly again, Mum. That's pretty big," Zip answered. Haven didn't know quite how to reply. There would be no telling how Zephyr Heights' population, who rose up against them with astonishing speed a couple nights ago, now felt with flight having returned to all Pegasi everywhere. "You know what this calls for?" Pip said, digging her phone out again and checking the signal and battery life. "An apology video!" "A what?" Zip asked. "An apology video. Dreamers do it when they've screwed up big time." "I don't think you've ever had to do one of those before," Zip quipped. "First time for everything, but it'll be great for optics. All of Zephyr Heights is no doubt elated right now, so let's take this opportunity to improve our optics. And tell every pony that you and I played a part in getting magic of flight back to every pony." Haven stood bewildered, never having really grasped the streaming culture her younger daughter had become almost completely engulfed in. "Well, sweetheart, I think we'll defer to you here, because you're clearly the expert. Is this video rehearsed, or what? It depends on the situation, and ponies are usually really good at figuring out if you are being sincere, or if you're reading from a script. So while I don't think it should be live, I don't think it should be rehearsed either. We need to come clean about the years of deception and the genuine good that we believed it would do. But just how many of us are returning home? I don't know about you, Pip, but I want to stay in town, here with Sunny, Izzy and Hitch, Zip interjected. Yeah, me too, but we should at least find out if we have a home to go back to when we need to go back there. Pip replied as she began to go into her phone's camera settings. However and wherever we're doing this, I'm sure you have to charge that battery. I'm not going on camera with my mane looking like this. I'm sure there's a stylist around here somewhere, Haven said as she began to look around for a directory or a local who could point her in the right direction. A stylist. You might be onto something there, Mum, Pip said as the seeds of a new idea were implanted in her head. Zip glanced towards the glass doors of the movie theatre, saw her reflection and immediately decided that her mane looked fine, so she would just play the waiting game while her mum and sister got themselves ready for the camera. And she now wondered how to keep herself occupied, because that could take anywhere from 15 minutes to half the day. Glancing around, she saw Sunny and Hitch standing over by the former's smoothie cart, still looking up at the streaks of rainbow that were arching across the sky and over the horizon. Hey, Sunny! Zip called out, trotting across the street to join her friends. I know the past few hours have been, intense and celebratory, but do you have a place to stay? The Pegasus asked. Phyllis has already made arrangements, Hitch told her. Logic is going to pay for a hotel room for as long as it takes for the lighthouse to be rebuilt. I've already got a team of movers getting everything salvageable out before demolition starts. Well, that's good news, Zip replied with a smile. What about you, Pip, and your mum? Do you guys have a place to stay? We're actually in the process of figuring that out right now, but no matter what Zephyr Heights thinks, I know that I want to stay right here, for now, with you guys. Sunny smiled warmly at the Pegasus. I still can barely believe this is happening. After envisioning it for so long my entire life, all three pony kinds in the same town, the same street, getting along. Thanks to you, Zip told her, you convinced us to do our part. Zip said, bringing her hoof up and softly bumped it to Sunny's before putting it to her barrel. Hoof to heart. The warm moment was interrupted when the rainbows in the sky suddenly intensified their glows as the streaks of multicoloured light began pulsing back towards the remnants of the lighthouse, and Hitch, Sunny and Zip could swear they felt a tingly warmth underneath their hooves. What's going on? Sunny asked, alarmed. Look, said Hitch, pointing back up towards the hills. The Pegasi and two earth ponies immediately began to gallop down the coastal street towards the damaged lighthouse as the rainbows overhead continued to ebb and pulse brighter. How to Throw Yourself at the Ground and Miss by Axolotl222. The sculpture wiped the sweat off her brow, letting out a satisfied sigh. She took a step back, then turned to address her queen. Well, she said with a polite grin, gesturing towards the bust she had finished. What do you think? Queen Haven placed her hoof on her chin as she inspected the statue. She said, frowning in thought. This is absolutely terrible. She then pointed an accusatory hoof at the bust. No. Literally everything about this is wrong. Is this even supposed to be me? I mean, just look at that chin. That is way too bulbous for me. I'm much prettier than that. Meanwhile, two of the royal guards stood by, keeping a silent vigil over the courtyard as their queen continued her art critiques. Well, at least one of them was. The other was snickering to himself, his phone tucked under his wing, in a way he thought was stealthy. He stopped laughing, however, once the guard's mare beside stepped on his hoof. "Put that away, cadet," Zoom said, keeping her gaze locked straight ahead. Thunder let out a grunt of pain. "Oh, come on," he said. "I was just checking it real quick." "Not interested in excuses." "But..." "Not interested." Thunder pouted, but put his phone away as told. As he slid back into attention, however, he spotted something out the corner of his eye. He pointed with a hoof. Zoom, I think we have a problem." Zoom followed his gaze, her eyes widening. She spun around, running over to the Queen. Your Majesty, you're..." "Not now, Zap," Haven said without looking at her. "Zoom, whatever. I told you I am not to be interrupted during queenly business." But... And look at this. You know my nose doesn't look like that. Were you even paying attention?" "Look!" Zoom shouted. Haven spun around to reprimand her, but stopped when she saw the two of them gesturing towards something off in the distance. She squinted, curious. Haven saw the tower where her daughter slept. Nothing unusual. That is, until she noticed that a window several stories off the ground had a small white filly leaning out of it. "Sepharina!" Zip was sitting in the windowsill, wingtip in her mouth as she took in the view. She was wearing a cobalt blue hoodie with a yellow lightning bolt crudely painted on the front, along with a pair of swimming goggles on her forehead. She moved her wing from her mouth, carefully extending her primaries into the air.
Alright, no wind. You know what that means.
Zip turned towards her sister, who was sitting in her crib, engrossed in the task of stacking blocks. When she realised Zip was looking at her, she gave her a nearly toothless smile. She then clapped her hooves together with a giggle.
That's right, little Pip,
Zip said, affectionately running a hoof through her hair.
Your big sister's gonna be the first Pegasus to fly in thousands of moons.
Zip then pulled her goggles down before leaning out the window.
Hear that, Equestria? I'm gonna fly.
Sepharina!
Oh, hi, Mummy.
Haven skipped to a halt just below the tower, with Zoom and Thunder in tow. What are you doing? You get down from there this instant!
But, Mummy, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fly just like you said I could.
Zip said with a grin so large it could be seen from the ground. Sepharina, you get down here this instant before you hurt yourself.
Silly, Mummy. I'll be fine. I did the math.
Zip said proudly. Enough of this nonsense! Sepharina, you cannot fly!
But, Mummy, you told me I could do it.
Zip pouted. I said no such thing.
You told me I could do it as long as I didn't give up.
Haven stuttered as the memory came back to her. Well, I suppose...
And didn't you say I should never give up on my dreams? That I need to live life to the fullest?
Well, you see, what I meant was... Haven frantically looked back and forth between Zoom and Thunder, silently pleading for help. Zip? Zoom cautiously asked. You see, your mother was... Lying? Thunder added. Zoom and Haven both turned to glare at Thunder before looking back to Pip. The filly slowly frowned.
Oh,
she said, disappointed.
So, dreams don't really come true then?
Usually, no.
Even with lots of hard work?
Thunder swallowed. No, not really.
So life is just biding your time until death comes and sends you into an eternal nothingness?
Kinda.
Huh.
Zip said, leaning away from the window. The three let out a collective sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness, Haven said.
Wait.
Zip said. Queen Haven froze.
If life is meaningless,
she continued,
but we only get one chance at it, then I better make the most of it.
Oh no, Thunder said. She's full of unyielding optimism again. Zip then leapt off the windowsill.
I'm a wonderbolt!
No! Haven wailed. She collapsed onto the ground, burning her face into her hooves. A million thoughts raced to her head. How could this have happened? Why didn't she put a safety latch on the window? Why didn't she station a guard outside her bedroom? Why didn't... The Queen's musings were interrupted by the sound of a filly laughing.
Look at me, Mummy, I'm doing it!
Cautiously, Haven looked up. Her eyes widened. I don't believe it, she heard Zoom say. Sepharina, She's gliding, Thunder finished for her. Wow, I've never seen a filly able to glide like that before, Zoom added. Zip landed in the courtyard with a
Yippee!
She then turned and ran towards her mother.
Mummy, Mummy!
Zip said, practically vibrating with excitement.
Did you see me? I did it! I flew, just like you said I could.
Mummy, why are you crying? Haven wiped her eyes. Oh, Zip, she said, pulling her into a hug. You are so grounded. This is How a Unicorn Thinks by Casket Base 77. The beads on the ceiling spinner went round and round, always moving but never getting anywhere. Izzy stared upwards from the couch, anxiously drumming her forehooves on the floor. Then she shifted position to anxiously drum her hinds instead. Some pony was breathing heavy through her nose, and because she lived alone, Izzy concluded that the nose breather was her. The job she had to do was simple. Only little ponies felt afraid to do simple stuff, and Izzy wasn't little, right? Right? Well, she hadn't measured herself in a while, nor stood next to another unicorn to compare. Not since she was still young enough to know for a fact how little she was. So much for simple stuff. A tea kettle whistled from the other room, loud enough to make her thoughts seem quiet in comparison. Izzy bolted to the kitchen and was soon examining her stash of dippy bags. There were many, too many. She was only one pony with one kettle. Chamomile flavour? No, that's for bedtime, not going out time. Lemon? No, Izzy didn't need sour on top of stress. She chose one with no label. Uncertainty can be fun sometimes, right? Right? Horn into the bag, bag into the mug. The label-lacking tea sat stewing, and so did Izzy. Just popping in for a mail call. Anything cool coming down the pipe, Hardwater? Stop coming in here, Isabel. If any letter is addressed to you, it's placed in your drop box at the end of your property. Oh yeah, absolutely. But I was free today and this is the closest building to where I live, so I figured I'd check out what everyone else is up to. Maybe make chit chat with the local plugged-in postmaster pony? There's a bulletin board out front with all the planned town events for the next month on it. Yeah, I saw that. It's blank and no one was nearby, so... If it's blank, then there are no planned town events for the next month. Oh. I don't see any saddlebags on you, Isabel. Can I assume that you don't have any goods you want to drop off? I don't. And you aren't here to buy another ad space in the back of the local paper? Well, I guess I'd need money to do that, right? And seeing as none of my crafts from the last ad got any buys, are you here for any real reason? Do I need a real reason to just make small talk? Yes, you do. Oh. Goodbye, Isabel. Right. Sorry. Goodbye, I guess. Last week's exchange at the post office hadn't gone at all like Izzy wanted. Never mind that it ended up being the longest conversation she'd had in months. The other unicorns didn't like her. Izzy was mature enough to admit that. But they didn't seem to like most things. Izzy liked most things. She liked the way the rain sounded and the sun felt. She liked the music that came out of glass bottles when she blew on them just right. She liked foraging the forest floor for the straighter sticks to make more crafts, because maybe, just maybe, she'd eventually make something that would get a reaction from another pony. Some days her searches found more than just sticks. A certain search this morning had found a lot more than just sticks, for better or worse. Horn in the mug, bag out of the mug, bag into the trash can, with a couple open and shuts on the lid, not for any reason other than to fill the house with a few seconds of sound. Yes, Izzy did like most things. But quiet wasn't one of them. In fact, I hate quiet. Izzy buried her shameful muzzle into her mug, pretending as hard as she could that those awful nasty words didn't just come out of her. She shivered, which was odd because she didn't feel cold at all. Izzy was not a bad pony. The other unicorns didn't like her, and that didn't make her a bad pony, right? She hated a thing, but that didn't make her a bad pony, right? Right? Izzy sipped her tea, then she gulped it. Isabel Moonbow chugged and chugged her mug until there was nothing left in it. The mystery dippy bag had definitely had a taste, but Izzy didn't recognise it. If she had a friend with their own cup, maybe she could have told her what the taste was. They'd swig from their own drink, share jokes as well as tea, point to the home decor all around, and compliment all the hard work Izzy clearly put into making her house feel like a home. But Izzy's house didn't feel like a home, and she didn't have any pony to share her afternoon with. Izzy had her empty mailbox, and the quiet and too many tea bags, and the quiet and the ceiling spinner whose beads never went anywhere, and that lantern from the woods yesterday, and the note that was attached to it, and the quiet. Izzy had lots of things, but she didn't have any friends. Not in Bridlewood. Though if the lantern note was telling the truth, she had friends in Maritime Bay. Izzy rinsed her mug out in the sink. Where was Maritime Bay? Absolutely no clue. Izzy dried her mug with a towel she'd crotcheted herself. How many friends did she have there? No clue there either. Izzy put away her cup and stepped back, seeing how spotless the kitchen was, like no pony lived there. Izzy ate and slept, but did she really live? Izzy was tired of having to answer her own unspoken questions all the time. It twisted her tea-filled stomach into knots. The thought of going out to search for the lantern's origin all by herself. But even worse was the thought of staying here, in this cottage, all by herself, possibly forever. The slam of plywood on the drywood told Izzy she'd left her house and was trudging out of Bridlewood Forest. She blinked at the sunlight before noticing the quiet all around was being filled with the eager thumps of her own hoofsteps. Then her rhythm sped up as trees thinned. Across the open plains, Izzy was galloping for all she was worth, legs pumping like pistons as her uncombed mane trailed behind. She wasn't a bead on a ceiling spinner or an ignored ad in the newspaper. She was Izzy Moonbow, the grinning, laughing, hopeful unicorn. And she had friends waiting in Maritime Bay. Her Promises by Omegathist. It had been several months since Sunny had brought magic back to Equestria with the help of her friends, and if some pony long ago had told her that she'd wind up in Alicorn with a castle and a unicorn mare friend, she'd laugh in their face while lamenting that such a future would never be possible for her. Now, she stood on a balcony of a castle built by countless ponies of all races, many of them earth ponies profusely apologising for siding with Sprout. She would wave them off, insisting that they weren't at fault for believing some pony manipulated them in their time of fear. The castle was orange with red rooftops, with the interior being different shades of purple and blue. The only real request that Sunny made for the castle that she never quite asked for. At the time, she said that the interior was a tribute to the first unicorn friend she ever made. Their friendship growing as Izzy moved in and helped Sunny unpack in her new home. Hitch wasn't upset by this development. Most of his time was spent with Pip Petals anyway. Sunny smiled as she stared at the sunset, knowing that her very first friendship would always have a place in her heart, even if they had mares in their lives now. With Sunny and Izzy being the only residents in the castle, the rest of the countless rooms were soon empty, and the two mares would sleep in the same bed. It was Sunny, much to her own surprise, that confessed her feelings to the unicorn. Izzy, for all of her shenanigans, told Sunny that she was terrified of saying anything and losing their friendship. Sunny rolled her eyes, her heart skipping a beat as she kissed Izzy. Now, Sunny felt her heart thumping away in her chest for an entirely different reason, knowing that now was the time to take Izzy somewhere that she'd always walked to by herself. Even Hitch wasn't allowed to join her to the place that tore at her insides, the blood boiling in her chest as she knew damn well that her father was robbed of her way too soon. He would never get to meet Pip Petals, the mare with a voice that made every pony swoon, or Zip Storm, the mare that defended the pony she cared about with a ferocity Sunny had never seen before. And then Sunny gritted her teeth. Her father would never get to meet Izzy Moonbow, the moon to her sun. She didn't even move as she felt her hoof gently press against her shoulder, the smell of berries flooding her nostrils as Izzy spoke. "Sunny, are you ready?" Sunny nodded, feeling Izzy climb onto her back and wrapping her forehooves around her neck, spreading her wings. Sunny jumped off the balcony and flapped with all the strength she had, flying past the houses of Maritime Bay. It was weeks of practice to fly without a mare taller than her on her back, and months till she mastered flying with Izzy on board. The bruises on her mare friend's legs could attest to that, but now Sunny could feel the weight on her back less than ever before. Tears barely held back as memories of the doctors knocking on her door flashed in her head, but she could not let the thoughts rampage. She had to keep flying. After several minutes, she landed at the Maritime Bay Cemetery, the grassy green field filled with tombstones and some trees. There was also a center view of the ocean that could be seen from the entrance they landed at, and Sunny breathed in the ocean air as Izzy lowered herself off her mare friend's back. She didn't notice that she was shaking until she felt Izzy's body pressed against her own, causing her quivering to cease. Sunny walked onward, past the entrance and down a pathway, only Izzy's hoofsteps reminding her that she was taking some pony to this sacred place. It was a tombstone, underneath a tall tree that gave it shade, where it was written, "Here lies Argyle Starshine. Together, we'll do our part, hoof to heart." Sunny pressed her head against the tombstone, the walls breaking as she shook and sobbed, holding the tombstone with her forelegs as she cried out. "I'm sorry, Daddy!" Sunny shouted, "I wish I was there!" I wish I didn't let you go by yourself. Izzy rested her hoof on Sunny's back, feeling some of her mare friend's pain transferred to her. But if it helped even a little, Izzy was more than okay with taking on that suffering. And I'm so sorry that it took me so long to visit you again. Sunny hiccuped, letting go of the tombstone and sitting upright. But look, Daddy, I'm an alicorn, and this is Izzy Moonbow, my mare friend. For the first time since they arrived at the cemetery, Sunny acknowledged Izzy's presence as she smiled at her and spoke. If there's anything I'm glad I told him before the incident, it's that I never saw myself falling in love with a stallion. Sunny beamed despite the tears rolling down her cheeks. He hugged me and told me that if he didn't mind me dating a unicorn or Pegasus, then why would it matter if I dated a mare or a stallion? So, I know he would have loved you. I just wish he would have been here to see all of this. Sunny, I'm sure somewhere he is watching us. Izzy leaned against Sunny. But despite everything you've told me about him, you've never told me what happened. Sunny closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, and exhaled before she looked deep into Izzy's eyes. Heart attack, Sunny explained. He went out to get groceries, and I chose to stay home and wait for him to come back. The doctors came to my door and told me that by the time they had arrived it was too late. Oh. Izzy's eyes widened as she realized what Sunny had said. Sunny, you couldn't have known that was going to happen. It isn't your fault. I know I couldn't have known, but how easy would it have been to say yes, to have gone with him and be there for when it happened? Sunny looked at the tombstone. Mum abandoned us when I was a young filly, and he was all I had left, and now he's gone, all because I chose to stay home. Sunny, you don't even know if that would have made a difference, Izzy told her. There's no changing what has already happened, and if you keep scolding yourself for what you should have done, you're never going to be able to move forward. You have the memories, the pictures of your dad, and you have us. And I know it would have been wonderful to have him and us, but you don't. And I'm sorry, Sunny. It's not fair. It sucks. Sunny had her face pressed into Izzy's chest now, shaking as tears matted Izzy's fur. Izzy ran her hoof down Sunny's mane, and she breathed in her scent of sweet mangoes and strawberries. She kissed Sunny's forehead and broke the silence. But I promised to show you every day that your dad made Equestria a better place through you, Izzy whispered, and then she glanced at the tombstone. I promised to protect your daughter for you. And Sunny, I promise that I will help you with whatever Equestria throws at you. After all, they might start calling you Princess Sunny Star Scout. Sunny pulled away, wiping her tears as she managed to smile at Izzy. Only if I can have my Princess Izzy Moonbow by my side, Sunny remarked. Izzy smiled, a smile gentler than a quiet river stream as she replied, I promise. Author's note. I write this in memory of my mum's biological father, my grandfather, as I'll never get to meet him on this earth. In addition, there is a lot of different experiences of my own written into this story. Most of all, the anger towards myself for making the wrong choices that hurt people. What if I did this? What if I didn't do this? But staying in that place isn't healthy, especially when what has happened is done. And past all the grief, anger, and what ifs that can tear you apart, there is hope and love. Thank you for reading. I'm Looking Out For You by Admiral Producer. March 18, 2021. Dear Diary, my name is Hitch. This is my first entry. Sunny suggested that I keep a diary. I don't know why. She doesn't have one, and I don't know how to write these, but I'll try for her sake. So, about me. I'm the sheriff of Maritime Bay, and Sunny's best friend. In fact, I'm her only friend. Sunny. She's always so optimistic that she can change things here in Maritime Bay. make every pony get along, and prove a point to our system, which is inherently Earth pony centric. I don't know what the other races are like. I've never seen them, but from what I've heard about them, I feel Sunny is going to get herself either killed or something much worse should she keep this up. She's my only real friend here in this town, and I'm all she's got. I don't think she truly understands how dangerous this world really is. I don't know why I'm talking about this now. I feel like a first entry should be more optimistic, but I have to get this off my chest. So, here it goes. So, I guess I should start at the beginning, huh? Well, I met Sunny in history class. I think it was like 4th grade. Well, it was like something clicked between us. I understood her and she understood me. We became best friends quite quickly. Right away, I realized she was different than the other ponies. Mum told me that was a red flag, but I didn't listen. She would oftentimes call the teacher out for inaccurate information. Something the teacher and whole class except me laughed at her for. I stuck up for her one day, and that's where this whole adventure really took off. We hung out a lot. Playdates were common on Fridays. She tended to talk a lot about how we Earth ponies used to be friends with unicorns and pegasi. Well, at first I didn't believe her. I still don't to a degree, but I guess I've heard it so much that I'm open to having my mind changed. Later, I realized that was in part due to her father, Argyle Starshine. I met him on our first playdate and he seemed very nice. He left a great impression on me. Thinking about him now is hard. Sunny doesn't like talking about how he died, so I don't press, but I do know he must have taught her a few things. I have to admit, I do like her optimism sometimes. Sprout joined our group in 5th grade. He's the son of the CEO of Cantalogic Phyllis Cloverleaf. He's my deputy now, but he didn't start out that way, of course. It was great to have someone balance out Sunny's antics, but I always found him a little too arrogant, especially considering the way he talked to Sunny sometimes during our games. Oftentimes we would reenact different adventures with Sunny's figurines. She would lead the game and we would play it her way, most of the time. See, Sprout usually stepped in to correct Sunny as she often didn't get our history right. I obviously didn't care about historical accuracy. I just loved playing with her. She's just so imaginative, and I often found myself immersed in the world she created. If these things actually happened, I'd be all for learning more about it. As we grew older, we stopped hanging out. Sprout grew closer to Phyllis, and Sunny began to take up a life of activism. That was where the trouble started. It's not like we didn't want to hang out. Sunny wanted to continue our playdates, but Sprout was continuously unavailable. I guess it was because he was denied the position of sheriff by my father, who risked the anger of Cantalogic to give the position to me. My father was the current sheriff. He and Phyllis cut ties later on. Sunny began to take things to more extreme levels. She's a flawless idealist, but starting 3 years ago, she began to break some laws in order to get her point across. Every year she would sneak into Cantalogic and give these speeches about unity and friendships with unicorns and pegasi. I have to admit, I found myself strangely intrigued. Nonetheless, I had to escort her out. I regret that I could never tell her off. I still can't. She truly believes that she's making a difference. How could I tell her no? This time Sprout and I were unprepared. He settled for the position of deputy, but he would always carry some sort of resentment towards me for becoming sheriff and not him. He thinks I don't notice it, but I do. The second time though, we were ready. Every year on March 19th, we had one job. That was keeping Sunny out. But every day, she would keep sneaking in. I still don't know how she does it, but she does. And every time I have to keep escorting her out. Sprout keeps telling me that I shouldn't cut ties with her, but I just can't. He just doesn't know her like I do. But it was not just canter logic. Sometimes it would be hijacking television broadcasts during Hearth's Warming Eve to share her impassioned message, or ripping down movie posters or billboards that showed, in her words, incorrect stereotypes of other ponies, or breaking into a kindergarten class every Monday to give a speech to the fillies and colts. I still admire her commitment. Not even I could be that passionate about something I love, but I don't think she realizes that in her methods to get her points across, she's alienating other ponies more than she is getting them to listen to her. I love Sunny. We're the closest of friends, and I wish I could see her world. A world where Earth ponies live in harmony with unicorns and pegasi. I know this isn't a game to her. She truly believes what she's preaching. But I don't know where all this certainty comes from. Sure, Argyle taught her since birth about supposedly real history. But what proof does she have? What proof did Argyle have? Did Sunny meet either of the other two races? Is there a unicorn living at her house? How does she know for certain? We've been taught all our lives that unicorns and pegasi were evil and bloodthirsty. But Sunny doesn't believe that. Why? What does she know that all of us in Maritime Bay don't? I don't think I can keep dismissing all these complaints and charges brought up by the citizens of Maritime Bay to protect Sunny. No matter how close we are, I know I have to put my hoof down and tell her that this has to stop. But can I enforce the law on my own best friend? I don't want to arrest her. I've lost count of how many times I've disciplined Sprout for even suggesting such a thing. But he's right. I have to put my responsibility to the town first, no matter how much it hurts. I have to take my position as sheriff and bring the law down on Sunny, no matter how much it hurts. Tomorrow is the annual presentation of Canter Logic. Sunny will try to sneak in again, but Sprout and I will be ready once more to foil her plans, and should it come to it, I'll make the call, even if it ends our friendship for the rest of eternity. I just hope Sunny will forgive me. Come to think of it, she is right about one thing. Keeping a diary is very helpful. I actually feel a bit better now that I've written all of this. Maybe after this is over, I'll keep writing. It's good for me in the long run. Sincerely, Hitch. Earth Ponies Smell Like Rotten Sardines by Melody Stormrunner. I can't believe I let you girls talk me into this, Anon said with a frown. Come on, Anon, Sunny pleaded. You have to do it. The 3 pony races are nearly at war over this. Friendship and harmony in all of Equestria is falling apart because of this. You are the only one who can put an end to this question once and for all. It just seems weird, and more than a little creepy. Zip snorted. You let my sister sit on your face and you think this is weird and creepy? Zip! Sunny and Pip said at the same time. Both cast a glare at the Pegasus. Anon could only guess his own glare at Zip was just as intense. Sunny sighed and turned her attention back to Anon. Look, all you have to do is smell me and let me know if I really do smell like rotten sardines or not. I thought Izzy already settled that question and said you didn't. But they all think Izzy is biased because she's my friend. You're the only unbiased human in all of Equestria. We need your unbiased opinion. I'm your friend too, but I'm not going to sniff your ass if that's what you want. You don't have to sniff my ass, Sunny said, rolling her eyes. All you have to do is smell my neck or something. Fine. I'm still not sure how I'll let you talk me into this, but I'll do it to save Equestria from total war. With a deep breath, he put his nose close to Sunny's neck and inhaled, then pulled back. You do not smell like rotten sardines. Are you happy now? Unfair, Sip shouted. I know Sunny used to be an earth pony, but she's an alicorn now. Of course she wouldn't smell like rotten sardines anymore. Go smell Hitch. Oh, no, Hitch said, taking a couple of steps backwards. Like Anon said, it's weird and more than a little bit creepy. Come on, Hitch, it's for the good of Equestria, Sunny said. Hitch looked around. All of the mares were staring at him now. Ugh, fine, just make it quick. With a heavy sigh, Anon walked over to Hitch. The stallion winced as if the hewer were holding a whip or something. Hitch closed his eyes as Anon leaned in towards his neck and once again inhaled deeply. Pulling away, he looked at the mares. Hitch doesn't smell like rotten sardines either. Are you all happy now? Can I please go back to doing just about anything other than this? Sunny suddenly produced a notebook that seemed to come from nowhere. Not quite yet. I have questions. If we don't smell like rotten sardines, what do we smell like? Strawberries? Or maybe blueberries? Or maybe roses? What does an earth pony smell like to a human? Anon's heart sped up as he got more and more nervous. Again, he could have almost believed Sunny Star Scout was Twilight Sparkle, except he knew she was not. He scratched his head and looked at the ground. I can't really think of anything to compare it to, but you definitely don't smell like rotten sardines. Izzy jumped up and down in place. Oh, do me next! I bet I smell like crystals! For a moment, he could have sworn maybe this was Pinkie Pie, if not for the horn and the fact that Pinkie Pie would expect to smell like cupcakes or at least sugar. His original observation must be correct. This unicorn was just perpetually stoned. With his anger near a boiling point, he balled his fists and yelled, No! I was called here to determine whether earth ponies smell like rotten sardines or not, and I did! I did my duty for Equestria. The kingdom is safe and this question will never come up again. Izzy lowered her head and ears. Immediately, he regretted the outburst. He hadn't known these ponies for long, but he had the impression that Izzy was an emotional roller coaster. He sighed as her sad puppy look made his resolve crumble. Fine, but only for you, Izzy. The statement perked her right back up, and he leaned into her neck and sniffed. Well, do I smell like crystals? She said, her eyes going wide as she stared at him. I can't really say, since I don't know what a crystal smells like. He scratched his head nervously again. Well, now that you've done an alicorn, an earth pony, and a unicorn, you need to do me. I'm sure I smell like rainbows, Zip said. Anon sighed again, but as long as he'd gone this far, he might as well finish. There was only one more pony to smell, after all, and so he leaned towards Zip's neck and sniffed. Again, I can't really say, since I don't know what a rainbow smells like. Can I go now? Equestria is saved thanks to me declaring that earth ponies don't smell like rotten sardines. So seriously, can I go now? Not yet, Pip said. You didn't do me. You sat on my face, remember? I already know what you smell like. Well, that part of me, sure, but what about the rest of me? Again, Anon leaned into another pony neck and took a sniff, pulling back and coughing a bit. Again, I can't say if Pegasi smell like rainbows or not, because I don't know what a rainbow smells like. Are you happy now? I smelled all of you. I saved Equestria by declaring that Earth ponies do not smell like rotten sardines. Can I go now? One more question. Sunny's Star Scout's horn glowed and her pen moved frantically over to her notepad. You've told us what we don't smell like. We don't smell like rotten sardines. We don't smell like strawberries or blueberries or flowers or honey. We don't smell like crystals or rainbows. But you haven't told us what we do smell like. So what do we smell like to a human? Anon fidgeted with his fingers, trying to come up with the perfect lie. But then he remembered the elements of harmony, the reason he tried to come to Equestria to begin with. It had always been best to tell the truth. Well, you all basically smell the same. You smell like horses. What? All of the mares narrowed their eyes at him now. Only Hitch seemed unfazed. All of you except for Pip, that is, Anon stammered. I knew it! Biased! He had sex with her! Zip shouted. Of course he's gonna say she smells better than us. Pip smells like that Parfa La Pip perfume I see advertised all the time. Whatever chemicals they use to make that stuff are nauseating and give me a headache. What? Pip said, narrowing her eyes. All four mares started advancing on him now, and he took a step backwards. Remember your history, girls. I was just being honest. As Applejack said, we should always do. But the mares were unmoved and took a few more menacing steps towards him. You all smell basically the same. That should help bring you all together, right? More steps towards him. More backpedaling. Applejack? Element of honesty? You know? He continued to backpedal. The mares continued to advance, their gazes narrowing even further. Look at the time. Anon glanced at his wrist even though he wasn't wearing a watch. I really gotta go. And with that, he turned and ran faster than he'd ever run before. Sunny Tries Surstrumming by Caden. Sunny, Izzy and Hitch made their way down a hallway of the castle until they found the room with a small hoof print sensor. Zip put a hoof on it to unlock the door and lead them inside. Pip had already set up several portable studio lights and her phone on a tripod to film the group of them as they tried one of her favourite dishes. On a table in the middle of the room was a small can of the seaside delicacy. There were also a few trash cans, some counters and a sink. The room looked like a small break room and kitchen for the castle's serving staff. Hey Pip, Sunny smiled as she walked into the room. We're here. Zip said you needed our help for a viral video and it sounded like it'd be fun to help you out. Yeah, I've never gone viral before, except for the time I got the horn flu. Izzy explored the room, sizing up various bits of cookingware and imagining the kinds of things she could make out of them. She ended her tour by a small light switch, flicking it up and down to turn the studio lighting on and off. Yeah, thanks girls, Pip said. This surstrumming is my favourite dish. We have to import it from a small fishing village in the north. Hitch went over to the can, reading the label on the side. I've done a bit of fishing myself, but I've never heard of this before. Why is the can so round? He poked it with a hoof. The metal tin seemed to resemble a balloon more than a can of tuna. It's supposed to be like that on account of the fermentation, Zip explained. Well, we're all here and I think we're just about ready. Feel free to take a seat near the table. The painting tape on the ground will help mark out the edges of what the camera can see, so try to stay inside the lines and just react. Pip bit her lip to stifle a laugh. Normally. Izzy was the first to find a seat, climbing up and staring at the can with a gleam of wonder in her eye. Sunny sat down next, followed by Hitch, while Zip seemed to be moving a microphone and helping set up. She also closed the door to keep out any unwanted noise from the outside. Zip started to count down for her sister. 3, 2, 1. Hey Pip Squeaks, I'm coming to you live today with a very special viral video, including my best friends, the ponies who returned magic to Equestria. They're going to try surstreaming for the very first time. Sunny smiled as she watched Pip speak into the camera and turned her head, noticing Zip wearing something odd. Hey Zip, what's that mask for? Zip pressed something onto the canister attached to the rubber face mask and looked over at Sunny.
I'm allergic to fish.
She gestured back to Pip. So let's hear a pip pip hooray for my best friends Sunny, Izzy and Hitch. Pip stepped aside so that the three of them would be in the frame. Go ahead and open it up to try some. Hitch took notice of the plates and utensils set out on the table in front of him. There was also a can opener, which he picked up and tried to figure out the best way to open the can. It had no pull tab or markings. He'd probably have to saw through the can the old-fashioned way, with a small hooked blade on the end of the can opener. Before he could open the can, Izzy volunteered. Don't worry every pony, I've got this. Izzy hit the edge of the can with a hoop, causing it to bounce up into the air. She began poking into it with her horn, jumped out of her chair, and continued to juggle it in mid-air. A spew of fermented liquid and air began spraying out of the can, coating Izzy's mane quite thoroughly. The unicorn maintained her focus until finally the can bounced back onto the table and the lid clattered to the floor. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Ta-da!" and immediately broke out into a violent fit of coughing as the smell of year-old rotten eggs drenched in sulphur filled her lungs. And it didn't smell better on its way back out of her lung. Izzy's eyes, nose and mouth began to run at the same time as her stomach clenched. She dove to the nearby trash can with such urgency that her horn embedded into the side of the wooden counter. With as much determination and enthusiasm as she had used to restore friendship, Izzy emptied out her lunch, breakfast, and several other days' worth of meals into the rubbish bin. Sunny and Hitch could only look on in shock until the odour of a can full of fish straight from the underworld reached them. It smelled like the Lord of Tartarus had made an omelette out of garbage to eternally torment some poor soul for their misdeeds in life. Sunny was able to keep her calm better than Izzy had, covering her nose and muttering several things that would need to be censored out of the final take of Pip's viral video. She looked up and saw Pip giggling madly behind the camera tripod, holding her phone. The little light was flashing, and Sunny realised she'd been set up for a prank video. She turned to Zip next, seeing her standing near the door in her gas mask. "The door!" Sunny shouted. She dove towards it and spun, kicking it with her back hooves. It didn't open, and she looked back to notice the hoofprint locked. Only Zip or Pip could open it, and she doubted they'd be in a cooperative mood. Sunny decided to make Zip more helpful, smirking over at the white Pegasus and bearing down on her. "Oh, Zip, why don't you let me borrow that mask?" Zip flared her wings to take off and leap across the room, and Sunny had been ready to pounce. She tackled the Pegasus to the floor, and the two wrestled their way across the camera shot. Zip fought valiantly to keep her hooves away from the straps of the gas mask, but Sunny was able to hook one under and tear it off. She had expected Zip to open the door to make her own escape. Instead, Zip's stomach began to rumble, and it sounded like she was about to lose her lunch too. The Pegasus took to the air, diving into a small window placed near the ceiling to serve as exhaust for the kitchen stove. With a loud bang and some squirming, she managed to force her way through the window and outside into the blessed fresh air. Sunny grumbled to herself as she put the gas mask on and took a few deep breaths, resisting the urge to choke until it could filter out the stench. Izzy was trying to pull her horn free and shouting for help. "It's in my mane! It's everywhere! The horror! The horror!" As soon as she managed to pull free, she dove for the sink and tried to wash the surströmming out of her hair. Unfortunately, this just spread the oily substance and furthered the stench in the confined space. Sunny looked back over to the table at an unexpected sight. "It's not bad," Hitch said. "Could use some toast or something, I think." "Yeah," Pip smiled, sitting across from him and also eating some of the fish delicacy. "It packs a punch the first time, but it grows on you. I'm surprised you didn't mind the smell." "Oh?" Hitch rubbed a hoof behind his head. "Actually, I've got a sinus infection, so I can't really smell anything at all. Judging by the others, I'm guessing it's not good?" Pip laughed. "Oh, it's like dumping a dozen eggs into a gym bag full of dirty workout clothes and leaving it out on a long, hot summer day, then shoving some pony in the bag to kidnap them." "Wow, that bad?" Hitch gestured over to Izzy. "You know her and Sunny are going to want to get even with a prank of their own." "Wait!" Pip looked around the room. "Where's Sunny?" Against the wall below the window, several bits of furniture and sets of shelves had been stacked up. The window was open, and Sunny was nowhere in sight. Zip trotted into her room in the castle suites, chuckling to herself as she recalled the horrors of the surströmming. She thought it might have been a bit cruel, but it was in good fun, and it was just fermented fish. The door shut itself behind Zip, causing her to spin around to see how that had happened. Dressed in a gas mask and holding several bright yellow and red cans and a can opener was Sunny.
"So you fancy yourself a prankster?"
Sunny said. Her voice sounded low and ominous through the gas mask. "You're not really allergic to fish, are you?" Zip gulped and backed away. "Whoa, Sunny, calm down. I'm not allergic. I just didn't want to give away the prank." "Good. Then you won't mind if I do this." She dropped the cans to the ground and raised the can opener in her hoof. "Sunny, no, not in my bedroom!" Zip shouted in horror, and Sunny began stabbing several of the cans open. Pip's Snuggle Session by Andrew's Archive. It was another tiring day for you in Maritime Bay as the sun was slowly setting in the horizon. You've just finished your shift at your job, and you now currently head back home to the Crystal Bright House, which was also home to the friends who first met you when you came to this world to finally enjoy the weekend. Those friends in particular being Sunny Star Scout, Izzy Moonbow, Zip Storm, Pip Petals, and Misty Bright Dawn. And while Hitch Trailblazer doesn't live here, he's still one of your good friends. It was honestly shocking that every pony in Maritime Bay didn't seem alarmed by your presence when you first ended up in Equestria. You half expected them to either run away from you or shun you, but that didn't even happen. Even ponies like Posy didn't seem to hate you. From what Sunny says, humans were considered myths in this world, believed to have once lived alongside ponies at one point before going extinct. Even you had to admit, that seemed pretty hard to believe, but you decided not to worry about it. You were able to get a job in this world, but just like any job, it was incredibly stressful. But it did pay well, leaving you with no choice but to bite the bullet. As you headed inside, you took notice that no pony was in the Bright House yet. You could only assume that they were probably off doing whatever ponies do in their spare time. You then walked on over to the nearby couch and took a seat. You let out a big sigh from all the stress of the work today. While not enough to cure your current exhaustion, you decided you could use some rest. You then turned over and closed your eyes, trying to take a nap. You groaned in annoyance as you couldn't fall asleep. You opened your eyes as you glared at the ceiling. You felt like a young child on Christmas Eve night who was too excited to go to bed. But the difference was that you obviously weren't excited. No matter what you tried, you couldn't take a nap. Heck, even trying to listen to Pip's ASMR video wasn't working.
Welcome.
Speaking of the devil, you suddenly hear the bright house's doors swing open as it made a loud noise from hitting the walls. You opened your eyes to see none other than your mare friend, Pip Petals herself, in the flesh, flying into the bright house. She seemed to be happy about something. Ever since she laid her eyes on you that day, she instantly fell for you, and you had to admit how cute she was. "Oh, hi there, love," she greeted you.
Hey Pip, you reply to her, still exhausted. How was your day?
"Oh, it was totally great," she replied. "Business at Main Melody was more incredible than I pictured it today. Me, Jazz, and Rocky definitely had a field day today." You smiled softly at her. If only you could say the same today, or any other day. While she gets to enjoy her work, you pretty much suffer a lot every day since you got here. You sighed as your smile faltered. Pip took notice of this as she slowly descended until she made it to the floor. "Oh, what's wrong?" she asks. "Long work day?"
Yeah, you confirmed. I just want to get some good relaxation. Sorry if you wanted me for any live streams for the rest of the day. I'm just not feeling it today.
"Oh, don't worry. I'm not here because of that, silly," she said, looking a bit nervous for shaking her head. "I was planning on doing that tonight, but judging by how tired you look, I think the pipsqueaks can wait another hour or two." You didn't expect something like that to come out of her mouth, but you were happy to see that Pip was focusing more on her life outside of social media. "Come on upstairs," she gestured as she started flying up to the second floor. You got up from the couch and started walking upwards to meet Pip there. As you made it up there, you see her sitting on the edge of her bed. She looks over at you as you walk to her. "I can tell you're having trouble falling asleep recently, love," she spoke, her expression turning into pity. "I would know."
How so?
You ask. "Well, let's just say that when me and Zip were young, we had trouble falling asleep from time to time. But when Mum got a hold of our sleeping problems, she would always let us cuddle with her at night, whenever that would occur," she giggled. "But I wonder if I might have gotten her golden touch, if you get what I mean." You blushed hearing this. While you didn't mind cuddling with her, you felt a tad bit awkward doing so. After all, she's a pony and you're a human. But then again, you were desperate for a nap.
I don't see why not,
you reply afterwards. "Oh, this is going to be so exciting!" The pink Pegasus beams before, pointing at the other side of her bed. "Now you get yourself comfortable and I'll lay on top of you. Then we'll go from there." You did as you were instructed by the pink Pegasus and walked over to the side of her bed and laid against the soft pillows she had. You had to give it to her. She had a great taste in pillows and mattresses. It was the coziest bed you've ever laid on. Before you could admire the soft bed, Pip then crawled up to you until her head was inches above your chest. You feel yourself start to sink into the bed a bit due to her added weight onto you. Pip then made eye contact with you. She's even more adorable up close. Alright, now what? You ask. Now, we cuddle one another until our eyelids get heavy, Pip replied, her voice now down to a more mellow and soft tone as she continued to lay on you. She then reached up to her tiara and removed it from her head before setting it gently on the dresser next to her bed with her phone as well. It really felt weird seeing her without it, but she was still adorable to you no matter what she looked like. Pip then turned her attention back to you and lowered her head slowly onto your chest. She then wrapped her front hooves around your waist and let out a softer yawn. You also did too, since they were more contagious than any disease in the world. You then started rubbing and scratching her back, up to her neck and a few inches away from her tail. You also felt and preened Pip's soft wings too. Pip cooed. That feels nice, love. Keep doing it. You obliged your royal mare friend's request and continued. Her smile was honestly your favourite thing to see while you cuddled her at this moment. You didn't want it to end, and you could tell she didn't either. Hey, she spoke up softly again. Do you think you can pet my mane too? Are you sure? You ask. I can always fix it, she replied as she gave you the puppy eyes. Please. You knew she always would do this to you like she has done in the past, but you just couldn't resist her cute face. You lifted up your hand and spread your fingers into that soft, silky purple mane of hers and started using your fingers as a comb. Pip was basically biting her lower lip as you continued to pet her mane. Those hands of yours are a real blessing, love, Pip said. After a while of petting her mane, Pip then spread her glorious wings and rested them across you as if she were trying to use herself as a blanket. She then looked up towards you and suddenly got closer to you and gave you a small kiss on the cheek. Sleep tight, Pip said before she moved her head back to your chest and slowly drifted off. You then felt your eyelids growing heavier and heavier as you felt all the stress within you release. She had actually done it. She was able to relieve you of your constant stress. Perhaps, just perhaps, you and Pip could make this a constant thing.
Tell me you see me just as I see you. I want to grow up with you. Cliche to say, but it's true. Tell me you see me just as I see you. Do I have what it takes to make you fall in love with me? Am I the real deal or just another one of those who fake it?
And you now... Business at Main Melody was business at Main Mel... To meet Pep there. As Delicate as Petals by Even Crazier Space Dust. As rainbow lights filled the air, Pip suddenly felt something she'd never felt before. A tremendous amount of energy flowed through her wings and into her entire body, and she was filled with the overwhelming urge to fly, to just take off. She barely had to think about it before her hooves left the ground, and soon she was soaring alongside her sister, her mother, and her newfound friend Sunny. It felt euphoric, like a miracle or a dream come true, the wind in her fluffy wings and rainbows everywhere, as though her wildest, filly fantasies had come true all at once. A loud laugh escaped her as she was overwhelmed by the pure joy of the moment, circling and gliding, coming to her as easily as running. But, as they do, all moments come to an end. The rainbows began to fade, and Zip eased Sunny to the ground as her glowing wings and horn became barely more than a hologram, before it all vanished completely. And then Pip felt herself begin to wobble. Panic twisted her stomach. No, this isn't right! The magic is supposed to be back now. Why is this suddenly so hard? She took a slow breath, trying to compose herself and put all the strength she possessed into keeping her wings outstretched and gliding to the ground. Just like practice with the fans, she told herself, stumbling a little on her landing, but managing to stay upright. Pip looked up to see that her fellow Pegasi were having no such issue. Rather than being a comfort, it only made her stomach twist more. What's happening? Noticing her distress, Zip glided down to join her. Hey, what's wrong, Pipsqueak? Zip asked in a light-hearted tone. Zip, I still can't do it, Pip cried, once again feeling overwhelmed, but now with fear instead of joy. It feels just like the fans for me, and you know I always needed the wires more and... Hey, breathe. Zip attempted to calm her sister's frantic chatter with a gentle hoof on her shoulder. You're probably just a little freaked out. Does it feel that way for you? Zip was silent for a long moment, and then the realization of why her baby sister was so freaked out set in, and she turned her muzzle skyward. Mom! Queen Haven circled above her girls for a moment before landing beside them. What's wrong? It's Pip. She's having trouble flying, Zip said bluntly. I see. Pip did not understand why her mother's eyes were so full of guilt. Zip, go catch up with your friends. Don't say anything about your sister. Pip, I want you to come for a little walk with me. Zip nodded and immediately took flight again, soaring with ease over to Sunny, Izzy and Hitch. Pip felt an ache deep in her heart that she simply didn't understand as her mother gently nudged her away. They walked a fair distance until they were far enough from the excitement that no pony could overhear them, and far enough from the road that they wouldn't be passed by accident. When she was satisfied with their location, Queen Haven sat down on the grass and gestured with a foreleg for her daughter to do the same. Pip sat down facing her mother. Mum, please, so much has already happened today. Please, just tell me what's happening. Haven took a slow breath, and then extended one wing towards Pip. I want you to do this. Pip nodded slowly, still terrified of where this conversation was going, and extended one wing towards her mother, so the tips of their wings touched. I want you to look at your wing next to mine. Do you see how my feathers are sleek, sharp and thick? Pip nodded, lightly running a hoof over her mother's feathers. Now, it had been a long time since Pip had heard her mother sound so sad. Do you see how your feathers are soft and fuzzy? Do you see how the light shines through them? She nodded again, feeling a lump in her throat. The light doesn't pass through yours, or Zip's. When you were born, Haven explained gently, as if she was still a baby in her daughter's place rather than a teenaged princess. The doctor told me that you have a deformity in your wings. You grow soft down where you should have flight feathers. It's very rare, but it's been something that's affected Pegasi since the ancient days. I swore every doctor in Zephyr Heights to secrecy. So, you weren't going to tell me? The pink Pegasus had tears in her eyes, feeling like a tiny filly again as she looked up at her mother. Dearest. There was sorrow in Queen Haven's eyes, and Pip didn't even need to hear what she'd say next. She already knew she was right, but her mother spoke anyway. Before today, it wouldn't have mattered. I thought your wings were beautiful, and I named you Petals because that's what they reminded me of. Soft and delicate. Soft and delicate, Pip thought bitterly, and absolutely useless. I did as much research as I could after I found out, Haven continued. Most Pegasi with your condition were able to fly a little. They could glide, hover, and propel themselves a little with their wings. But that's about it. Your wings just don't catch the wind properly. But, I mean, if the old books are true, which I think tonight has proven, we used to be able to walk on clouds. You'd still be able to do that. Pip sniffled a little, wiping her eyes. What good is that if I can't reach them? Not knowing what else to say, Haven bowed her head. Would you like some time alone, Pip? Uh-huh. She stretched out her forelegs and rested her chin on them, laying on the ground in defeat. That should have been a red flag. Pip never wanted to be alone, but Haven left anyway. Fortunately, Zip knew her baby sister just a little better than her mother did, and it wouldn't be long before Pip heard wing beats and a soft landing behind her, followed by her sister's voice. Pip? Leave me alone, Pip whimpered. Go enjoy your flying, or whatever. Instead, Zip trotted closer before laying down beside Pip, their flanks touching. Did Mum tell you? Pip whimpered. Yeah, she filled me in. Zip was as casual as ever. Pip tried not to hate it, but every little thing hurt right now. Still, it would have hurt more if she'd made a big deal of it, and they both knew that. Mum says in the old days we could walk on clouds. I know she meant well, but what's that worth if I can't get up there? Who says you can't? Pip looked at her sister, shocked and angry. Mum! The doctors! Zip, magic or no, I can't fly! Zip once again put a comforting hoof on Pip's shoulder. I never said you could. I said, who said you can't get to the clouds? Come on, you really think I'd leave my baby sister behind? A soft gasp escaped Pip, followed by a whimper, and then in seconds she was sobbing into Zip's chest. She felt her foreleg gently wrap around her. When you're ready, Zip said gently, once Pip's sobs had reduced to tearful hiccups. I think I know how we can do this. You won't let me fall? Why would I? You did at my show. Pip could see the defiance in her sister's eyes. She knew Pip wanted to tell her that was different, to be standoffish, but instead her eyes softened. Yeah, I did, and I'm so sorry for that. You don't have to forgive me either, but if you can trust me, I promise you, I will never, ever let you fall again. A few long minutes passed in silence before Pip spoke again. Okay, what's the plan? Remember when we were little and I used to give you fallback rides? Yeah? Zip spread her wings out. Stand up and hop on. After all that had happened, Pip decided this was the least ridiculous thing that had been asked of her today. She settled onto Zip's back. Okay, ready? Zip stood, then took a running start and took off, soaring into the dawning sky, feeling the wind in her mane like that again. Pip couldn't help but laugh, remembering what her mother had said about being able to glide. She stretched her own wings, delicate as petals, and they caught just enough wind to keep Pip from weighing her sister down too much. Once again, that euphoria flooded her. Maybe she was delicate, but she was flying, and that was something, at the very least. When the Day Became the Night by Shiutik. She did it. Sunny Star Scout ended racism after centuries of fights and wars and downright alienation between the three races. She and her friends managed to save all that was lost, and by bringing back friendship, magic soon returned.
Don't wait for me, honey. Don't wait, 'cause I'm always heading your way.
It was a busy afternoon. A lot of explanations were due. Earth ponies learning that Pegasi and unicorns weren't, in fact, out to get them. All of them had a lot to unlearn. But Sunny and her friends were patient and diligent, and they were together all afternoon long. With their newly returned magic, all ponies pitched in to help rebuild Sunny's lighthouse. The Pegasi had flown straight to Zephyr Heights as soon as they could to share the good news. But the sisters remained. By dinner time, the lighthouse was good as new, and the unicorns started walking back to Bridlewood, all but one. "I don't want to leave you just yet," Izzy admitted, as Sunny carefully hanged the repaired picture frame on its usual spot. "I know we're done, but what if you need help with something else?" Sunny chuckled softly. She was exhausted. It had been the longest 3 days of her life, but she knew exactly what Izzy was talking about. She turned to see Hitch in her kitchen making dinner. Zip was moving some furniture to try and leave the house as before, but mainly to try out her now functional wings. Pip was taking pictures of the rest, saving those glorious memories for the future. "How do you all feel about a sleepover today?" Sunny finally said, earning a thankful smile from Izzy. Hitch looked up from the pot he'd been stirring and smiled and nodded. Zip finally let the furniture in peace and joined her sister and Hitch in the kitchen, without actually answering anything. The group of friends agreed to stay together one night more. Izzy helped Hitch serve the soup, and they all ate. They tried to recount the events of the previous days, their adventures, their feelings, and ultimately their hopes for the future. That last thing made them all unsure, for even if they had done the impossible and achieved peace and friendship between the three races, they still lived cities apart. When this whole thing was done, Izzy would have to return to Bridlewood and the sisters to Zephyr Heights. Another silent agreement not to talk about the future. Not yet. When dinner was done, they arranged pillows and blankets all over the living room, and one by one, first Izzy, then Sunny, then Zip, they fell asleep. Pip laid her fluffy pink body over the pillow concoction, thankful for the well-deserved rest. But despite how tired she felt, she shifted over and over, unable to fall asleep. She slowly opened her eyes again, taking in the familiarity of her surroundings. It was the same living room she spent the afternoon repairing. Her sister and friends were lying beside her, snuggled with each other. She watched them dream peacefully, maybe expecting to share said dreams. For a moment her eyes locked with Hitch's. He was awake as well, also scanning his surroundings. He smiled apologetically at her, and she returned his smile. "You can't sleep either?" he whispered, careful not to wake up any pony else. She shook her head. Hitch slowly stood up, without a sound, and gestured for Pip to follow him. They went up the wooden platform with pulley system and up to the top of the lighthouse. Neither said anything for a while. They sat together against the railing and looked at the houses and stores in the dark, lighted by the starry sky and a pale moon. Pip was amazed by how quiet Maritime Bay was. The only noise she could hear was the distant waves in the shore and Hitch's breathing. The reminder that, after all, even in her restless nights, she was no longer alone. So, Hitch finally said after a few minutes, what keeps a princess up at night? Pip sighed. She knew that question was lingering in the air, waiting to be asked, but truly she had no answer for it. I don't really know, she shrugged, avoiding the stone's look. I guess I just don't want to go back to my old life, not after all of this. He nodded. If it makes you feel better, I don't think anything will ever be the same. That somehow made her feel even worse. She said so. Oh, Hitch said, sorry. She smiled and met his gaze. No, I'm sorry, she said. It's not your fault, or any ponies for that matter. I've been thinking. Before you all, I didn't have any friends, at all. I barely talked to Zip. Most of the times I doubt she even likes me. I guess the future scares me because I don't want it to be like the past. He listened carefully, trying to think of something to make the beautiful Pegasus feel better. Under the light of the moon, she looked radiant. Not that she didn't look radiant before, she always did. But after the first time he saw her, this was the only other occasion he got to look at her long and slow, to really take in her beauty. Her curled purple hair was messy, her fluffy wings sparkled as if they had glitter, and her eyes, so tired, so pretty. His heart skipped a beat every time she looked at him. How could such a graceful, talented and gorgeous pony not have any friends? As long as I exist, you will never be truly alone, he said, without realizing how deep that was. Sorry, you must think I'm pretty corny. She giggled. Even her laughter was adorable. He wished he could listen to that laugh 1,000 times more. Thanks, Hitch. You too, she said. I guess neither of us will ever have to be alone now. He smiled as the two slowly leaned close to each other, side by side. Pip leaned against Hitch's muscular shoulder, an electric feeling flooding her entire body. He felt so good to be around. At least, now that the secret's out, I won't have to keep up appearances, she said after a short silence. I don't even know if I'll be a princess after today. Why not? Our entire royalty was built on a lie, she explained. Maybe it's for the best. A new government, a new ruler, and a new identity for Pip. No longer Princess Petals, the perfect pop star. I can finally be the real Pip. He smiled for what seemed to be the millionth time. His hooves slowly went against her back as she shuddered. The beachy breeze was turning cold as the night got older. Pip noticed this as well, and she unfolded one of her wings to surround his body under it. What is the real Pip like? He asked. She's passionate a lot, she said, a genuine smile leaking from her mouth. She's curious and bubbly, and she makes 1,000 mistakes, but she keeps trying. She loves and is loved by her friends, and she doesn't have to share every second of every hour on the internet. That sounds exactly like some pony I know, Hitch said. I like her. She likes you too, Pip replied, then yawned. And Hitch? What's the real Hitch like? He is calm and cheerful, and he loves to dance. This made Pip sit upright again as she incredulously looked at the pony beside her. What? You dance? I mean, I'm terrible, but I like it, he said, laughing a little. Maybe the real Pip should teach the real Hitch how to dance. She smiled, leaning on him again. Deal? Deal, he replied, and slowly they fell asleep against each other. There was no way to know what the future held, but after that night, the 5 friends understood that as long as they existed, none of them would ever truly be alone, and that was enough for them.
You'll always be the one I wanna midnight. You'll always steal my breath away. Yeah. You'll always be my heart, my love. Every second, every day.
Divine Flight by Admiral Producer. Equestria was now brighter than ever. To say that the first inclusive Maritime Bay Day was a success would be an understatement. Pip, Petals and Posy had finished the new Maritime Bay Day song to a standing ovation by the large crowd that had gathered, with it becoming the talk of the town just days later. The main 5 had saved the day and stopped magic from disappearing. Earth Ponies had also gotten their own magic as well, thanks to the event. It was a pretty special day. Not only strengthened the bond between the new protectors of Equestria, but brought the 3 pony tribes closer than they ever had been before. Even Zip couldn't believe that they had made it out alright. For all her investigating of the magic fluctuations, nothing could prepare her for the near disaster the crystal's malfunctioning caused. At least now she knew that they were powered by positive energy from the ponies. But that still didn't explain how they were created to begin with, and how they got separated. Needless to say, Zip had her work cut out for her, trying to find answers to all the questions she had posed to her friends following the big event. Luckily, she was able to convince her mum, Queen Haven, to allow her to stay in Maritime Bay. She knew that eventually she would have to give the good life up with her friends and return to her responsibilities in Zephyr Heights, but the longer she was able to put that off the better. Unlike her sister Pip, who relished and craved the attention given to her on a daily basis, Zip wanted nothing to do with it. She was always fine being a loner, being the only pony in the whole royal family not content with lying to the Pegasi about their flight. In the end though, she was happy to meet her friends and live with them. Getting away from the palace had given her the opportunity to further explore who she was as a pony and what she wanted to do with her life. In her mind, she wasn't princess material. She was a detective, trying to solve the realm's greatest mysteries. But something from that fateful day that she met her friends was still haunting her to this day. Something she had done that would never leave her. Something that still ate away at her very being. She had exposed Pip at her concert, back when the heist for the Pegasus crystal commenced. She and Pip didn't talk about it much. When they did, it was always a playful jab at one or the other. Most of it stemmed from the fact that it wasn't that hard to get Pip's fans back. Once they had seen that she was now a national hero, they all came flocking back to her, happy to be her pipsqueaks again and eat up everything she livestreamed to them. Yet Zip couldn't shake the fact that the incident was never fully resolved. They really talked about it, yes, but the fact was that she had cost her sister everything she had held dear, all due to a reckless heist. She knew deep down in her conscience that she would never be able to rest until she gave her sister a proper apology. And that was exactly what she was going to do. It all started when she was helping some Pegasi foals with their flying lessons. After returning the fillies to their mother, she communicated with Pip through the special walkie-talkies they had and told her to meet her by the Crystal Bright House in order for her to share a very important discovery. Pip agreed and Zip was on her way. When she arrived, Pip was already there, taking selfies with her phone. When she saw Zip, she brightened. "Zip, there you are! This better not be another false alarm, because you've been doing this quite a lot this past week. Posy and I were practicing some additional lyrics for next year." "It's not," Zip said. "Pip, do you remember your concert back when magic was still gone? When it was revealed we couldn't fly?" Pip cocked her head in confusion. "You're bringing that up, Zip? It's over now. Magic is back and everything's fine now. You're just being paranoid. I got something that'll help." She opened her mouth to sing a reprise of Everything's Gonna Be Okay.
So put your hooves up high, 'cause we're feeling alright. Every day is awesome in the maritime bay. So put your hooves up, everything is gonna be okay.
Fortunately, Zip managed to stop her right on time. "Pip, please, can we just have a serious discussion about this? You've been avoiding it whenever I try to bring it up. Does it really not bother you at all anymore?" Pip sighed. "Zip, why are you bringing this up now? Did something happen?" "The fact that I ruined your life and just brushed it under the rug happened," Zip shouted, letting all the emotion come out. "I should have been more careful. I shouldn't have just left you hanging there in the spotlight for every pony to see. What kind of sister does that make me?" Pip nodded slowly. "I see where you're coming from. To be honest, I did feel hurt when I confronted you and you just laughed it off like it was nothing. But in the end, I think it was a good wake-up call for both of us. But more specifically, me." "Really?" Zip asked her. "Yeah," Pip told her. "I was practically taking advantage of the high-class life. Losing it all was a big wake-up call that, yeah, I'm no better than any pony else in Zephyr Heights. I guess I started using social media to compensate for the fact that I'll never be you, Zip." "I don't understand." Zip was caught off guard by that last sentence. "I mean, you're destined to be queen someday whether you want to or not," explained Pip sadly. "You always have Mum's undivided attention because you're the one every pony's going to be looking up to. You don't care for all that attention, but I crave it, Zip. That's why I started becoming a social media star, because that way I could feel like I was as important as you. Being surrounded by so many followers, I actually felt like it was worth something. Losing all that, it hurt, but I needed it. I let my quest for fame make me so cold and condescending towards you. I knew you didn't want to be in on the lie and I just ignored your feelings. I'm sorry about that, Zip." Zip let out a slight chuckle. "I guess I'm not the only one wanting to apologise for something I did in my past." Zip smiled through gathering tears. "No, you aren't. What made you remember that incident?" "I've been keeping it bottled up inside me for such a long time," Zip spoke. "I mean, every time we brought it up, it was always as a joke. I never really got to tell you how sorry I was for ruining the one thing that mattered the most to you, even if it was just temporary. And now that I know you started doing social media to feel like you were worth something, I feel even worse. Nothing is worth making my little sister feel worthless. Not even all the magic and friendships in the world." "Thanks," Pip thanked her. "And it looks like I still haven't learnt my lesson. I didn't believe you about the magic glitching, and for that, Sunny almost died trying to save Posy. If it wasn't for her alicorn thing, she would have actually perished in that pit. I'm a pretty poor excuse for a friend." Zip shook her head. "No, you aren't. Don't ever say that. You made a mistake. So did I. Every pony, no matter who they are, royalty or no, makes mistakes. No pony is perfect. You did what you had to do and saw it through without exemption. You may not be destined to be queen, but you're still extremely important to me. And as long as I think you're the most important pony in the entire universe, who cares what every pony else thinks, right? Pip wiped her tears. Thanks, Zip, about what you said, about social media being the one thing that matters the most to me. It matters a whole lot, but nothing can ever replace sisterhood. You'll always be the pony I love the most out of everyone. Always. And I love you the most out of everyone too. Zip replied, wiping her own tears away. Let's start over, sis. Let's work together to build a brighter future for every pony in Equestria. And if you want to talk about something, go ahead and do so. I know I will. We'll always be there for each other no matter what. I promise. And I promise to always listen to you from now on if you think there's a problem. Pip promised her. You're the investigator in this town. Zip reached out with a right hoof. We'll do our part. Pip reached out with her right hoof and touched it to Zip's in an act of forging an unbreakable promise. Hoof to heart. With that, a new promise was made. It was a promise of empathy, a promise of solidarity, but most importantly of all, a promise of family. Roller Ponies by Quoterific. Sonny, I'm not too sure about this. Hitch hesitated as his legs wobbled like a newborn foal trying to walk. Even though he was sitting down, he tried to look confident and strong, even though he was having an internal panic inside. Sunny wanted every pony to try something she's always loved as a foal, besides reading and knowing about the ponies of olden times. In order for her smoothie delivery rounds to be quick so they won't be warm when they are delivered, she would roller skate her way around town. It was something she loved to do when she was a filly with her dad. She would wear her fake wings and horn and pretend to be the famous Princess of Friendship, flying through the sky and touching the clouds. Now she had some ponies to share her hobby with, and she wasn't going to let that opportunity go to waste. She found some extra gear and modified the straps to fit her friends, even drilling a hole in one of the helmets for Izzy's head. Is the sheriff worried about his dignity and public image as a noble and brave pony of Maritime Bay? Came the teasing question from Zip. She was strapping on her own 4 skates, her helmet and leg pads already in position. No! Hitch gulped and puffed his chest out in an attempt to be brave. I'm just worried about the wheels against the cobbled stone. Just the wheels on the cobbled stone, that's all. Doubt it, Zip countered. I wonder if Maritime Bay's sheriff is afraid of getting so injured that he won't be able to carry out his duties for tomorrow. No idea what you're talking about. Zip rolled her eyes and looked at her sister. Pip already had a gear on, her mane tucked neatly under her helmet. Before putting on her skates, she snuck out her phone and took some selfies for her fellow fans. It will be great for my next story on Pony Book about what I did today, was all Pip said before strapping into her skates. Don't worry, I bet this will be tons of fun. Izzy, being herself, was already circling the 4 ponies. She strapped herself in and made it look easy, as if she had been skating ever since her foalhood. Izzy was a pony full of surprises. Why are you so nervous anyway? Zip turned to the sheriff. You and Sunny knew each other since you were foals. Did you skate together? Like, all the time? Hitch was too busy wanting to learn how to make Pegasus traps and unicorn mine-proof helmets. Sunny chuckled. True, Hitch smiled sheepishly, though I must admit I'm interested to see where this will go. That's the spirit! Izzy encouraged, still circling the four of them. Sunny, being the most experienced, rose to a Hooves and was perfectly balanced on all four hooves. Hitch rose shakily off the ground next, legs spread wide as he tried to maintain his balance. Zip and Pip both used their wings to balance themselves so to not fall over. "We're going to take this nice and easy." Sunny smiled encouragingly at her friends. "I think of it as 3 simple steps in a cycle." She skated in front of the group for a demonstration. "First you push yourself off with a back hoof kick." She used one of her hind legs to push away from the ground. "Then you reach forward with your strongest side. For me, it's my right side." She reached out her right foreleg towards the ground. Once you touch the ground, you pull yourself in to complete the cycle. With her right foreleg now touching the ground, she pulled herself in and gradually came to a stop. The rest of them, instead of Izzy, who was admiring the gear, listened to every word with extreme focus. "Now you all try it together. I won't laugh, I promise," Sunny said confidently as the others looked down at the ground with extreme concentration. They all pushed with a back leg, reaching forward with a stride until their front hoof touched the ground and pulled themselves back in. Sunny smiled at the group's effort. "Great job, every pony!" She smiled. "Now let's roll out." "Wait, now!" Hitch shouted in shock. "My deliveries won't deliver themselves, you know." "Yes, but..." "And I think a Hooves on experience is the perfect way for you all to find your rhythm." Sunny smiled slyly. The group looked at each other with nervous faces, except for Izzy, who was smiling with excitement. "Now, come on, I just received a large order of smoothies that I need to do." With that, she bolted down the path of her lighthouse towards the town centre. The others looked at each other, sighed and shrugged and looked down at their hooves. They all sped down the hill, trying to keep up with Sunny, yet not lose their balance and fall over. Izzy was the quickest as she tried to keep up with Sunny. She would occasionally lose her balance, but she soon got into the rhythm of things and was catching up to the orange pony. Zip and Pip weren't too far behind. They were still using their wings to keep their balance, but they were beginning to be used less and less as they learnt the steps and were now happily enjoying their time skating. A small sibling rivalry developed as they began speeding down the dirt path and towards the concrete and cobblestone roads of Maritime Bay. And then there was Hitch. He got the technique under his badge, but grace and style had some room for improvement. He was the equivalent of a flamingo in ice. His front and hind legs shook with nerves as he made his way down the winding road towards the town. To save what little dignity he had, he tried not to scream in panic. Sunny skidded to a halt outside a stall where her cart of deliveries were waiting for her. She looked behind her to see her 4 friends coming down the road. Izzy skidded to a halt, finishing off with her signature "Ta-da!" and a wave of her hoof, managing to stay nicely balanced on 3 hooves and wheels. "Now this is how a unicorn skates!" she cheered triumphantly. Pip and Zip followed closely behind her, both with smiles on their faces as they managed to stop next to Izzy on time. "That was so much fun!" Pip squealed with joy. "Definitely as fun as flying." Zip flexed her wings and legs. It was then that Sunny noticed some stallion was missing. "Wait, where's Hitch?" Sunny asked. Zip and her sister turned around to find that their friend was missing. It was a loud stallion scream from the top of the hill that alerted the 4 mares that some pony was coming towards them. They looked up and their eyes widened at the sight coming towards them. Hitch had his legs scrambling around at every angle as he raced towards the group, kicking up a cloud of dust from behind him. He had long forgotten not to scream, and now howling in terror as the town approached him. "Pull to brake! Pull to brake!" Sunny tried to get his attention, but panic flooded Hitch's mind. "Oh, my stars! Every pony take cover!" Zip and Pip spread their wings and quickly took to the air, while Izzy and Sunny took a step back, just in time as Hitch zoomed past them. He only managed to stop when his front hoof caught the other, causing him to fall forward. A bush broke his fall and prevented him from hitting the cobbled stone with full force. The 4 of them raced to see if their friend was okay. "Hitch?" Zip tried to hide her laughter. You okay, Sheriff?
No.
Came the muffled response from the bush. Hitch's hind legs was the only thing pointing out. Oh dear, Sunny gasped. What have you hurt?
My pride.
Hitch grumbled from underneath the greenery. That set every pony off, and all 4 mares burst into a fit of giggles. Izzy used her magic to levitate Hitch out of the bush, and Sunny dusted her friend off.
Now, I regret you not teaching me how to do this when we were foals.
Hitch moaned as he shook his head to clear his mane of any dirt.
Seriously, these need a license or something.
Cheer up, Sheriff. Sunny nudged her friend in a comforting manner. Trust me, I've lost count on how many street lamps I've crashed into, hedges I found myself in, and muddled puddles I fell in before I became good at skating. I think over time you will get the hang of it.
I think not.
Hitch chuckled sheepishly.
I will think of something to help improve skating though. Maybe invest in some skating lanes or something safe.
This is so stylish though, Pip said as she skated a few paces forward, managing to get her phone with a wing, and began taking selfies as she skated down the road.
Pip,
I don't think that's a good... Zip warned, but it was too late. Pip was unaware that a street lamp was right in front of her, and her muzzle came into contact with a smack. She fell forward, rubbing her muzzle.
Okay, new law, Hitch shouted out. Don't use your phone while skating.
Agreed. Pip winced as Zip skated towards her and helped her up. Well, this has been eventful, Izzy contemplated out loud, earning a nod from Sunny. She was now strapping herself onto her smoothie cart and looking at the list of deliveries. Why don't we all take it nice and slow and go make sure these orders are delivered? Sunny suggested to the 4 of them. Pip and Zip skating back to rejoin the group. I could do with some company on my rounds. Maybe we can skate around town so you can get used to it more, and Hitch and I can show you around. The group agreed, and they followed Sunny as she went to do her job. Izzy was looking forward to actually greeting the ponies and not scaring them away like last time. Residents would do a double take when they saw the local sheriff on roller skates. Hitch tried to look professional while skating, but came off with awkward smiles and waves. Pip and Zip would do a mix of flying and then skating, feeling the air between their feathers and wheels turning on the ground. Hitch just watched his steps, occasionally falling behind to remember the steps. It took the whole afternoon, but eventually Sunny's orders began to die down, and now they were looking out across the sea, drinking their own cups of smoothies. So then, every pony, Sunny finished her cup as the sun began to set. How did every pony find their first experience of skating? It was so much fun! Izzy exclaimed out loud. We definitely have to try it again sometime. That was definitely an experience, Zip acknowledged. I would love to want to give it another go, Pip added, and not use my phone while skating. What about you, Hitch? Sunny turned to the stallion, a smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. Hitch chuckled as he finished the last of his drink.
Well, it may not be my cup of tea, but there's always next time, right?
A round of laughter went around the group. Baby steps, Hitch, baby steps. Sunny reassured her friend with a pat on the back. Sunny Sparkle by Misty Bright Dawn. The beautiful warm sun shines on Maritime Bay, creating a beautiful spring morning for its citizens. Every pony can be seen slowly waking up to start their day, to get to their daily chores and to begin school. Among them is a small earth pony with purple mane who goes by Sunny Star Scout. About a year ago, Sunny reunited the 3 pony nations, Earth, Pegasi and Unicorn. She helped to return magic back to Equestria, and in return, she made some friends herself. Sunny, along with her foalhood friend, Hitch Trailblazer, formed friendships with the unicorn Izzy Moonbow, and twins Pip and Zip. Sunny eventually came out of her room and sat down at the breakfast table. Her friends were busy today, so none of them gathered around the table with her. She got up from her seat and decided to make the beloved breakfast pancakes herself. As she was gathering ingredients for the batter in the kitchen, Sunny's eyes fell upon an old photo of her father, taken when she was a filly. She held it to her hoop and looked at it longingly. "Dad, I wish you were still here," Sunny said to herself. She continues what she's doing. After she's gathered milk, the box of pancake mix, eggs and a cup of water, she begins to pour each ingredient into a bowl, one by one. Once she mixed the ingredients to its desired texture, she mixed it twice more to rid of the slight batter lumps. She already set aside the pan for the pancakes, and while gathering ingredients earlier, Sunny turned on the heat to the stove to preheat the pan. These pancakes are going to smell good," she said with glee. The pancake eventually heated up a few seconds later, so she was able to pour in 2 imperfect circles of batter at a time. Noticing how imperfect the shape was, Sunny gave a little chuckle. She decides to use the rest of the batter, hoping to make enough pancakes for her friends later during the day. When she was done using up all of the batter, she continued to flip pancakes until she could flip no more. After spending half an hour prepping pancakes, she eventually gathers all the fully prepared goodies and wraps them in clear food wrap. "This should keep it nice and fresh," Sunny said to herself. She then sets the pancakes into the fridge immediately to take out for later. After a satisfying breakfast for herself, she heads down to the next part of her house to explore, the rooms. Near Sunny's room, there was a bigger room once belonging to her father a few years ago. Sunny went into her father's old dusty room and slowly opened the rather worn down door with her hoop. The room was full of notebooks, including maps and signs of old Equestria. Sunny and her father used to always research about the Equestria's past and what happened to the friendships among the pony folk. Unfortunately, they never came to any conclusion, making Sunny depressed. Sunny looked at the faded photo of her father, one taken on his wedding day. The photo was so old that she could not make out her father's face, even the pony next to him. As she looked at the photo closely, a thought came to Sunny's mind. Who was my mother? How come I don't know anything about her? Thinking about this made Sunny sadder and more confused. I must go someplace else to think this over. Being here in my father's room won't help. She gathered her saddlebag, fills it with her main essentials and heads out the door. Sunny then closes the door behind her after making her exit. A little later, Sunny arrives at the porch overlooking the clear blue sea. The cool spring breeze was blowing in her face as the sound of the sea waves calmed Sunny's mind. As she closed her eyes to enjoy the euphoria for a second, she opens her eyes to a sudden purple light in the distance. Sunny jumps in surprise as she observes the purple light covering the entire bay. The purple aura eventually envelops together into the form of a tall alicorn. The sight of the aura was heavenly. Sunny couldn't believe who she was seeing directly in front of her. It was the former princess of Equestria, Twilight Sparkle. Princess Twilight Sparkle? Sunny gasped. The one and only, the purple alicorn replied. You must be Sunny Starscout, I presume. Princess Twilight then walks closer to Sunny. A strange shock comes to her. How did my own role model know my name all this time? She's never even met me. Sunny replied to Twilight in a shy tone. Yes, I'm Sunny, but how do you know my name? Twilight just smiled. I knew your mother, Sunny. When I saw your appearance from afar earlier by the bay, I had a feeling you looked a lot like her. Sunny looked at Twilight dumbfounded. You knew my mother? But how? The princess took a deep breath. I knew all the guardians of the 3 crystals. Your mother was one of them, Sunny. Twilight continued her sentence. She was a very kind pony and a very beautiful unicorn. Sunny was speechless. My mother was a unicorn? Twilight answered her with a slight chuckle. Yes, Sunny. Is that why my father didn't tell me anything about my mother? Was he ashamed to admit it because they were two different species? I always knew she was from Bridalwood. Is that why she sent me to live in Maritime Bay with my father? Because I was born an earth pony? Thoughts of hatred filled Sunny's whole being, but the princess's answer was the only thing that could calm her down. Twilight gently put a hoof on Sunny's shoulder to reassure her. You're right about one thing. You're no ordinary horse. You're an alicorn now. Those words almost calmed Sunny. I need to know. You said my mother was one of the 3 guardians of the crystal, right? Twilight nodded as she placed a hoof off of Sunny's shoulder. Yes, Sunny. After the separation of Pegasi, Unicorn and Earth Ponies, I had no choice but to choose a guardian for each of the crystals. But because the guardians were not eternal, a replacement had to be chosen. One of them was your mother, Sunny. The spiritual holographic form of Princess Twilight slowly begins to fade. Princess, why are you disappearing? Every word Twilight tried to say slowly became fainter. I don't have much time left, Sunny. Take care of yourself. Be careful of any negative thoughts and energies you may encounter. Villains will do anything to make you lose your character and be able to infiltrate you. Look out for Izzy. Twilight Sparkle's face became pale. No, Princess, don't go. Please tell me who this villain is. What happened in Equestria's past? Why should I take care of Izzy? Please don't go. Who am I? Princess, please, I have so many questions. All Sunny could hear was the princess's face give her a faint whisper. You must discover yourself, Sunny. Not everything is supposed to be known. Sometimes you must research the unknown to reach the unknown. You are now a new guardian of the crystal. Find yourself, Sunny. Sunny Sparkle. The princess's face completely disappeared and Sunny was left alone on the porch. The events of today left her mind clouded. Whatever Twilight told her, it was going to be a lot to think about. But all of this would become clear over time, and all Sunny needed was a little patience. As Sunny was staring into space, some pony's hoof tapped her, bringing her back to reality. Hey Sunny, we're done with our task for this morning. Let's go over to your place and eat those pancakes, Zip said. Zip, along with Pip and Izzy, trotted off to Sunny's house for breakfast. A little later, they arrived at Sunny's place and gathered around the breakfast table. The smell of pancakes filled the whole room. Today's morning was sure an eventful one. Or is it? A few kilometres away, on the other side of the old fences, was the old city of Canterlot. Next to the ivy-coloured palace was a stained glass window containing a purple unicorn with a cream mane, along with a pink unicorn beside the alicorn. It was a work of glass, a work of art that might reveal all things, all the secrets of Equestria. Meanwhile, in a dark palace located near a valley, there lived a blue unicorn and a purple alicorn who had seen everything and heard everything that happened from a bird's eye view. One day I will become powerful, Sunny. You will see, and all of Equestria will kneel before me, and I will finally rule above all. As the young blue unicorn watched her adoptive mother, a sinister laugh echoed the room. Would her mother manage to rule Equestria one day? Would she finally be able to get her cutie mark? Why did the mother of this blue unicorn show herself to Sunny? All these questions occupied Misty's mind. All secrets will be revealed one day, and nothing will ever remain behind the scenes. This was something Misty knew, and was waiting to find the answers to her questions.
ocean flying above the sun. Can't see myself, can't see no one.
My Little Pony Figure by Buck Swisher. 2-0. Hold this, L-man. Come on, dude. Nope, you gotta close up. See you tomorrow. Jay sighed as he watched his co-worker leave. It was 10 PM and wasn't supposed to be his day to close up, but it was now, given he had just smoked 2 games of rock, paper, scissors. It had really been a stupid decision. Deciding to put the most taxing work first, he grabbed a broom from the supply closet and went around the store, sweeping up the crap of the day that had been left on the floor. After sweeping up a large and rather thick dust bunny, he put away the broom and started checking the aisles for loose and damaged products. The dollar store that Jay Alexander worked at was fairly small. He wasn't paid a lot, even though he spent more of his day working than at his leisure. It wasn't a lot of money, but it was enough. Jay reminded himself of this as he checked aisle after aisle, ensuring no products had been opened or improperly replaced. He was going through one of the last aisles, closer to the counter, when he spotted something sitting on the shelf. He went over to it and recognized it as one of the new My Little Pony toys. They had been selling surprisingly well recently. This particular toy appeared to be a purple unicorn. It wasn't in any sort of packaging, which puzzled Jay. He wondered how it could have ended up sitting solo on the shelf while every other toy had apparently been sold. Shrugging to himself, he was about to dispose of the toy when a thought struck him. He whipped out his phone and checked his calendar. His friend's little sister had a birthday coming up, and Jay had promised to buy a gift. He had mainly said it to sound like a solid friend, because he wasn't sure he had the money for whatever the hell little kids wanted in 2021. He knew it would be cheesy, but this toy could save him time and money, which was a huge help. If the kid didn't like it, he could play it off. He had only met her once, so he didn't really know her. After a minute or so, Jay made up his mind. "Screw it," he said, pocketing the small pony figure. When he got home, Jay flipped on the TV. It had been a long day, and it felt extremely good to be able to relax. When he got home from work, he liked to flip through the channels and forget about his problems for a bit while he let the screen rot his brain. Today he decided to watch a baseball game. After a while, Jay's thoughts returned to the toy from the store. He took the pony figure out of his pocket and examined it. The unicorn had a blue mane that ended in a purple slightly darker than its coat. Turning it over, he noticed a name in tiny print on the bottom of one of its hooves. It read, Izzy Moonbow. Setting the figure down on the table in front of him, he stared at it for a moment. Izzy Moonbow, he said aloud. Huh. Turning his attention back to the baseball game, Jay stared up at the TV as the tiny pony figure suddenly turned to face him. Then it spoke. "Hi, new friend," came a voice. Jay jumped, expecting to see a person standing before him. After a moment or so, he noticed the pony figure on his coffee table, which was now staring up at him. He jumped again. "Jesus," he said, getting up and moving quickly behind the couch. "You can talk?" "Yup," said the tiny pony happily. "What?" Jay could hardly think of anything to say, as if his brain had momentarily frozen. "I'm Izzy," the figure continued. "What's your name?" It pointed a hoof up at him. Jay's brain worked furiously. There was a pony toy on his coffee table, speaking to him. It was alive, and it was talking to him. This was not supposed to be happening. It took a moment for Jay to accept this. He knew he wasn't hallucinating or dreaming, so it had to be real. Calming down, he took a deep breath. "Jay," he said. "My name's Jay." "Hi, Jay," said Izzy happily. "You're not crazy," Jay thought. "This is real. That thing's alive." He couldn't help but wonder if Izzy coming to life had anything to do with him speaking her name. He was pulled from his thoughts as Izzy began to prance around the coffee table, inspecting the items on it. "Oh," she said, staring into the screen of his iPhone. "I can see my face!" Jay couldn't help but laugh. After all the crap he had been through this past week, it felt good to have something to smile about, let alone laugh about. He watched as Izzy continued to comment on all the things surrounding her, wondering what he was going to do with this little pony. My little pony, he thought. How ironic. Out of curiosity, Jay withdrew a marble from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. "Oh, what's this?" Izzy chirped, attempting to grab it with her tiny hooves. It made Jay smile to watch Izzy chase the marble as it rolled around the table, continuously escaping her grasp. After a while, a question popped into his head. "Izzy, do you have a home?" he asked. At these words, Izzy stopped, her ears drooping slightly, and looked up at Jay. "No," she said. "No pony's ever taken me home before." Ignoring the improper address, Jay thought back to how he had seen her sitting on the shelf alone. Presumably, no one had bothered with her given she wasn't in a package. She had probably been considered unworthy of spending money on by anyone who visited the aisle. Jay felt a sudden rush of sympathy for the pony. Before he could respond, however, Izzy's face lit back up. "This could be my home," she said, looking around. In that moment, Jay only knew one thing to say. "Sure," he replied. "This could be your home." He paused for a moment to think about how crazy he must look, sitting there talking to a miniature horse that was once again prancing around his coffee table, humming to itself. He sighed. He was going to have to think of a way to keep this from his friends, as it would not bode well for him if it was revealed that he had a pony toy as a companion. Although he had likely just made the day of the pony standing before him, he had a lot of things on his mind that were beginning to make this moment less enjoyable. It must have shown in his expression because Izzy inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Jay said idly. "It's just some stuff I have to deal with later." The stuff happened to be the bills he was undoubtedly going to receive, which was stressing him out. He had barely made enough money at the dollar store to keep the lights on and food on the table, and the bills were continuously wearing his bank account thin. He wanted to force a smile to bring Izzy to a new subject, but couldn't bring himself to do it. "Oh, it'll be okay," she said, giving him a sincere smile. "Thanks, Izzy, but it can be hard to deal with certain things." Jay trailed off, unwilling to say the word alone. "You won't be alone," said Izzy, much to Jay's surprise. "You've got me now." Jay could never have explained how a tiny pony on his coffee table had understood the one word he had admitted. It made him feel like he had a true friend, one that he could confide in more than the ones he had at work or outside of it. It wasn't a feeling he could explain. He just knew that he trusted Izzy with everything he told her. "Thanks," Jay said again, giving her a sincere smile, something he had not shed in a long time. The unicorn beamed at him. "Well," Jay concluded, leaning back onto the couch. His heart felt much lighter. "It was nice to talk to you, Izzy. Just wanted you to know that." He glanced back down on the coffee table, and his heart gave a small jolt. Izzy was stationary on the coffee table, nothing but a toy. Jay Alexander was not crazy. But as he sat there, blinking at the toy that had just been talking to him, he wondered if he really was losing it. In a somewhat desperate attempt to justify his sanity, he searched his memories for the moment when Izzy had first talked. At that moment, he had in the back of his mind, suspecting that it had something to do with him saying her name aloud. But what could he have said that ended their conversation? Jay had felt better, more complete, and then he had looked down to see a toy again. He wondered if it was because of this feeling that Izzy had returned to her inanimate state. He had felt like he had nothing more to talk about, like he could just enjoy the rest of his day free of stress. But now that he was alone again, every problem on his mind returning. He pushed the negatives out of his mind. This pony toy was an anomaly, and he felt resigned to understanding it. He picked up the figure and inspected it again. Then, with his mind made up, he set it back down on the table. "Izzy Moonbow," he said aloud. "Hi," the small figure chirped, having been brought to life by the sound of her name yet again. "Wait, so when I say your name you come to life?" Jay asked. "Yup," she replied happily. "Pretty cool, huh? You can talk to me whenever you want." On the word whenever, Izzy extended a hoof outwards for emphasis. "Wow," Jay said softly. He had never heard of such a phenomenon before, and it seemed completely alien to him. "So what makes you turn back into a toy? Is it just when I'm not talking to you?" Izzy put a hoof to her chin. "Huh? I don't know, actually. Maybe." "Well, in any case," said Jay, looking around, "you want to see your new home?" "Oh, yes!" said Izzy with an excited hop. Jay never tried to think himself unhinged for talking to what was supposed to be a toy. Izzy Moonbow brought company into his life, company that had made everything from his shitty job at the dollar store to the overwhelming bills a little bit more bearable. He would even be able to call Izzy his best friend. With time, of course. A Cold and Stormy Night by Winterstormed. Sunny Star Scout could not believe she agreed to spend a night in jail. Maybe she was distracted because she was so happy at the time. Star Scout, along with her new friends, brought friendship and harmony once more to the 3 pony races. Or it could have also been because she was not paying attention to Hitch while he was talking to her. Honestly, you could not blame her. She was having so much fun with her spectral horns and wings, she just simply nodded her head and took off, with Pip and Zip. She only realised her mistake after every pony was starting to leave. Zip and Pip went back to their mother Queen Haven to Zephyr Heights, though they promised they will be coming back soon to visit. Izzy did the same, but reminded her of what she unwittingly agreed to. "Goodbye, Izzy. I will be waiting for your visit," Sunny said as she hugged the purple unicorn. "You can count on that," giggled Izzy. "Just as Pip and Zip said, we will be back soon." "Yeah, I know." Sunny was already missing her friends. "You should be going, Sunny. The sun is down. You promised Hitch that you would be there before the moon rises." Izzy broke from the hug confused. "What promise?" Izzy giggled. "You do not remember? Hitch was talking about your prison sentence." Sunny's eyes widened. "What? He said you broke a lot of bylaws on the day of our escape and some other stuff I could not understand. Originally your prison sentence was 2 years. Sunny's jaw dropped. "But he managed to make it only 1 night in prison." Sunny sighed in relief, but only to realise she will still have to spend a night in jail. Eventually Sunny and Izzy hugged one more time and parted ways. Ugh! Sunny kicked a stone in her path as she headed to the sheriff's office. Hitch and his dumb laws! Eventually she made it to Sheriff Hitch's office. "Sunny," said Hitch cheerfully, "I was about to get some..." "Sunny?" Sunny was not in the mood for his donut cravings. "Can we just get this over and done with?" she said irritably as she headed towards the cell. Hitch looked at Sunny with a puzzled expression. "Why are you upset?" Sunny scowled. "No, Hitch," she said sarcastically. "I'm peachy. Going to spend my night in jail is what I've dreamed my whole life. Hitch frowned. You were okay with it when I told earlier on with the rest of the gang. That's because I was not paying attention. The sheriff shrugged. Oh well, either way, you were going to spend some time in jail for all those bylaws you broke. For good reason, interjected Sunny. How were I and Izzy to... Hitch waved her off. That is not the point. The law is the law. I know you brought the 3 races together and all of that, but the fact still stands that you broke the numerous bylaws. Your sentence was 2 years, but because you did it for a noble cause and you are my friend, I reduced it to 1 day. You have to be punished. No pony is above the law, and I will not be able to sleep at night, guilty for not upholding the law. There were tears in Hitch's eyes as his hoof was placed to his heart. Sunny was not amused. Gee, I hope my time in jail will give peace of mind to sleep, Hitch. Hitch, of course, did not pick up the tone of her voice. Thank you for understanding, Sunny. As he wiped his tears. Now, I will be right back. It's donut time, said Hitch gleefully. Do not worry, Sunny. I will bring you one, he said as he left. Sunny sighed in frustration in her cell as he left. She looked at her cell. It was bare, an empty room, a stark contrast to the one Izzy and she was in back in Zephyr Heights. Her ears pricked at the sound of thunder and the patter of rain. She muttered in irritation. She forgot what the weather forecast was tonight. Sunny shivered as the wind blew through the tiny window in her cell. It was getting cold. Where am I going to sleep? Thought Sunny. Is this part of my punishment? Sunny's thoughts were broken as the doors swung open, revealing a slightly wet Hitch. I cannot believe I forgot about the weather, muttered Hitch. And the donut shop was closed too. Hitch? Yes, Sunny? Where am I going to sleep? Hitch snorted. On a bed, of course. This cell is empty, Hitch. No, it is... What the hey? Said Hitch in surprise, looking at the cell and the scowling bear in it. Is this my punishment? No, said Hitch quickly. I forgot that the cell's furniture was removed for repairs. I am sorry. Sunny took a deep breath. He was being sincere. Can I just go home? It may be partially destroyed, but the bottom part is still intact and... No, Sunny. It is raining pretty hard and the winds are howling. It is too dangerous to go outside, said Hitch as he dug behind his table looking for something. Here you go, revealing a thin mattress, pillow and blanket. I'm sorry, Sunny, Hitch said once again. It's fine, yawned Sunny as she laid down on the mattress with Hitch covering her. That was when Sunny realized something as Hitch was leaving. Hitch, where are you going to sleep? I will be sleeping at my desk, said Hitch, chuckling. Do not worry, I am used to it. Sometimes I review cases into the night, and I eventually fall asleep on my desk. Sunny looked at the bottom of the blanket, revealing Hitch's initials. Liar! He gave me his bed. Sunny looked guilty at Hitch as he was about to leave the cell. Hitch? The sheriff turned around. Yes, Sunny? Sunny's cheeks turned red. Do you want to share the bed with me? It was Hitch's turn for his cheeks to turn red. No, it's fine, Sunny. I can totally... This is your bed, said Sunny. Please, I insist. Hitch did not know what to do, his brain malfunctioning. Eventually he formulated a response. Okay, said Hitch as he slowly walked towards the makeshift bed, laying down next to Sunny, their muzzles inches away from each other. Hitch stayed at the edge of the bed as Sunny turned around, feeling tired. Hitch turned around as well. He did not sleep. The sound of thunder and the patter of the rain was too much for him, coupled with the fact that his best friend was in the same bed as him. He felt something poke in his back. Hitch? He turned around. Sunny was shivering badly. He was used to the cold nights since the office was badly insulated, but Sunny's house... In fact, every pony in Maritime Bay had insulated houses. Do you have an extra blanket? Chattered Sunny. Hitch shook his head. Sorry, Sunny, this is the only one. Sunny's cheeks became red once more. Can I hold you? Pardon me? The blushing Hitch said. I mean, can I come closer to you? You know, for body heat? Okay, said Hitch as he turned around once more. Hitch felt Sunny as she scooted closer to him, touching his fur. He could feel her breathing on his neck. For the next hour, Hitch stared at the floor. He definitely could not sleep now. His best friend was sleeping with him. His chest was feeling warm and fuzzy too for some reason. It was a nice feeling though. Whoa! Hitch felt two Hooves wrap around his stomach, pulling him towards Sunny, her muzzle buried in his neck. Sunny? No answer. She is asleep. For the next 2 hours, Hitch tried to get out of Sunny's grip. Without much luck, she held him even tighter and entwined her back legs with his. Hitch gave up. Boy, does he have a lot to explain in the morning. As he was falling asleep in Sunny's embrace, he felt a slight pain in his right ear. He yelped as it pained a little harder. Sunny was nibbling his ear. Hitch tried to escape. No pony knows that Hitch's most sensitive part of his body is his ears. Hitch tried to stop the moans coming from his mouth. This night is a nightmare. Eventually, the sleeping Sunny stopped. My teddy bear, giggled the sleeping Sunny. Hitch blushed when she said that, the warm feeling in his chest growing. Eventually, he fell off to sleep.
I'm holding on to somebody like you. You're here in every melody that I sing. I'm returning the table. I refuse to let you in. Unfold from my mind, I don't want you near. If you killed me with kindness, I no longer feel you near. You fall into someone new. A feathered heart forgets everything that's true. It's like I ran into 1,000 shades of blue. Why am I holding on to somebody like you?
Sunny yawned as she lazily opened her eyes. What a wonderful sleep. Hey, Hitch? The words died in Sunny's throat as she realized she was holding something. Some pony. Arg! Yelped Sunny as she fell off the bed. She stared at the still sleeping Hitch. Would he? No, I was holding him, not the other way around. Sunny sighed a breath of relief. He probably did not notice. Thank God no pony was. Hi, Sunny! Ah! Sunny jumped in fright. Izzy, her cheeks turning red. What are you doing here? Izzy giggled as she hopped around Sunny. I told you I'll be visiting soon. When did you arrive? Asked Sunny nervously. Izzy tilted her head. When I arrived here in Maritime Bay? Or when I came inside Hitch's office? Sunny gulped. When did you come here in Hitch's office? Oh, about 10 minutes ago. Does that mean... Izzy grinned. Yup, you were literally embracing him like he's your... Sunny quickly stopped Izzy from speaking. Shh! Hitch must not find out. Any pony for that matter. Izzy looked at Sunny, puzzled. Why? I thought you two were having some alone time. No, I was feeling cold and... So you don't have feelings for him? No, I mean... The two mares stopped talking as they hear a yawn coming from the bed. What a night, yawned Hitch as he turned around, raising an eyebrow at Izzy. Are you not supposed to be in Bridlewood? I came for visiting. Sorry for disturbing you guys. I will meet you all at Sunny's place. And with that, she hopped away. Sunny and Hitch looked at each other, blushing. They immediately began to speak at the same time. About last night. They chuckled nervously. You go first, said Hitch. I just wanted to say thank you for keeping me warm last night and showing kindness to me, Sunny said, blushing. No problem, Sunny. I will always be there for you, smiled Hitch. Sunny's heart was beating faster. Always be there for you? Hey, Sonny? Sonny shook her head as she saw Hitch already moving towards the door. Let us go and get some breakfast. I'm starving. Sonny smiled. Right behind you, as she walked towards him. Hitch? Yes, Sonny? You wanted to say something earlier about last night? Hitch blushed. I'll tell you later. Let us get breakfast. Fine by me.
You falling with someone new. A feathered heart forgets everything that's true. Feels like I ran into 1,000 shades of blue. Why am I holding on to somebody like you? You falling, you falling, you falling. Why am I holding on to somebody like you?
Unicorns Do Not Eat Earth Ponies by Winterstormed. Sprout sighed in relief as he plopped back into his chair. The air conditioning unit was heavy, but he managed to install it all on his own and even managed to do it before breakfast. Now he had the whole police station for the day. Hitch was busy with some errands outside Maritime Bay, something to do with a missing cat. Sprout huffed at the thought. Sheriff Hitch, Maritime Bay's hero. The sheriff, along with his friends, vanquished Emperor Sprout. He winced at the memories surfacing when he heard the foals playing the other day. Those 3 days after his reign as emperor were horrible, every pony looking at him like a mouldy hay sandwich. It slowly died though, when Hitch vouched for him to hold onto his position as deputy sheriff, albeit without 3 months' pay for the damage he caused during his short reign. For that he was grateful. Not that Hitch needed to know. Not to his face anyway. Sprout looked at the small pile before him. It was the last bit he had to do. After that he could just relax. But where can he relax? He cannot go home. It got taken away from him, since he could not afford to pay his rent. He's been staying with his mummy since then. Obviously his mummy's house was out of the options. He definitely could not go out to eat or be seen in public. He still gets a few glances from ponies. Sprout yawned. Oh well, sleeping in the police station it is. Again. The sound of the door opening awoke the irritated Sprout. Sorry, Civvy, Sprout said, not bothering to open his eyes. The station is closed until Sheriff Hitch returns. Oh! Sonny said Hitch would be here. Sprout inwardly groaned. Great, some pony who is a friend of Sonny. Wait a minute, where did I hear that voice before? Sprout slowly raised an eyelid. A purple mare was looking around the office, searching for something as she looked around Hitch's desk and files. Meh, not my desk, not my problem. Hitch, are you in here? Said the mare as she looked into a wastebasket. Maybe I should do something before this gets out of hoof. Sprout sighed as he awoke from his seat. I am sorry, ma'am, but the sheriff is working on a case at the moment. If you want, you can make an appointment for tomorrow, or you can... Oh no, this cannot be happening. Sprout looked in horror as the purple mare turned around. She was a unicorn, and not just any unicorn, it was the unicorn, the one that came to Maritime Bay and ruined everything. The purple mare tilted her head as she gave a soft giggle. Does your face always look like a frowny face? Or are you just having a bad day? Sprout clenched his teeth. You have no idea. I might have, Sprout. Sprout blinked. Did she just read my mind? Nah, I'm sorry, Lizzie. Izzy. Whatever, I don't care what your name is. As for Sheriff, he is suddenly gallivanting in the grasslands looking for an elusive cat. This was getting on his nerves. Hitch always got everything. He was sheriff, got his own calendars, and all the mares swooned around him whenever he walked, and now even the unicorn mares were at him. Probably to eat him. Unicorns were known to eat earth ponies. Hello? Equestria to Sprout? Sprout shook his head, dispelling his thoughts of his very lucky friend.
What? Why are you still here?
Izzy giggled as she magically closed the door behind her, locking it. Obviously, Sprout did not notice. Well, you see, the reason why I came here to talk to Hitch was about what he and Sunny experienced a week ago in here. Sprout was confused. He knew Sunny had to spend a night in jail for all the bylaws she broke. He wished he was there to see it, but was unable to as he was cleaning the mess he made during his reign as Emperor. What did they experience?
If you want to spend some time in jail, I would happily.
Izzy smiled, trying not to giggle as she approached the deputy sheriff. No, silly. Because of the cold, Hitch and Sunny had to share a bed in one of the cells and ended up cuddling up with one another. Sunny said it was the most amazing experience. Sprout was not surprised. From foalhood, he figured those two would become a couple, and he would become the third wheel. Well, that was a wrong guess. He was more of a sixth wheel now, and Sunny probably despises him for destroying her home. Sprout sighed as he went back to his chair.
Let me guess, you wanted to cuddle with Hitch to experience what Sunny experienced.
Yes, but since he is not here, my plan has changed. I have decided I would cuddle with you. Sprout stopped in his tracks. What did she just say?
Nope, hell no, I am not cuddling with a unicorn, especially her!
Sprout immediately felt something wash over him. Magic? Let go of me! I am not cuddling with you! Help! Some pony help me! Izzy giggled. I already enchanted the whole police station, so we have all the privacy. Sprout tried to squirm as Izzy levitated him into the cell, closing the gate behind her, locking it and throwing the key far away. Calm down, Sprout. A cuddle will help relieve your stress and tiredness.
I am not stressed, nor am I tired.
Sprout backed away from Izzy slowly. She might try to eat him. Izzy gave him a toothy grin. "Aw, I do not bite," said the purple mare as she walked closer to Sprout. Sprout felt the wall against his back, trapped.
Yes, you do. Unicorns are known for their carnivorous appetite.
Izzy frowned. That is not true. We are ponies just like you. Sprout scoffed at that. Yeah, right. Sprout's eyes were shut. She was inches away from him. He could tell by the feeling of warm breath hitting on his face. It smelt nice. Snap out of it. Any moment now. She is going to eat you. Sprout immediately felt something on his ear. She was eating him from the top. Sprout opened his eyes, confused. Was she nibbling his ears?
What are you doing?
Izzy looked at him, confused as well. Hitch said Sunny nibbled his ear, and it was the most blissful moment of his life.
That was too much information. Look here, unicorn. If you want to eat me, then eat me. Just get it over and done with.
Sprout was shivering with fear.
Do unicorns play with their food before eating it?
Izzy looked offended. She was offended. Izzy looked offended. She was offended. We do not eat ponies! Sprout looked at her as she raised her voice, terrified as ever as he tried to make a run for it, only for Izzy to pounce on him. Sprout looked at the unicorn on top of him. He could see the determination in her eyes. I will prove to you unicorns do not eat ponies, and you will have no choice but to agree with me, she declared. Immediately, Izzy started to nibble his ears again, and then his cheek.
Is she proving to me unicorns do not eat ponies by biting me?
Or, where is your sensitive spot?
Sensitive spot?
Sprout began to moan.
What the hey?
Izzy smiled victoriously as she puffed her cheeks. Found it! She was nibbling his neck. Sprout tried his best not to moan, but he could not help himself. He was in bliss.
Stop it!
Izzy giggled. Then first admit unicorns do not eat ponies.
Never!
Izzy began to nibble his neck even more, ignoring his cries for mercy until eventually,
Fine, unicorns do not eat ponies. Please stop.
Sprout gasped. Izzy came off him. See, was that hard? Sprout sighed as he stood up.
I'm just glad that this horrifying experience is over.
Did you not at least enjoy it? Hitch said. Sprout lost it.
I don't care what Hitch said. If you love him so much, go be with him. I despised every moment of this, every moment with you. I told you I did not want to cuddle.
Sprout immediately regretted what he had said. Izzy's ears and shoulders were drooping, and the tears were freely falling down her cheeks as she turned around, walking away. I'm so sorry, Sprout. I will leave now. You will forgive me for what I did. I just could not stand seeing you unhappy. Izzy tried to reach for the keys with her magic, but it sputtered out. She tried to reach with her hoof, but could not reach it. Izzy felt a hoof around her stomach as it pulled her into a tight embrace.
I'm sorry for shouting at you, Izzy,
Sprout said softly. Whatever Hitch has is what I dreamt of as a foal. He has everything while I have nothing. You could even say that I'm jealous, even though I am his friend. I appreciate you care about how I feel. Really, I do. So please do not cry. It does not suit you. Sprout wiped the tears from his face as she turned around to look at him, with a small smile adorned on her face. Does that mean you do want to cuddle? Sprout frowned. You got to be kidding me.
Don't you think that is too intimate?
No, it's not. Let me show you. Izzy levitated Sprout onto the prison bed. Brand new jail beds, mind you. And wrapped her hooves around him, burying her face into his chest. This is cuddling, she said, as she was breathing his fur. You smell like cookies. Sprout felt his cheeks heat up. She does not need to know he is fond of baking.
Your horn is rather dangerously close to my eye.
You worry too much. Is this not relaxing and comfortable? Sprout yawned as he wrapped his hooves around her.
Yeah, it is.
Eventually the two ponies fell asleep in each other's embrace.
Sprout! Wake, bro! Who the hey is that? Mummy, I'm up!
Shouted Sprout as he jumped off the prison bed. Hitch rolled his eyes. Seriously? Sprout looked around for Izzy, but there was no trace of the mare. Was it a dream? Hey, bro, why so glum? Sprout sighed. It's nothing. Hitch raised an eyebrow but left it. Well, we better get going. Sunny invited us for dinner at her place. The whole gang is going to be there. Don't you mean your gang? Oh, and you have mail on your desk, by the way. Sprout wore a puzzled expression as he went to retrieve the letter from his desk and opened it as Hitch disappeared into the bathroom, probably to gel that mane of his. Dear Sprout, sorry for leaving you hanging, but I promised Sunny to help her prepare everything for dinner at her place. She said she invited you as well. I'm so excited. I finally now know what it is like to be cuddled, and I'm happy it was with you, your bestest friend, Izzy Moonbow. Sprout felt something in his chest flutter. Izzy Moonbow? The biggest smile was plastered on his face. Yep, Deputy Sprout has fallen in love. Not wasting time, Sprout ran into the bathroom, grabbing a surprised Hitch in tow. Come on, Hitch, we're getting late. The sun is already going down. Let's go, let's go. Hitch yelped as they raced out of the office. But Sprout, I forgot to brush my teeth. This is how a Pegasus hoops, by Swisher. Pip Pedals was happy that Sunny and Izzy and Hitch, and herself and Zip were able to unite all the ponies and bring magic back to Equestria. However, something had been bothering the princess. Back when Izzy was singing that one song, where she was teaching them all how to be unicorns, She had casually produced a basketball out of nowhere and sunk a backward shot in all of their faces while she was singing. It was talent like Pip had never seen, which was upsetting because talent was what made her popular. And if there was a talent as great as Izzy's that Pip didn't have, she needed to get it. So later that day, she had gone to Izzy's cottage to ask her about it. "Hi, what can I do for you?" asked Izzy happily upon opening the door. "I was wondering," said Pip awkwardly, "how did you learn to hoop?" "Oh, that," Izzy giggled. "Sorry, unicorn secret. Did you think it was cool?" "Well, it was interesting," Pip replied. She didn't want to sound too envious. Said Izzy, eyeing Pip closely. Poker face, Pip thought. A moment later, Izzy's expression returned to normal. "Well, you're always welcome to learn some other stuff," she chirped, "or anything else you need." "Thank you," said Pip. "See you later, Izzy." And with that, Pip Petals set off to learn how to hoop. Zephyr Heights did not feature many basketball courts, nor did Bridlewood, which confused Pip greatly, or Maritime Bay. It took her around an hour to finally locate one near the outskirts of the Pegasus City. She flew down to it, grateful to see a young male Pegasus sitting on a bench on the side of the court. He was holding a phone with a basketball resting on the ground next to him. As she approached, the stallion looked up. "Princess Pip?" he said with a start. "Yes, that's me," she replied with a small smile. "I wanted to ask you a question." Okay," said the stallion, bewildered as to why one of the princesses of Zephyr Heights would want to ask him a question. "What is it?" "Do you know how to hoop?" For a moment the stallion was silent. Suddenly he burst into laughter, unable to stop himself. "What's so funny?" Pip asked, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Nothing. It's just that we usually refer to it as playing basketball," the stallion replied, regaining himself. "Hoop is more of a slang term, which is why it was so funny to hear you say it." "Right," said Pip. "But you know how to play, right?" "Yeah," replied the young stallion. "Why?" "Well, a friend of mine is really good at playing basketball," Pip answered. She almost said hoop again. "I was just hoping to learn as well." "So, are you asking me to teach you?" "It would be great if you could," said Pip, grateful that he had caught on. Then, realizing that she was probably going to have to do something in return, she added, "I'll owe you a date." She figured that would seal it. "Oh, I'm alright," the stallion replied, blushing. "I can teach you, though. All I need from you is your time." "No problem," said Pip, relieved. "A lot of it." "Right. Well, the name's Skyhook," said the young Pegasus. "Ready to get started?" Pip nodded. "I would have wanted another ball for this," said Skyhook, "but I guess we'll have to roll with just one. Okay, here we go." And so it began. "First lesson," said Skyhook, pacing back and forth in front of Pip like a war general, "is to not get distracted." He stopped and shot a dirty look at a group of Pegasi giggling at the scene, all with their phones out. Pip did her best to not turn and acknowledge them. She always acknowledged her fans, but this was important. "Second lesson," Skyhook continued, resuming his pacing, "is to know how to move with the ball, and tempting as it might be, your wings aren't really part of that." "Noted," said Pip. "Dribbling is pretty easy," said Skyhook. "All you gotta do is take the ball and bounce it, like this." He picked up his basketball and bounced it a few times. "So that's dribbling?" Pip asked. "Yep," said Skyhook simply. "That's dribbling. Ready to try it?" "I guess," Pip replied. She took the ball, bounced it on the ground, and missed it when it came back up, and was promptly smacked in the face with it. She scrunched up her muzzle in pain as the ball began to bounce away. "Are you alright?" Skyhook asked. approaching Pip with concern. "I'm fine," said Pip, shaking it off. "Let me try again." Still looking concerned, Skyhook went and retrieved the ball. A good 20 minutes later, Pip was no longer getting smacked in the face, and though she felt a bit sore on the nose from the first impact, she could dribble the ball quite well. "The next level in the world of dribbling is ball handling," said Skyhook, "but we don't need to worry about that. Now you need to learn how to shoot." He picked up the ball, turned towards the basket, which was a good distance away, took aim and launched it. Pip watched as it sailed in a perfect arc and practically floated through the net. "Wow," said Pip, surprised. "How did you do that?" "Practice," the Hooper pony replied. Pip noticed the basketball cutie mark on his flank. "Guess he really loves basketball," the princess thought. After retrieving the ball, Skyhook held the basketball up with his hooves in a shooting stance. "This is how you shoot," he said. "You use one hoof to push the ball and one hoof to guide it. That's really important." "Got it," said Pip. "But how do I do that?" "I'll show you," Skyhook replied. He placed the basketball in Pip's hooves. "Hold it up," he said, then proceeded to correct Pip's stance by adjusting the position of her hooves on the ball. At that moment, a Pegasus not much older than Skyhook that was passing by shouted, "Whoa! Trying to take home the Princess Hook?" Going red once again, he ignored him. "Like that," he said, stepping away from Pip. "You don't have to aim for the basket. Just try launching the ball." Pip pushed the ball up into the air and watched as it travelled in a sort of wobbly arc back toward the ground. "Good," said Skyhook. "Pretty good start. Let's do that a few more times, and then we can start aiming for the hoop." The process of teaching Pip Petals how to shoot was more exhausting than anything Skyhook could have imagined. She was a good listener and was trying her best, but she somehow couldn't get it right. Finally, after much repetition and hassle, Pip launched the ball in a clean arc into the hoop, which was a few feet away. Breathing a huge sigh of relief, Skyhook smiled. "Awesome! Now we can work on your aim and try to expand your range." Pip picked up the ball and tried again from a bit deeper and sighed as the ball rolled in and out. "It's alright," said Skyhook. "It'll take a little bit of practice." And so practice they did. Pip was shaky to start off, but quickly began to improve. Skyhook watched in amazement as Pip began to shoot bombs from pretty far out, including the spot he had shot from. Clearly things had clicked for the princess. "That was incredible," said Skyhook as Pip drained another deep shot. "I think you've finally got it." Both of them were sweating profusely, one of them from exhaustion, the other from effort. The sun was finally beginning to set, and Queen Haven was going nuts up in her castle. "Where is she?" she asked her guards for the 65th time. "We don't know, Your Highness, as we've been standing here guarding this door for the past 4 hours. Thankfully, the Queen was too busy stressing about her daughter to notice the pony's smart comment. At that moment, Zip Storm flew into the throne room. "I haven't found her," she said immediately before her mother could speak. "Where could she be? Has she run away? Am I that bad?" Haven cried. "Calm down, Mum," said Zip with a sigh. "She'll turn up soon." "Oh, I hope so," said the Queen. "Because if she doesn't, then I'm reporting her missing." "The media will love that," Zip muttered. Meanwhile, a good distance away from the castle, Pip Petals was laying against the wall of a building near the court, draining a fairly large bottle of water. "Goodness," she said, putting down the empty bottle. "That was tiring." "Tell me about it," Skyhook muttered. Night was beginning to fall. "You know, you should probably get back home." The stone noticed how truly messy Pip looked. Her mane was dishevelled and her tiara was askew. "And freshen yourself up a bit," he added. Pip had never had such an abnormal day. She seldom spent so much time away from her fans, let alone her mother. She began to fear how that conversation would go. "You're right," she replied, standing up. Thanks for the help. She embraced Skyhook in a quick hug before flying off. Damn, said Skyhook to himself with a sigh as she disappeared. She's cute. Queen Haven did not take her daughter's disappearance well at all, and upon her return, there was a lot of questioning, which put Pip in an extremely awkward position. It didn't help that when she mentioned Skyhook, Zip adopted a devious grin that did not suggest that she was going to keep quiet about what had happened. The next day, Pip visited Izzy and brought her to the court she had learned to hoop at. She noticed Skyhook sitting on the same bench, once again immersed in his phone. As they neared, Pip watched the stallion set his phone down and begin to dribble the ball in impossible ways, messing up here and there as he continued to work on his handles. Looking up, he noticed the two mares before him. "You're back," said Skyhook with a start. He hadn't expected to see her again, let alone with a friend. Was he about to have to teach another pony the same stuff? "Yep," said Pip. "I just came to show my friend Izzy something." "Gotcha," Skyhook replied. "I'll just head home, leave you guys to it." And with that, he picked up his basketball and began to fly away, feeling slightly sad. Remembering that she didn't have a ball, she turned to Izzy. "You don't happen to have a basketball, do you?" She stopped, shocked at the fact that Izzy was now spinning a basketball on the tip of her hoof. "Where'd you get that?" Pip asked. "Magic," said Izzy, continuing to spin the ball. "Right, I can see that." "Sure." Izzy tossed the ball off her hoof toward Pip, who caught it, turning to the basket. She shot the ball without hesitation and watched as it sailed through the net. She then turned to Izzy, smiling proudly. "What'd you think?" "Pretty good," Izzy replied. "It's a great start." Pip froze. "Start?" Seeing the look on Pip's face, Izzy grabbed the ball. "Observe," she said, and standing a little further from the hoop than Pip was, turned her back on it and launched the ball over her shoulder. Pip's jaw dropped as she watched the smoothest shot she'd ever seen fly through the hoop, barely touching the net. "Ow!" said Pip, purely shocked. Izzy just smiled comfortably. "Unicorn's secret," she said, then trotted off. "You coming?" Pip began to follow her, highly disappointed with being shown up twice. Show off, she thought bitterly. How was she supposed to shoot like that backwards? One day, she was going to beat Izzy. Hopefully. Winter Storm Izzy by Storm Luna. It was a calm January day in Maritime Bay. The sun was shining, the winds were calm, and every pony was out about tending to their normal business. Sunny Star Scout was among them, out selling her smoothies, but she had a short day planned as her best friend Izzy Moonbow was coming into town to visit. She was down by the sheriff's station when she ran into Hitch with a smile on her face. "Oh, hi Hitch." She saw that he had some critters with him and added, "And it looks like you have the whole gang with you." Hitch sighed. "I know, they just won't leave me alone. It's like I'm a magnet for them." He paused for a minute before adding, "So what's up?" Sunny replied, "Oh, just selling some smoothies before Izzy gets here. You know how she is. She wants us to go have fun the moment she gets here." Another pony was standing in the area and chimed in. "Well, that pony is trouble. The tribes may get along, but I still don't trust those unicorns." Sunny glared at him. "Come on, Sprout. What could she possibly do wrong? If I need to remind you, she did help put that trolley back on the tracks that you knocked off with that thing you destroyed my house with." This was one thing that Maritime Bay had not forgiven him for, and still threw it in his face from time to time. That not only did he destroy Sunny's house, but that unicorns helped restore some things to normal. He rolled his eyes and sighed. "Ugh, must every pony remind me of that?" Hitch commented, You know, Sprout, you caused a lot of damage with that thing. Ponies aren't going to forgive you anytime soon. He then turned to Sunny and asked, So what do you have planned? Sunny became sad. Well, we plan on visiting my dad's grave before. She became more enthusiastic. Going through some of my dad's old books and artifacts. I'm hoping to get Izzy more interested in equestrian history. Before Hitch could reply, Ponies began running, and a chilly northerly wind began to blow. Sunny's eyes grew wide as she asked, What in the world is going on? The ponies continued to stampede to the south end of town as clouds were rolling from the north and something that Maritime Bay almost never saw began to fall. Snow. Hitch gasped. What the? It almost never snows here, and that wind, it is never that cold here. They then heard some singing. Gonna be my storm. Gonna be my storm. Gonna be my storm. They all knew the source of the singing the moment they heard it. Hitch gasped. Izzy? Is that really Izzy? Sunny replied, It is, but why in the world would a storm be accompanying her? Sprout commented, I told you those unicorns can't be trusted. She probably created it and is going to freeze us all. Sprout then took off to the south, while the other two waited by the sheriff's station waiting for Izzy to arrive. Once she got to the centre of town, a full-blown blizzard had arrived with the ice-cold winds. Izzy's horn was glowing bright as she embraced Sunny. Hi, Sunny! Do you like it? Hitch and Sunny were both in a state of shock that Izzy would ask such a question about something so unnatural. Hitch yelled, No! Let's get inside where it isn't so cold. He then turned to Izzy and yelled, And don't bring it inside with you. Izzy powered down her horn, and the three raced inside. Once they got inside, Hitch gave her a glare. Izzy, why would you bring a storm with you? And more importantly, how did you even create it? Izzy laughed. Well, it is January, and I thought you guys could use a taste of Bridlewood weather. Sunny sighed in frustration. Izzy, I know you likely didn't mean any harm with this, but this town is not prepared for that kind of cold. Pipes will be bursting all over town before too long. Izzy felt truly bad for what she had done. She apologised. Oh no, I didn't know that would happen. I'm so sorry. Sunny did want to know something else about her storm. So, where else have you buried in snow? Izzy got a sheepish grin on her face. Well, I walked in the area of Zephyr Heights and they got buried. Luckily no pony knew it was me though. Hitch put a hoof up to his face. You know, only Bridlewood is prepared for this kind of weather. Their pipes probably busted just as ours will. Sunny asked, Izzy, do you know how to stop this storm? Can you just fire some magic from your horn and end this? She looked outside and saw that there was near zero visibility and probably at least 6 inches of snow. She added, And the sooner the better! Before Izzy could respond, they heard the pipes burst from the sheriff's station. Hitch groaned. Oh, great, the pipes burst. He turned to Izzy and added, And after you end this storm, you're going to use your magic to fix every single burst pipe in Maritime Bay and then apologise to the town. As Izzy headed outside, the winds became stronger and they picked her up and threw her off to the south. Alongside her was the town's trolley, the same trolley that she had helped get set back on the tracks. Once Izzy landed, she got behind a building, flared up her horn and sighed. I hope this works! Izzy then fired a bolt of energy skyward, causing the storm to begin to subside and ultimately for the skies to clear and the winds to stop. Izzy looked around and took in everything that she was responsible for. She saw that there was at least a foot of snow in some areas, but then the snow began to melt rather quickly, which led to another problem, flooding. She held her head low and sighed. Why did I do this? Why did I think this would be any fun at all? She then cast another spell that surrounded the town and caused the water to evaporate away rather quickly. Once she headed back towards the sheriff's office, she noticed the trolley laying on its side. She levitated it back up onto the tracks and sighed. Well, that's taken care of. Now for everything else. Once she returned to the sheriff's station, she found Hitch and Sunny standing outside, both glaring at her. Hitch asked, Izzy, could you go in there and take care of those pipes? The water is already an inch deep in there. Izzy headed in there and was able to quickly fix the pipes and boil away the water. Once she got that taken care of and headed back out, Sunny asked, Izzy, how were you able to just take care of that so quickly? You did it like it was what in ancient Equestria would be called your special talent. Izzy replied, well, once we got magic back, I wanted to do something more than just unicycling, so I kind of figured it out. She then became more enthusiastic. Did you know that we don't have to study really hard to do things like they did in ancient Equestria? Because I sure didn't. Hitch replied, I didn't, but Sunny, could you and Izzy go to the town square while I go let every pony know that it's safe and to gather there? He then turned to Izzy and added, then you will apologise and fix every last broken pipe in Maritime Bay. Sunny led Izzy to the town square and sighed. I can't believe you do this, Izzy. You could have set relations between the tribes backwards to the point where no pony will trust unicorns again. Izzy wasn't quite sure how to react to this. Ever since meeting her, she had seen the generally happy side of Sunny, but this time she saw a side of Sunny that was frustrated with her and perhaps even a bit angry. She held her head low as they arrived in the town square, waiting for the citizens of the town to arrive. Once every pony gathered in the town square, Hitch headed to the centre of it and said, It's alright every pony, the storm has been taken care of, and as you can see, the snow and floodwaters have been taken care of. He then turned to Izzy and asked, Is there anything you'd like to say? Izzy stepped forward and nervously held her head up and began, I'm sorry every pony, I didn't mean for it to happen. I just thought it would be fun for you guys to experience the same type of January weather we do in Bridalwood. Sprout was in the crowd and yelled, I knew you unicorns were nothing but trouble. I knew this whole friendship thing. Hitch cut him off. Sprout, just let Izzy finish. Izzy continued, Please don't hold any of this against any of the other unicorns. They didn't even know about me going to do this. Sunny added, Listen every pony, Izzy is rather unique, but I know she won't do this again, I promise. A pony in the crowd yelled, Okay, but my water pipes burst and my house is flooded with water. Is it going to cost me a lot of money to fix the damages caused by her storm? Hitch was quick to try and calm her down. Look, we had a similar problem in the sheriff's station and Izzy has strange magic. She fixed the pipes and took care of the water. And I told her that for doing this, she has to fix every pony's pipes and get rid of the water. Sunny added, Every pony, raise your hooves if your pipes burst and Izzy will come take care of the problems. A large majority of the community raised their hooves and Sunny finished. Well, Izzy, it looks like you're going to be busy for a while. Izzy nodded and then began to go take care of all the problems she had caused. She could feel a great amount of anger from many of the citizens, but a few were thankful that she fixed the problems she caused, and were even thankful that she could so easily do so. One mayor even asked her if she would consider moving to Maritime Bay to take care of things like this, since it was so easy for her. Four hours later, Izzy had righted all the wrongs she had caused and said, Well, Sunny, well, Hitch, everything is taken care of. Sunny replied, Well, good, but now we're going to Zephyr Heights, and there you will do exactly what you did here. You will apologise, fix things, and hopefully convince the Pegasi that none of the other unicorns were behind this. Hitch added, And I'm thinking if I go with you this will be easier. He then turned to Sprout and added, And Sprout, while I'm gone, please don't try and start a war. Sprout grumbled, Fine. The three then took off towards Zephyr Heights so that Izzy could do the same for them, as she did Maritime Bay. Convincing the Pegasi that the unicorns weren't behind it was a bit more difficult until Queen Haven was able to convince every pony that Izzy did indeed do this alone and that no other unicorns were involved. After fixing everything in Zephyr Heights, the two headed to Bridalwood, which was covered in snow like it always was in January. Izzy sighed, I'm sorry you two, I didn't mean to cause so many problems. Sunny replied, Izzy, I'm not going to say it is okay, but I think of this as a learning lesson for you. You had a lapse in judgment, and then you learned from it. Hitch then added, I'm sure the historians will want to remember this event. He then began to laugh. How about we call this Winter Storm Izzy? Izzy protested. But then every pony will remember me for all the wrong reasons. Sunny tried to reassure her. Izzy, it won't be so bad, and besides, as long as there is never another Winter Storm Izzy, history won't portray you as so bad. Izzy replied, Alright. She then became a bit happier and added, How about I take you to the Alphabettles and treat you to something for causing so many problems? In unison, the two agreed. That sounds good. Let's go. This was something that Izzy was going to try and keep secret from Alphabettle and the other unicorns, because while the Pegasi and Earth Ponies did forgive her, she knew that those of her own tribe may not do so easily, since it could have easily set relations among the tribes backwards and maybe cause them to lose their magic again.
I'm gonna be gone with the wind. I'm gonna be gone with the wind. I'm gonna be gone with the hummingbird, I hear you calling. Teach me how you fly so free.
Taboo by Axolotl 222. Hey, Pip. 1 second, Pip replied. Sorry about that, Pipsqueaks, but it looks like I have to get going. Until next time, Pip, Pip, hooray! Pip sang her outro with her usual gusto before turning her phone off. She tucked under her wing with a sigh before making her way across her bedroom. Pip opened the door to find her sister on the other side, looking mildly excited. Hey sis, what's up? Nothing much, Zip said with a smirk. Oh? Oh, now? Bad time? Well, not really, I guess, Pip said with a weak smile as she rubbed her knee. I guess that stream was getting a little long anyways. Maybe one of these days you could have your fans watch us. Bet they'd get a kick out of that. Zip, don't joke about that. Zip chuckled as her sister scowled. Oh come on, I was only kidding. It's not funny, Pip retorted. Do you know what would happen if they found out? We'd be ruined. Neither of us could ever show our faces in this city again, and after I've been working my tail off to fix the damage a certain Sun Pony caused when she decided to crash my concert. Zip flinched, her ears flattening as she suddenly became interested in the tiling on the floor. Pip sighed. I'm sorry, that was uncalled for. It's cool, it was a bad joke anyways, Zip muttered, her gaze still downward. She suddenly felt Pip's wing drape over her shoulder, pulling her into a hug. Come on, I know you hate it when we fight, and besides, Zip lifted her head as she patted her on the back. She couldn't help but match Pip's smile with one of her own. Live streaming really builds up an appetite, you know? Cloudpuff was sitting on Queen Haven's throne, taking a well-earned nap after a long day of flying after birds. Beside him were 2 members of the Royal Guard, Zephyr Heights' elite, bravest, most disciplined and loyal citizens, sworn by an oath to the very last breath to protect the family. Hey Zoom, you gotta see what these ponies just did on Clip Clop. Thunder thrust his phone into his companion's face, shattering her stoic demeanour instantly. Zoom chose not to dignify his antics with words, instead opting for an annoyed grunt and an eye roll, just when the throne room's doors opened, causing the stallion awkwardly stash his phone and snap into a salute. Pip Petals trotted into the room with an unusual spring in her step as her sister followed close behind. Cloudpuff woke from his nap and flew across the room. Pip leaped into the air and grabbed him in a hug. "Hey there, little guy, did you miss me?" she said, scratching him behind the ears as he licked her face. Zip chuckled, then turned to address the guards. "Evening, Thunder, Zoom. Just letting that the two of us are going to be using the private room again. You know the drill." The two nodded in understanding. In the meantime, Pip had landed back on the ground, trying to set Cloudpuff down, only for him to fly up into her face, letting out a pleading whimper. "Oh!" Pip cooed. "He doesn't want us to go." "Well, I guess we could bring him along," Zip suggested. "Wait, really?" "Don't see why not. Maybe he'd even like getting in on the action." "Zip!" Pip shouted, her face changing from pink to red as she pouted. "Do you have to word it like that?" "Yes." Pip rolled her eyes and playfully punched her in the shoulder. "You're insufferable, you know that?" "And you wouldn't have me any other way." The sisters' laughter echoed as they stepped into the hall behind their thrones, only to abruptly be silenced by the sound of the door closing behind them. Sometime later, and after getting forced to watch more clip-clop challenges than Zoom would have ever wanted to see, the door opened again, revealing two very tired yet satisfied Pegasi. Cloudpuff stumbled out behind them, immediately rushing to his seat and unceremoniously falling asleep. "Ugh, I feel so full. I have no idea how you could even walk after all that." Zip smiled. "Guess all that flight practice is finally paying off." Whatever she was about to say next was interrupted by a loud yawn. "Okay, I guess I'm more tired than I thought. Think I'm gonna go to my room and chill for a bit." "That's fine," Pip said with a groan as he stretched her neck. "I think I'm all tuckered out for the evening anyways." Zoom watched as the two left, chewing on her bottom lip in thought. "Hey Thunder," she said after a moment. Thunder already was staring at his phone when he heard her. "Yeah? You ever wonder what they are doing back there?" Thunder's gaze shifted from his phone to the other guard pony. He frowned. "What do you mean?" "I mean, they've been going back there about every other day for the past few months or so. They never say what they're doing beyond having some alone time. They're always weirdly excited when they go in, and they leave looking happy. You aren't a little curious about what they're up to?" Never thought of it that way. I guess I haven't been paying too much attention to them." "Figures," Zoom mumbled under her breath. They're probably just working on that weird friendship magic thing they keep talking about. It's probably no big deal." Yeah, you're probably right."
You don't know what is it we're hiding. You don't know it's not fair. All you know is, darling, that we're faking. You don't know it's not fair. We're all having fun, bathing in the sun. We're all building castles, castles in the sand. We're having fun, we're having fun.
"Hey, Zoom, you gonna what?" Thunder cut himself off mid-sentence as he remembered that his partner had taken the day off. "Oh, right. Guess that means I'm just talking to myself here." Once again, there was no response. Thunder sighed and continued scrolling through his phone. He realised that he had already seen the video he was watching at least twice before and turned his phone off. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to try and focus on guard duty, he thought. Zoom was always getting on his case about how he needed to pay more attention to these things anyway. Thunder smacked his lips together, the quiet noise just barely managing to break the silence. He managed to stay still for another moment or so before he began to fidget with his hooves. Eventually, he let out an annoyed groan. "Oh my gosh, this is so freaking boring," he thought to himself. Thunder then remembered the hallway behind him, where the Royal Sisters kept their private room. He thought back to the conversation he had with Zoom last week. Sure, the Royals had always demanded to have at least some privacy, and Thunder could understand why they would want a place to hide from the public eye. But hadn't they promised more government transparency after the coup? Did private rooms count? Thunder supposed he could do a quick check on them, just poke his head in for a bit, ask if they're alright. He was sure they wouldn't mind. The door to the hallway was protected by a password lock. Thunder frowned as he stared at the keypad in confusion. Then he entered the Queen's birthday and it opened with a soft click. Thunder stepped into the hallway, thinking back to the time Zoom complained to the Queen about how unsafe it was to use the same password for everything. Of course, since she had one of her photo shoots later that evening, Queen Haven had simply brushed her off. Thunder froze mid-step, staring at the door at the end of the hall for a moment. Should he be doing this? Was it right to intrude on the princesses just because he was bored? Thunder's train of thought was interrupted by a giggle coming behind the door. Clearly the sisters were fine. Have fun with what?
Oh.
Was that moaning? Curiosity overtook Thunder. As he slowly crept towards the door, he noticed it was slightly ajar. Come on, Zip! You have to let me try for once. What? Don't know about that, little Pip. Don't see how a little thing like you could even fit it all in your mouth. Hey, I'm not little, and you of all ponies should know I could swallow it all in one gulp. Fudge! Thunder was now standing directly behind the door, now to engage with the conversation on the other side, to care about whether or not spying on them would be tactful. Unfortunately, the change in air pressure due to his approach caused the door to swing open. Inside was a tiny room about the size of a garden shed. Inside was an old and tattered love seat, in which sat two startled sisters who seemed to be in the middle of... Oh my stars! Thunder said. You two? Look, every pony just calm down. Let's not make this a bigger deal than it is. No big deal. Oh, this is terrible. My pipsqueaks, they're going to think we're freaks. Oh, for the love of Pete, Pip, it's not a big deal. Mum even tried last week and said it wasn't too bad. Easy for you to say. You don't even have a PonyTube account. He's going to talk and they're going to want to lock us up. Like I keep saying, society has evolved past that now. I'm sure if you just explained why you like... I can never show my face anywhere ever again. Unless we have him locked away in the dungeons before he can talk. Pip? Is that pineapple on your pizza? Thunder stammered, pointing a hoof at the dish sitting on the coffee table near the love seat. Oh, what's the use? I'm a freak! A freak! Pip curled up in a ball, rocking back and forth as she sobbed. Hey, come on now, you're not a freak, Zip said as she draped her wing over her sister. You just like to eat weird foods, that's all. Thunder blinked, unsure of what to say. Zip turned to face him and sighed. After we met Izzy, she had us try all these unicorn recipes. One of them was pineapple pizza, and ever since then we were hooked. Pip was too worried every pony would think that she's weird for liking it, so we paid a chef in Bridlewood to mail us pizzas twice a week. But, I mean, of all the things you could put on a pizza, why fruit? You mean like tomatoes? Zip deadpanned. Those are fruits? Never mind. The point is that Pip shouldn't be afraid of what ponies think about her eating habits. I know I shouldn't care, but I can't. Well, I guess it's not the weirdest thing ever put on a pizza, Thunder thought out loud. See? He doesn't even think it's that weird, Zip said. Pip sniffled and wiped her nose with a hoof. You're right, she said eventually. Slowly she climbed off the love seat and onto her hooves. She turned to face Thunder, a look of shame upon her face. I'm sorry about wanting to lock you in the dungeon. Poof, Thunder said as he waved his hoof dismissively in the air. It's no big deal. Your mother always wanted to have us thrown in the dungeon for one reason or another. At least until we threw her in the dungeon, he thought. So, we're good? Yeah, we're good. Pip smiled. You know, Zip said, this could make an interesting video for your Pip squeaks. Oh my gosh, you're right, Pip said as she clapped her hooves, beaming with excitement. Suddenly she gasped. We could do a mukbang! With that she leaped into the air and with surprising speed flew past Thunder, likely heading to a recording studio. She wants to do a what now? I'll tell you some other time.
What is it we're hiding? You don't know, it's not fair. All you know is, darling, that we're faking. You don't know, it's not fair. We're all having fun, bathing in the sun. We're all building castles, castles in the sand. We're having fun, we're having fun. We're all having fun, bathing in the sun. We're all building castles, castles in the sun. We're having fun, we're having fun.
Hitch's Heart by Aerofiction. Tag, you're it! Sonny yelled. Oh, no fair. I thought we weren't playing with tag backs, Sprout complained back. You know playing without them is super boring with only 3 ponies. Hitch chimed in from the top of the lighthouse. Well, when I become sheriff, I'm gonna make tag backs illegal, ha! Sprout said smugly. Right now, you seem to be struggling with tagging anyone at all. I bet you couldn't even tag my dad, Sonny said with a giggle, teasing him. Sprout made his way to their lift to try and get a tag on Hitch at the top. Today had been a good day in Hitch's eyes. He was having a great time at Sonny's. They were all getting along and having fun, and Sprout and Sonny hadn't had a single argument about unicorns and Pegasuses. Or was it Pegasi? He could never remember. Time. I call time out, Sprout gasped out just before he was about to tag him. You okay? Hitch asked, concerned for his friend. You look a little out of breath. Oh, yeah. I'll never understand why you don't try out for buckball though, Sprout commented. I hate to say it, but I agree with Sprout on this one, Sonny said. You're like the most athletic kid in town. I know, I just don't want to get sucked in when I'm still deciding what I want to do, Hitch said, a little dejected. You both already have goals and I barely know what I like. I wouldn't put Sonny's baby dream up there with my dream of becoming sheriff, Sprout said, boasting a little. But you'll figure it out, I know you will. Thanks, Sprout, Hitch said with a small smile. Hey, when I'm sheriff, I could even make you my deputy, Sprout said, trying to motivate him. We would be an unstoppable duo and could keep troublemakers like Sonny and Line. Sonny pouted at him for this. I'm not a troublemaker. You're the dumb one that misbehaves. Oh, I'm not too sure about that, Argyle said, rounding the corner with some treats. Who got into my sugar cookies when she wasn't supposed to and ended up with a tummy ache? Dad! You promised not to tell them about that, Sonny complained with a slight blush on her cheeks. Now, where's the fun in that? Argyle playfully teased, handing us all some treats before coughing a bit. You all better be behaving in here. Of course, Mr. Starshine, and thank you for the treats, Hitch said, expressing his gratitude. Yeah, this tastes great, thanks, Sprout added. That cough was a little worrying. He knew Mr. Starshine was sick and not getting much better. Though it wasn't contagious, he was still worried about his health. He was in higher spirits than normal, so Hitch wasn't too worried. He was certain today's sleepover would go off without a hitch. Ha! He never understood why the other two didn't like that joke. It was hilarious every time. Before he could amuse himself more, there was a knock at the door that Argyle went to answer. What an unexpected surprise! How can I help you, Phyllis? Argyle greeted. He noticed Sprout's ears perk up at his mum's name and his head hung a little lower. We all went quiet and tried to listen in on their conversation from the other room. Phyllis proceeded to go on a long rant to him. "You know exactly why I'm here, Argyle. I don't want my child in your presence any longer. It's bad enough that you try to brainwash him with your silly little tales that go against our entire community's values. Now you're trying to get him infected with your sickness as well. Have you no shame on the poison you seep into our town?" Argyle responded in a polite tone, but Hitch could practically hear his eyes rolling with the sarcasm. "Oh, I do apologise. I completely forgot that you didn't want your child to be exposed to any other culture or idea and only live through your propaganda. We both know I'm not contagious though, so I don't know why you keep bringing it up." Sprout gave a small sign. He had to assume that Sprout knew what was coming next though. It wasn't hard to predict. "Sprout! Get out here! We're going home!" Phyllis yelled into the home. "See you around, you two," Sprout said, very downtrodden. As Sprout walked by and out the door to his mum, he heard Argyle give a sigh before heading out the door after them, saying, "Now, Phyllis, please reconsider." "Come on, I want to hear what they talk about," Sonny said, leading him to their lift to the top of the lighthouse. Once up there, they sat sitting next to the railing. They could just barely make out what the two were saying from up there, but it was enough. "I won't let him be corrupted by your radical ideas anymore," Phyllis said firmly. "Please," Argyle pleaded, coughing even more. "Sonny and Sprout are starting to get along well, and I'd hate for her to lose a friend." "That filly of yours is even worse," Phyllis said. "I bet she's the one filling his head with these beliefs the most." "They are just kids playing and having fun," Argyle reasoned. "You've been a blight on our community for a while now, Argyle. I expected your daughter to, sadly, follow in your footsteps. I won't let Sprout's dreams and life be crushed by you and your daughter's influence," Phyllis yelled to him. "Come now, Sprout, we are going home," she ordered. "Goodbye, Mr. Starshine," Sprout said, following his mum back to town. "Can you believe her?" Hitch said, turning to talk to Sonny, only to see her in tears. He was unsure of what to do or say in order to comfort her. He hated when others cried and wished they could all just be happy. No amount of willful wishing could bring her Sprout back. On instinct, he pulled her into a hug, wishing above all else for everything to go back to earlier. As Sonny's tears slowed, she asked him, "Am I a monster?" "What?" Hitch said, a little surprised and perplexed. "Sonny, you're an amazing filly." She sobbed more. "Then why would she say those things and take Sprout away? I bet he hates me." "Adults are dumb. You're a bright and joyful filly with amazing dreams of friendship," Hitch reassured. "I'm honoured to be your friend." "Thanks, Hitch," Sonny said, hugging him even tighter before pulling away. Sonny started to calm down some and just sat there looking down. He hated all of this. Why did she have to keep taking Sprout away and making Sonny cry? Why couldn't everyone be kinder? He wished he could just keep them all safe. But now, he just wanted to get her mind off all this. "Hey, do you want to go down and start the sleepover?" Hitch asked. "We could even read some of those friendship stories your dad keeps around." Sonny still had a pained look on her face, but she was able to smile a tiny bit at this, saying, "I'd like that." On their way to her room, Argyle called out to them, as he had just come back in with a solemn expression on his face. "Hey, Sonny, may I borrow Hitch for a second? I need to talk to him." "Sure, Dad, don't take too long," Sonny said, somewhat excited. He was glad at how easily she could bounce back, but he knew a lot of it was just a farce to seem stronger. She had always been like that and never wanted to let things keep her down. He only wished he was half as strong. "Hey, buddy, I'm guessing you both heard our talk?" Argyle asked. Hitch gave a small nod in return. "Thanks for watching over her for me," Argyle said, expressing his sincerest gratitude. You're welcome, but I would have done it either way. I hate seeing Ponies sad like that, he said. Listen, Hitch, I hate to say this, but I need to ask you a favour, Argyle tried to say before being interrupted by a coughing fit. Are you okay, Mr. Starshine? He asked, concerned for him. Truthfully, no, Argyle said with a sadness that was filled with sorrow and loss. That's why I needed this favour. I don't think I'll be able to get over this sickness, Hitch, Argyle said. What? What do you mean? You seem so much better today than usual, he exclaimed. Yes, well, today has been my only good day in weeks. It's getting harder and harder to keep up. I've already spoken with Sunny. She's remaining strong and optimistic, but I know it's hurting her a lot. She can take care of herself, I know, but I need to be sure she'll have someone looking out for her. Is that what the favour is? Hitch asked. Argyle gave a nod and a reassuring smile. Yeah, I know she'll be fine. She started helping at that smoothie cart, and it'll be enough for her to get by when she starts working there. I'm worried about Phyllis though. When Sprout becomes sheriff, she might be able to convince him to kick her out of town eventually. He wouldn't do it for no reason, but that mayor hates us enough. I'm afraid of what she's capable of. Can you promise me you'll watch over her when I'm gone? He asked with as much sincerity as he could give. Hitch barely thought about it for a second, stating verbally, You can count on me. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart, Argyle said, expressing the utmost relief and gratitude. Now go and enjoy your sleepover, little colt. He gave a quick nod before trotting down the hall back to Sunny's room. He could not help but be a little nervous about the promise he just made. Hitch knew what to do, though. In order to achieve his goal of protecting Sunny and keeping everyone in Maritime Bay happy, he would need to become the sheriff. Sprout might resent him for taking his dream, but he couldn't risk it with that witch of a mum he had. Upon entering her room, he found Sunny fast asleep in the pillow fort they had constructed to all sleep in. He moved to the opposite end and lay down to get some sleep himself. Looking towards the sleeping filly, he stated, Don't worry, Sunny. I won't let you down. He saw her face shift into a soft smile after he said that, and they quietly drifted to sleep.
Laughing, Sprout's nearly gone. Hitch is high on the lighthouse top, counting the seconds before they swap. Dreams of sheriffs, smoothies and more. Sunny's heart's an open door. Sprout's got plans, but they're far away. For now, it's just another day. We're just three fools in Maritime Bay, playing and dreaming the hours away. Through the laughter, the tears, the highs, the lows, friendship's the anchor wherever life goes. Cookies shared and stories told. Sunny's dad with a heart of gold. Phyllis storms and with a sour face, the love still finds its secret place. Hitch steps up and the world feels small. Promises made, he'll answer the call. Though he's unsure what his path will be, he knows his heart will set him free. We're just three fools in Maritime Bay, playing and dreaming the hours away. Through the laughter, the tears, the highs, the lows, friendship's the anchor wherever life goes. Through pillow forts and moonlit dreams, Hitch softly said, I'll be your shield, your heart, your stead. And as the stars lit the bay that night, the foal slept sound bathed in starlight.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction! Bro, who? Come and subscribe. Ring that bell.
Movie Night, Judgment Nay by Miles Prower 06. Hitch stood in front of his bathroom mirror, wondering if his aqua green mane was acceptable as it was, or if he should apply a little styling gel. If he was perfectly honest, he even felt a little strange going out without his sash and badge, instead opting for a simple small saddlebag much akin to Sunny's, save for all the cutie bark buttons she had on her strap. Looking himself up and down one more time, Maritime Bay's off-duty sheriff deemed himself presentable and turned to leave the bathroom, shutting off the light behind him. Normally, his days off were spent relaxing at a nice secluded spot on the beach, where he didn't risk spotting litter on the street and instantly kicking himself into sheriff mode. But that was a risk he would have to take today, because Sunny Star Scout had invited him to go see a movie. It had only been a couple weeks since they had played their part in bringing magic back to Equestria and reuniting the nation, and Hitch had begun to take inventory, as it were. His friendship with Sunny had been considerably strained because of her activism, and he was feeling increasingly guilty over that because she and her father had turned out to be right all along. So when he had gotten a text from her a couple days ago asking him to the movies this evening, he immediately said yes, seeing it as an opportunity to continue healing their strained friendship, making sure he had enough bits to cover 2 tickets, popcorn and a soda. He was out his front door and into the cool Maritime Bay evening.
I gotta be honest, I'm feeling tired tonight. But the look in your eyes got me feeling alive inside. Every moment, here and now with you. No, nothing is better with you, I feel brand new. You and I can run away till we take flight. Nothing in our sight can take away what we can do tonight.
The most common sight by far for the past 2 weeks were orange construction pylons, as crews worked to remove all of Cantor Logic's unicorn entrapment devices from the street, and then resurface the affected areas. The biggest factory in town was also undergoing a major rebranding, cancelling all of his anti-unicorn and Pegasus devices, and beginning to design products that were beneficial to all races and their settlements. Regardless of city-wide street repairs, Maritime Bay's nightlife was as lively as ever, with venues all over seeing increased revenue from the new Unicorn and Pegasus visitors. The Maritime Bay Cineplex was near the centre of town and was currently showing 4 films: Horns, Harry Trotter, Dirty Prancing, and the main attraction for the past few weeks was Judgment Nay, a highly anticipated sequel to a hit sci-fi film that had come out before Sunny's time. Construction crews hadn't yet gotten to the 10 unicorn entrapment devices on the Walken Street, so the lines had to make do in making their way around them, as pylons and caution tape had been put up around each one. It made them a bit longer and curvier, but Ponies didn't seem to mind. They were doing a good job of staying clear of the tram tracks. something else Hitch frequently had to remind younger ponies of when he was on duty. Off to the side of the line, over by two of the movie posters, he noticed a familiar apricot earth pony wave at him, and he gave a smile and trotted over. "Good evening, Sonny, and here I thought I'd beat you here. You haven't been waiting long, have you?" "Don't be silly. You'd have to be late for me to be waiting. I've just been taking in the sights tonight. It's amazing seeing every pony enjoying our city together," Sonny replied. She did have a point. The line to the theatre's ticket booth was 30 ponies long, and it was filled with a mix of earth ponies, unicorns, and pegasi. "So, ready to get in line?" Hitch asked, and his friend nodded, and they began walking past the posters to get around to the end of the line around the corner. "You think movies like this will stop with the reunification?" Hitch asked as he glanced at the theatrical poster for horns. I wouldn't be so sure. In fact, I think it might get better as filmmakers from different races come together and discuss what they've been doing," Sonny replied. "Really?" Hitch asked. "Well, you don't think we're the only ones who let our biases influence our movies, do you? Zip was telling me of a Zephyr Heights movie called Friday the 15th, about a mass-murdering unicorn named Jason Voorhoeves who used his horn to stab ponies who camped near Crystal Lagoon. And Bridalwood isn't immune either. One of Izzy's favourite movies is called Blazing Saddles," Sonny explained. "Blazing Saddles?" "Yeah, it's a Horner Brothers comedy about an earth pony sheriff that comes to protect a town full of racist pegasi." "Should I be offended at that?" Hitch asked, and got a giggle out of Sonny for his trouble as they got in line, with two earth ponies and a unicorn filling in behind them a few moments later.
Driving through our memories, hand in hand, you and me, we were making plans to be forever, babe. I know you don't need me, but I see you and me, we can make it happen. Be my forever, babe.
In all seriousness, in response to your first question, I think some of the most blatant biases will fade, but not disappear completely. Self-deprecation is a form of art after all, Sonny told him. "So what'll it be? Judgment Day?" Hitch asked. "Yep, I've actually heard nothing but good things. Even Zip and Izzy liked it. They popped in to see it the day after everyone's magic had been restored," Sonny answered. Nothing official had been decided, but a lot of ponies around town had come to call it Reunification Day. "That's the sequel to the one that was before we were born, right? The one about Unicorn and Pegasus robots from the future?" "Yep, that's the one. I remember how they closed off a section of Cantor Logic to film part of the sequel," Sonny answered. "Yup, I remember having to escort you off the premises that day," Hitch said, another pang of guilt hitting him in the chest as he recalled how she had attempted to protest the making of the film. It must have showed in his expression, because Sonny noticed. "Hey, don't worry about it. Water under the bridge as far as I'm concerned," Sonny reassured him with a smile. He returned the smile and shrugged the feeling off as they stepped up to the ticket booth. "2 for Judgment Day, please," Hitch told the ticket agent on the other side of the glass. "Together or separate?" the older mare asked. "Together," came the simultaneous reply from both ponies. They both did double takes, glancing at each other and giving a nervous chuckle. "I can take care of it, Sonny," Hitch told her as he began to reach into his saddlebag. "Nonsense! I invited you, remember?" Sonny countered, also reaching into his saddlebag. Hitch paused and realised she did have a point. "That'll be 4 bits, ma'am," the ticket agent told her. Sonny came out with the correct change, and she was handed 2 tickets, and they made their way over to the doors. "Popcorn is on me though, you hear?" Hitch said with a smile. The pair of ponies passed through the double doors and quickly picked up their snacks, extra large popcorn and 2 sodas, which Sonny let Hitch hand over the bits for. Now they were fully ready. They went over to the usher who took their tickets. "Theatre 1 on your left. Thank you and enjoy your movie." Their popcorn smelled so good that they started munching on it on their walk down the hall to their theatre. "Where do you want to sit?" Hitch asked. "I've always loved it right up front. Come on," she told him excitedly. walking down the outer aisle of the theatre, going right down to the front row, where luckily the two centremost seats were still empty. They hadn't realised how close they had cut it, because not even 2 minutes after they had sat down, the lights dimmed and the various filmmaking factoids faded out to the Lighthouse Entertainment intro slate.
3 billion equine lives ended on August 29, 3997. The survivors of the nuclear fire called the war Judgment Day. They lived only to face a new nightmare, the war against the machines.
When Sonny and Hitch came out of the front doors of the Cineplex 2.5 hours later, their hearts were racing, and the dusk sky from when they had gone in was now a clear, starry night. "Whew, what a ride!" Hitch exclaimed, glancing up at the review quotes that were posted up on the main marquee of the building. "How is very good only 3 stars? Ugh, critics," he said, rolling his eyes. "Come on, I'll walk you home. You sure? It's a nice enough night, why not?" Together they walked towards the coast. "Well, I can't say this too often, but that was better than the original in every single conceivable way," Sonny said. "You got that right. Wonder if they'll make any more," Hitch added. "I'd say leave it as it is. How many movies about robots travelling back in time to change the future by killing John Trotter do you think they can make?" Sonny asked. Hitch laughed. "Those special effects were really something. A Pegasus robot made of liquid. And those shots in Cantor logic. Wow! You'd really think they'd have a section of that place filled with molten steel?" Hitch commented as they cleared Maritime Bay's main square and headed to the outskirts, the streets turning to dirt paths and grassy hills. "So where do you want to go next time? Nice dinner perhaps? Plenty of places offer a great view of the coast. Or plenty of atmospheric places downtown," Hitch told her. "Wow, you make it sound like we might be dating," Sonny teased. Hitch nearly stumbled in his gait, but saved it for the last moment as they made their way up the final hill to Sonny's lighthouse, which was still undergoing repairs, having scaffolding all around the damaged tower, but had enough work done now to be considered livable, at least on the first 2 floors. The off-duty sheriff swallowed a nervous lump in his throat. Are we?" he asked, his cheeks flushing pink. Well, isn't that forward of you?" Sonny said, smiling at him. I'm sorry, Sonny, I shouldn't have said that, and Hitch got tangled up in his words, and got another giggle out of Sonny. "Hitch, I'm teasing you," Sonny said, playfully elbowing him, as they came up to a front door. "Besides, I said it first, we've known each other our whole lives, so I don't think it would be that surprising to too many ponies in town if we did get that far." Hitch smiled at her as she dug the key out to unlock the front door, and she opened it before turning back to him. "I had a great time tonight, Hitch. To answer your last question, you can take me anywhere. I'm not picky. I just know you'll pick somewhere amazing." With that, she held up her front right hoof, and Hitch immediately knew what to do, bringing his right hoof up as well. "Up high, down low, hitch it to a post, flip it sunny side up and on a piece of toast." Instead of letting go at the end, Sonny held on and took a step forward and kissed him on the cheek as she stepped back towards her door. Now her cheeks were a delightful shade of pink as well. "And that," she began, "was the answer to your second to last question. I'll let you think about it while you plan our second date." She turned and stepped into her house, and turned to give him one more smile as she began to close the door. "Good night, Hitch." It was all Hitch could do to return the smile, as his cheeks positively burned and his mind went a mile a minute. The door latch closed, leaving Maritime Bay Sheriff to slowly turn and walk back towards town, wondering what kind of step he had just taken.
Better together, you and me, we will be. Leave the light on for me, but honey, let me down slowly. I've never been a dreamer till I met you. I know I don't deserve it, but honey, I need it. I've never been a dreamer till I met you.
Finn. Teleport Trouble by Quoterific. With the new lighthouse now up and running, Sunny was happy to have her home back, along with some new friends to share it with. Unfortunately, 4 of them had their own things to do, meaning that it was just her and a certain unicorn spending some quality time together. There was no need to go off on some crazy mission of unification. It was just Sunny and Izzy doing some fun cooking together. It was also the perfect time for Izzy to practice her new magic without relying on pecking holes in tin cans. "So what are we having for lunch?" Izzy asked as Sunny rummaged through the cupboards and fridge, getting out what she needed. "Well, I am rather hungry after moving all my stuff back in," Sunny said, her head in a cupboard. "So I was thinking of a nice omelette, something filling, you know." "Gotcha!" Izzy answered as she bounced towards the fridge. "How many eggs do you need?" "5, please," Sunny said. Izzy opened the fridge effortlessly and levitated the correct number of eggs. "You're getting good at that, Izzy," Sunny observed as she gathered the vegetables needed for the omelette. "Apart from levitation, have you tried anything else?" "Not really," Izzy shrugged and chuckled sheepishly. "That's all I can do for now. Can magic do more than just make things glow and float?" Sunny turned her head to face the hanging picture frame of herself when she was a filly, riding on her father's back. A smile spread across her face as memories began to resurface. "My dad said that when ponies did have magic, a pony who had both wings and a horn was the princess of friendship called Twilight Sparkle. She could do all sorts of things with magic," Sunny told Izzy, hints of nostalgia coming through her voice as she remembered the stories every bedtime her dad used to tell her. "Like what?" Izzy asked, intrigue in her voice. "She was magically skilled, that's for sure," Sunny continued. "She could turn things into other things, make force fields from magic, and even teleport from one place to another." "That sounds like so much fun!" Izzy bounced on the spot. "And very convenient." Sunny nodded before her stomach rumbled, causing the both of them to look down. Sunny blushed and rubbed the back of her head with a hoof. "Maybe we could continue storytelling when we're done cooking," Sunny suggested as she got the final ingredients. Izzy helping by levitating them to the table. The two of them spent some time cutting the veg and cracking the eggs, Izzy pulling a face of utmost concentration as she carefully used the knives held in her magical grasp to slice and dice the peppers and onions. Sunny was amused at Izzy's expression of pure concentration, trying not to laugh as it could break her friend's concentration. Cracking the eggs was especially difficult as Izzy needed the correct amount of force to break them. Too much pressure would cause them to explode, as the first 3 attempts had proven. Sunny and Izzy were both covered in both egg yolks and whites by the time Izzy managed to apply the right amount of force, but they laughed and wiped the mess away. Now it was time to add some seasoning. "Pass me the pepper, would you?" Sunny asked. Izzy just nodded as she levitated the pepper pot to begin shaking. Unfortunately, Izzy still didn't know her own magical strength and shook the pot too forcefully. A cloud of pepper filled the kitchen as the lid flew off. While Sunny was quick to put a hoof to her muzzle, Izzy wasn't so lucky. "Izzy, you okay?" Sunny asked as her eyes began to turn red and water, a hoof still on her nose. Izzy just stood there, her own eyes watering as her muzzle began to twitch. With one short breath after another, it became clear that she was about to sneeze. Her horn suddenly lit up as she inhaled sharply, and Sunny shielded her eyes as the lighthouse erupted with a blaze of purple light. An almighty sneeze was all Sunny could hear. Then, as quickly as it happened, it was all over. Sunny uncovered her eyes with one hoof and removed the other from her muzzle as she sat on the kitchen floor, looking around for a friend. "Izzy?" Sunny looked around. "You okay?" Her head frantically turned from left to right as she surveyed her home. Then it suddenly dawned on her. "I can't believe it," Sunny said with wide eyes. "Did she just teleport?" Panic began to replace awe. "This is bad. This is very, very bad. She could be anywhere." She stopped her cooking prep and rushed outside, galloping towards Maritime Bay. "I don't even know how unicorn magic works. There wasn't any magic at all until now, and my father was very vague on unicorn magic in his studies on Olden Equestria. Oh, I hope nothing bad happens. This magic business is just as unpredictable as Izzy." After an early morning gym session, tackling a mountain of paperwork, chasing litter ponies, and being followed by every critter imaginable, Sheriff Hitch was looking forward to a nice relaxing shower. With a towel over his back, he went to the bathroom, making sure to leave a window open. He turned the shower on and waited for the water to heat up. Testing the droplets of falling water with a hoop, he put the towel on a radiator and stepped in. A sigh of relaxation and exhaustion escaping his mouth. "Wow," Hitch contemplated. "This morning took a lot out of me. I think I'll leave Sprout in charge of the afternoon rush." He reached out for his favourite lotion and began rubbing the cream into his yellow coat, another sigh escaping his lips. Suddenly, there was an almighty flash of bright purple light, causing Hitch to cover his eyes and drop the bottle of lotion, causing bubbles to upwards. He then became aware that the shower space suddenly became a whole lot smaller as he felt something soft and fuzzy press up against him. Opening his eyes, which were slightly stinging from the mixture of water and lotion coming in, he was greeted muzzle to muzzle with a familiar face. What happened?" asked an equally familiar voice, somewhat sounding dazed and confused. Hitch recognised it immediately. "Izzy!" he screamed. It was the unicorn's turn to recognise the voice and the stallion in front of her. "Hi, Hitch!" Izzy smiled. The both of them just stood there underneath the shower, muzzle to muzzle. It was then that both of them realised where exactly they were. Hitch was the first to scream. Now, when the Sheriff of Maritime Bay screamed, he didn't scream like what a stallion screaming should sound like. Hitch screamed like a poor mare who had just been frightened to death. The kind of scream that meant that the dear Sheriff of Maritime Bay was scarred in more ways than one. Hitch scrambled out of the shower, quickly wrapping the towel around himself. Lotion bubbles and hot steam escaped as he leapt in terror, leaving the bathroom steamy and wet. "Izzy, how in Equestria did you get into my shower?" Hitch cried out with a blush that would make an apple envious. "What?" Izzy said, before she gasped theoretically. "Did I just teleport into your shower?" Teleport? Hitch stuttered in surprise. "Yeah," Izzy answered before her mouth ran faster than a machine's motor. "I was cooking supper with Sunny and I suddenly shook too hard on the pepper pot, causing this massive dust of pepper to come out, which caused me to sneeze and activate my magic, causing me to teleport to your, shower." Hitch pointed a hoof at Izzy, still blushing at what had transpired. "I could have you fined for a violation of..." Hitch couldn't finish his sentence as a stray bubble popped in front of Izzy, causing another sneeze to escape from Izzy. The bathroom lit up again, and when it faded, Izzy was gone. "Privacy," Hitch could only say. Hello Pipsqueaks, and I'm coming to you live from Zephyr Heights studio for a special recording of my new single. I am really looking forward to sharing this new song with every pony, celebrating the reunification of the 3 tribes. Pip placed the phone down on a music stand with the correct camera facing towards her. Right behind me is the recording studio where all my songs are sung, processed and recorded for all you lovely fans to enjoy when they are ready to be streamed and downloaded. Now, you all must be asking yourself, how does your fellow Pip Petals prepare herself for a long day at the recording studio? Well, what I do is some simple... An almighty flash filled the studio, causing Pip to be caught completely by surprise and fell backwards. Rubbing her eyes, she was greeted by a smiling pony looking down on her. Pip just sat there, stunned at the pony who was in front of her, knowing that she should have been somewhere else. "Hi!" Izzy exclaimed loudly, the studio's acoustics amplifying her voice. "Izzy!" Pip said as she struggled to get up. "How?" "Something involving magic, pepper powder and bubbles. Long story. Oh, is this the studio? I've never been in a studio before." Pip stood up, struggling to process both what had happened and what Izzy had said. "Your phone!" Izzy gasped as she levitated it up and pulled a confused Pip into her signature bone-breaking hugs. Izzy made the phone's front camera face them. "Say?" was all she said before the urge to sneeze took over her and she teleported away once again. Pip's phone dropped to the floor, leaving only a confused Pegasus in the studio. "What just happened?" Pip asked Gnome Pony in the room before sighing. "And there goes my perfect stream." Zip was busy indulging in her favourite pastime of launching herself from rooftop to rooftop, enjoying the feeling of the wind through her feathers. With the ability to fly restored to Pegasi, Zip was loving every minute of it. "This is what I've been missing." Zip sighed in contentment. "I wonder how fast I can really go." "That would be interesting," a voice came from behind her. It was a voice Zip was familiar with too, but she couldn't believe that this particular pony was up in the air with her. Turning her head in the direction of her voice, her eyes widened when she saw the unicorn next to her. "Izzy, how are you?" "It's a long and confusing story," Izzy said before sneezing and teleporting to the other side of her. "Ah, this is getting old real fast now. Some sort of magical mishap?" Zip asked with interest. "If you could put it that way," Izzy said. "How are you even staying afloat?" Izzy gave Zip a deadpan look. "Right, magical mishap." Zip rolled her eyes. Unicorn magic was something that not only for her, but also Earth Ponies and Pegasi were trying to get used to. It could also be that Izzy was just being her usual unexplainable self. Another sneeze happened again, this time taking Zip with her in the teleportation. They found themselves in the middle of Maritime Bay's town centre. Ponies finishing up for the day turned to the 2 ponies in surprise. "Whoa!" Zip stumbled as she tried to regain her balance. "Didn't see that coming." "Sorry!" Izzy apologised. "I can't help it." "Izzy!" Both Izzy and Zip turned in the direction of the voice to find Sunny running toward them. "Izzy, I still haven't given you your proper punish," Hitch shouted as he came running towards them, but the last syllable of his sentence faded when he saw Sunny, Izzy and Zip there. He skidded to a halt and cleared his throat, not wanting the events of today to reach the ears of his friends. "I mean, when this has settled, you and I are going to have a very serious talk." "Izzy!" came a gasping sound from above. All 4 heads looked up to see Pip flapping her wings as fast as she can and landing in exhaustion on the ground. Hitch looked at the group with concern. "I can't believe I flew from Zephyr's Heights to here. I am so unfit." She gasped for air. "Can some pony explain to me what has been going on today?" Hitch demanded the 4 girls. Sunny was about to explain when Izzy started to sneeze again. The three of them took a step back and shielded their eyes, expecting it to happen again. Sunny closed her eyes with a hoof, stopped Izzy with a hoof to her muzzle. Izzy blinked a couple of times before releasing a sigh of relief, as did the others. "So, where have you been with all your teleporting?" Sunny asked Izzy. She so wanted to get her scrapbook where she kept all her questions. "She interrupted my live stream," Pip answered. "She was somehow in mid-air," Zip answered next. "Don't ask me how, it just happened." All three friends turned to Hitch. A blush was the only indication that something odd had happened. Izzy just smiled as she usually does. "I'd rather not talk about it," Hitch quivered. "It has been a long day," Sunny sighed, "and a crazy one at that." The others nodded their heads in agreement. It was then that Sunny's stomach began to rumble, causing all five heads to look down. Sunny chuckled sheepishly, causing the others to laugh. "During all the excitement, I forgot to have some food," Sunny chuckled. "How about we all get something to eat?" Hitch suggested, wanting to move things along. "I think we all deserve it after what has happened." The others nodded and made their way back to Sunny's lighthouse. "Just make sure there's not too much pepper in the food," Pip said to Sunny. Sunny just laughed at Pip's remark. "Pip, I'm way ahead of you." Grinded Pony Hooves by Kaiden. Hitch's trot through Bridlewood was a lot more interesting than the first time he had visited. The clouded, dull crystals in the ground had a vibrant glow, casting greens and blues onto the nearby trees. Several fillies and colts ran around flinging pine cones at one another and playing with their magic. It didn't take him long to reach Izzy's home. The unicorn had requested he come visit as soon as possible to help with a special unicycling project. Hitch wasn't sure how he could be of help, but it did give him a chance to take a short vacation from his job as sheriff. He knocked on the door to Izzy's home and heard some clattering sounds from inside. "Coming!" A purple glow surrounded the door and it opened itself to reveal Izzy, horn glowing. "Wow, you're getting a lot better with your magic. Still seems odd to me," Hitch said. "Yeah, I've been able to figure out all sorts of cool tricks, and it's really improved my artwork. Come in, come in." She smiled and reached out, pulling Hitch inside and closing the door quickly behind him. "Whoa, hold your horses there," Hitch chuckled as he walked inside and looked around. Izzy had certainly been busy. There was some new furniture, some fancy wall curtains over the windows, and a crafting bench he hadn't noticed before, full of tools. Even with the drapes drawn shut, plenty of natural light filtered in from a skylight in the ceiling that had been crafted of recycled glass. "Oh, do you like it?" Izzy beamed as she started to rush around. "I found this table behind the crystal tea room." She hurried over to the workbench. "And all these tools on a construction site. Wow. You must really be keeping busy." "Yeah, and it's really hungry work." Izzy frowned and shook her head. "I've run out of snacks." "You should have said something. I could have brought you some of Maritime's famous saltwater taffy." Izzy chuckled and began trotting in a circle around Hitch. "Oh, I had another snack in mind. Something with a bit more crunch." Hitch rubbed his chin for a moment. Peanut brittle? Warmer." Izzy smiled. "Rock candy? Colder." Hitch shrugged. I've got nothing. What is it?" Izzy darted into the kitchen and came back with a box. She turned it over and shook. A few small crumbs came out and nothing else. He recognized the box right away. "Oh, that's the snack you used when you sang that song about us fitting in. Oh, that's the snack you used when you sang that song about us fitting right in. Ground pony hooves?" "Grinded pony hooves," Izzy corrected. "So what are they? Are they like those little sugar wafers that taste like chalk they sell in convenience stores?" Hitch asked. "Nope, they're 100% organic pony hooves." Izzy was bouncing slightly from hoof to hoof in excitement. "They're super high in fibre and keratin." Hitch laughed nervously. No pony would actually make a snack like that, would they? I mean, all those stories about tongues like lasers and teeth like tacks were just, well, stories. "Oh, not every story is as nice as the tales you've heard of Sugar and Spice." Izzy's horn glowed, and there was a loud clunk. Hitch's ears swiveled. That had sounded like a deadbolt. It was followed by a chain and a thunk of a wood beam. He turned to look at the door, which appeared a lot more like a bank vault than it had when he walked in. Izzy? I'm getting a pretty uncomfortable vibe here. Is this another one of your weird unicorn customs?" Izzy was grinning ear to ear, horn still glowing. "Oh, I suppose it's just one of my lovely little quirks. I look at your luminescence flickering in and out like a little firefly." Hitch saw that she was advancing on him and not breaking eye contact. He took a step backwards. "Izzy, I'm a sheriff, and if you don't stop this silly game, I'll have you arrested." "Oh, I'd like to see you try." As she laughed, Hitch's vision was filled with purple. The glow of magic had surrounded him, tickling at his fur and making him squirm in an attempt to break free. He was floating in the air, and no matter how much he flailed about, there didn't seem to be a thing he could do about it. "Damn it, Izzy, stop this!" She set him down on the table, and he pushed himself up to get up. As he did, several thick straps were buckled closed across his legs, leaving him strapped down on his back and in a rather exposed position. "Izzy, I said stop! Now!" Hitch shouted. "Deploy! The shield!" Izzy cackled as she pulled out a tennis ball that had been run through with a piece of rope. She levitated it through the air above Hitch's head. "Don't you dare! I'm not Hitch thrashed and struggled as the shield was tightened snugly around his head and rendered him unable to make any intelligible sounds. "Much, much better." Izzy went over to the table full of tools and started levitating through the various instruments. "Where should we start? Legs, left, right? Maybe the fetlocks? Hitch bucked with all his panic strength, causing the table to jump off the ground by half an inch. The straps held firm, pinning him on his back to the table. Izzy picked up a long metal curved hook and trotted back over to Hitch. She twirled it through the air where he could see as she circled the table, tapping on his hooves. "Any, miny, miny, mo. Pick a pony hoof by the toe." The stallion couldn't believe this was happening. This mare had gone insane. Or perhaps she always had been. Perhaps Izzy hadn't been a friend at all, but a psychopath who wanted to get their magic back to prove unicorn supremacy once and for all. Hitch nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard the scraping of the sharp metal tool. He closed his eyes tight and waited for the flash of pain, the trickle of blood, the inevitability of death. Izzy scraped again, deeper this time. "Oh my! This dirt is really packed in there." Hitch sniffed as he fought back tears, but still, it didn't hurt. Sonny was right. Stallions really don't know how to take care of their hooves. Another few weeks and this hoof would have overgrown and given you a limp. Shame on you. Izzy chuckled. She continued scraping away until all the caked-on dirt and mud were gone from the frogs of his hoof, and ran the tool along the nails to get most of the dirt off. Hitch began laughing, partly from realizing he wasn't being tortured, partly because he always had incredibly sensitive hooves. It was true. He didn't like getting them worked on, but as a sheriff, he normally did enough exercise to keep them from getting overgrown. "Oh, there we go!" Izzy whistled a familiar tune to herself as she finished removing the dirt from the final hoof. Now she began to cut away some of the thicker, overgrown corners of the nail with a different tool. It had a short and very sharp blade. "Better not laugh too much when I've got the blade out, though it does make your sparkle turn the most adorable shade of pink." Izzy set to work with a jar and the scraper, clearing off some of the thicker and more impacted sections of each hoof. She was careful not to be wasteful or hit any of the delicate bits of flesh around the hoof. Hitch tried to stop laughing, but couldn't There was just something about the vibrations and the way it felt to have his feet touch that turned him back into a playful colt again. For a moment, he was glad to have a tennis ball in his mouth, or every pony in Bridlewood would probably hear him laughing like some overrated comic book villain. Next, she brought out a large pair of clippers with handles a foot long. Izzy wiped her brow. She was still new to using magic, and it was taxing to hold tools on a jar in her magic constantly. She began to clip around the outer edges of the hooves, getting a nice thick chunk of nail trimmed off and landing in the jar. She licked her lips and resumed the clipping. The table creaked a bit as Hitch fidgeted. He'd definitely be having a talk with Sunny and Izzy about tricking him into coming here to get his hooves worked on. Preferably that talk would happen in his interrogation room, the one with the very bright desk lamp and very uncomfortable chair. He might even let Sprout out of jail for a little good sheriff bad deputy, like they'd used to interrogate the maritime litterer 2 months ago. Izzy continued clipping away, and Hitch realised she'd finished shaping the hooves. She levitated out a very large and rough-looking nail file and brought it over. Now this is probably going to tickle a lot, so we better make sure those straps are tight. Don't want you hurting yourself. Izzy double-checked the straps. Hitch bit into the tennis ball as she began filing the hooves. Even when he'd tried to file himself, the vibrations had always been too much to control his laughter. Now they were shivering and had the addition of the tingly, almost sticky magic on his sensitive, freshly trimmed hooves. He began bucking like a rodeo pony and laughing loud enough to wake the dead. Oh my! You're a lot stronger than you look, but mostly you look silly. Izzy filed away and tried to ignore the pony squirming on the table. He was kind of cute like this, and she tried to ignore that fact so she could focus on doing a good job at the hoofacure. Both of his lungs were burning as he struggled to catch his breath. He'd never been tickled this long before, or perhaps he should say he'd never made it this far into having his hooves trimmed. All done. I better leave you here a moment to catch your breath. Izzy trotted off into the kitchen, and Hitch could hear a lot of clinking pans. He mumbled into the tennis ball turned gag and tried to get her attention once he'd been able to calm down from all the laughter. It sounded like she was in there cooking something, and he couldn't believe she'd want to eat at a time like this. Had she forgotten that she had abducted and strapped him down to this table? Or that he was a sheriff that could arrest her? Hitch tried to count off all the bylaws that Izzy had broken, and was able to think of 7 by the time Izzy came back into the room. She was munching loudly on whatever she had prepared in the kitchen. It sounded like some pony eating chips in a movie theatre with their mouths open. Oh, thank you, Hitch. You did a wonderful job. Izzy chomped down on her snack again. Wonderful what? Hitch asked. Oh, well, I guess I did most of the work, but you were a good sport. I've never gotten to use my strappy table with another pony before. Izzy smiled and used her magic to untie the rope and remove the shield from Hitch's mouth. He spit out some yellow fibers from the tennis ball. Izzy, you can't just kidnap a pony to give them a hoofacure. Oh, well, like I said, you needed a hoofacure, and I was out of snacks. She munched down again. Hitch looked over to see her holding the box of grinded pony hooves. Izzy shook it, and it sounded full. Oh no! He felt his stomach turn over and swallowed a lump in his throat. You want to try some? Izzy smiled and levitated one of the snacks out of the box. It was shaped like a little horseshoe, but the colour and texture perfectly matched his hooves. The hooves that had just been assaulted with a hoofacure kit and trimmed. Hitch gasped and nearly inhaled the tiny horseshoe treats that Izzy had levitated over to let him try. Luckily, he was able to get his lips closed in time to stop all but one from entering. Izzy floated the treats back and held them up in the air, dropping them one at a time onto her outstretched tongue. In his haste to close his mouth, he'd bitten into the one pony hoof that landed in his mouth. Luckily, she must have added some sweetener to it in the kitchen. Hitch found that it wasn't half bad, apart from the fact that he was eating tiny caramelized bits of his own foot. He tried not to think about it, so he could keep his lunch down. So can you unstrap me now, please? Hitch asked. Izzy nodded and her horn lit up. As abruptly as he had been caught, he was free again. Hitch rolled off the table and landed on his hooves, ready to use all 3 weeks of the judo training he'd received as a sheriff just in case. She continued munching on her snacks. Oh! He spit out the last bits of the snack. Hitch then rocked from side to side, testing out the new shape of his hooves. He looked down in surprise. Hey, they're level. Perfectly level. I actually haven't felt them this clean in years. He took turns tapping each of his hooves on the ground, then sat down to get a closer look at them. You did an amazing job. Thanks. You know, you can come over any time to get a hoofacure. I know how to handle a pony who is as ticklish as a colt. She took another mouthful of the treats and began to chew. He stood back up and gave her an unamused stare. Can you stop crunching on those so loudly? Ish like, she swallowed. The one weird thing I do, okay? I like eating hoof snacks. Hitch chuckled and shook his head. Yeah, okay, this is the only weird thing you do. Now if you wouldn't mind unlatching the door, I think I need to get some tea and a sandwich. Izzy nodded and used her magic to quickly unlock, unbolt, and unwooden bar the door. Sure thing, Sheriff. Oh, before you go, did you still want to use my guest room tonight since you travelled all this way? He raised an eyebrow and looked from her to the room she'd pointed to. Guest room? Oh, right. Yeah, I've got some great inventions in there to show you. Izzy walked over to him and shot him a seductive smile, batting her eyelashes. She whispered into his ear, and as she did so, Hitch's face went from yellow to orange to beet red. Hitch gulped. Magic! Feather! Wing! Mayonnaise! He sprinted to the door, threw it open, and ran off into the sunset. Izzy laughed and took another bite of a grinded pony hoof. He'll be back. No stone can resist my hoof play. Reflections of a Unicorn by Child of Stars. Dear unicorns and pegasi, you have friends in Maritime Bay. Come visit us. That was what was written on the letter that Izzy had found when she was younger. It was attached to a lantern, one she happened to come across in Bridlewood, back when she was too young and too scared to act on the letter's promise. Now, however, she was older and way more hopeful. She held out hope that the letter's message still rang true and that she really would find friends in Maritime Bay. She really needed friends, because being one of the only energetic and lively unicorns did not score her any social points with the other horned ponies. Izzy Moonbow, a purple unicorn mare with a long blue curly mane and tail. She lived in Bridlewood, the unicorn city. She had a very vibrant personality and home, yet she didn't really have any ponies she could relate to. She didn't really have any true friends either, which could probably be chalked up to the rest of Bridlewood's inhabitants being very despondent and superstitious, which Izzy was not. She felt a little detached from her fellow unicorns because of this. She had always wanted to go out into the rest of Equestria and explore, see new sights, go to new places, meet new ponies, and make some real friends. And today it became a reality as the violet mare with the button and heart cutie mark left Bridlewood for the first time in her life. She was on a mission to finally meet those promised friends in Maritime Bay. She had decided to not bring much besides the letter, which was stored in the back of her mane. She figured that if Maritime Bay, an Earth Pony city, was friendly towards unicorns like her, that they would have everything she would need. She had studied her map of Equestria before she left, memorizing where Maritime Bay was in relation to her home and the path she'd take to get there.
Now, all that was left to do was to start on her little journey. I hope they really don't smell like rotten fish, Izzy thought as she began her trek towards Maritime Bay. That'd stink, literally, she giggled at her own joke. Wonder what they look like, she thought. I've never seen one, so I guess they could look like anything. Though judging by the name and drawings I've seen, I'd say they probably look ponyish. Izzy continued forward through the large grass field that lay in front of her. The sun had just come up when Izzy decided to embark on her journey. It was still just barely morning, and judging by her cottage's map, she'd arrive in Maritime Bay by this afternoon. She could barely contain her excitement. The prospect of making new friends, and even friends from other tribes, was almost too much to handle. Izzy did a little hop in excitement before transitioning into a small skip. She was just so excited to meet new ponies, and the letter said, unicorns and pegasi, meaning that she might even meet some pegasi, which actually wasn't something she was too excited about. She had heard about how vicious and mean the pegasi were, plus she'd even heard rumours that they had something to do with the unicorn's magic disappearing. The more she thought about it, the more she hoped that she was the only one to receive that letter. She really didn't want to meet any foal-eating pegasi. They sounded like really bad news. She'd much rather just deal and make friends with some lazy and dumb earth ponies. At least that's what she heard, that earth ponies were lazy and dumb. I kinda hope they aren't dumb though, Izzy pondered as she navigated through a flowery field. As she made her way through the flower-filled fields, she disturbed some butterflies who flew up and away from her. As soon as one crossed her field of vision, she locked onto it and began chasing after it, trying in a vain attempt to touch it. Getting distracted from what she was doing and chasing the yellow butterfly led her to a little pond. Once she reached it, she stopped, realizing what had just happened. She wasn't too far off track, but she definitely needed to get a move on now if she wanted to make it to Maritime Bay by this afternoon. Her eyes were drawn to the yellow butterfly hovering above the pond, just taunting her. She squinted at it and crouched down. She shook her rump as she got ready to pounce on the thing. But first she talked to the butterfly. You know, I'm on a little adventure, butterfly. I'm going to Maritime Bay to meet some friends. The butterfly, for its part, just kept hovering in the same place, and Izzy scooted closer to the pond's edge. You see, I'm going to meet some earth ponies, she boasted slightly. I don't really mind if they're lazy. I could deal with that. But I really hope they're not dumb or smelly. I could get used to it, but it'd be a bit of a turn-off to be honest. One of her forehooves bumped to the water's edge. There might even be some pegasi there, though I really hope not, she continued to say. They're kind of scary, and they could steal my luminescence. Hey, I wonder what they look like. Izzy was now in the position to get the butterfly. All she needed to do now was keep distracting it and wait for the perfect moment. They fly, kind of like you, she said mischievously. But unlike you, I haven't pounced on one. And with that she jumped on the butterfly, sure that she had it, only for it to swerve out of her path at the last second. Well, this sucks, she thought as she landed in the pond with a great splash. She pulled herself out of the pond and plopped herself down on its sandy shore. Perhaps I was the one being distracted, she pondered. Izzy looked up at the sun once more and decided that she really needed to get back on track. In her completely drenched state, the warm sun was very welcome on her body. She trotted back towards the path to Maritime Bay she had originally set out on. She couldn't help what happened back there. That butterfly was practically challenging her to get it, and that was one challenge she wasn't going to back down from. Annoying little butterfly, she grumbled inwardly. Her annoyance quickly lifted when she got back to the flower field though, as the wind had picked up, beginning to dry her off and causing thousands of flower petals to soar into the air. The display was beautiful, causing Izzy to stop in her tracks for just a moment to admire the show. All of a sudden she thought about the letter in her mane. Oh, how it could be soaked! This momentarily caused her to panic, as she didn't want her letter to be ruined. She reached back into her mane with a hoof and pulled out the letter. It was slightly damp in a few spots, but besides that it was mostly dry. This came as a relief to the indigo unicorn. That fact that her letter was safe and sound was all she needed right now. A small smile graced her face as she viewed the letter held in her hoof. However, as the wind picked up, it tore the letter from her hoof, leaving her smiling at her now empty hoof. She blinked and then looked up and saw the letter flying away. She just stared at it for a second until her brain started working again and she yelped. She began galloping after it as flower petals slammed into her face and mouth. She kept spitting out what seemed like an infinite amount of petals. The wind kept whipping her letter around until said letter blew into a forest. Once it entered the forest, much of the wind keeping it afloat was blocked out by the forest canopy, causing the letter to begin to slow down and fall. Izzy had almost caught up to the letter, but at that moment, a rogue breeze pushed her letter a little off track. It landed in a tree! Izzy questioned loudly. "You've got to be kidding me!" Izzy huffed a sigh as she approached her now stuck in a tree letter. From its base, Izzy looked up at the letter. It was stuck in one of the lower branches. She tried to jump for it, but she didn't quite make it. Instead, she landed awkwardly and then fell onto her back. She blew a tuft of mane out of her face as she stared up at her letter, a determined look crossing her face. She got off the forest floor and looked at the tree the letter was stuck in. "I can do this," she thought to herself. She lined herself up with the tree and backed up a little ways, preparing to ram the tree head on. She huffed out a breath as she felt the wind pick up around her. Then she ran full speed towards the tree, only to skid to a halt as something on the ground caught her curious eye. It was... "My letter?" Izzy spoke aloud. She looked back at the tree only to see her letter was missing from it. Her gaze went back down to the one in front of her and it dawned on her. The wind just pushed it back out. "I almost smacked into a big tree for nothing," she inwardly mused. And before the wind could pick up again, she snagged her letter back up and placed it into her mane, right where it should be. Thankfully, her letter chase took her in the right direction, for as she left the forest behind, she was in a grassy field. Directly in front of her was a small grassy hill, one which she swiftly climbed. Once she had scaled the hill, she looked at the sun and saw it was almost midday. Right on schedule, I think, she thought. She looked ahead of her and gasped. In the distance she could see it. "Maritime Bay!" she exclaimed. In her excitement she started to gallop towards her destination, humming about new friends all the way. In a blind rush to get to her destination, she wasn't paying good attention to the ground beneath her hooves, and so when a small rock found itself in her path, she didn't notice it until it was too late. Her left hoof hit the rock and she stumbled, falling down into a roll. She continued rolling forward until she fell into a deep ditch, one that would not be easy to get out of. "It's one thing after another, isn't it?" Izzy questioned aloud. "Can't I catch a break?" She couldn't take it anymore. She burst out laughing, all while getting up. She wasn't annoyed at anything at all so far. It was fun pretending to be a bit more serious, but she just couldn't take it anymore. That just wasn't her. And so far this little expedition had been one of the most fun things she'd ever done. She'd be lying to herself if she said that she wasn't slightly annoyed at some points, but overall this little adventure had been really fun. It was Izzy Moonbow's first real taste of freedom, life beyond her cottage, beyond Bridalwood. "To Maritime Bay!" Izzy yelled, ecstatic to meet her soon-to-be new friends. She backed up and ran full speed at one of the ditch's walls. She almost made it, but just slid down instead. It took a few more attempts after that, but she eventually cleared the top of the ditch and continued, slower now, towards Maritime Bay. "I can't wait to meet my new friends," Izzy excitedly thought. "I wonder what their luminance will be. Hopefully some pony will have tangerine luminescence. I haven't seen that one before." Izzy was so excited and lost in thought that before she knew it, she had made it to Maritime Bay. And right on time too, if the sun is anything to go off of, she thought happily. A huge smile crossed her face as she began making her way towards Maritime Bay's entrance when she saw some earth ponies. She tried to wave at them, but as soon as they saw her, they started to scream and run away. That's weird, she thought. What is every pony doing? The letter said they're my friends. She continued to walk forwards as the Earth Pony town in front of her went into a panic. She just chalked it up to the Earth Ponies showing their friendship towards her in their own extreme and special way. Maybe they're so excited to see a unicorn they just don't know how to react, she thought positively. In front of her, laying on the ground, she saw what appeared to be an Earth Pony with an orange coat and light purple mane and tail. Said pony looked to also be a mare, and this mare seemed to have a satchel slung over her. The first friend I can properly introduce myself to, Izzy exclaimed in her head. So Izzy went up to the Earth Pony and introduced herself. Hi new friend, my name's Izzy. The orange pony started to slowly get up, looking at Izzy's horn. She stumbled on her words at first, but soon enough the orange Earth Pony had managed to say, Unicorn! Izzy curiously looked around as the rest of her new Earth Pony friends began to scatter. Just like before, it quickly dawned on her what they were doing. Oh! She vocalized her slight amazement. Is every pony playing hide and seek? She asked the orange Earth Pony, who still stood beside her, looking around as she quickly spotted an Earth Pony trying to hide behind an ice cream stand. Well, he's not very good at hiding, is he? She spoke internally. Out loud, she notified him that he'd been found. I see you! The Earth Pony, acknowledging his loss, decided to throw himself into the sea part of Maritime Bay, which Izzy had never seen before. Must be special Earth Pony rules, Izzy figured. Izzy decided to look around the town to see what it was like. Besides every pony trying to find a hiding spot, she noted the interesting architecture of the place. Just as she was looking around, she heard a pony yell out, Unicorn attack! She ignored this, presuming it was just another special Earth Pony rule. She, however, did spare a quick glance over to the direction of the voice and saw it came from a handsome beige stallion, and with an aquamarine coloured mane and tail, said stone having a strap going around them with a star badge on it. She quickly lost interest in him and got distracted by some salty air she could smell. Even as an alarm went off, she paid it no mind as she turned to her left and saw the sea. Something she didn't register was there the first time she looked its way. She started making her way towards it as she reflected on the small journey it took to get here. All she could think about was one thing she was super excited for and couldn't wait to happen. This is going to be so exciting and fun. I can't wait to finally make a ton of new friends. A ton of new, true and real friends. Maritime Bay Hard Cider Incident by Massa Stormy Ponies. And done! Declared blue-maned purple unicorn as she swiped the one last stroke of paint to the wall. Sunny's lighthouse was now completely repaired and ponies outside were cheering. It was a peaceful summer day at Maritime Bay as the sun shined its warm light everywhere. The magic had returned to Equestria a couple of months later, and every pony was still getting used to it after its long absence. After Sprout's war machine had crashed into Sunny's lighthouse, it had collapsed and was deemed beyond repair, but with effort from Sunny's friends, citizens of Maritime Bay, and fundings and machinery from Canterlogic, they were able to reconstruct it. Now it was as good as new and Sunny was able to move back to her childhood home. I don't know what to say, said teary-eyed Earth Pony as she watched her freshly new lighthouse gleaming in the sun. Thank you, every pony. You know it. Izzy smiled and hugged her friend tightly. No, thanks to you, Sunny. Green-maned Sheriff of Maritime Bay, Hitch Trailblazer, moved closer to Sunny along with her other friends. Pegasus' sisters Zip, Storm and Pip Petals joining the hug. It was you who believed in all of us.
Your father would be so proud of you. Yeah, Sunny said, smiling. I wish he could see this. Izzy took a hold of Sunny's hoop and encouraged her to follow inside. Come on, let's go see your new home. As they entered the lighthouse, Sunny took notice that everything was like they used to be. All the furniture that survived the collapse were put in their previous place or replaced with new ones. Even his father's elevator was repaired and worked perfectly fine. It was just like before, even better than Sunny had imagined. She couldn't hold back her tears as they started to flow. It was just too emotional. Her friends were standing there, not wanting to interrupt. Sunny was sobbing in front of them, wiping her eyes with her hoop. Finally, Hitch decided to walk closer to Sunny. He put his hoop on his shoulder and whispered, "Welcome home." Indeed, Sunny was finally home. Now who wants some friendship cake? Izzy bounced up and down as she floated a tray with her magic. She put it on the table, revealing a heart-shaped cherry chocolate cake. The table in the dining hall was filled with different kinds of treats and beverages. There were even those same unicorn cupcakes Sunny used to make when she was a filly, now having actual friends to enjoy them with. Hello Pipsqueaks, this is your Princess Pip Petals talking. Pip had taken out her phone and was live streaming the event. As you can see, we're having a housewarming party at my friend's new house, and here's my friend. She grabbed Sunny in her armpit to introduce her to her audience. Meet Sunny Star Scout, the one who returned magic in all of Equestria. Hi, Sunny said timidly and smiled. She wasn't sure if she was ready to be filmed like that. And here's the lovely bouquet we're having. Pip kept talking as she released Sunny from her hold and walked to the table. It all happened so fast and Sunny was seemingly dazed. Does she ever put that phone away? She asked Zip, whispering in her ear. No, she likes that thing way too much. Zip just rolled her eyes and chuckled. She even takes it to the bathroom and keeps on recording. What? Sunny was a little shocked at the revelation. That's something I don't want to know.
'Cause I want you back. Cupid, send his kisses to me. Cupid, tell him he belongs to me. Tell him that I'm still deeply in love.
The night was growing older. Sunny and her friends were having a lovely dinner together, eating treats and chatting. Suddenly Zip whipped out bottles of hard cider and started encouraging every pony to take part of a drinking competition. Alright guys, Zip exclaimed while opening the bottles. Let's see who lasts the longest. I'll pass, said Pip with a blush. My sis would totally drink me under the table. You bet, Zip smirked and looked at Sunny, knowing she wouldn't resist the challenge. How about you? Your game? Well, I don't play, Sunny replied and then flashed her a grin. I win! No you don't. Hitch rose up and hit his hoop on the table with a loud bang. He seemed to be ready for some action. You have already done your part, Sunny, but as the Sheriff of Maritime Bay, I will show this Pegasus what we Earth ponies are made of. I'll take the challenge. Right back at you, buddy, Zip replied and passed a mug on Hitch so they could get started. And you, Pip. Hitch looked at Pip, who was already taking her phone out. No footage. There are minors watching your streams. Fine. Pip sighed and put her phone away. She started filling up their mugs with cider so their race could begin. And so they started.
I must have done something good. I must have done something. And even if you're skeptical,
Izzy and Sunny were cheering as Zip and Hitch were emptying mugs after mugs of cider, leaving more and more empty bottles after them. Pip had hard time staying in the rhythm, but managed to pour them more drinks without any long pauses. After a while, they had drunk almost all the cider there was. Phew, I'm out, Pip finally blurted out, letting out a long burp afterwards. And the winner is Hitch Trailblazer, Pip shouted cheerfully. Winner gets a kiss. She kissed Hitch on the cheek, making him blush. Well, thank you, Pip. Hitch slurred, seemingly drunk from all the cider he had been drinking. Zip on the other Hooves seemed fine, something which Sunny remarked. Wow, Zip, you really took it like a champ. Well, actually... Zip raised one bottle that was already empty, showing it off to Sunny. Under the label, there was another one, which stated, Kids Party Cider. Sunny was confused. What I was drinking the whole time wasn't hard cider, it was just plain. Zip pointed at her sister, who was snuggling Hitch right next to her. Pip was also part of this, just a prank, bro. What? Sunny was shocked. You were drinking the regular cider this whole time? Duh, like I said. Zip replied, scratching her neck. Wasn't that obvious enough? And you guys made Hitch drink real alcohol? Sunny pointed at Hitch, who was leaning on the table, a weird smile on his face. Well, I don't like hangovers. Zip was starting to look worried. This was just supposed to be a joke. Were you going to prank me too? Sunny asked with a sad tone in her voice. What if I got sick? Or Hitch for Celestia's sake? Zip shrugged and put her hoop on Sunny's shoulder. I wouldn't have gone that far if it were you. I hope so, Sunny replied, offended. She was not amused by the prank, knowing there could have been serious consequences. Relax, Sheriff's a big pony, Zip reassured. He wouldn't possibly get that drunk. Well, I guess. Sunny raised her head and looked at Hitch once more. While Sunny had known Hitch for a long time, she'd never seen him drinking and wasn't sure how he would take it. But Zip was right. Hitch was still an adult pony. Of course he knew what he was taking part of. Well, that was fun. Hitch broke the silence. Drunk beyond belief, all the alcohol had gone straight to his head, and he found it hard to balance himself as he rose up. I wish I could stay for longer with you lovely ladies, but he started to stagger away, his tail swinging from side to side. I'm gonna go for a walk. What? A walk? Zip chuckled. You're gonna go far, kid. To infinity and beyond, Hitch replied, making Pip squeal in delight. Hey, I know that reference. Sunny laughed and shook her head, while she had been worried how Hitch would feel after Zip's prank. He sure looked hilarious walking around the room. Girls were giggling as they watched Hitch swaying in all directions as he tried to navigate his way around the living room. After a while, he stumbled into the room on his right, making Sunny a little worried. Hitch, where are you going? She shouted. That's the kitchen. Hopefully he doesn't think it has a bathroom, Zip smirked. He could pee in the sink and ruin it for good. I would totally watch something like that, Pip admitted, making Zip glance at her with a disturbed look. Sunny decided to rise from her chair and followed Hitch into the kitchen, hoping he wouldn't do anything dangerous or stupid. As she entered the room, she saw Hitch by the sink, trying to turn the faucet on. Just want to drink some water, Hitch slurred, not being able to figure out how the faucet worked. But this thing's busted. Sunny sighed in relief and walked next to her drunk friend. She filled a glass with faucet water and gave it to Hitch. Why, thank you, Sunny. Hitch rejoiced and drank the water. Then he leaned on Sunny and hugged her tightly, making her blush. You're such an angel. Thanks, Sunny replied and pushed Hitch away gently. And you, sir, have drunk way too much. I guess so, Hitch admitted. I better head home then. It was only then he collapsed on the floor with a goofy grin on his face. Hitch? Sunny looked at her friend with a worried look. You okay? Hitch didn't reply as he closed his eyes and started snoring. All that alcohol had finally taken its toll and he had passed out. Well, that's depressing, said Zip, who had just arrived to the scene with his sister standing next to her. Looks like our sheriff is out for the night. He's gonna feel that in the morning. Well, catastrophe averted. Sunny thought to herself. Hey guys, they heard Izzy's voice coming from the living room. Let's play some board games. Girls looked up at each other and shrugged. Hitch seemed fine sleeping on the floor. There was no reason trying to wake him up. Okay, we're on it, Zip shouted back and walked away from the door, Sunny deciding to follow her. It was her night anyway, so better make the most of it.
Well, I'm happy on my own, at least most of the time. I guess some of the time, maybe none of the time. I'm happy on my own.
Hitch's eyes shot open in the morning. He woke up on the floor with a pillow under his head and a blanket over his body. His head and whole body ached like no tomorrow. He felt an urge to vomit, answering the call by throwing up in the kitchen sink. He couldn't remember anything that had happened that night, but he had a hunch it wasn't anything pleasant. What had happened last night? As he was resting by the sink trying to put his thoughts together, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around to see Zip and Pip standing there. Well, good morning, Sheriff. Zip greeted Hitch, trying not to chuckle. Did you sleep well? I guess so, Hitch replied, trying to remember what had happened. Seriously, what had happened last night?
Dawn comes slowly, twos and fro's, and breaks the way I see.
I'm sorry if I caused any trouble last night. Hitch apologised as all of the ponies were gathered around the table to have breakfast. They all looked at Hitch, not looking angry at all. Oh, you don't have to be sorry, Sunny replied and put a hoop on his shoulder. I was worried you'd hurt yourself, that's all. I think I also owe an apology, Zip added and looked at Hitch. I'm sorry I made you drink all that cider without thinking. Hitch sighed and shook his head. How could he be angry at his friend when he himself accepted a challenge overestimating his abilities? He still had his pride and didn't want to admit his fault. You were trying to poison me, the Sheriff of Maritime Bay? He flashed a cocky grin at Zip. I could hold you accountable for your actions, you know. Hey, it wasn't poison, Pip defended herself. It was just 5% hard cider. Well, not gonna do that anymore. Hitch held his head with his hoof. I just hate hangovers. Hey, we have something in common then. Zip chuckled and munched on a toast. And you, Pip. Sunny looked at Pip, who had her eyes locked in her phone. You better remove those videos you took. What? What videos? Hitch looked at Pip with a worried expression on his face. Did I do something crazy last night? Pip giggled and turned her phone towards the others. They saw footage of drunk Hitch flailing around the living room, bumping into furnitures, while the rest of them were laughing at his antics. Oh no! Hitch buried his face in his hooves in embarrassment and wanted to sink into the ground. You had me good. Oh, don't worry, Sheriff, Zip consoled Hitch. At least you didn't pee in the kitchen sink. Sunny laughed and rolled her eyes. She knew there wouldn't be any boring moments with her friends. She felt she was finally home and that her father would have been proud of her. This was the magic of friendship. The end. In Memoriam by Fan of Most Everything. The components were prepared, the stars were right, the ritual began. This, Misty told herself all the while, was a bad idea. Of course, Misty had never had a good idea that didn't involve instantly agreeing with whatever Opaline said. Opaline had told her as much plenty of times before, but in terms of bad ideas, this had to be the worst one she'd ever had. Still, Opaline's rarely given praise came a little more often when it came to Misty's willingness to do anything to get what she wanted. So maybe, just maybe, the Alicorn wouldn't mind as much that Misty was using the throne room's scrying pool for her own purposes while her mistress slept. Her efforts lit only by the pale, eerie flames in their sconces and the magic radiance of the pool itself. Opaline certainly hadn't minded Misty going through the castle library to find the ritual in the first place, though she just might not have noticed the research when she hadn't needed Misty herself. Anything Opaline needed took priority, not because she needed Misty specifically, but because she'd be too busy with something truly important. Otherwise, Opaline would have taken care of it herself. The library carried lore from across all of time, from faded, propaganda-filled tales of the usurper Twilight Sparkle to modern gossip rags from Zephyr Heights. Misty didn't know how Opaline had collected most of it, but as with many things she didn't know, she didn't question it. That wasn't her place. She just thanked her lucky stars and worked with it. Amid the yellowed scrolls and backlogged Sears Roanbuck's catalogues were some truly dangerous texts. One that even Opaline treated with caution, the nastiest according to their slightly less perilous contemporaries. Could grab a unicorn's soul through her horn and pull it right out of her body. That turned out to be true, but the book needed the user's magic to do so. Blank-flanked and dead-horned as she was, all Misty got from them was an uncomfortable tingling in her frogs as she paged through them. She found what she was looking for in an especially tingly tome, one that seemed to have a face on its front cover and definitely had a cutie mark on the back. That was probably a bad sign in hindsight, but Opaline wouldn't let a little squeamishness stand between her and more power. So neither would Misty, especially when the ritual to reach out and take what she wanted promised to be so simple, even an earth pony could do it. And that was back before they could grow massive plants with a stomp. The castle's alchemy lab was as well stocked as the library, so it was a simple matter to gather all of the components. Only once Misty started trotting widdershins around the scrying pool had her foolishness really struck her. Every poured reagent, every muttered syllable, every mystically significant ear sign made her internal panic build up more and more, but she kept going. In fact, she couldn't stop. She tried midway through, but her body was running without her input by that point, behaving like the spell was as much a part of her routine as sweeping the hallways or fluffing Opaline's pillows. The Necronomicon had said that once started, the ritual would want to see itself to completion. But Misty had thought that had been an exaggeration, like so many of the mad Saddle Arabians' other warnings. It wasn't like she'd run into any octopus-headed minotaurs or conjurers of spheres while preparing the ritual. She wasn't even sure what a conjurer was. A shudder brought Misty out of her thoughts just in time to notice the mist billowing out of the scrying pool, filling the throne room and washing out its polished golds and deep blues. A similar deadening of sensation struck Misty as the mist coiled around her legs. The stink of the ingredients, the heat emanating from the pool, even the grit of the stone beneath her hooves seemed to fade from her mind, never entirely gone but shifting into the background. That just left more room for her panic to claim, especially once she realized she hadn't moved for several seconds. The ritual must have been complete. At least the parts it wanted to finish itself. That still left asserting her will over the conjured spirits, and Misty wasn't sure how much she had left to assert after doing all of this under Opaline's nose. At least the Alicorn slept as mightily as she did everything else.
No amount of bone-deep loyalty could get Misty to deny that Opaline snored like a sawmill and could sleep through an earthquake. A shake of her head and a stomp of her hooves put Misty back on task. "Spirits!" she cried, her own voice sounding like it came from the next room. "Oh, ye departed souls, called back to this land of sorrows, hear me and heed me. By will and wit be bound to my bidding. Ye dark and fearsome shades who have answered my beacon, know that it is I who control the gate and key to this world ye once walked." Something like sunlight began to glow from the depths of the mist, a warm gradient of pinks and yellows and oranges fading on occasion to a pure, bright white rarely seen in the castle. Emboldened, Misty practically shouted the next part of the binding. "And by my name shall ye know thy master, mistress, for I..." "Are we talking like that time Luna went to a spear shaker in the park performance?" said a scratchy voice. "Seriously, when are we? Can Ponies cool up before you die?" "Rarity always said trends go in cycles," said a more gentle voice. "Maybe it's the same for language." A third deeper one clicked an ethereal tongue, then spoke in an accent foreign to all of Misty's limited experience. "Come on, y'all, you're distracting her. I ain't happy about getting pulled out of lithium either, but this'll go quicker if and we're all civil." Much of the mist had faded as the three voices had made themselves known, revealing three luminous bodies hovering above the surface of the pool. One of each tribe. The bodies were vague, mare shapes with no features but bright, glowing eyes, difficult to spot on the entirely white unicorn, and clearly defined if incomprehensible cutie marks, impossibly present on all 6 flanks. The earth pony floating between the others and glowing like the Alchemy's lab sodium lamp, nodded to Misty. "Go on now." She said, with no visible motion of jaw or tongue. "About to introduce yourself, right?" Right." Misty cleared her throat. Yeah, and verily, thou shalt know me as, The Pegasus on the Earth Mare's right, like a winged chunk of sunset, brought a spectral hoof to her muzzle, shaken with mirth. "Oh, Celestia, sweetie, do you remember that play you put on just after we got our marks?" The unicorn gasped and brought a hoof to her own face. "The one where rarity costumes kept every pony from noticing the awful dialogue? Gosh, I haven't thought about that in centuries." The earth pony huffed out a sigh. "Right, might as well drop all the fancy talk, Philly. We ain't the ones to stand on the ceremony anyhow. I'm Applebloom, the joker with the wings of Scootaloo, and Miss Playwright over there's Sweetie Belle. How about yourself?" According to the book of whinnied names, Misty should have been trying to dominate the spirits, to coerce them into her service through force of personality. But this was as welcoming as the slumber party at the Bright House, at least while her cover had held out. She didn't so much slump to the floor as her legs gave out, heavy with relief and exhaustion. "I'm Misty." "Pleasure to meet you, Misty. Now, what can we do for you?" The other spirits moved to Applebloom's sides, all 3 at least interested, even if Scootaloo was still quietly laughing to herself. Misty tapped her hoof tips together as she took in all she'd done. The request seemed a little ridiculous compared to all she'd gone through already. Then she looked to her own unmarked hindquarters and stilled her resolve, turning back to the spirits. She stood back up, squared her withers and said, "I want a cutie mark." Vague as their expressions were, Misty could still tell the spirits were shocked by that. They just stared at her for a few moments, shocked still and eyes wide. Just as anxiety began to twist in Misty's gut, Scootaloo said, "Did we ever try necromancy?" "Not for ourselves," answered Sweetie Belle. "But there were a few one-on-one clients where I broke out some parlour tricks. Mostly just burnt sage and spirit boards. It's not like Twilight ever let us learn anything serious." Misty took a step back. "Twilight? As in Twilight Sparkle?" "Well, sure. Ain't she still around?" Applebloom looked around as though expecting Opaline's ancient adversary to trot in from the mezzanine. "Ain't seen her in Elysium yet." "Hey, where are we anyway?" said Sweetie Belle, floating high. Misty knew the spirits couldn't leave the trotted out circle, but that didn't stop them manoeuvring in it, nor taking the throne room as a whole.
I'm pretty sure this isn't Castle Canterlot.
Misty cleared her throat. How about we focus on getting me a cutie mark? Like you said, faster we do that, faster you get back, right? The three spirits reconvened, muttering amongst themselves. Misty barely dared to breathe until they turned back and Applebloom nodded.
Fair enough. Granny always said it ain't the dead's place to go poking their muzzles where they ain't wanted.
Scootaloo spread her forelegs and oddly tiny wings. Misty must have done something subtly wrong in the summoning.
Besides, if you want a cutie mark, you've come to the right place. Necromancy isn't the right answer to any problems,
added Sweetie Belle.
But you found an exception.
That got another nod.
Darn tootin'. The Cutie Mark Crusaders are happy to take you on as our latest client.
All three thrust a forehoof into the air and shouted,
Yeah!
Yeah, Misty added a beat later. So, what's first? Sweetie took another turn around the room. Well, we're going to need to get a chart together.
Misty?
Misty's ears folded back. Oh no! She scrambled away from the archway she should have been keeping an eye on the whole time.
Who's that?
Said Scootaloo, not at all helping. Applebloom rubbed her ephemeral chin.
Almost sounds familiar, don't she?
Opaline burst into the room. Wings unpreened and mane still in curlers. She looked around the room, more furious every time she turned her head. Finally, she rounded on Misty, snarling and stalking towards her. What have you done? What is the meaning of this? Misty shrank into herself, trying not to tremble. Trembling was an unacceptable sign of weakness. Sorry, Opaline.
Opaline?
Sweetie echoed. Opaline froze. She turned to the spirits.
Diamond Spilly?
Added Applebloom. Ears folded back, eyes wide, the faintest shudder down her spine. Somehow, impossibly, for the first time Misty had ever seen, Opaline actually looked afraid. No, it's not possible! Scootaloo tilted her head as she looked back at her.
How the hay did a friendship school dropout become an alicorn?
Shut up! The alicorn cried, loud enough to make the vials Misty had emptied shake and rattle. Shut up! All of you! I'm finally free of your insipid lessons and I will not put up with them any longer! Sweetie Belle just sighed.
Yeah, that's Opaline alright.
I said shut up! Opaline's eyes swept the room. She grabbed a flask in her magic, tugged out the stopper, and tossed the whole thing into the scrying pool. A pillar of black smoke and foul-smelling water erupted from it, the former filling the room in short order. Misty choked and staggered helplessly until a breeze cleared the air. She looked up, saw Opaline flapping her wings and glaring at her, and immediately wanted the smoke back. Misty focused on the floor, telling herself the tears in her eyes were just from irritation. So, what were you thinking? I was only trying to... Never mind what you were trying to do. A wingtip forced Misty's head until she stared into Opaline's furious eyes. Smoke still spewed out of the darkened scrying pool behind her. What you did was waste countless reagents for some foolish errand that will take valuable time and resources to undo when we can least spare either. Opaline narrowed her gaze. But before any of that, you and I are going to have a long conversation about not taking what doesn't belong to you. Misty knew that meant Opaline would spend a long time talking about all the ways she'd messed up, and she'd spend a long time agreeing with the one who knew best. Best to start out early. Yes, Opaline.
Yeesh, some pony took after her grandma.
Both ponies froze. Misty reacted first, looking further up. All three spirits hovered around Opaline like oversized fireflies. Scootaloo took special pleasure in drifting down, upside down, and Hooves behind her head, until she was muzzle to muzzle with the alicorn. Opaline glowered at her. I dismissed you!
You just disrupted the ritual cycle that kept us in place,
said Sweetie Belle.
Which you'd know if you paid attention in magic class.
She turned to Misty, and one of her eyes briefly dimmed to a background luminance. A wink? Twilight didn't let us learn necromancy, but I had to prep for substitute classes somehow. We can leave, continued Scootaloo. We just don't want to. Both made way for Applebloom, who found a way to crack her fetlocks despite being a disembodied spirit. Now your ma and I found peace a long time ago, Opaline, but if you talk to this filly like that one more time, I'm still gonna smack you so hard Diamond's gonna feel it. Sweetie giggled. And if you think we're bad... If Opaline had looked afraid when she'd first seen the Crusaders, she looked outright terrified now. Her pupils were pinpricks, her horns sending off useless sparks, her speech sputtering and incoherent. Scootaloo patted Misty on the withers, which felt a little like her legs falling asleep. How about we get out of this gloomy castle and help you find that special talent? It took a few moments for Misty to catch up with everything. She furrowed her brow. I thought you'd find me a cutie mark. Oh, we've got a lot of work to do. Wait, said Opaline. You summoned these three just to... Applebloom jabbed a hoof to her side, making the dread mistress of all pony kind flinch back like a startled foal. Hush now, this here's adult talk. Opaline gave her a flat look, absently rubbing her ribs. Really? Sweetie tossed her mane far more effectively than she had any right to, given how it was just an extension of her soul. We're more adult than you've ever been. I'll have you know that I... Yeah, sure, whatever. Scootaloo drifted to another archway. Come on, Misty. Toxic home environments are another specialty of ours. Step one's getting out of them. And Misty, at least half as bewildered as Opaline, followed the three ghosts out into the dawn. Learning to Forgive by Super Pink Brony 12. It was just like any other day in Maritime Bay. Nothing was out of the ordinary. The sun shone as it always did. There were only a few clouds at best in the sky, and the city by the bay hummed and bustled with life. It was still mostly just earth ponies, but now Pegasi and Unicorn were paying a visit on a regular basis, and the earth ponies had gotten used to it. It seemed like the kind of day when nothing of significance was going on, but for one pony, Sunny Star Scout, there was something really important that she had to do. She'd already left her recently repaired home at the Lighthouse, skating her way through the city with her destination clear in mind. The sheriff's office. More specifically, the jail cell housed within it. The cell currently had one occupant, a stallion who had not been out for several days now, and that stallion was the reason for Sunny's visit. Sunny skidded to a halt outside the building and took off her skates. This wasn't really a formal visit, but she still wanted to convey how serious it was, at least to her. After taking a minute to compose herself, she trotted up to the doors and knocked gently 3 times. The doors swung open as Hitch, his badge shining anew, he'd probably just got done polishing it, stepped forward to greet his unexpected guest. Oh, Sunny! He did his best to keep his usual sheriff composure. Even if Sunny was his closest friend, he was still sheriff, and he had to treat her like he treated any other law-abiding citizen. Can I help you with anything today? You here to file a report on something? Did you lose something? Sunny shook her head. No, Hitch, you and I both know why we're here. The sheriff seemed to briefly frown as he looked back to the jail cell. You really sure you want to see him? After everything he did? Hitch questioned. The Earth Pony mare nodded. Her Alicorn status had been temporary and very shortly lived. I need to see him, Hitch. I'm worried about him. I know it's silly of me to do so after everything he did, but he is, or at least was, my friend. Sprout may not have been as close with me as you were, but we still grew up together." Hitch nodded back quite slowly. "Yeah, I know. But even when we were kids, you two were always fighting and arguing. You always complained about how wrong he was about Pegasi and unicorns. You're lucky I became sheriff before he could. He would have had you kicked out of town on day one of being sheriff if it were up to him." "Maybe that's true, but he's still a pony like you and I. He made mistakes," Sunny insisted. "There's something very important I need to discuss with him. It can't wait any longer. If I don't do this soon, I may never get around to it. Please, let me talk to him." Hitch wasn't entirely convinced of Sunny's logic. After all, it had been her house Sprout had attacked and ultimately destroyed. And that was only the tip of the figurative iceberg when it came to the crimes Sprout had carried out during his brief stint as Emperor. Hitch could still well remember the talk he'd had with his former deputy when he'd brought the law down upon the unsuspecting stallion. It had only been a day since Sunny had convinced the 3 pony tribes to stop fighting and living in fear of each other. She'd already reverted back to being an earth pony, a little disappointed that she didn't get to enjoy her wings or horn, but also relieved that she could still live a normal life, more or less. With the threat of an invasion now longer relevant, Sprout was quickly tossed out of power and returned to being Hitch's deputy. He'd expected Hitch to be upset with him, but even he couldn't have anticipated what his longtime partner and childhood friend would do to him. Hitch was waiting for Sprout when he came into the sheriff's office that morning, ready to start work as if nothing had happened, but as soon as Sprout took one look at Hitch's orange eyes, he gulped. They didn't look friendly at all. They conveyed a look of great displeasure and even possibly disgust. "Hey, buddy," Sprout stammered as he took a step back. About the whole Emperor thing." "Don't even bother with your excuses, Sprout," Hitch coldly remarked with a snort. "It wasn't funny. Some pony could have gotten hurt." Yeah, but no pony did. So what's your point?" Sprout innocently inquired. It seemed he didn't fully grasp the consequences of his actions. Hitch could only shake his head. "You don't get it, do you? You seized power in my absence without any permission. You attacked innocent ponies who'd done nothing wrong. You destroyed one of the oldest homes in Maritime Bay, endangering the lives of 3 ponies in the process. And of course, there's the whole stirring up an angry mob thing. And that's only the list of crimes I can think of off the top of my head." Sprout stammered and stuttered. But... Hitch stomped a hoof down. "Save it, Sprout," he sternly threatened as he trotted up to his deputy to the point they were snout to snout. "By the power invested in me as Sheriff of Maritime Bay, I hereby place you under arrest. You have the right to remain silent." You can't do this to me," Sprout whined. "My mummy won't let you. She says I made a few mistakes, that's all." "Yeah, and those mistakes could have provoked a war or caused innocent ponies to get hurt, or worse," Hitch remarked as he grabbed Sprout by the hoof. "Now, come on, it's straight to the cell with you. You can stay in there until I think about what to do with you. A piece of advice, you'd better start looking for a good lawyer, 'cause you're gonna need one." Sprout was shocked, especially at how easily his partner overpowered him and led him away to a lonely jail cell tucked away in a back corner of the office. He was soon shoved through the door that was locked tight behind him, ensuring he wouldn't be escaping. "You're making a mistake, Hitch," he tried to plead. "Come on, we're still friends, right?" "Honestly, this is for your own good," the sheriff coldly remarked while turning his back to his now imprisoned deputy. "If any pony wants to get to you, they'll have to go through me first. Even Queenhaven and Alpha Biddle won't be able to touch you without my permission." He was quick to warn. "Of course, I'm not opposed to hoofing you over to them if they make a compelling case.
and what happens will be out of my control. So if I were you, I'd start trying to change my ways while you still have a chance." Then he walked away, leaving Sprout to be alone with his thoughts. "I'm glad you're the one who did something about his behaviour," Sunny said to Hitch as she looked to the keys resting on his desk. "But what he did was wrong and he deserves to be punished for it." "Exactly. Glad we agree," Hitch retorted. "So why are you here now? If you're trying to convince me to release him, don't bother. One way or another, he's going to have to face the consequences of his actions. No pony is above the law, no matter who they might be." Sunny shook her head. "I didn't come to ask you to release him, Hitch. I just want to see him and talk to him. There's something he needs to know." Hitch saw fit to question. "You're sure you want to do this, Sunny? You don't owe him anything. I know you may feel partially responsible for what he did, but that doesn't excuse his behaviour." The Earth Pony mare pleaded. "Please, just let me talk to him. This isn't about me, it's about him. I didn't come here because I wanted to see him punished more. I came because I realised something important, and it's something he needs to hear." Hitch took one look at Sunny and could see just how determined she was. Try as he might, he simply couldn't bring himself to say no to her, even if he really wanted to. He reluctantly went over to his desk and retrieved the keys to the cell. "Fine, you can talk to him, but I'm going to be watching you the whole time. If he tries anything at all, I'm throwing the book at him, figuratively and literally." "That's why you're the sheriff." Sunny appeared to giggle as she followed Hitch to the back of the sheriff's office and to the jail cell, where he knew Sprout would be waiting. Compared to the dungeon in Zephyr Heights, the lone cell in Maritime Bay's sheriff's office was anything but luxurious. It had a bed just big enough to fit one pony strutting out from the wall, held up by chains. A small sink, toilet and trash can all stood next to each other, looking as if they were only maintained to the bare minimum of standards. There was a single window with bars that showed the outside, but ensured no one could look inside, unless they could fly. And of course, black bars as far as the eye could see. Sprout just stood there in the cell, appearing to look quite sorry for himself, if the pronounced frown on his face was any indication. Hitch cleared his throat, getting Sprout's attention. "Listen up, inmate," he sharply rapped. "You've got a visitor. Be on your best behaviour, or else. Whoever it is, tell him to go jump in a lake." Sprout bitterly snapped without looking up. "I don't want any pony else to see me like this, not even my mummy." Sunny Starscout wasn't going to take no for an answer. She took the keys from Hitch and inserted them into the cell door, soon hearing a faint click as the door was unlocked. She then stepped in and shut the door behind her, making sure to toss the keys back to Hitch for safekeeping. Sprout finally mustered up the courage to look up and see his visitor with his own eyes. When he did, he could hardly believe them. In front of him now stood the last pony he wanted to see. "You!" he gasped and jumped back a bit in surprise. "What do you want? Come to twist the knife in some more? Rub it in my face how I was wrong and you were right? You really think I'd come all this way just to tease you and taunt you?" Sunny questioned the frustrated stallion. "Why not?" Sprout questioned in reply, his tone of voice betraying the confidence with which he hoped to speak. "After that little speech you gave in front of the Lighthouse, every pony started listening to you and stopped listening to me. So go ahead, I know what you want to say to me." Sunny only stepped forward, not caring how defensive Sprout seemed to be. "You understand, Sprout, I didn't come here to make you feel down," she insisted, a gentle tone of voice. "I came here because I wanted to tell you something." Locking eyes with him, she then said in no uncertain terms, "I forgive you, Sprout." Sprout could hardly believe his ears. This had to be a joke. "No way," he protested. "How could you ever forgive me?" Say what you really mean to say to me.
The mayor just replied, I already have, Sprout. It wasn't easy, trust me. But I knew it had to be done. Against his better judgment, the stone, with a coat as red as raging fire, decided to question. Why? After all I did, you seriously mean to tell me you can forgive me? Sunny nodded. I do. I may not be able to forget what you've done, but I can choose how I let it affect me. By forgiving you, I can put it behind me, she said. Then she added, besides, it's part of a lesson I've come to learn, a lesson I want to share with you.
What's that?
Sprout nervously asked as he saw Sunny come closer to him. Even Hitch seemed a little worried. But to the surprise of both stones, Sunny just opened her hooves in order to throw them around Sprout. She pulled her other childhood friend and the one with whom she'd had a strained friendship with for as long as she could remember close, still maintaining eye contact with him. How to forgive our friends when they've wronged us.
Sunny?
Sprout tried to say as tears began to build up in his eyes and threatened to leak out at any minute. The Earth Pony mare simply shushed Sprout as she tightened the hug. It's okay. Let it all out. That's what I'm here for. That's what friends do. The waterworks flowed without end as Sprout openly wept and sobbed.
I don't deserve you, Sunny. You deserve better. Hitch was always a better friend to you. He even left his job he loved so much to chase after you, to try to keep you out of trouble like he always used to do. Meanwhile, all I ever did was fight with you and hide behind my mummy every time you tried to tell me I was wrong. And because of me, you lost your home. The only thing you had left to remember your dad by.
No, I still have the memories, Sunny replied as she lightly stroked Sprout's mane with a hoof. We didn't always fight, Sprout. There were times when even we could get along. Everything you've done can be undone. Even my house can be rebuilt. And I hope someday you'll get to see it. It's just like it used to be, only better. Sprout sniffed.
But why? Why would you tell me this? What's it matter to you if I know all of this?
The mare just smiled as her sea green eyes sparkled. Because I know there's still goodness inside of you somewhere, Sprout. I can tell just by how you're reacting. A monster wouldn't be able to feel what you feel. They would still believe they did nothing wrong and wouldn't care at all. A truly stone-cold heart couldn't have shed tears the way you just did. The sparkle slowly faded, and then she added, the real question is, will you be able to find that goodness?
What do you mean? Can't you just pull it out or something?
Sprout questioned.
Or get one of your magical friends to do it? I mean, that unicorn, what's her name? Izzy? She's always going on about that lumen, whatever it is she calls it.
Sunny Starscout giggled. Luminescence, a pony's inner sparkle. And even she can't bring it out by herself for some pony else. It's up to that pony to find their luminescence, their sparkle. She then took on a more serious tone of voice. You've done a good job of bearing it beneath all that hate and jealousy, but now you've seen for yourself where that leads you. It's up to you though, Sprout. Only you can decide what kind of pony you want to be. No pony else can make that decision for you. Sprout remained silent. He didn't know what to say. What could he say in response to all of that? Sunny then called out to Hitch. That's all I wanted to tell him. Keep an eye on him for me. Hitch gave a small salute.
I'll do the best I can, Sunny.
As he inserted the keys into the cell door, he saw fit to ask,
do you really think he's capable of changing? Or is this just because you can't bring yourself to hate a friend, no matter what they might have done to you?
I meant what I said, Sunny said firmly. But it's out of our hooves. All we can do is watch and hope for the best. And if Sprout does decide to change... She paused, putting a hoof to her chin, before eventually finding the words she wanted to use.
Well, that's where we can make a difference. It wasn't long after she'd said that before she had departed the jail cell and left the sheriff's office. Just like that, Sprout and Hitch were alone again. And now Sprout had something entirely new to think about. Could he really change like Sunny believed or hoped he could? Or was he already too far gone despite what she might believe? Hitch gave his imprisoned partner a strange look as he prepared to get back to his desk. I think we're both lucky to have a friend like Sunny, he told his fellow stallion. A friend like her only comes once in a lifetime. It's a Terrible Day for Rain by Sepharina. The Bridlewood forest was bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun as Izzy Moonbow trotted along its winding paths. The air was filled with the soothing sounds of nature, the rustle of leaves, the gentle hum of insects, and the distant babbling of a brook. Izzy, a vibrant unicorn with a shimmering multicoloured mane, had spent the day with her friends, sharing laughter and creating beautiful crafts under the dappled sunlight. As she strolled along the forest trail, her heart brimming with the joy of companionship, her gaze fell upon the horizon where dark clouds gathered. As a metaphorical storm brewed beneath her seemingly eternal smile. Another amazing day, she thought, her eyes fixed on the looming clouds. But behind her cheerful exterior, Izzy grappled with a silent struggle. She often felt as though she wore a mask painted with the brightest colours to hide the shadows that danced within her. The forest path curved gently, leading Izzy deeper into the heart of Bridlewood. The soft ground beneath her hooves was damp from previous rain, and the scent of petrichor filled the air. Unbeknownst to her friends, Izzy had become adept at hiding her internal struggles. To them, she was the embodiment of happiness, the source of infectious positivity that brightened even the gloomiest days. As the first raindrops began to fall, Izzy quickened her pace, her hooves creating a soft rhythm on the forest floor. The once joyful melody of birdsong was replaced by the pattering of raindrops on leaves. A few drops landed on Izzy's multicoloured mane, creating a shimmering cascade that matched the vibrant hues of the forest around her. In the distance, a large, ancient tree stood proudly, its gnarled branches reaching out like protective arms. Izzy decided to seek shelter beneath its leafy canopy, hoping to escape both the rain and the shadows that clung to her. Rain, rain, go away, come again another day, she sang softly to herself, trying to lift her spirits. The rain, however, persisted, and Izzy found herself lost in thought. She gazed at the droplets sliding down the leaves, each one reflecting the dim light like a tiny prism. It was then that she began to reflect on her own inner turmoil. Izzy, you've got to keep smiling, she whispered to herself. You're the only one who brings joy to others. Don't let them see the storm within. She closed her eyes,
her mind retracing the events of the day. The laughter, the shared creativity, the bonds formed, they were all genuine, yet a gnawing doubt lingered in the recesses of her mind. Izzy was a master of concealing her struggles, an artist in the craft of masking her true emotions. Her friends saw the radiant Izzy, but only she knew the tempest that raged beneath her colourful exterior. As the rain intensified, Izzy huddled closer to the tree, seeking solace in its protective embrace. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a low growl that resonated with the turmoil within her heart. A single tear mingled with the raindrops on her cheeks as she confronted the daunting truth. She needed to confront her own insecurities. As Izzy stood beneath the sheltering branches of the ancient tree, the rain continued its gentle dance on the leaves, emphasizing the soft murmur of her contemplative words. Why do I always feel like I'm not enough? The question echoed through the quiet forest, as if triggered by the raindrops. The memories began to trickle into Izzy's mind like rivulets forming in the soil. In the theatre of her thoughts, scenes of her past unfolded, vivid and haunting. Izzy remembered the days when she was just a little foal, eager to fit in with the other unicorn ponies in Bridalwood. As a child, she had a penchant for crafting imaginative wonders with her hooves. She would sculpt clouds into fantastical shapes and paint rainbows that seemed to touch the sky. Her creations were unique, a burst of creativity that set her apart. But fitting in was an elusive dream. The other unicorns excelled at more traditional endeavours, playing with rocks, slumbering, and displaying feats of laid-backness that adhered to the norms of their community. Izzy's energetic crafting, though impressive, was unconventional, and the other foals and fillies often raised their eyebrows at her colourful, whimsical creations. Flashback to a sunny afternoon in Bridalwood, where a group of young unicorns practiced their stretching exercises. Izzy focused on lifting a small cluster of flowers in front of her. She carefully intertwined the flowers, creating a mesmerizing display for a pony to lay. The other foals and fillies giggled, exchanging bemused glances. "Izzy, that's not how you're supposed to do it," one of them remarked, a subtle smirk playing on their lips. Izzy's heart sank, a pang of inadequacy settling within her chest. She was different, and no matter how hard she tried, the traditional antics of the other unicorns eluded her grasp. Her creations were met with polite smiles and hesitant praise, but she sensed the subtle undercurrent of disapproval. Another memory surfaced, this time in a bustling market square where unicorns displayed their marketing prowess. Izzy, determined to prove herself, attempted to showcase her unique talents. She conjured a dazzling display of lanterns that lit up the square with an array of colours. The crowd watched, initially intrigued. However, as Izzy's lanterns painted the sky with a kaleidoscope of hues, she overheard whispers of criticism. "It's not safe. Pegasi could see us," someone scoffed, and soon the murmurs grew louder, drowning out the beauty of her creation. The weight of not being enough, of not fitting the mould, pressed down on Izzy's shoulders. The rain in her storm seemed to intensify as she recalled these moments of rejection. The smile she wore, the laughter she shared, it was her way of deflecting the pain that came from never quite meeting the expectations of those around her. "I don't fit the mould of what a perfect unicorn should be," Izzy mused, her voice carrying the weight of years of self-doubt. The rain mirrored the tears she shed within,
unseen by those who only saw the facade of perpetual happiness. With each step through the forest, the memories continued to unfold. There were more instances where Izzy felt the sting of not measuring up, the ache of being different. Izzy Moonbow, the eternal optimist. She scoffed at herself, her voice tinged with bitterness. She looked up at the cloudy sky above. But who am I when the laughter fades and the craft projects end? What am I left with when the sun sets on bridalwood? The raindrops provided no answers, but voicing her inner thoughts seemed to wash away some of the weight she carried. Izzy took a deep breath, the cool, damp air filling her lungs. She continued confiding in her friends, letting them glimpse the vulnerable soul beneath the vibrant exterior. Yet, the fear of burdening them with her struggles held her back. In the shelter of the ancient tree, the rain continued its rhythmic dance on the leaves, creating a soothing yet melancholic melody. Izzy Moonbow, the energetic unicorn, sat amidst the symphony of raindrops, her usually vibrant demeanor replaced by a contemplative stillness. The persistent rain mirrored the storm within her, an unrelenting companion to Izzy's inner monologue. Droplets cascaded down the branches above, forming a shimmering curtain that veiled the world beyond. In the quiet solitude, the ancient tree stood as a silent witness to Izzy's internal struggle. As she sat on the damp ground, the cool earth beneath her hooves seemed to absorb the essence of her uncertainty. The gentle pattering of raindrops on the leaves provided a backdrop to the tumultuous thoughts echoing in her mind. Izzy's multicolored mane, once a vibrant display of her optimism, now clung to her neck, its colors muted by the veil of rain. With each raindrop a question surfaced, challenging the validity of her own happiness. Was it genuine, or merely a facade she wore to shield herself and others from the depths of her struggles? The rain intensified as if the heavens themselves were weeping in resonance with Izzy's internal turmoil. I bring so much joy to others, but what about myself? She pondered, her voice a mere whisper amid the rain's persistent cadence. The sheltering branches overhead formed a lattice of shadows, casting patterns of complexity that mirrored the intricate emotions weaving through Izzy's heart. The forest, once a sanctuary of laughter and shared creativity, now became a theatre for self-reflection. In the distance, thunder grumbled, a distant echo of the uncertainty churning within her. As the rain intensified, so did the storm within Izzy. She wrestled her emotions like a tempest at sea, questioning the very foundation of her perpetual smile. Was it merely a mask, a shield against the judgment she feared? Or did it genuinely reflect upon the radiance of her spirit? Izzy Moonbow's contemplation extended into the murky waters of her own self-worth. A haunting uncertainty clung to her thoughts, causing her to question whether she truly deserved a life filled with happiness. In moments of vulnerability, she grappled with the idea that, as just a random unicorn in the vast tapestry of existence, perhaps she didn't merit the joy that others seemingly took for granted. It bewildered her how some ponies effortlessly embraced the belief that they deserved happiness, navigating through life with a sense of entitlement she couldn't comprehend. The weight of her own doubts made her wonder whether she had earned the right to cherish each day, or if, at times, the prospect of a last day lingered as a dark contemplation in the corners of her mind. The rain intensified, blurring the boundary between the external storm and the internal gale. It became a cathartic release, allowing Izzy to confront the shadows that lurked beneath her colourful exterior. Each raindrop seemed to carry a fragment of her doubts, washing them away only to reveal deeper layers of vulnerability. In the shelter of the ancient tree, Izzy's self-doubt echoed in the hollow spaces between the branches. The air was thick with a sense of unease, as if the very essence of the forest sympathized with her struggle. The rain, now a torrent, became a deluge, threatening to drown her in a sea of her own emotions. "I can't keep pretending," she admitted to the rain, her words lost in the drumming cadence. The raindrops became tears, each one a silent acknowledgement of the pain she had concealed for so long. The ancient tree, a stoic guardian, absorbed the essence of her confusion, its branches cradling her like a compassionate friend. As Izzy sat beneath the sheltering branches, the storm within her began to ebb. The rain, though persistent, transformed from a symbol of despair into a cleansing force. It washed away the layers of self-doubt, leaving behind a pony stripped bare, vulnerable yet resilient. The rain-soaked night became a canvas for Izzy's internal exploration. The thunder above seemed to applaud her courage, and the raindrops, now a gentle drizzle, whispered tales of renewal. In the aftermath, Izzy felt a strange serenity, as if the storm within had cleared the path for a brighter dawn. With a deep breath, Izzy Moonbow rose from her shelter, her steps carrying the weight of newfound understanding. The rain, having served its purpose, now subsided, leaving the forest in a state of calm. The ancient tree, having witnessed the raw authenticity of Izzy's vulnerability, stood tall as a silent guardian. Despite the shadows that clung to her, Izzy Moonbow harboured a resilient spirit within, acknowledging the enduring nature of her internal struggles. She understood that the journey towards self-acceptance might be an ongoing battle, yet beneath the weight of doubt, she found a wellspring of strength. With a quiet determination, Izzy committed to facing the storms within her with unwavering resilience. She knew that the echoes of her intrusive mind would persist, but she vowed to be strong, to keep trying, and to paint her world with the radiant hues of her indomitable spirit. Even in the rain, she chose to smile, a testament to her courage in the face of the tempest within. As she ventured back to the moonlit meadow, the rain-kissed grass welcomed her with a softness that spoke of renewal. The storm had passed, and Izzy, though still surrounded by the lingering fragrance of petrichor, felt a profound sense of clarity. The night had been a journey through the rain, a cleansing that paved the way for self-acceptance, and the acknowledgement that even in the midst of storms, rainbows could emerge. Author's note. In a world saturated with curated images of seemingly flawless lives, it's easy to wonder how others navigate the complexities that remain hidden behind the smiles. The truth is, the more people grapple with self-doubt, relentless self-criticism, and internal battles than we might realize, I believe in fostering a culture of openness, honesty, and empathy. The journey through self-discovery can be isolating, and we should aim to break the silence surrounding the struggles many face. Let's encourage a world where authenticity is celebrated, where the veneer of perfection is shed, and where individuals find solace in knowing they're not alone. Together, let's create a world where empathy bridges the gaps, and the strength to persevere is found in shared stories. You are not alone in this journey. Heart emoji. How Sunny Got Her Name by Mouse Deer. Dearest Sunny, how long has it taken you to stumble upon this letter, I wonder? I hope it finds you in good health and in greater spirit. Is this the first of my little secrets you've stumbled upon? Our little home holds many of them. Only good ones, don't worry. I hope they will keep you busy for quite some time, and maybe less lonely as time goes on. Oh, but perhaps I've given too much away already. Why, Dad, you're surely wondering, have you stuffed this letter in such a hidden little nook? Well, I could have made it a little more obvious, but that would make our game a little less fun. I hope you're reading this many years after I had it penned. That being said, this specific letter was hidden so carefully because of the book resting underneath it. Don't open that just yet. At least wait until you've finished reading this. Knowing your curiosity, I'm sure you've already skimmed the last few intact pages there. But please be careful. Tomes such as this one are indeed a rare discovery. Once you finish this letter, the book will be all yours to explore if you so wish. But first, a story. There's great power in a name. Ponies have always emphasized the importance of a name within their culture, and not just Earth Pony culture, but all three races. Whether it's purely coincidence, innate clairvoyance, or some dormant prophetic magic that still influences our subconscious, we ponies are magnificent at choosing the correct name for the correct foal. Your name was no different. But to begin, we must return to my own foalhood. Maritime Bay has changed little since then, so hopefully it's not too hard for you to set the scene. I was an awkward foal in every sense of the word, but that never stopped me from making as many friends as I could. I was, and this may be hard to see from me now, but really, it is the truth, quite the bundle of energy in my early years. Few ponies could keep up with my ramblings about Equestria and the princesses and everything in between. It actually reminds me a lot of you, Sonny. The only pony who was just as excited about all of my interests was a little filly in the same level of classes as me, your mother. We were foalhood friends in every sense of the word, the only two school fillies who were wholly absorbed by the great empire of the past, enraptured in any worn-down tomes and folk tales we could get our hooves on. If we weren't studying equestrian history, we were role-playing some of the great moments throughout it. The banishment and eventual return of Nightmare Moon, the defeat of Discord, the royal wedding, the ascension of Twilight Sparkle, and making countless cherished memories in the process. The two of us were dedicated to our roles, and we quickly found the ones we preferred to play. I was always Twilight Sparkle, Princess Celestia, or Star Swirl the Bearded. I wanted to be a hero in the way only a foal could. Your mother was more fond of playing the villains. Nightmare Moon, the Chaos Lord, and the Changeling Queen were common foes I would find myself up against. She was always putting her heart and soul into the performance, better than any other pony I had played with. More often than not, we reenacted some adventure of Twilight Sparkles. What could I say? I idolized her quite a bit. I still do. But I digress. Those games couldn't last forever, and the two of us drifted apart as years went by.
I dove more into understanding and preserving equestrian history, but in the process became a lot more sheltered and secluded. A bit too anxious to really let any pony back into my shell, your mother went in the opposite direction. Before I realized it, she had joined the rest of the foals in our grade in mocking me and my obsession with the past. Gone were our grand adventures and epic reenactments of hero and villain. Instead, it became a standard case of bully and victim. Please understand, Sonny, I don't hold this against your mother. Every pony desires to fit in. I never once began to dislike her. I pitied her for losing the confidence to be herself. I never fought with any pony that attempted to bully me. I just had no time to spare for such foolishness. They all grew out of it when I stopped responding anyway. At the end of our schooling years, just as our class officially upgraded from fillies and colts to mares and stallions, your mother seemed to realize the error of her ways. After being quite cold to me for many years, she abruptly asked to follow me home one evening. Suspecting a chance for reconciliation, I invited her to this very house, which I had just inherited, and showed her how much my historical collection had grown over the years. Quite the first date, huh? Well, it seemed to work, because soon enough she dropped to the floor and promptly bawled her eyes out, saying she was sorry for everything she had done over the past few years. She had missed our halcyon days, and she wished she had never left in the first place. She had just hoped I could find it within myself to forgive her, and maybe we could start over. You know me, Sonny. It doesn't cost anything to extend a hoof towards some pony in need. And so it seemed like the eventful days I spent as a colt had returned in some form. Albeit we had moved beyond our playground games, we were focused on a different type of game that, as I'm sure you get older, you'll find yourself playing too. Courtship. It was a classic case of two ponies in love and every pony knowing but themselves. We would spend days and nights studying equestria, hypothesizing about various historical figures, and filling in the gaps when we felt particularly bold. I also began small expeditions to nearby areas I had deemed historically significant. Your mother quickly followed along to help me sift through the debris or jot down any old text to be deciphered back home. One day, a year or so after we had graduated and our back and forth had become insufferable for even the most hopeless romantics in town, we took a long trip out into the wild, hoping to stumble upon something of historical value. After a day or so of travel, we found ourselves in front of the abandoned ruins of a city. Oh, if only I had drawn a map! It was truly a fantastic sight. So many streets and houses straight out of our foalhood imagination had become a reality before our very eyes. There was something odd about that place though, a whisper in the back of our head telling us to leave. We didn't stay long, just filled our wagon with a few particularly interesting artifacts and headed back home. Some of the books still on my shelves today came from that place. I'm hesitant to say the name of the city. We really did not spend enough time to be certain. But if it was not the mystical Cantlot, then I have no idea what it could have been. Our haul, although quite plentiful, had little information we didn't already know of. That, combined with the eerie feel of the city and the following events upon our return, led me to forget to write out any directions for future reference. Life soon got in the way, as it always does, and I never found the time to retrace my steps. If you're reading this and interested enough, Sonny, let me know if you would like to try to find that city again. I'm sure I could find my way back with you by my side. Upon our return home and examining of various artifacts and trinkets, your mother became quite interested in one worn-down book she had stumbled across. I, however, saw little value in it at first glance. Its binding was practically falling off. There was some circular emblem on the front cover, but it was so worn down that we could not make heads or tails of it, and the vast majority of the pages had either shriveled up crumbled to dust, or lost all of their faded ink completely. But there were about 3 pages that actually had legible writing upon them. And Sonny, until this point, your mother and I were just amateurs. Everything we did was second hoop. There was no discovery of our own to make. So when we examined these pages and found that they matched Princess Twilight Sparkle's handwriting to the letter, we became pretty ecstatic. Whatever that book was, it contained some undiscovered writings of Princess Twilight Sparkle herself. Closer examination showed that all 3 pages we had left were specifically letters of some kind. Even more interesting was that all 3 of the letters were dedicated to the same recipient. Twilight began, each one the same, addressed to a mysterious pony. Dear Sons. Who is Sons exactly? We scanned every particle of that book to try and find the last few letters of their name, but it was no luck. Every note had either faded or torn just where we needed it. Trust me, this kept your mother and me up for days. Sunspot, sunshine, sun shimmer, sun swirl. We created a list of every known Sons and tried to find some pony Princess Twilight interacted with who felt like the moniker. But there was no pony on record today that held a similar name and was close with Princess Twilight to warrant perhaps a whole book of letters. We tossed around going back to the city, but your mother could not even remember where she found the book, so it would just have been a shot in the dark. The only thing I could come up with was that these letters were secretly addressed to Twilight's mentor, former Princess Celestia, and they all used some nickname involving the sun. But that's unprecedented on record, especially when there are plenty of other sources of Princess Twilight very carefully writing out, Dear Princess Celestia. But this failure was not all bad, you see. We now had the opportunity to do a historian's favourite thing, interpret. Oh, I should mention we both quickly got tired of calling this mysterious pony Sons. I gave them a nickname you may be familiar with. Sonny. Just rolled off the tongue. I believed, and still do today, that Sonny never actually existed. The book we found was some sort of private poetry journal of Princess Twilight's, and this Sonny was nothing but a formless muse given name. I relented that, at most, Sonny may have existed in reality, but she was still just a generic placeholder that felt like the rational answer from my perspective, considering the limited resources we had at our disposal. Your mother, ever the emotional one, thought quite differently. Sonny had to have been a real pony, a deep friend, or even a lover of Princess Twilight. Depending on how far we read into the subtext, she wanted to just dig a little deeper, find one more page or line to prove that Sonny existed and was the missing piece to Princess Twilight Sparkle's life. And so we argued for several more hours. This was really the first time we had ever found ourselves at such an impasse. At least since she stopped making fun of me at school. I said she was ridiculous and had nothing but a hunch. If there truly were some pony close to Twilight Sparkle this much, they would be catalogued somewhere, and all good sources had no recollection of this Sonny whatsoever. She said that Sonny could have been a secret lover. I noted that Princess Twilight was celibate all her life. A secret lover was an enticing thought, but she was probably just a friend, even if she existed. And so we went back and forth, and eventually I told her that we could not create some story of a whole missing pony with so little evidence. That unless we found other sources to corroborate, no pony would take us seriously. Not if there were any ponies we knew interested in this stuff anyway. But I had ideas to uphold. What she was asking for was practically wish fulfillment, not historical research. Sonny, here's a tip. If a mare or stallion ever takes an argument far more seriously than you are, there's probably something else going on that you should figure out before you say something you'll regret. She didn't speak to me for a week afterwards. I was just confused. What did I say? It wasn't that important of an argument. I thought we were engaging in scholarly debate. I apologize in advance, Sonny.
If you inherited your father's denseness for being a historian, I sure wasn't reading the subtext of my own conversations very well. It took a while, but it eventually dawned on me why your mother was so upset. In the games we played as foals, I was always Twilight Sparkle, the hero. I played her because it made me happy. Your mother, on the other hand, played the villain, not because it made her particularly happy, but because it made me happy to have Sub Pony to go up against. She wasn't a villain, no matter how well she could play the part. Who your mother might have identified with, and this took me far too long to realise, was a love interest. She wanted to play Sub Pony who was pining after Twilight Sparkle, just as she was pining after the cult who was pretending to be Twilight Sparkle. But that didn't exist. It never existed, at least not on record, so she was stuck playing the next best thing. And so, we get back to this mysterious Sunny. Can you blame your mother for wanting to read between the lines? Maybe Sunny really was Twilight's lover. And as I thought more and more about your mother and what she meant to me, I began to hope that Sunny was real too. I eventually got out of my stupor and searched for her all across town. The second I saw her, I got on my knees in apology, saying I was sorry I didn't understand what she was feeling and that I've always loved her. Typical phrases of a foolish cult finally realizing what he actually wanted in his life. It fortunately did not take much for her to forgive me, and we officially became an item that day. She gave me some of the best years I ever had. The whole debacle with Twilight and Sunny faded into memory too. We had a life to live and a family to build. And then came you, our beautiful daughter. As always when one deals with a new foal, a question quickly arose. What do we name you? Our firstborn, the one to continue our legacy. Without hesitation, your mother turned to me and said it should be Sunny, after that mysterious pony who we knew nothing about. I said, why? What's so special about Sunny that's worth giving it to our firstborn? There's power in a name, and sure, Sunny wasn't bad by any means. Hopefully this foal would grow up to be a bright and happy pony, but we should think a little more on it. There was potential baggage attached to that name for all we knew. We couldn't even agree on what Sunny meant in the first place. She silenced me with a kiss and, knowing exactly how to capitalize when I was caught off guard, she said that if the two of us could not agree on who Sunny was or what she meant, then maybe we should let our child decide. Give her that name and let her blaze her own trail with it. Define what it means for the next generation, or maybe reveal what it meant all along. You needed a name that lets you find your own path, yet hold close all that had come before. It was a gamble we took under the intuition that you would spend your days not role-playing great victories, but creating them yourself. Our destined part to play then was preparing you for what was to come, but before all of that could come along was the simple yet most crucial first step. You needed a name. So you became our Sunny Star Scout. Love, Dad. P.S. The tome underneath this letter, that's the book. Give it a read if you like. Just be careful. Sunny set down the letter and eyed the journal in front of her carefully. "What's the matter, Sunny?" called Izzy from nearby while sorting through a pile of debris. "I found a letter from my dad," she said. Izzy stopped, trotted over, and placed a hoof on her back. "Do you want to talk about it?" Sunny sighed. "Well, eventually, but there's just one thing." She grabbed the old book in her hands. "My dad said in the letter that this book was nearly destroyed when he found it." She quickly flipped through the pages. "But it looks good as new." "Well, what's it about?" asked Izzy. "I don't really know. He didn't either." Sunny opened up to a random page in the middle and squinted at it closely. "It says, Dear Sunset Shimmer. Meaningful Advice by Briarlight. Misty opened the door to the bright house with her hooves. She quickly sighed as she shut the door behind her. The mare patters with a wobbly step towards one of the couches and collapses on it with a thwomp. She hugs one of the pillows, nuzzling into its soft surface with her hooves wrapped around the other end. The party the town threw was very fun, but it was very, very exhausting. Misty had never been to anything like that. Well, ever. There were balloons, drinks, games, pony corn. She grinned as she remembered how much she ate, only now realizing she definitely has a bit of a tummy ache. Misty groaned and tried to calm down. Her mind was frazzled as the party itself was too much. A game here, a few fruit drinks from Sunny there, and yet another game. So many ponies wanted to talk to her or just say hi. She couldn't keep up, yet her mind was spinning the whole time. Just being around every pony was nice, but she felt so tired after talking to and being around just a few ponies. I mean, it makes sense. I've never been around more than one pony before. The others seem to be able to go on forever. Misty sighed, still seeing the multicoloured lights from the town reaching the windows of the bright house. She peered down to the medallion on her neck. The gold shininess was always something ponies complimented her on, but she wasn't sure how to feel about compliments yet. Misty's lips curled a bit as she took it off and placed it on the table. She didn't really want to disappoint Opaline by not calling in, but she didn't have anything to report other than Izzy apparently being able to chug a gallon of juice without needing to take a single breath. That mare scared her a bit. Misty was glad Opaline eased off on the get that dragon plans and such, but now she was meant to be scouting out an opportune time to take the dragon rather than being on a wild goose chase like before. Opaline said something about studying the friendship ponies' schedules for the perfect time to take the dragon, which Misty was glad she didn't have to improvise like she did for the sleepover. Peering around and trying to study their schedules has kept her close to the ponies she was trying to fool, and it led her to kind of being in the bright house a lot due to Izzy really liking to hang out with her. At least she hadn't had to come up with any new last names on the spot. Bright Dawn is a nice last name, although I doubt Opaline would approve of me having something related to the ponies. At least she can't see into my mind. Hopefully. The ponies were nice, no doubt, which is something Opaline seemed to take offense to. At least in her own mind, Misty could admit that she liked them, even if at the end of the day she was trying to dupe the ponies for Opaline's goal. At least I'll get my cutie mark once Opaline's plan is completed. And from what Opaline says, maybe everything will be better then. Misty sighed, feeling kind of unsure. Misty looked around the bright house. She'd gotten used to it as a kind of second home. It was very nice of Izzy to invite her to stay over any time. She nodded a bit, realizing that all of them were nice to be around. What about them makes me feel nice around them? Let's see, Sunny is kind of like her name. Always bright and cheery. She always makes my smoothies perfectly, especially after I found my favourite flavour. Hitch is nice, but he tends to not always be at the bright house like the others, taking care of his dragon and other animals, but he's definitely one of the kinder ponies she's seen. Misty flipped her body on the couch to face upwards to the ceiling. Staring at something blank always helped her think. Zip was definitely scary at first. There was so many times I thought she saw right through me. But I suppose she is nicer now after the accusation at the salon. She definitely raises her eyebrows every time I do something weird to them, but at least she doesn't accuse me anymore. Izzy is a lot. She is certainly my opposite. I didn't know unicorns could pick up others with their hooves instead of their magic,
but yet she picked me up like I was a foal. Magic. Never mind. So silly of me. I'm talking to myself like always, yet I don't have to. There's ponies outside in the town. You can just walk to them and say hi. You don't have to be alone anymore. Then why do I feel so exhausted when I'm with them? Misty mumbled to herself, tapping her horn with her hooves. Stupid horn, stupid job, stupid friends, stupid me. Her lips quivered as she lightly sobbed into the pillow. Every pony else has got it down. Why can't I? Why does just imagining talking to some pony make me feel like I have a stomachache? Why do my knees get shaky every time I'm looked at? Every pony else had their marks. Every pony else smiled and was happy to be talked to others like how a pony is supposed to. She grimaced as she bit her tongue accidentally. Owie! She yipped. Yet another stupid mistake by Misty Brightdawn. So unimportant that you didn't even have a last name before a few weeks ago. Stupid. She put her hooves to her cheek, trying to rub out the pain. At least Opaline sees something in me. No matter how mean, she is trying to make me better. Opaline saved me after all. She knows so much. At the very least, I have value with her. Misty groans with a rare case of anger as she hits herself in the head with her own hoof. She nibbles on her fetlocks as she thinks some more. I guess Pip is left. She's nice, very confident and outgoing, not an energy ball like Izzy, though, which I'm glad about. Pip's also very pretty, which she says is her brand. I'm still not sure what that is, but she seems to take great pride in it. Also, her wings look so fluffy, like a soft blanket. Misty thought back to when the ponies showed her around town at some of the shops so they could pick out some soft stuff for Misty to sleep on in their recent sleepovers. There was this one giant fluffy blanket that was heavy and soft, like a warm hug that made sure you were always okay. Like some pony was holding you tight, like some pony truly cared for you. Sunny caught Misty nuzzling under the blanket, and after an embarrassed tirade by Misty, they agreed to keep it secret from the others. She wishes she could have that blanket, but it wasn't in the section they were shopping for, and she didn't want to beg for it. That'd only lead to them yelling at her. The unicorn sat up a bit as the bright lights of the town stopped shining on her face. She tilted her head up a bit and noticed a silhouette approaching the bright house's doors. It looked like Pip's. Speak of the chaos, or at least I think that's how the saying goes. Pony society is so unfamiliar. Misty jumped a bit at the door opening, being caught in her own mind. Hey, Pip, she stuttered as she sat up quickly. What are you doing back here so soon? Pip grinned and waved a hoof as she trotted in and approached Misty. Oh, I was just looking for you, Misty. What? Me? I'm not doing anything. Misty stuttered, sitting up straight with a nervous look on her face. Not like that, silly. Pip chuckled as she took out her phone, snapping a picture of herself with the colourful lighting bleeding in from the window behind her before tucking it behind her wing. You disappeared from the party. It's no fun without the birthday mare. Misty's heart stung a bit. She did tell them it was her birthday. Honestly, she didn't know when it actually was. But when they asked her casually about it a week ago, she couldn't stop from coming up with something dumb. What type of pony didn't know their own birthday? An alone one, apparently. She wasn't alone, right? Misty had Opaline. Opaline raised her. She saved her. She's trying to make her all she can be. Opaline can give her a cutie mark. Worth. Hello? Equestrian and Misty? You okay? Pip waved her front hoof in front of Misty's face. Oh, yeah. I'm just tired. Being around so many ponies is so new and tiring. Misty's face contorted as she admitted that. I totally did it all the time back at Bridlewood, of course. It's just, she trailed off, not being able to come up with a good excuse. Pip smiled with a cute smirk as Misty tapped her hooves nervously. It's fine, Misty, I get it. Let me guess. Around others it's very fun. but you feel like your energy is getting sapped from interacting with so many ponies. Even if you aren't running around, you need to be away from others to recharge, like a phone does. Misty's face went flat. Pip can read minds? Or no, it's emotions. She has to tell Opaline. How can you do that? You're not a unicorn. Misty blurted out before putting her hooves on her snout. What? I'm not sure what you mean, Misty. You're very sweet, but you can be quite confusing at times. Like, oh my glitter. She chuckles, almost tearing up. Misty's face goes into a sad drawl as she gets berated again before realizing one of the words. Sweet? You've tasted my fur? Misty exclaims. Pip's face goes into an unrecognizable look before she bursts out laughing. Oh, my glitter! You are the funniest. Also, if you were serious, no, I haven't tasted you, although you definitely would be sweet just like on the inside. Misty really didn't know what sweet meant when it applied to a pony, and she wasn't comfortable enough to ask. She will just assume it means good and move on. Oh, don't give me that look, Misty. It's a compliment. I just mean you're one of the nicest and cutest mares I've met here. Like, you're too adorable. Misty's cheeks flushed. She knew what those words meant. Why was Pip saying nice things to her? Misty hasn't done anything for Pip to earn them. Opaline warned her about ponies like this. They would say nice things to you, then ask you to do stuff for them forever. Surely Pip wasn't. She patted her cheeks and tried to get the blush to go away. Why did her cheeks feel hot? Misty's never felt this way before. What do you want from me? She avoided eye contact as Pip went from a chuckle mess to a bit more somber, looking confused and concerned. Nothing. I just want to know what's wrong, other than your reason for leaving the party. I got that. Have you been okay, Misty? You always are jumpy and stuff, but sometimes you look so stressed, like... Misty puts her hooves over her ears, a pained expression on her face. Pip was taken aback. Misty had acted out before, but she always thought of it as a personality quirk, like how Izzy mentions she used to have no friends all the time, although now, Pip was sure it was something more. Oh my, I don't think glitter is the solution to this one. Pip hops under the couch next to her. Misty naturally tilts away, but Pip opens her wing and puts it around Misty. Her eyes open with some light tears as she looks back. These fluffy wings. It was just like that blanket. It's okay, Misty. I'm here if you want to talk. Misty was bewildered. She leaned into the soft wing as Pip lightly brushed her mane. By all means, Pip should be asking stuff of her. Was what Opaline said wrong about these ponies? She didn't like to doubt Opaline, no matter how extreme she got. She was her world to Misty. But a pony being selfless? This was new. Pip didn't gain anything from this. Her eyes teared up as she nuzzled into Pip's soft fur. Yeah? What about? Misty asked, wiping away her tears. Well, it seems that you have a lot to talk about. And ask. You seem confused a lot. And I've got time. The party can wait for us, Misty. Misty shuffled her hooves a bit, not sure where to start or how to start. She rolled her neck, tapping her hooves as she was feeling nervous. I can explain about the energy thing I mentioned. Introversion? She smiled brightly. Misty nodded, just trying to cool down. Okay then, essentially introversion is where you get energy from being alone and stuff. Extroversion is where you get energy from being around other ponies, if that makes sense. I have the latter, and I think you have the former. Misty nibbled her fetlock again. She was different from the other ponies, of course she was. Of course I am, she mumbled accidentally before biting her lip. I mean, Misty, it's not something bad. We all have our own little ways of how we process things. Yeah, it can be a bit of a downer sometimes, but I totally understand. Zip is also a bit of an introvert as well. Not as much as you, of course, but that is okay. I'm proud of how you handled it. It must be hard for you. Misty's heart was shocked a bit at what Pip said. Proud? But why? What did I do to make you proud? You've never asked anything of me. Pip put a golden goof to Misty's snout. Because You always try your best no matter how much you fail or stutter. You always pick yourself up, and I'm proud because you simply exist. You're you. Does there need to be more of a reason? Misty didn't know what to say, or even how to react. Her face was a wet mess. Blush spread across her cheeks as she nuzzled Pip's chest. Thank you, Pip. Really, I don't know what to say, or how I can repay you. Nothing about it, Misty. I'm just glad I can help. Misty was nuzzled on Pip as the Pegasus brushed her wings over Misty. Pip thought hard about all she saw these past few weeks. She recognised some of the signs from times when her pipsqueaks had no one else to go to and message her for help with their trouble. Pip also thought back to when she was in school, one of her classmates. Of course, Pip was by no means the expert on this, so she wanted to ask carefully. Misty, if it's okay to ask, is there some pony causing you grief? Like, making you scared? Misty's relaxed nuzzling of Pip changed in an instant as her fur went on ends and her whole body stiffened, with Misty no longer nuzzling her. No, Pony. Why do you ask? Misty was anything but subtle. She eyed the medallion she left at the table, wishing she could hide it out of sight. Opaline is scary, but she is supposed to be. She says that Alicorn rulers are meant to be feared and loved. This isn't whatever Pip is asking about, surely? Pip's face grimaced as her eyes saddened a bit. Look, if you don't want to talk about it right now, I won't judge you. But for your sanity, I would like to talk soon. We don't have to tell the others if you don't want to. No talking about it, please. Misty avoided eye contact as she edged away. Pip sighs, bringing her wing around Misty to pull her closer, putting her hooves around her in a hug Misty had no idea why contact like this felt so good or always made her cry. Misty melted into it, starting to tear up as she hugged back tightly. Misty, I just want you to know that you're an amazing mare and all of us enjoy having you around. You are much, much stronger than you know. This overwhelmed Misty's heart. These words, they meant so much. They weren't two-faced. They were genuine from some pony who didn't gain anything from saying it. Misty sobbed with a mix of happy and pained tears. We can stay here for the night if you need, Misty. I can text the others. Misty nodded. Their hug loosened as she lay down on Pip's lap. Pip pulled out her phone to text a group chat that she was with Misty in the Bright House and to continue without them. She sent the message, then placed her phone on the table next to Misty's medallion. Pip gave a small, genuine smile as she started to lightly groom Misty's mane as the unicorn relaxed on Pip's lap. Both the day and the talk must have exhausted Misty as she was already half asleep on her. Oh, Glitter! She was so cute! If Misty was up to it, maybe she could ask her if she wanted to be her cute picture partner. There were only so many ponies one glitterific pony like herself could do. Mixing it up would be nice, especially since it might help Misty be more confident. Sunny and Hitch are too busy being pillars of the community. I've been trying to ask Zip for literally her whole life, so she is an obvious no. Izzy is darling, but she can't sit still or pose for the life of her. Pip chuckled as she felt a warm feeling in her chest as she looked down at Misty's cute, sleepy face. She was starting to snore lightly as her body was sprawled around Pip, her hooves in particular snuggling up to the Pegasus's wings. Of course, it would be up to her. I hope that I can be some pony she trusts soon enough. Good night, Misty. You are so much braver than you could ever know. And with that, Pip brushed Misty's freckled cheek softly as she grabbed Misty's pillow with her uncurled wing, pulling it close as she laid against it. The two ponies cuddled softly in each other's presence as they drifted to a warm, peaceful sleep. Stargaze by Steel Soul. The late evening air was cool and crisp as two ponies made their way up the hills overlooking the small town of Maritime Bay. They walked in comfortable silence, their hooves crunching softly against the gravelly path they trekked. The bay's lights twinkling below them was pretty enough, but up here, away from the bustling town, they could escape into the serene beauty of the night sky's superior canvas. Zip, with her electric blue and pink mane and determined spirit, led the way with a slight skip in her step. The mare often looked back to make sure she didn't lose the stallion following at a steady pace behind her. "Come on, Sheriff, keep up. Don't want to leave you behind after all." The Sheriff Hitch chuckled slowly as he followed after ever rambunctious Zip, staying at his comfortable trot as he followed behind her. "I am, Zip, I am," the stallion mused softly, his gaze tracking every bit of movement that the mare's hips made as she trotted in front of him. He knew she wanted to take him to some place with a view, but at this point he didn't mind the one he was looking at right now. Even after the pair had been dating for a while, the stallion couldn't help but find the mare in front of him more beautiful than ever, even if she would never call herself that. It was because they had been dating for a while that he knew the mare well enough to notice the subtle signs that belied Zip's carefree facade. Her steps were slightly heavier, her gaze lingering on the horizon with a hint of contemplation, her tone of voice ever so shaky. It was clear to Hitch that something was on her mind, despite her efforts to maintain a cheerful, rambunctious demeanour. He also knew that if Zip didn't want to tell him, she wouldn't, even if he begged, deciding to leave it for now. He would allow her to have her thoughts to herself for the time being, though he figured, at least in his heart of hearts, that she didn't just bring him here for a good time. As the pair neared a secluded clearing on the hills, Zip allowed herself to spread her wings and soared into the air, her excitement evident in the way she soared higher and higher, her body twirling with practiced ease. The stallion could only watch in awe, his eyes tracing her graceful movements against the backdrop of the night sky, an easy thing to do due to the mare's pure white coat. With a flourish, Zip touched down gently on the soft grass, her wings folding behind her. She turned to Hitch, a playful glint in her eyes. "Welcome to my secret stargazing spot," she said, her voice filled with pride and a little bit of excitement. "I come here when I want to escape the noise of the world and lose myself in the beauty above." The sheriff laughed as he gently nudged the mare beside him. "Don't you always lose yourself in the beauty above? I mean, you practically live in the sky when you aren't with me or one of the girls." "Don't forget about sleeping," Zip remarked as she wrapped her wing around the orange stallion, pulling him close. "Can't very well sleep in the clouds, now can I?" Hitch chuckled as he leaned in, giving her a quick nuzzle, much to her slight embarrassment. "You got me there, Zipper. Though, if you could pull the clouds together and make a bed out of them, then I'm sure that would change in a heartbeat," adding his little pet name for her as he spoke. "Like you wouldn't want to see these flanks covered in on all sides by pillowy clouds," she mused, shaking her rump slightly for added emphasis. The stallion snorted as he pulled back, blushing as the comment caught him off guard. "You are too much, Zip." "Say that all you want. You know you love it when I am." "I do, just as much as I love this view," Hitch mused as he looked above them, the sky a canvas of twinkling stars and planets, painting a mesmerizing tapestry of light. The moon cast a gentle glow, illuminating the landscape and giving it an ethereal touch. "Been a while since I just took all of this in. Might have been back when I was a foal, growing up alongside Sunny if I'm being honest. Some pretty good memories. Zip flopped onto the grass below her, patting the spot next to her invitingly. Come on, Hitch, lie down with me. I want to get lost in the stars together with you after all, she said, her voice a soothing melody. Maybe you can make some better memories with me. She winked, causing the stallion to blush. Settling down beside her, he felt a sense of peace wash over him as the mare pushed herself closer against him, wrapping a foreleg around his own. Together they gazed up at the heavens. Watching the stars drift lazily across the sky, twinkling brightly as they did so. Their breaths mingled in the tranquil night air, and the rhythm of their hearts seemed to align in the hushed stillness. I honestly forgot how beautiful this all is, Hitch mused softly. Yeah, I never get tired of it, Zip agreed. Her voice was soft, softer than usual. Zip? Hitch asked, a note of concern in his voice. If there was a time to ask her about her problems, it would be now. I know that tone of voice. Is something wrong? The mare was quiet for a long time after hearing the stallion's question. The stallion knew that his mare friend often preferred to process her emotions internally, finding solace in her own thoughts and actions rather than vocalizing them. She was okay with talking about silly things, but when it came to her personal life, she was almost like a closed book, not wanting someone to read her, but... I don't want this to end, Zip admitted, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she finally spoke. Huh? The mare shook her head at the stallion's questioning tone. This, me being here, carefree, with you. Oh. Hitch trailed off, unsure how to respond. He was expecting something, but... Zip continued as she pulled herself close to him, letting her head rest softly against his chest. Sorry, I hate talking about it, but I just have been thinking a lot, I guess. She sighed before closing her eyes, the heat of her breath playing across the fur of his chest. My mother has always been an incredible ruler, and she's done so much for our kingdom, even during the time we lost our magic. I know that we tricked them by pretending that me, my sister, and Mum could still fly, but honestly, we only did that to keep their hope alive. Seeing us fly back when we didn't have magic meant that Pegasi was still amazing, even if our subjects couldn't. Even after we got our magic back, got the ability to fly back, I can still see my mother working hard to not only rebuild her rep with her kingdom, but also help rebuild Equestria with the other races. She shook her head. She pulled closer to him, her eyes shutting tight. Even my sister is doing what she does to help ponies feel better about themselves. And look at me. What have I really done? Zip? The mare continued, her voice tinged with uncertainty. My mother wants me to be a queen when she steps down, but I don't know if I can be like her. I don't know if I want to be like her. To be a ruler. I know it's selfish, but I don't want to be responsible for any pony but myself right now. Her voice trembled slightly as she buried her head in the stallion's side. I honestly don't know if being a queen is really what I want to do with my life anyway. I've been trying to find my own path, my own purpose. Maker knows I have, but it feels like the expectations of others overshadow everything I think I want to do. That's why I wanted to get away from home, to have some time to think and be free from the responsibilities that are waiting for me back home. She looked up at Hitch before looking away in shame. Does that make me a bad pony? Zip's question hung in the air, heavy with self-doubt and the fear of judgment. Hitch's gaze softened as he looked into her eyes, understanding the weight of her concerns. Gently, he would shake his head before pressing a hoof against the mare's muzzle, booping her and causing the mare to blush brightly and squeak softly.
How long have you been dealing with this all on your own, Zip? His voice was even and kind, yet stern as well.
Since I left home, she shook her head. No, that's a lie. I've been dealing with that before I left home.
Well, you shouldn't have to,
Hitch stated matter-of-factly.
At least not anymore. You have a sister who I'm sure will listen to you, just like you listen to her. Friends in Izzy and Sunny who will do the same as well. And you have me too.
He smiled as he looked away.
The fact that you feel like you can share something this personal about yourself to me kind of makes me happy.
Zip smiled softly. Yeah, I mean, you're okay as far as sheriffs go, so why wouldn't I? The stallion turned over so that he was facing the mare, his hooves pulling her closer so that her head was nuzzled under his chin.
You know, Zip, I really can relate to your feelings of uncertainty and not knowing what you want to do, Hitch confessed. Before I even became one, I never dreamed of becoming the sheriff of Maritime Bay. I kinda didn't know where I wanted to go or do in my life.
You, Mr. Hitch, pick up that trash or 30 minutes in the brig, trailblazer? Zip teased with a slight chuckle. I kinda find that hard to believe.
Hitch nodded. It's true. I never really dreamed of myself being a sheriff, or even having any sort of job like it.
Hitch's voice grew softer as he spoke.
But as I grew up, I realized that what mattered most to me was making a positive impact on the lives of others, being there for my community and finding joy in the simple moments. And that's when the role of sheriff started to make sense to me. It allowed me to serve, protect, and connect with the ponies of Maritime Bay.
He sighed, looking away from the mare.
Even after all that, I can still have my doubts on if I'm good enough. Still, I don't let that stop me from doing the best I can, and I think the same thing can be said for you, he smiled. So, to answer your question, just do the best you can with what's in front of you. I'm sure for an amazing mare like you, everything will fall into its place.
Zip smiled as she closed her eyes, basking in the warmth of the stone's embrace. You are pretty smart for a sheriff, she responded with a chuckle before looking back at him. I think I needed to hear that. I mean, I still don't know what I should do, but I can't help but feel better knowing that I have a wonderful stallion like you looking out for a silly mare like me.
Oh, come on now, Zip. You are anything but silly, Hitch stated with a smirk. In fact, I think you are one of the most mature and wise mares I know.
Oh, come on, Sheriff. I'm already your mare friend. Don't need to flatter me, Zip said, gently pushing the stallion's chest, though the blush on her face clued the stallion how she really felt about it.
And who says I'm flattering you? Hitch countered. I'm just stating facts.
Uh-huh, the mare replied, a skeptical tone to her voice and a hint of mirth. You're just fishing for a kiss. Hitch gave a soft laugh before leaning in and pressing his muzzle against hers.
Guilty as charged, though it doesn't make it untrue.
The mare rolled her eyes before pulling the stallion closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. Fine, I guess I can give you a kiss or two.
Or 20? Hitch teased softly. Or 30?
Zip snorted. You're lucky I like you, Sheriff Hitch.
Don't I know it?
With a gentle touch, muzzle pressed against muzzle, as Zip pressed her lips against his, a soft and lingering kiss was more than the sum of its parts. It was a simple act that carried the weight of so much more, conveying the affection and love they both felt for each other, a kiss that was meant to be shared between two ponies who held each other dearly. Time seemed to stand still as they shared that intimate moment beneath the starlit sky. The world around them faded away, leaving only the warmth of their embrace and the sweet taste of their affection. It was a silent exchange of love and reassurance, a reminder that they were each other's safe haven in the midst of life's uncertainties.
The sky is white, the stars shine bright, a gentle breeze in the soft moonlight. Side by side, they stand so near, drifting free, with hearts sincere. She lifts her gaze, await inside, chasing dreams where the wild winds glide. He speaks so calm, his touch so true, a steady light to guide her through. And when he looks into her eyes, all her fears just melt, subside. If she could stay there by his side, she'd never need to chase the tide. He tells her fate will find its course. No need to run with reckless force. That love's not lost on paths unknown. It finds a way, it finds a home. And when he looks into her eyes, all her fears just melt, subside. If she could stay there by his side, she'd never need to chase the tide. Maybe tomorrow the winds will call. Maybe she'll rise. Maybe she'll fall. But here and now, beneath these stars, she knows exactly where they are. So close they stand, no need to go, no rush to chase the world. The sky is white, the stars shine bright, and love still shines within their light.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction Bro Hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
The Mayonnaise Incident by Caden. Hitch was paying Izzy another visit to hang out. She had been back and forth to Maritime Bay several times, but had been busy lately. All of the warning signs outside Bridlewood needed to be unicycled into something less threatening. The entire town of Bridlewood seemed a lot more alive now. Instead of the homes being closed up, several had the windows and doors open to let the air in. He could hear music from one house, and it appeared that unicorns were big fans of disco. Hitch would have to ask if he could get a copy of whatever record that was later. Phyllis was a big fan of that old-time music. Izzy's home was on the edge of town, and it didn't take him long to reach it. He knocked on the door and heard a rattling noise inside. "Coming!" The door opened and there stood Izzy, smiling ear to ear. "Hitch, I'm so glad you stopped by for lunch." "Yeah, it was nice of you to invite me. Ever since Canterlogic started installing some roads between the towns, it's gotten a lot faster for every pony to visit each other." Hitch walked in and saw that the tea table had been set for two, along with some sandwiches. There was also a bowl of pony hoof-shaped snacks. Izzy walked over to the table with him and they both sat down. "Want some candy? They're made of roasted corn." But for some reason no pony seems to like them. Izzy took a hoof full of the candy and munched it loudly. "They're barbecue flavour." "Oh, thanks." Hitch tried some of them and swallowed. "Yeah, I think I prefer peanuts." Izzy's horn began to glow and she opened up a jar of Hellmann's and stuck a knife in. She came out with a big glob of mayonnaise and spread it onto her sandwich. Next she replaced the piece of bread on top. "Mayonnaise?" Hitch asked. "Yep, it's my favourite, even if it's still taboo. Don't tell any pony, okay?" Hitch nodded and opened his sandwich to add some mustard and mayo. "Sure, but I thought unicorns were over the whole jinx thing, now that magic is back." She nodded. "Well, yeah, but they're not over the mayonnaise incident yet." Izzy scratched the back of her neck. "Huh? What did mayo ever do to unicorns?" Hitch asked. "Well, if you really want to know... Many moons ago, about 3 blocks east of here. A young pink filly with a vibrant blue mane trotted down the road in Bridlewood with a saddlebag full of back scratches. Every pony that was outside was scratching themselves. Some had even sat down in a circle to give each other back scratches. Izzy went up to the circle. "Hey Gleamy, Pencil, Vixen, Blitzen, I unicycled up some more back scratches. Want some?" "I've got an itch to scratch. Thanks for the new batch," Gloomy replied. She took one of the back scratches and started furiously working it down her back. The gathered ponies got up and started getting their own, and quickly Izzy had run out. "You got it bad, huh? I tried to unicycle some more fine-toothed combs, but every pony's been hoarding them." Izzy shrugged, "Though I did find this tree that was just the right height to rub against." As they raked the claws through their fur, Alpha Bittle approached the group. "Hey, I need every pony to gather at the tea shop." He snatched a back scratcher from the nearest pony and sighed in relief as he started running it under his mane. Hitch swallowed a bite of his spinach sandwich and had a sip of some fizzy water. "Okay, so every pony had fleas or something?" "Worse," Izzy stated. "There's a lot of wildlife in Bridlewood, and some pony brought back something that infected the whole town. Izzy smiled as she explored the tea shop. Alpha Bittle had a thing for games and trinkets. His dad had hoped he'd outgrow it when he got old enough to run the store on his own, but behind every counter and in every cupboard were games galore. She also found a large pile of jars full of white stuff, but before she could ask what it was, some pony cleared their throat. She looked back to see Alpha Bittle locking the door to the tea shop. "Alright every pony, this lice infestation has gotten out of hand, and we have only one choice left. Every single one of us is going to cover ourselves in mayonnaise to suffocate the lice. So awesome! Izzy shouted. I love mayonnaise! I thought that was an old mare's tale, Gloomy asked. Sounds like it'll fail. He shook his head. No time for spoken word poetry. Now every pony needs to partner up and get a couple of jars of mayo, and we'll be out of here in no time. Oh, I picked Gloomy! Izzy ran across the room with a few jars clutched under her leg and almost tackled her. I'm gonna make her smile and forget all about those Edgar Allan Poe stories she loves. Alright, Alpha Beetle explained, pointing to various ponies. You two. Yep, everyone's paired up. Izzy had already dipped a hoof in a jar and was licking the mayonnaise off. We won't get anything done if you eat it all. Gloomy had stuck her hoof in a jar, but seemed a little less pleased about it. Alpha's got a lot of gall. Don't worry, just rub it in, like this. Izzy upturned the jar over Gloomy's mane and a large blob of mayo fell into it. She immediately started rubbing it into the mane and up and down the filly's neck. Gah! Gross! It's so cold, and it smells a week old. She humped and emptied her jar right on top of Izzy's horn. Ew! It's gonna get in my eyes! Izzy closed both of them in time as it ran down her face. Gloomy laughed as she rubbed it over her head and face. Looks like you're getting a facial. She used a hoof to scrape it away from the eyes. Izzy completed her rhyme. Oh, don't I feel special? Wait, Hitch interrupted. So it was all over a bad case of lice and a little mayonnaise. That doesn't seem so bad. We covered Sprout in peanut butter one time to get gum out of his mane, and it didn't become taboo. Oh, but we haven't gotten to the best part yet, Hitchy. Izzy jumped up onto a nearby chair and shot a hoof into the air. The action, the intrigue, the chase. He smirked. Oh, really? Let's skip to that part then. Izzy and Gloomy were covered from horn to hoof in mayonnaise. Between the thick white layer of beaten eggs and vinegar, some small tufts of hair managed to poke through. For the most part, every pony had been very thorough. Dozens and dozens of gallons of mayo, the entire stock pony of every pony's favourite condiment, was now starting to get warm and smelly in the small tea shop. Around the room, several dozen ponies were standing around impatiently. We just have to leave it in for a few hours, Alpha Beetle explained. I'm so bored, Izzy complained. Try to think exciting thoughts. Izzy sighed and sat down, causing a loud splashing sound from all the mayo. She looked around at every pony else and saw a green tail sticking out from underneath a booth. Huh? Izzy got up and trotted over to the table, looking under it. Pencil? Why aren't you covered in mayonnaise? I hate mayonnaise. I won't do it. Pencil climbed into the booth and held a teacup in her hoof menacingly. Every pony back! Several lice were jumping out of her mane, abandoning ship. Alpha Beetle headed over with the last few jars of emulsified egg. Now, Pencil, be a good filly and let us cover you up, or we'll have to do this over again. Never! There has to be another way. Wait, I got it. Pencil climbed up between the two booths and bucked the window open. Oh no! Izzy scrambled up to catch her, but slipped and fell, covering the cushion with mayonnaise. Later, suckers! Pencil leaped out the window and ran. Alpha Beetle sighed and headed over to the door. Okay, Izzy, come with me. You're her friend and can try to calm her down. No pony leaves or takes the mayo off until we get back. Oh, an adventure? Let's go get her. Izzy headed to the door and followed him through. Together, they went across town to the house of the rogue filly. The front door was open and they let themselves in. The two were dripping the mayonnaise everywhere and had left a trail of dirty white hoof prints. There was a buzzing noise from the bathroom. Alpha and Izzy headed over and noticed a pile of long green hairs and red fur on the floor. The buzzing stopped. Pencil, are you in there? Alpha asked. Look, the mayo isn't so bad, I promise. He pushed the door open to find a naked pink filly sitting in a pile of hair, holding up an electric razor. Her skin was slightly wrinkled, and most ponies might have found a pony who looked like a naked mole rat a bit disturbing. But not Izzy. "So awesome!" Izzy shouted. "I mean, you had such a pretty mane, but now you're like that baby hamster I used to have." Alpha let out a long sigh and shook his head. "We were trying to avoid having to shave any pony, but I guess it is very effective." "Yep." Pencil pointed a hoof at the jar of mayo that Alpha had brought over in his saddlebag. "Now get that the heck out of my house!" "Okay." Hitch had finished his sandwich and his drink. "It's a silly story, but I'm not really getting it yet." "Oh, that's because we haven't got to the part about the mayonnaise volcano." Izzy stuffed the last of her sandwich into her mouth. "It's probably the best part." "Mayo volcano. You really buried the lead on this story, Izzy. So what happened next?" Hitch chuckled and put a hoof on her mouth. "Finish chewing first." Izzy gulped and nodded. "Oh, it was fine until the next morning, when the eggs started hatching and every pony hopped in the shower to try to get rid of the new lice." Izzy sat in her shower with a back scratcher in each hoof, running them up and down her flanks. "Ah, stupid nitty things. Gloomy may have been right." There was a deep rumbling sound, and the shower head started vibrating. It sent a spray of water outside of the tub, and Izzy stood up to look around. The faucet on the sink was also making a strange groaning noise. "Huh? Now that's odd." Izzy poked at the drain guard in her tub, watching the water swirl and go down it. She lowered her head and shouted into the drain, "Any pony down there?" As she listened, there was only a bubbling shriek in return. A rivet snapped and a shower head fell into the tub as the water sputtered and stopped. Izzy looked up into the exposed pipe. There wasn't any water coming out. Some frothy white foam was dripping from it. And then a large wad of yesterday's mayonnaise shot out of the pipe and onto Izzy. She gasped and fell backwards in the tub. The rumbling continued until the shower drain popped up, carrying hair and mayonnaise up into the tub until it was several inches deep. "Oh no! I have to warn every pony!" Izzy crawled out of the tub and grabbed the nearest towel to try to clean herself up. By the time she had gotten most of the sticky brown tinged mayonnaise off, the tub and sink were both full of smelly egg condiment. She wrapped a clean towel up around her mane to help it dry. "This is bad, so bad!" Izzy ran out of her bathroom and to the front door. She opened it and stepped into a scene straight out of one of those old propaganda films about the Earth ponies and Pegasi. The smell of rotten fish and egg hung in the air. Every pony was screaming and fleeing from their homes. A large white tide was spilling out of the nearest home as the sewer system of Bridlewood backed up and attacked with a vengeance. Somehow it was like the mayonnaise had multiplied deep underground and carried back up with it the dredged up contents of days' worth of stuff better left undescribed. Izzy ran down the road, doing her best to avoid the muddy condiment puddles on her way to the tea shop. Alpha always seemed to know what to do. By the time she got there, she found him standing on a table in the middle of the road amidst a sea of mayo. "Hey, Alpha Bittle, what can I do to help every pony?" Izzy asked. "We need to make sure every pony is safe," he replied. "Help!" some ponies screamed. "Oh, I'm on it, come on!" Izzy ran towards the shout, and Alpha leapt off his table, clearing most of the vicious sea of white creamy doom. He slipped and got a bit of it on his legs before scrambling after the filly to help. The two of them went down the road, listening to the screams, until they were near the town's water plumbing, sanitation and sewerage plant. There was several warning alarms being sounded as they tried to pump and purify a town's worth of pony-flavoured mayonnaise through the system. They looked up into the window of the house next to the plant. Hanging halfway out of the top floor window was a hairless pink pony. "Pencil?" Izzy asked. "It's all over the lower floor, and it's flooding up into my bedroom. Help!" Pencil screamed in a blind, irrational state. "Stay calm," Alphabettle said. "Izzy, we'll need your towel." Izzy nodded and took it off. "Are we going to make a kite? Oh, or maybe a hang glider? Yeah, I think that'd work." "No, we need to catch her. Hold that end and stand there." Alpha took one end and gave the other to Izzy. "Oh, like fire ponies. Got it." Izzy held the towel tightly and looked up to the distraught pony. They adjusted their position a little bit to try to find the right spot to catch her. I can't," Pencil shouted down. "Yes, you can," Izzy smiled. "You're the best at jump rope, remember?" The Izzy nodded, taking a few deep breaths. The house shook and the ground started to vibrate slightly. She looked back inside her room and noticed the mayonnaise had almost reached her hoof. Both eyes shot wide as the cursed substance touched her. "Alan, see!" Pencil shouted, leaping out of the window without looking. Izzy and Alphabettle caught her, but her momentum bounced her off and carried her nearby to the fence of the water treatment plant. She landed on her hooves and skidded to a stop right before a puddle of mayonnaise. "Whew!" Pencil wiped a hoof across her brow. "I almost shaved all my hair and fur off for nothing." Izzy and Alphabettle walked up beside her, and Izzy gave her a hug. "You know, you and Gloomy were right. The lice came back." "Yeah, I guess the mail was a bad idea after all," Alpha agreed. There was a sudden siren like the old air raid alerts for Pegasi invasions that sounded from the water treatment facility. Several rivets started shooting through the air with sharp whirring sounds. Steam rose from one of the larger boilers, and several large sheet metal tanks began to moan like the ghosts of ponies tortured in Tartarus. "Oh, what do you think that means?" Izzy asked. Alpha gulped and felt a pit sinking in his stomach. Fillies, I think we'd better run." Pencil and Izzy nodded. As they turned to leave, the ground itself began to split open in wide cracks, thick mayonnaise rising up between them. Before they could process this, there was a loud explosion and a wave of air knocked them all to the ground. The world went grey, and Izzy heard a ringing in her ears. She reached over to Pencil, who appeared to be talking, but Izzy couldn't hear what she was saying. Alpha stepped forward to shield them, and Izzy watched in slow motion as a huge wave of Hellman's mayonnaise swept over them. There was screaming as they were carried off into the town centre before the erupting mayonnaise from the processing plant finally relented, depositing 3 unicorns coated entirely in mayo near the entrance to the tea shop. Pencil stopped gagging just long enough to say, "I hate bucking mayonnaise!" By this point in the story, Izzy had arranged several plates, cups and utensils to help show Hitch what the town had looked like. Her tea table was now covered in mayo, including some small pony figures that she'd carved. "Wow, that does sound a little traumatic," Hitch replied. "I can see why no pony wants to think about or eat mayonnaise anymore." "Yeah, they're a little silly if you ask me, but what can you do?" Izzy shrugged. Hitch raised an eyebrow. "So, how did you get rid of the lice?" "Oh, we had to shave every single pony bald. And after all that hard work with the mayo, plus it took weeks to clean up the mess." He chuckled. "An entire town full of bald unicorns. That must have been a sight to behold." "Yeah, you ever try to tell 2 ponies apart when they're both pink and wrinkly?" "Can't say that I have," Hitch replied. "So, why don't you hate mayonnaise too?" "Are you kidding? That was the most fun I've ever had, almost getting drowned by a mayonnaise volcano." She laughed and began stacking up her dishes to take them to the kitchen. Wow, Izzy, I wish I could see the joy and wonder in things like you do.
Yeet the Pip by Bolt Strike 58. Misty Brightdawn strolled down the streets of Maritime Bay with a spring in her step. There was no particular reason for her to be as happy as she was. She was just in a good mood. If asked why, her response would have been a simple, "Why not?" She had friends, a dad who loved her, Opaline was gone, and all was right in Equestria. All in all, Misty had it pretty good. Unfortunately, euphoria tends to be cut off by various things. In Misty's case, her elation was interrupted by a hoof reaching out from a nearby bush, grabbing her by one of her fetlocks and yanking her into it. Misty barely had time to yelp in surprise before her view was obstructed by the leafy foliage. "Hey, what the heck?" Misty began to shout, only for a hoof to slam over her mouth, shushing her up. Her eyes followed the hoof to a pink leg down to its source, finding Pip sitting next to her. "Pip, what's going on?" asked Misty as she took in the appearance of the pop star princess. Pip's mane, normally maintained through her rigorous brushing rituals, was unkempt and filled with sticks and leaves. Her tiara was absent, and Misty realised this was the first time she'd seen Pip without it. Her coat was dishevelled and messy. "Shh!" Pip whispered. "Do not make a sound 1 decibel above a whisper, or so help me, I will buck you so hard you'll land in the ocean." Misty blinked a couple of times. She'd never seen any of her new friends acting like this. Her mind began to race as she tried to process all the information before her. Pip, who was currently peeking out of the bush, seemed paranoid and nervous. The only conclusion Misty could draw was that there was some new disaster befalling Equestria. "What's going on?" she whispered back, afraid of incurring Pip's wrath if she was too loud. "Is Opaline back? Is Allura trying to take over Maritime Bay? Did the Unity crystals fall apart?" "Worse," breathed Pip. "So much worse. Imagine all 3 of those scenarios, combine them together, then multiply the badness by 5. Misty winced. She'd learned basic math from Opaline. Okay, learned was a bad word. It was more like Opaline yelled at her and she was forced to study into the night until it was satisfactory. And the idea of those results sent shivers down her spine. "What's happening?" she asked again. "It's the absolute worst day of the year," Pip whispered back. "It's Throw Short Ponies Day." Misty gasped in sheer terror, only to freeze once her brain processed what she'd heard. "What?" she asked, desperate to confirm she wasn't having auditory hallucinations. "Throw Short Ponies Day," Pip hissed. "Ever since we were foals, Pip got this idea into her head that I'm below average height, so every year she takes it upon herself to throw me at least once on this day. It wasn't so bad when we couldn't fly, because she'd limit herself to just throwing me across the room into some pillows or something like that. But now..." Pip shivered in terror, taking several deep breaths to calm herself down. "Last year was horrible. Pip managed to rope Sunny, Hitch and Izzy into it, saying it was revenge for the magic glitter face masks incident. Like it was my fault. And they tossed me off the roof of the Bright House." Misty blinked again. That's it?" she asked. "I mean, couldn't you just fly back to the ground? If they tied your wings up, I'd understand, but..." "They didn't," said Pip. "And that's not the point. The point is they all think I'm this tiny little pony, and that gives them the right to toss me to and fro all they want. I'm the same height they are." "Well, to be fair, you are kind of short..." Misty trailed off when she noticed Pip glaring at her. "Finish that sentence. See how well it turns out for you." Misty swallowed. So there's an entire day dedicated to throwing short ponies? Not that you're one of them, of course, but that doesn't seem very friendly. I'm surprised Sunny would go for that, given how much she loves defending pony unity and all that. I agree with that, Pip replied with a sigh. As far as I know, it's a pretty odd holiday, dating back to ancient Equestria, even before the time of Twilight Sparkle. Apparently, it was a bar game where ponies used to chuck smaller ponies into piles of cushions or whatever. And Queen Haven is okay with that in Zephyr Heights? Asked Misty. Not exactly. It's a holiday that was banned centuries ago. Evidently, Zip was digging around in the records of Zephyr Heights and found out about it. Mum always tried to discourage her, but Zip loves it way too much. I guess she considers it my just desserts for not having to be the heir to the throne. It's not my fault I was born second. Misty was baffled. If she was being honest, she knew that the royal sisters had a bit of a rivalry between them, but this seemed like a bit much. If she had to guess, the whole throw short ponies day thing was just Pip's excuse to mess with her sister. So, are you gonna just hide out here until the day is over? She finally asked. Not in this same place, replied Pip, searching between the branches of the bush. Zip's very thorough at searching all of Maritime Bay. I might have to move pretty soon. I would have just flown the mare stream to Bridlewood, except she took the lantern and buried it in the community garden, and I don't have time to dig it up. Ouch, said Misty with a wince. I guess apologising to Sunny and the others for the whole face mask thing wouldn't get them to stop helping her? I tried that last year, whined Pip. They said, and I quote, not participating would dampen the spirit of the holiday. What does that mean? There's a spirit to a holiday of throwing short ponies around? Not that I'm a short pony, but come on. Pip? I even apologised for the whole not helping Sunny and Izzy while they were in the Zephyr Heights dungeon thing. And that wasn't in any way my fault. Why isn't there a holiday dedicated to throwing tall ponies? Then I'd at least get a chance to get even. But no, it's just... Pip! Misty yelled, making Pip actually flinch. You might want to keep it down. Or else... Oh, oops, too late. She pointed behind Pip with one hoof. Pip's eyes went wide, and she slowly turned around. Standing on the other side of the street was Zip, Sunny, Hitch, and Izzy, and they were staring directly at Pip's hiding place. Hey, sis, said Zip with the widest possible grin on her face. You didn't think we'd forgotten the biggest tradition of the year, did you? I even got you something special for the occasion. She produced a padded, full-body suit, one just large enough for a pony of Pip's size. Come on, Pip, try it on. You'll look so cute in it, insisted Izzy, levitating her phone up, the camera clearly pointed at Pip. Pip stuttered a few times, trying to get a word out. Misty frowned in pity for her friend. This whole throw short ponies day sounded like something Opaline would come up with, honestly. Sure, Misty would be lying if she said Pip wasn't annoying at times, but she didn't deserve to get hurled off the roof of the Crystal Bright House every year. She didn't even know what she could do to fix it though. Finally, Pip hit her breaking point. Sorry, Misty, but I'm running for my life! She screamed, leaping out of the bush, spraying leaves everywhere and zooming off far faster than Misty had ever seen her fly. Zip and the other three stood there, dumbfounded at her disappearing act. Well, Sunny broke the silence. That was something. Yeah, agreed Zip. We'd better get going if we want to catch her before the day is over. She took off with a flap of her wings. I'll search the air. And with that, she took off like a rocket. Sunny and Hitch both began galloping in opposite directions, presumably to keep searching across Maritime Bay. Izzy, however, stayed behind as Misty climbed out of the remains of the bush. Hey, Misty, said the creative unicorn. We're trying to figure out what place is best to launch Pip from this year. You want to help us look for her?" "No, thank you," replied Misty as she used her magic to untangle twigs and leaves from her mane. "I've got stuff to do. Why are you guys so obsessed with throwing Pip around anyway? She obviously doesn't like it. I would have thought that would be something friends wouldn't do to each other." "Oh, psh," said Izzy with a wave of her hoop. "Pip knows it's all in good fun. It's a game we play every year. We try to catch her before midnight, and if we do, we get to throw her. Pretty fun, huh?" Misty opened her mouth to respond, only for Izzy to prance away before any words could come out. Sighing to herself, Misty began to ponder what she should do. She certainly wasn't interested in helping the others find Pip so they could throw her, and she didn't think she'd be lucky enough to stumble onto Pip's hiding place twice. An idea suddenly occurred to her, and a quick glance towards the Bright House confirmed that the mare stream was still parked there. There had to be enough time to dig up the lantern. She set off for her home at a gallop. That night, Pip didn't know how much longer she could keep this up. She'd been caught by the others 3 times today, and she was running out of hiding places. She couldn't go anywhere near Main Melody for fear that Jazz and Rocky would be swayed to join Pip's crusade for some tiny slight that she'd forgotten. She'd tried hiding out at the Bright House itself last year, but Zip had been smart enough to see through that. At least Misty seemed to be on her side, though she hadn't seen the bushy-maned unicorn since that morning. At the current moment, Pip was perched on the roof of the old Cantalogic building, cowering under a box and praying to whatever gods existed that no pony would check under there. So far, no pony had come close, and there was only a few minutes left until midnight. But Zip couldn't afford to let her guard down for even a second. Zip had found her closer to midnight than this in previous years and thrown together some feather-brained scheme to toss Pip around like a rag doll before the day was up. Lifting up the box ever so slightly to view her surroundings, Pip sighed to herself. The whole throw short ponies day was bad enough, but Pip had to go the entire day without her phone. She couldn't risk Zip using the Find My Phone feature to track her down, so she'd left it beside her bed at the Crystal Bright House. She set the box down, mentally preparing herself to go sneaking through the streets once again. Pip knew she couldn't afford to stay in one place for too long, given how Zip and the others were combing the entire town for her. If there was any silver lining to this whole debacle, it was that she didn't have to go to work at Main Melody tomorrow, since she'd taken the day off weeks ago in anticipation of this day. She carefully stood up, allowing the box to rest on her back, and began creeping across the roof. Pip figured that enough time had passed that she could go back to the Crystal Bright House, hide in bed, and wait out those last few minutes. That is, assuming Zip and the others hadn't figured out she'd try that and were lying in wait for her. With a flap of her wings, she took off from the roof and floated back down to the ground. Then she began crossing the streets, after making sure that no pony was around to spot her. Within minutes, the Crystal Bright House was in sight. Pip breathed a sigh of relief. All she had to do now was get back inside and... "Pip! Guys, I found her!" screamed Izzy, popping out of a trash can next to her. Pip screamed in terror, jumping several hooves into the air, sending her box to skies flying. She tried to sprint for the Bright House, only for Izzy's magic to envelop her tail, yanking her backwards. Soon enough, Sunny, Zip, and Hitch arrived on the scene, complete with the padded suit. "Geez, Pip, you make this a bigger pain every year," complained Zip. There were dark circles under her eyes, and she clearly needed sleep. "Now we have to cram you in this suit before..." The interruption came in the form of an alarm going off. Zip's eyes shot open and she grabbed her phone. Pip saw the time on the phone's clock, which read 12 a.m. She released her breath, safe in the knowledge that Throw Short Pony's day was over. "Oh, crap!" yelled Zip. "Looks like you win this year, Pip." She threw the padded suit to the ground in a huff. "I'd rather not compete, thank you very much," Pip shot back. "Oh, come on. You know it's..." Zip began, only to be interrupted again. This time she was cut off by the mare stream zooming into view, barely flying above the building tops. The 5 ponies shouted in fear before ducking down. Though the flying vehicle thankfully didn't come that low, the mare stream landed off to the side of the group, and Misty charged out as the wings were still retracting to the sides. She had a pair of saddlebags across her back. "Hey, every pony!" she exclaimed. "Sorry about the rough entrance. I've never flown the mare stream by myself before." "We really need to work on getting you some flying lessons," said Hitch, still shaking. "Anyway, after Pip told me about Throw Short Pony's day, I felt really bad for her, so I went to Zephyr Heights to research old holidays. It turns out that after it started to get out of hoop in ancient times, ponies tried to give compensation by creating a Kick Tall Ponies Day that took place immediately afterwards. Of course, it wasn't really popular with tall ponies, and both holidays got banned 1 year later." "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" Indeed, Zip, Sunny, Hitch and Izzy were all staring at Misty with sheer horror in their eyes. In contrast, Pip's face had relaxed into the widest smile any pony had ever known on her face. Slowly, Zip's head turned back to look at her sister, and her jaw dropped. There was only time to scream one sentence. "Run for your lives!"
Hey there, ponies, don't delay. It's time to celebrate the day. The air is crisp, the sky is bright. Let's send short ponies into flight. Big or small, we all can play. Just find a friend and yeet away. It's ancient history, tradition true. A holiday just made for you. Yeet the pip, toss them quick. Flap those wings or take your pick. One good throw, it's all in fun. Short ponies fly, then off they run. Yeet the pip, give a shout. Let's see how far we can throw 'em out. Since days of old, it's been the way. A game of height, a test of play. Line 'em up and count to 3. Then watch 'em soar so gracefully. Moments last, but fun is fast. It's all in sport, no need to ask. Suit 'em up and make it right. A padded toss, that's polite. Yeet the pip, toss 'em quick. Flap those wings or take your pick. One good throw, it's all in fun. Short ponies fly, then off they run. Yeet the pip, give a shout. Let's see how far we can throw 'em out. From Maritime Bay to Zephyr Heights, one big launch, it's pure delight. Even Bridlewood joins the race. Short ponies fly in every place. Yeet the pip, toss 'em quick. Flap those wings or take your pick. One good throw, it's all in fun. Short ponies fly, then off they run.
Sponsored by Zipstorm, Sunny Star Scout, and the National Society of Yeeting.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
Unicorn Cupcakes by Kaiden.
No more sunny days, no more sunny days. I got a heart that won't behave. I got a mind gonna make me insane.
Sunny arrived at the sheriff's office just after noon with a small box of baked goods on her back. She trot inside to find Phyllis and Hitch discussing the recent disappearance of her son Sprout at his desk. Still no news? Phyllis asked. No, I've deputized a few ponies to help search, but no pony has seen him for several days, Hitch explained. Sunny came up to the desk and set her pink box down and opened it up. I'm so sorry to hear that Sprout is still missing, Phyllis. I made these for you to try and cheer you up. She lifted out one of the treats. Unicorn cupcake? Freshly baked? Phyllis gave a weak smile and took the confectionery from Sunny. Thanks, I appreciate the gesture. She took a bite out of the cupcake, chewing slowly as her eyes rolled up slightly. Oh, that is so good. I really should get the recipe for these sometime. Sunny smiled. I'm sure I can find a time for you to stop by and help me bake some. Hitch took one from the box and took a bite. You definitely keep getting better. These are as good as Argyle used to make. She nodded. Help yourself. I just thought I'd let you know that I care, and that I'll keep an eye out for Sprout. I know Sprout used to antagonize you, but you're exactly the kind of friend he needs right now. If I see him, I'll be sure to let you know. I know he loves you very much. With that, Sunny turned around and left the station to head back to her lighthouse. It was a beautiful day out, and now that her home had finished reconstruction, everything was going perfectly. She had 4 great friends and at least enough ingredients for 24 more cupcakes.
Gentleness is the final news. I'm so used, I'm so used, I'm so used.
Can we send some more letters out, letting the Pegasine unicorns know they have friends here?
Sunny asked. Of course we can, Sunny Bunny. We'll do our part for Earth ponies everywhere. They gestured to their hearts and said together, Hoof to heart. Argyle adjusted his apron and lowered his goggles back over his eyes. He went over to the wooden slab holding an olive Pegasus who had responded to one of the floating letters they had recently sent out. The letter promised they would have friends in Maritime Bay, but instead this drifter had found out that the rumours she heard about Earth ponies were not exaggerated. Now you just need to take the scalpel and cut the lateral tendon of the distal muscle here. Argyle took a small marker and put a black dot on the Pegasus's wing. It will disable their wing's ability to flap, and a little further down you can find the joint to remove the wing. He made another mark. The mare on the table whimpered and tried to say something through the belt that was gagging her.
Okay, Daddy.
Sunny clambered up onto the table and took the scalpel in between her teeth. She slowly and carefully made the incision where her father had shown her, slowly separating the flesh to a slow trickle of blood. She saw the stringy white tendon and severed it with minimal force. The tension on it caused it to snap and recede beneath the skin. Well done, Argyle beamed with pride as she began to work on the joint to remove the rest of the wing. We can clean the bone and add this wing to our collection. There isn't much meat in the wing itself, so there's not much to cook with. However, That doesn't mean we'll be wasteful. The thin bones of the wings make for excellent unicorn horns to put on cupcakes. Sunny did her best to ignore the flailing Pegasus and not get knocked off the table. After a couple minutes of intense focus, she'd finished severing the wing and spit out the scalpel.
I did it!
Yes, you did. Now why don't you head up and shower while I close the wounds? Tomorrow I'm going to teach you about the locations of all the major arteries and veins. Then we'll make some more treats for your friends.
Yes, Daddy.
Sunny jumped off the table and ran over to the ladder that led out of the basement. She had several red splotches on her fur from an artery that had supplied blood to the wing. One of the most important rules of their work was to always clean up. After all, Sunny couldn't spread friendship and joy if she looked like an extra in a Judgment Day movie.
Sunny days, sunny days. You gotta fly over your head.
Sunny was softly singing a song to herself about today being her day as she opened and closed the front door to her lighthouse. She set down her saddlebag, made sure the curtains were drawn and the front door locked, then headed back towards the trap door. Beneath a small rug was the entrance to the basement. It had been damaged by the collapse and wasn't on any blueprint of the lighthouse. Argyle had dug it out himself to facilitate his study of ponies and their innate magic. What the eye couldn't see, Argyle had tried to find more invasively. Perhaps the inability to perform magic was due to a physical change, and he needed only to dig deep enough into a unicorn's mind to prove it. Sunny opened the trap door and carefully went down the steps, closing it behind her. She could hear the TV playing. Several soft, gagged screams were emitted by the tiny speakers built into the old CRT device. "Sprout, I'm home!" Sunny beamed as she trotted over to the Earth Pony. "Oh look, the recording of our sessions is at the best part." She pointed up to the TV. "This was when I gelded you." Sprout cried and whimpered, unable to look away from the television. His eyes were bloodshot and wary, the eyelids held open by metal clamps to ensure he had to watch every moment of his torture again and again while Sunny was running errands. "Oh, don't be so pouty. You had this coming after you wrecked my house and nearly killed Izzy." She looked down at the stallion, who was now missing both hind legs. The stumps had been sorted shut professionally. After all, Sunny had years of experience. She checked the straps on his forelegs were still tight, but not blocking blood flow, then undid his gag. "Phyllis says hi. She loved the cupcakes you made for her. Who knew the pony fresh was just the savoury ingredient you needed to balance out the sweetness of cupcakes?" Sunny asked. Sprout swallowed a couple times before he could speak. Please, I want my mommy," he sobbed, snot running down his face, along with tears and drool from where the cruel gag had fastened against his lips. "Oh, she's doing just fine without you, you know." Sunny sat down next to him to look up and watch the recording with him. "There's a lot more connective tissue than you'd think supporting the testes. I wonder why they still end up sagging with age. Not that it matters now. Your beloved mummy is digesting yours as we speak." He broke out in another bout of ugly crying as he mumbled about his mum. "At least I used painkillers. It's more than you deserve, you know, spreading all that hatred and fear. Well, who is afraid now?" Sunny laughed. "You know what the best part is?" Sprout sucked up and swallowed the snot and drool in his mouth. No, what?" "All that time pretending to love Pegasi and unicorns as a cover, and it turns out that's what ended up restoring our magic." Sunny cackled. I mean, we dissected so many ponies to learn the truth. We did what we had to for Earth pony kind, and in the end, my charade about friendship is what saved us. She started laughing again, and it took her a couple minutes to stop, and Sunny got quiet. Sometimes I wonder if it was worth it. I have friends now. I could stop, but I don't want to, and I definitely can't let you go after what you did, and after what I've taken from you. Sprout started chewing on his lip as he tried not to panic. He'd been in this basement for days and knew better than to antagonize Sunny. She'd shown him some rather creative and painful uses for her tools when he talked back to her. Still, it has been lonely since my father passed. I suppose once you've been delimbed, I could keep you around as a body pillow. It's either that or... Sunny ran a hoof across Sprout's throat. He gulped and tried to pull his weight up a bit with his forelegs to get away from her hoof. Sprout wasn't sure he wanted this torment to continue, but he didn't want to die either. He could see the sorrow in Sunny's eyes as she looked across the room at a photo of Argyle and had an idea. Could I keep at least 2 legs? It's not like I'm going to crawl away and it'll let me hug you? Sunny looked up at the television and was lost in thought for a moment as Sprout's left hind leg had a tourniquet fastened to it. As a rule, Argyle and Sunny didn't harm Earth ponies. Of course, most Earth ponies weren't obnoxious idiots bent on world domination. The video continued to replay the part when she removed his second leg. With the blood flow blocked, it had not made too much of a mess as she carefully removed the limb the same way a careful toddler might disassemble a set of building blocks. She had carefully cleaned and preserved the leg's skeleton so she could put it on display alongside the other skeletal remains of both Unicorn and Pegasi. Sprout's leg had higher bone and muscle density than a unicorn, and was almost twice as thick as a Pegasus femur. You know what, Sunny said, I suppose you've suffered enough, at least for now. If you promise not to whine or run, or basically do anything to piss me off, then I'll let you keep your last limbs and your life. Sprout gulped and nodded his head. He could feel his hoof itching as he watched the video, spasming as the scalpel hit the nerve. The phantom pains got worse the longer he watched himself carved up on repeat. Finally, Sunny clicked a remote control and turned off the horror show. The pain in the missing appendage faded to dull pins and needles as Sunny began to unstrap the tormented stallion. The bed upstairs was a welcome comfort after spending a few days on an itchy wooden slab. Sprout hadn't had much sleep or much food during his stay here. The porridge had an odd taste to it, and either Sunny enjoyed eating dry bits of cardboard or had taken a very waste not, want not attitude in a cooking recipe. For most of the night, Sprout was pinned against Sunny, who hugged and cuddled him like she was trying to apply pressure to a bleeding wound. Her clinginess was the least of his problems, because every time he tried to pull himself away, she would subconsciously tighten her grip. It wasn't until just as the sun began to rise and shine through the window that Sprout found himself with a little room to move. Sunny had started to roll over, but hadn't dragged him to the other side of the bed yet. He was laying almost evenly with her, only one foreleg clutching tightly. His first instinct was to wiggle out and run again. When he felt his phantom limbs spasm in pain, Sprout wouldn't be getting far on his own, nor would he be doing it quickly. If he were to drag himself all the way to Maritime Bay and rescue, he would need more than a head start. He would need to kill Sunny.
A few weeks ago, Sprout wouldn't have killed any pony. Sure, he'd have conquered them, but that was different than killing. He was saving the town. But now he found himself placing his forelegs around Sonny's neck without hesitation, using a sleeper hold that he and Hitch had learned when they joined the sheriff's department. And unlike in the officer training, he didn't release his grip. With one foreleg locking the other down, Sonny's face began to bulge, and he could see the veins of her neck expand with each heartbeat, the blood trapped inside them, the arteries increasing, the pressure to her head, and the veins not allowing the blood back out. She began to thrash as soon as the haze of sleep lifted and Sprout tightened his grip. He wasn't sure if it was her airway or the blood flow or some combination of the two, but in under 20 seconds it was done. Sonny had stopped moving and Sprout released his vice-like grip and rolled over towards the edge of the bed. He fell off onto the floor and felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Dragging himself to the nearby wastebasket, he knocked it over and started to dry heave into it. After taking a minute to regain his composure and wipe the tears from his face, he started to drag himself across the room to the stairs. Each step he pulled himself down sent a jolt of pain through his stallionhood and the two stubby legs. The pain renewed in the missing limbs, and it wasn't until he reached the bottom of the stairs and looked back he saw why. The sutures had come undone, and he'd left a bright crimson trail of blood leading down the stairway. Sprout couldn't stop now, no matter how much it hurt. Even as the carpet burned his underside, he continued to pull himself towards the front door and freedom. Then came his next challenge. He had to balance himself on his butt and try to reach up to the door lock. It took a couple of tries before he was able to unlatch it. Sprout fell backward, the door slowly opening, and got his first breath of fresh air. "Sprout?" a concerned voice shouted. He froze in fear. A moment later, Hitch pulled his way through the door, looking down at the battered and bloody stallion. "What the fuck? Are you okay? Is Sonny okay? Who did this?" Sprout shook his head. "No, it was Sonny. She's insane." Hitch tilted his head in confusion when an orange blur tackled him in the side, knocking him into the wall. With a harsh-sounding zip, a double-layered plastic bag was sealed over his head by a thick zip tie. Hitch was quick to react on instinct, striking out with a hoof at the attacker, but not hitting anything. He then focused on tearing the bag off his head. While in his confused state, he didn't realize the takedown hold was being used on him until it was too late. There was the sound of zip ties again, and his forelegs were bound behind his back. Hitch began to kick his hind legs wildly until they too were zip-tied. He lay there squirming and struggling, feeling the plastic bite into his flesh as he struggled to free his limbs and take the bag off his head. "You!" Sonny screamed at Sprout. Her nose was bleeding and her forehead's veins still distended. Sprout realized he must have screwed up yet again and not held the choke hold long enough. He looked between her and his friend Hitch and started rolling himself back onto his belly to crawl over and get the bag off his head. He knew there'd be no fighting her off. But if he could free Hitch, there might be a chance. The bag was fogging up now, rapidly expanding and contracting around Hitch's head. Sprout couldn't see through all the mist, but he could see the way the entire bag collapsed into his mouth with each panicked breath. He clawed at the zip tie with his hooves and was about to try biting the bag when the world blacked out for a moment. There was a ringing in his ears and the entire room was spinning around. "This is all!" There was another loud bang and Sprout felt his head bounce off the floor. "Yaw!" Another bang, the room spun faster.
Fault! A fourth strike. Sprout couldn't lift his head. He knew something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what. He saw the floor was bright red. Had Sunny gotten a rug? He could hear an angry voice, but didn't understand the words. His world was reduced to pain, not in his body, but in his head. The pressure and pain continued to build as blood trickled out of his mouth, nose and ears. He couldn't move anything. Sprout could only stare ahead at Hitch. Hitch, the one pony that had never gave up looking for him, had almost rescued him. The bag over his head wasn't expanding anymore. Instead, it would contract at regular intervals, almost like hiccups. The twitching and breathing weren't coordinated anymore. Perhaps it was some small mercy then, that when the cast iron frying pan came down one final time, Sprout ceased to exist. There wasn't a word to describe the amount of discomfort he was in. His mouth was dry as cotton, his limbs ached, his head felt like it wanted to split open several times over and eject its contents. None of his legs seemed to obey his commands to move. His eyes couldn't quite focus. Finally, after what felt like a long waking dream where he was paralyzed, Hitch finally became aware of the room he was in. It was dark, save for the orange dancing glow of some sort of furnace or fireplace. There were relics, skeletons, maps, and more adorning two walls like some sort of museum. He groggily rolled his head over, looking around for any sign of another pony to explain what was going on. Sunny was standing there next to him, smiling. "We've got a lot to talk about, Hitch. But first, Earth Pony cupcake? They're fresh out of the oven." Thoughts That Will Snap Your Mind in Half by Izzy Fan 2021. Sunny lightly groaned as a creaking sound disturbed her beauty sleep. The room was pitch black. Nothing within 2 feet in front of the Earth Pony could be seen with the naked eye. The room was full of soft snoring as every pony in the room seemed to be off in dreamland. But a speck of light caught the corner of her dark vision. Sitting upright in her bed and squinting her sensitive eyes, she could see that the bedroom door was half open. "What?" was all Sunny's tired, quiet voice could mutter. Noticing that no pony else was awake to notice the cracked door, she slowly got out of bed to go and close the door. On approach to the partially open door, Sunny stopped as she heard the faint sounds of hooves clopping. Was some pony heading down the stairs? Carefully, she creaked the door further open and peeked her head out. The Earth Pony immediately noticed Izzy at the bottom of the stairs, slowly trotting towards the living room. "Izzy?" Sunny's whisper seemed to not grab the attention of the unicorn. Concerned, Sunny fully opened the door and quietly started her way down one of the 2 staircases towards the Bright House's living quarters. Once on the first floor, she turned toward the living room between the 2 staircases, noticing Izzy lying down upon one of the couches staring up at the ceiling. Sunny approached the foot of the couch, noticing that Izzy's eyes were half open and wearing heavy bags underneath them. Now wearing a concerned look on her face, the Earth Pony quietly said, "Izzy? You okay there, buddy?" Izzy either didn't seem to notice her friend standing at the foot of the sofa or just didn't seem to care about her presence. But the unicorn didn't move a muscle, continuing to stare aimlessly at the Bright House's ceiling. the Earth Pony's concern growing rapidly. She tried to get her attention again. Izzy? Dude! Izzy finally spoke, her voice sounding low and raspy. If I weigh 99 pounds and eat a pound of pony corn, am I 1% pony corn? Sunny's concerned face immediately turned into that of a poker face as the random question caught her completely off guard. What? If you drop soap on the floor, Izzy continued, still staring up at the ceiling, is the floor clean or is the soap dirty? The Earth Pony was now in a state of confusion as her tired brain tried to process the information. Izzy, what are you talking about? Bro, which orange came first? The colour or the fruit? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Huh? Her eyes then widened. Oh, wait, you have a point there. If two vegans are arguing, is it still considered beef? It took a second for Sunny to process if she was just having a really absurd dream, or if Izzy was having some kind of episode. She chose the latter. Izzy, was there something in that chocolate milk you drank at dinner? If you were born deaf, the unicorn continued, pushing Sunny's question under the rug. What language would you think in? Sunny's brain started crumbling from beneath her. As those questions started to snap her thought processes in half. Izzy, however, still continued her thought-piercing questions, seeming unbothered by what her questions were doing to her friend's brain. If you get out of the shower clean, how does your towel get dirty? The Earth Pony's eye twitched. Bro, if the number 2 pencil is the most popular pencil, why is it still number 2? With that last question, Sunny's brain finally gave way. Zip peeked out the open bedroom door. Despite the dark environment, the Pegasus was able to notice both Sunny and Izzy on the couches in the living quarters, both of them seeming to be asleep. Sunny! Izzy! Zip's whispers seemed to not catch the attention of the Earth Pony and Unicorn. Zip trotted down the stairs and towards the living quarters. Upon reaching the first floor, she quietly approached the couches. Girls? She whispered again, earning a slight movement from Sunny, who now seemed to stir awake from the Pegasus. I don't know why you guys want to sleep down here, but I hope you guys realise that you left your bedroom door open. Now getting a clear look at Sunny, she noticed that something was terribly wrong. Heavy bags hung under her eyes, which were slightly bloodshot. They stared aimlessly at the ceiling, seeming lost in her thoughts. Zip approached the Earth Pony, concern quickly growing in her. Sunny? Why? Sunny's tired voice muttered. Why must life be so confusing? What even is life? The white Pegasus took a second to process what her seemingly sleep-deprived friend had just said. Zip stared wide-eyed at the Earth Pony, now concerned as much to both her physical and mental state. Sunny? You okay there, buddy? Sunny didn't reply, instead pointing a hoof towards the neighbouring couch upon which Izzy lay. Zip noticed that Izzy seemed in better condition than Sunny, and she too was staring aimlessly at the ceiling with half-open eyelids. Now concerned for the unicorn's well-being, Zip began to approach Izzy's couch. Iz, you feeling okay? No reply. Izzy? Dude, Izzy finally spoke, still in a low-pitched, raspy voice. When we yawn, do deaf ponies think we're screaming? Zip paused, raising an eyebrow at Izzy's question. Wait, huh? If you're waiting for the waiter, continued Izzy, aren't you the waiter? The Pegasus wasn't quite sure if what she was hearing was really real or just her tired brain trying to process a simple sentence. Either way, she stood there for a moment pondering those questions. "Where in Equestria did you pull that from?" Zip questioned. "No pony knows," Sunny spoke, still staring at the ceiling with wide eyes, with the occasional eye twitch. "All we could do now is listen and ponder as these questions penetrate our minds with their seemingly endless and unsolvable answers. We think ponies with eyeglasses look smart, when in reality they fail the test to get them." Zip's lips parted, about to spit out a sentence, but closed quickly. Thinking for a moment, she finally came up with a response appropriate for the sentence's continuity. "Good point there. Dude, why does fat chance and slim chance mean the same thing?" Zip's ears perked up in surprise. "I don't know. Maybe laziness in our language? My guy, how do you throw away a garbage can?" The Pegasus then grabbed her head as a massive headache started spreading around her skull. "Please stop," she pleaded. "My brain hurts." "If you buy a bigger bed, you're left with more bedroom, but less bedroom." Finally, with that last statement, the Pegasus's brain broke in half. Pip Petals flew out of the room at great speed, reaching the first floor within seconds. "Is any pony hurt?" she cried. "I heard a shout!" She was met with a sight she wasn't ever expecting to see at 3 o'clock in the morning. Sunny laying on the couch, staring up at the ceiling. On the floor, next to the couch, Zip also lay staring at the sky. Across from them, Izzy also lay on a couch, staring up. The pink Pegasus princess took a second to process what she was looking at, but that didn't really explain the shouting that woke her up from her deep sleep. Everything seemed calm at first, but Pip knew something wasn't aligning correctly upon seeing the sleepless looks from her friends. "Sis?" she whispered. "Life is confusing," Zip said, seeming to ignore her sister. Pip cocked her head in confusion. So many questions started flying through her mind at that moment. Glancing over at Sunny, she didn't seem better than Zip. What in Equestria was going on with these two? Are you girls okay?" she asked. "What happened to y'all?" Zip, still staring upwards, pointed a hoof to Izzy. "That's what happened to us." Pip turned her head towards the unicorn, who looked as if she had seen better days prior to this. Now curious, Pip began to approach Izzy, ready to ask her what in the hay was going on here. "Izzy?" she began. No reply. She tried again. "Izzy, you there?" "Dude," Izzy finally spoke, still in a low, sleepless voice. "Why is bacon called bacon and cookies called cookies if you cook bacon and bake cookies?" The princess was caught off guard by the question, but her confused expression quickly turned into that of inspiration. "Wait, that actually is a good point. Don't encourage her," Zip cut her sister off. "You'll only make things worse," Sunny finished. "Bro," Izzy continued, "why aren't iPhone chargers just called apple juice?" Pip's eyes widened. "I know, right?" She shook her head with a little frown. "Such a missed opportunity. When you clean a vacuum cleaner, aren't you the vacuum cleaner?" The pink Pegasus put a hoof under her chin. "Another good point there, Izzy." Her wonder, however, was short-lived as it was quickly replaced with confusion. "Wait, why are you asking me these questions anyway?" "Nothing is really on fire, but rather fire is on things. Now, Pip was starting to get a small headache as her brain tried to process both Izzy's questions and why at Equestria she was even asking them in the first place. I don't know what to say at this point. If life is unfair to every pony, does that mean life is actually fair? The Pegasus's eye began twitching, her brain mentally crumbling by the second. Why do they make sense, yet don't at the same time? Her brain is built different, Sunny spoke. Dude, if I get scared half to death twice, what then? And with that final question, the small Pegasus's brain imploded. Misty gasped. Viewing from the top of the stairs, she saw that every other resident of the Bright House was gathered in the living room, all lying down with blank expressions on their faces. What had originally been a mission to get a glass of water for herself had just turned into an investigation as she galloped down the stairs to check on her friends. "Girls!" she cried. "What happened?" Upon a closer inspection, the unicorn knew something was definitely off. Zip and Pip lay on the cold floor, both staring up towards the ceiling, Sunny and Izzy with the same story, except they were on the couches. It was clear to Misty that they all looked sleep-deprived. But was that really the answer? "Life," Pip began, sounding like she had lost everything, "is such a grey blur." "You said it," Zip and Sunny said in unison, also sounding empty inside. Misty cocked her head in confusion. This didn't look like sleep deprivation. She then noticed out of everyone in the room, Izzy seemed to be in better condition. Despite having heavy bags under her half-closed eyes, she approached Izzy, wondering if she might have any idea as to what's happening. "Izzy, do you know what's happening with every pony? Why are they acting so strange?" No reply came from the hazel pink unicorn. Bro, the unicorn's low tone of voice spoke. "Have you ever felt bugs on you? When there were no bugs on you? They're the ghosts of the bugs you killed." The light blue unicorn's eyes widened a bit as a frown grew from her mouth. That's kinda sad to think about. Kinda funny how being down for something and up for something mean the same thing. Misty raised an eyebrow but shrugged at the statement. "Guess I never thought about it like that before. Why is the pizza box a square if the pizza is a circle and the slice is a triangle?" Misty's brain started spazzing out as these questions started to over-process her frontal lobe. Izzy, why are you asking me these questions? If you're in the living room and you pass away, did you die or are you just knocked out? Her eye twitched a bit. I don't know. The only thing that's about to pass away here is your brain, Zip said. Yo, why is it called a building if it's already built? Misty didn't reply. What could she reply with? What should she reply with? She didn't know. All she could do at that moment was listen and let her brain crumble. How does a sponge hold water if it's full of holes? Finally, with that last mind-breaking question, the unicorn's brain exploded. The early morning sun shone through the windows of the Bright House. In the living room, Sunny, Zip, Pip, and Misty still lay on their backs staring up at the ceiling. None of them have gotten any sleep thanks to Izzy's mind-snapping statements and questions.
Speaking of whom, while everyone was wide awake with broken brains, Izzy was now fast asleep on the couch, snoring loudly like a middle-aged father. Soon enough, the unicorn's eyes slowly opened as a long yawn escaped her maw. She sat up on the couch, noticing that she was now sleeping in the living room. It also wasn't hard to notice all her friends in the room with her also. Despite this, she smiled and greeted them. "Morning, ponies!" she waved to Hooves. All she got in response was long consecutive moans as every pony tried to stay awake despite their broken braids. Sunny was the first of them to look Izzy in the eyes for the first time in hours. "Izzy?" Upon laying eyes on her earth pony friend, Izzy cringed a bit as she noticed how dishevelled her mane looked and the heavy bags under her eyes. "Oof, Sunny, you don't look so hot. Didn't get enough sleep?" Sunny's eyes widened. "Izzy, you're back to normal." Izzy cocked her head, clearly confused. "What? Normal? What do you mean?" Zip then sat up from the cold tiled floor. "What Izzy means is that last night you were acting extremely weird." Izzy's curiosity now piqued. "Wired? How wired?" Pip then sat up beside her sister. "Well, how do I describe it?" She put a hoof under her chin. Misty then sat next to Pip. "Levels of weird that exceed the charts." "Okay, now I'm confused," Izzy said. "What did I do that you'll call weird?" Sunny volunteered to explain the entire situation that unfolded the night before. "Well, after I heard the creaking of the door at around 3 a.m, I got out of bed and saw you trotting towards the living room. I tried to check on you, and while you did look awake, you weren't responding to me." Izzy pondered. "Sounds like I was sleepwalking." "Sleepwalking?" the entire group said in unison. The unicorn nodded. "Yes, as some pony who suffers from insomnia, sleepwalking was bound to happen to me at some point." Izzy then raised an eyebrow. "But that doesn't explain why I woke up to find you all down here with me. What happened?" "That's where the part of us calling you weird comes into play," Sunny spoke. "You see, while you didn't respond to me, that's when you started..." She paused. "Started what?" "That's when you started spitting out all these questions and statements that snapped all our minds in half," Zip finished. The unicorn stared at the Pegasus for a moment, a blank expression stamped on her face. Then she immediately burst into laughter, confusing her friends. "Oh, Zipper-doodle, you're so funny, like that's actually what happened." "Izzy, Zip's serious," Sunny said. "You did really start saying all these random questions and statements that really did make our minds crumble with confusion and sheer awe." "Oh, really?" Izzy asked, sounding doubtful. "What kind of questions could my sleepwalking self ask y'all that could really snap every pony's brains?" Sunny sighed, remembering all the torment her mind went through from Izzy's sleeping statements. Nevertheless, she was the one to start. "Well, if I weigh 99 pounds and eat a pound of ponycorn, am I 1% ponycorn?" "Really?" Izzy stared at the earth pony with an unimpressed face. "Stuff like that?" "Not only that," Zip stepped up. "If you're waiting for the waiter, aren't you the waiter?" Izzy's face then went blank. Pip was next. "If I get scared half to death twice, what then?" Now the unicorn was starting to get it, with her brain now beginning to fry a bit. "How does a sponge hold water if it's full of holes?" Misty finished. Okay, I get it." Izzy gave up. Her brain was now partially scarred by those simple yet mind-bending questions. "Well, that was definitely weird." "That's what we all thought," Sunny said. "But at least it's over." Izzy smiled. "Yes." She then leaned into her ear, whispering loud enough for every pony around her to hear. For now, she winked. The group stared at her, wide-eyed. An evil-looking grin grew on her face. The room was silent for a few moments. Then, Izzy burst into laughter. Soon enough, the rest of the group joined in as the entire room was filled with loud laughter. But hiding under her laughing fits, there was still that lingering feeling inside them, as if they knew that this wasn't the last time this was going to happen. Author's note: this was very fun to write, and I hope you all enjoyed it. As stated before, all these questions came from Ryan Lombard. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel.
It was 3 in the morning, the house fast asleep. She trotted down quiet, her thoughts running deep. Eyes full of wonder, her voice calm and slow. But the things that she said, they fractured the flow. She spoke at 3 a.m. and reason cracked. They smiled at first, then never looked back. One by one they forgot what was real as her words unwound the way ponies feel. No spells, no potions, no villainous plan, just thoughts that no pony could quite understand. They gathered around her, hearts open and kind, and left with a different shape in their mind. She meant no harm, she meant no fight, but every sentence shifted light. Not nightmares, not screams, just silence instead, the sort of quiet that echoes in your head. She spoke at 3 a.m. and time stood still. The coffee went cold and minds got ill. No answers came, no meaning stayed. They stared at the wall till it slowly decayed. She's back in bed, curled up just right, but they're still awake beneath the light.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
He's Mine by Nova A75. February 13th, it was the eve of Hearts and Hooves Day, and every pony was running around, setting up some last-second arrangements. Sunny hummed softly to herself, sitting directly in front of a closed oven, watching the items inside slowly yet surely come to life as they baked. A metal tray sat in the middle of the oven, housing 12 cupcakes slowly beginning to rise up as the heat from the oven did its work. She was making unicorn cupcakes, a very special recipe passed down from her family for generations. And by generations, specifically only 2, her dad and then her. The cupcakes were different colours, some pink, some blue, some brown. but none of the usual accessories for the unicorn cupcakes had been added yet. So, as it stood, they were just regular old cupcakes. Once Sunny could get them out of the oven, she'd get ready to decorate them properly. But for now, she waited, staring intently as she watched the cupcakes baked. It was a little bit weird to see her so intently stare at rising cupcakes, but she was a grown mare. She'd be fine. After around 30 more minutes baking in the oven, the cupcakes were finally ready. Sunny used a mouth guard, which was really just a heat-resistant sheet that she could easily wrap around the small ledge of the tray. Slowly, she carefully pulled out the hot tray and placed it down on the counter. It was the decoration phase. She smiled eagerly, beginning to use some frosting to slowly coat the little cakes in a blue layer. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Zip was out in Maritime Bay, watching plenty of ponies running around while they attempted to procure some last-minute items before Hearts and Hooves Day. Zip felt like she could laugh at them. Waiting this long before actually doing anything for Hearts and Hooves Day was a pretty bold move, but then again, she was basically doing the same thing. Zip trotted around, being sure to avoid a bunch of ponies as they frantically ran around. But soon enough she came up towards the sunglasses vendor, who seemed to be beaming with joy. Zip looked a bit confused and soon figured out why, seeing that almost every single pair of his sunglasses were sold out. A few left behind, but really there were only about 4 or 5 left out of the maybe dozens to hundreds of them he had. Zip walked up towards them, shooting them a smile. "Hey, you wouldn't happen to be selling any more glasses, would you?" Zip asked the stallion curiously. They beamed with delight. "Of course! We've got a few pairs left, but... who am I kidding? You can just take whichever you want, free of charge. In fact, take all of them if you'd like." They smiled brightly, grabbing the few sunglasses he had left and placing them down on the counter in front of him. Zip seemed baffled at this, almost like she was walking into a trap or something. "A bunch of ponies came in and swept up almost my entire stock. The sunglasses sold like hotcakes. Since I don't even get a new shipment in the next 3 days, it means I get the next 3 days off," he said cheerily. "I insist, take all of them. It just means I can close up shop and go home early to see my wife. Oh boy, she'll be happy to hear it." They spoke with heart-struck eyes, seemingly imagining his wife then and there. "Oh, wow. Thanks. Sure, I'll take them then." Zip responded with a smile of her own. She gently snatched up the 5 pairs of glasses on the counter, which issued a wider smile from the vendor as he quickly threw up a sign almost immediately after reading "Sold Out." In less than a minute, the stallion gathered his belongings, locking up his little stand and skipping away like some fairy tale creature. Zip was holding back laughter. Of course, she could have paid for the sunglasses easily, but hey, free sunglasses never hurt anyone. Besides, one pair in particular caught her eye more than the others. She stared down at the pair and smirked. Perfect! Now, what's next on the list? Zip pulled her phone out, flipping it open right after and staring curiously. Chocolates. That should be easy. Oh shoot, no it won't. Zip seemed to forget that almost every pony in Maritime Bay was trying to get their hooves on last minute items. If she wanted to get those chocolates, she'd have to hurry just like them. She pocketed the sunglasses before dashing away towards her next stop. Pip giggled softly to herself as she looked at her phone. She was in Main Melody, laying down on one of the couches as their last customer left. She was accompanied by Jazz Hooves, who wiped a bit of sweat off herself and made her way to collect her things. Pip was allowing Main Melody to close a bit earlier today than normal. Why not, after all? It was the eve of a great holiday coming up tomorrow. Rocky had already left a while ago, leaving the 2 mares to themselves. Jazz couldn't help but giggle in response to Pip, who scrolled through their phone oblivious to everything around her. Sheesh, Pip, I haven't seen you this excited since you opened Main Melody, Jazz responded teasingly, walking up towards the mare. This snapped Pip out of her trance, if just for a moment. Seriously, you've been giggling almost all day. I think some of the customers thought you were losing it, Jazz sighed, sitting down beside her employer. I'm sorry, Jazz. I've just been so excited. My package is going to arrive in a couple of minutes today, and not a day too soon either. If it arrived later, I wouldn't have had it for HAHD. Pip spoke giddily. HAHD? Jazz asked for clarification. It almost sounded like a disease. Hearts and Hooves Day. Duh. I thought that was obvious. Pip responded, holding back laughter. Jazz rolled her eyes. She couldn't believe she didn't get it. It was so obvious. Then again, Jazz wasn't nearly as distracted about Hearts and Hooves Day as other ponies were. She didn't exactly have a special sun pony to come home to, but it did mean she gets a whole day off from Main Melody. So she was looking forward to relaxing at home and taking a well-deserved break. It should arrive any minute now. The Pega delivery app says the delivery mare is only 3 stops away. Pip squealed in anticipation, eyes lighting up. Jazz gave her a soft, nearly exasperated smile. She understood Pip's excitement, but she wished her friend would tone it down just a bit. Well, alright, I'll leave you to it then. Don't let me get in the way of your frankly explosive excitement. Jazz giggled, picking up her bag and beginning to make her way out of the store. Pip waved the mare goodbye, only for Jazz to be stopped the moment she opened the door. There was a Pegasus standing there, holding a large poly bag in her mouth. Jazz reacted on instinct, ready to tell her that Main Melody was closed, but soon spotting the hat she wore, as well as the plastic bag she held, she understood immediately. Oh, Pip! Something is here for you! Jazz called back to Pip before politely sidestepping the Pegasus and making her way home. She didn't want her own eardrums ruptured when she heard Pip's loudest squeal yet. While she was interested in what the mare had ordered, it wasn't interesting enough to constitute losing her hearing over it. Unfortunately for the Pegasus delivering the package, they were met with a loud squeal of excitement, thankfully not bursting their own eardrums but leaving them in a daze. Pip rushed over, quickly snatching the package from the mare, and gently grabbing their hoof, placing some bits in them before quickly slamming the door and locking it. The poor Pegasus was a bit bewildered. Everything happened in an instant, but hey, at least she got a few bits, and at the cost of some temporary ringing in her ears anyways. She sighed, flapping off, not wanting to question why the smaller Pegasus was so excited for the package. Surely it wasn't anything too big. It did come in a plastic baggie after all. But Pip? Oh, she knew just what was inside and was happy to have it in her possession. After a few minutes more, she quickly flew out of Main Melody and back towards the Bright House, bag in tow. Izzy giggled lightly to herself, slathering paint across a wooden object. Izzy was at the Bright House, in her own Izzy chamber working on a Hearts and Hooves gift. The unicorn used her magic to great efficiency, sprinkling on glitter, slathering some glue across the item. It was a rather small item, but that didn't mean making it relatively quiet either. Sunny had pinned her ears against her head, hearing all the racket coming from Izzy's creation station, and she was on the other side of the Bright House. They desperately needed to soundproof the room, and it absolutely didn't help that Izzy was singing loudly, without much care in the world. Izzy had been in there since this morning, but soon enough she came out. Sunny could tell Izzy was finished when she heard absolute silence, the telltale sign that Izzy had finished her latest masterpiece. Izzy walked out of her little room and straight towards the kitchen, where Sunny finished topping off the final bits from her unicorn cupcakes, before finally slipping the tray into the refrigerator to call for tomorrow. Sunny looked back at her dear friend, who held a rather unique object in her hooves. Sunny paused, eyeing Izzy up and down for a moment. Izzy was beaming with joy, though she was silent. By the way she looked, Sunny just knew that Izzy wanted to ask what she was holding in her hooves. Sunny giggled softly, deciding to bite the bullet and ask. "What you got there, Izzy?" asked Sunny, brow raised. "I'm glad you asked," Izzy proclaimed before trotting up to the counter and slamming the item down on top of it. Sunny flinched in response, almost expecting the item to fall apart then and there. "This is the latest and greatest item in my long line of unicycling projects, sure to make any stallion swoon when they lay their eyes on it. I call it... well, I don't know what to call it yet," Izzy responded with a sheepish look. Sunny raised a brow in response, looking over the item with intrigue, now wondering what it was supposed to be exactly. "It's a music box," Izzy declared, as if reading Sunny's mind. She pressed a small red button on the side of the wooden structure. As it stood right now, it looked just like a wooden box, but upon pressing the button, the box shot open like a chest. Inside was the figurine of an earth pony, a Pegasus and a unicorn. Though they were simple wooden carvings and not meant to resemble any pony in particular, they all stood on one hoof with their bodies standing up. Izzy smirked, motioning towards a wind-up crank on the inside of the box. She quickly began spinning it at speeds Sunny's eyes could hardly process. When she finally stopped, the crank slowly unwound, and the three wooden figures would begin dancing around each other, spinning around slowly, rising and falling, and intertwining with each other before pulling away, all in a synced manner. Sunny watched in awe, her eyes lighting up at the fine display of craftsmanship that Izzy displayed. Of course, there was also music too. The box played what sounded like a lullaby, except obviously without words, but just lulling music to go along with it. Sunny could feel as if she would fall asleep on the counter listening to it. "So, what do you think?" Izzy asked her friend curiously. "Izzy, wow, that's amazing. Is this for Hearts and Hooves Day too?" asked Sunny curiously. Izzy responded with a quick nod, slowly closing the lid on the box, where the music and dancing ponies stopped automatically. "I'm sure whatever pony you give that to will be super happy to have it," Sunny spoke with bravado. Izzy giggled, trotting around. "Yeah, I'm sure Sprout will love it." Sunny's eyes shrank back. She seemed frozen to the core at that notion. Whoa, 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 whoa! You're giving it to Sprout?" Sunny asked in shock, a surprised but also slightly worried face. Izzy's eyes widened, with the unicorn nodding quickly. Izzy, don't you think it'd be better to give this gift to, well, someone other than Sprout?" Sunny's voice trailed off as she looked away sheepishly. "Huh? Why do you say that?" Izzy wasn't as dense as she came off to be. She could tell Sunny obviously didn't want her to gift that gift to Sprout, but why? "Don't tell me. You're trying to give Sprout a Hearts and Hooves Day present too," Izzy said with a shocked tone. "Well, no, I'm not. It's just, Sprout isn't exactly that much more comfortable with unicorns and Pegasi yet. He would obviously decline your gift. That is, if he even wants you getting anywhere near him." Sunny rolled her eyes. Izzy seemed a bit dejected at the notion, frowning softly and looking down. Sunny winced, seeing her friend's almost heartbroken expression. She quickly trot over. Hey, it's okay. I'm sure Sprout will warm up to Pegasi and unicorns eventually. Maybe just save that gift for next year? Or his birthday? Yeah, maybe he'll change his tune then." Sunny spoke sincerely, hoping not to dampen her friend's spirit too hard. Izzy's smile slowly returned to her face. "Well, alright, thanks Sunny, but if that's the case... Oh, I know! I'll just ask Hitch to take care of Sparky tomorrow so that he can go with his special sun pony and I can hang out With my favourite baby dragon, Izzy spoke cheerfully, as if she was never dejected in the first place. Sunny giggled lightly in response. That sounds like a great idea. You should call him now and let him know. Sunny nodded. Izzy would trot off happily to her room, taking the music box with her, though Izzy offering to take care of Sparky for a day would help Sunny too. She didn't say it yet though. Zip and Pip came home later that day, and all the mares all went to bed without saying much else. The 4 mares went to sleep, sighing and dreaming about what they'd do for Hearts and Hooves Day come tomorrow. Then tomorrow came. Zip was the first one out of bed, followed by Sunny, Izzy and Pip afterwards. Sunny began making breakfast for the 4, while Izzy patiently awaited the arrival of Hitch. Seems like her offer was a great idea to the stone, as he was happy to come early in the morning to drop off Sparky. She was going to have so much fun with him, she couldn't wait. Zip was doing her morning routine for the most part before coming back inside to enjoy breakfast, while Pip spent an uncomfortably long amount of time in the bathroom. Some squeaks and grunts could be heard from Pip, which caused the ponies to look away from the bathroom door nervously. Soon enough, Sunny served pancakes to the other 2 mares before sitting down herself. So Zip, Sunny leaned against the counter, do you have a special sun pony this Hearts and Hooves Day? Asked Sunny curiously. Poof, of course I do. I went out to get him gifts yesterday, Zip responded confidently, biting into her pancakes. She chewed and swallowed down a bite before looking back with narrowed eyes. And you have one too, I'm guessing? You know it, Sunny laughed. She wanted to continue before suddenly hearing the door open. Pip walked out of the bathroom with a pouty look and something on her head. Were those bunny ears? Pip trotted up to their table, sitting down next to Izzy. She didn't look like she was in the mood. Sunny cleared her throat. What's up, Pip? Pip sighed, throwing her hooves into the air. The costume I ordered doesn't fit me. It's too big and I already ordered the smallest size they had. I tried putting it on in the bathroom and it keeps sagging down and making me look smaller than I already am. Not to mention making it look just terrible. Next time I'm ordering a custom-made one. Pip huffed. Zip stared at the bunny ears Pip wore. It was just a headband, which would fit any pony easily, really. But then hearing that the outfit didn't fit, Pip couldn't help but hold back laughter. She knew exactly what kind of outfit Pip had gotten. She didn't even need to see it, just knowing full well what Pip would have ordered. Well, don't worry too much, sis. Me and Sunny were just about to tell each other who our special sun pony was. You can tell us yours too, Zip responded smugly. Pip soon cheered up right after. You're absolutely right. Full outfit or not, I'm sure he'll love these ears at least, Pip declared happily before looking over at the 2 others. She leaned over the counter and smirked. Alright, my special sun pony is... Wait! Sunny paused her before her eyes beamed open. All at the same time, okay? She asked the 2. Zip and Pip paused, looking between each other for a moment before they both nodded in response. Hehe. Alright, on the count to 3. 1, Zip started. 2, Pip added. 3! Izzy cheered. It's Hitch! Shouted Zip, Pip and Sunny simultaneously. Almost immediately the 3 fell into silence right after, with Izzy clapping her hooves together. They all shared looks before the 3 finally spoke again. What? No way! Zip bolted from her seat, suddenly flying off towards the centre of the room and away from the table. Pip followed behind quickly after, and Sunny after her. Why do you want to go out with Hitch? Asked Zip with narrowed eyes. Because he's my childhood friend. Besides, if any pony deserves to be Hitch's sun pony the most, it's me. We've known each other almost 2 decades. Sunny argued, stamping her hoof on the ground. Pip scoffed. Fat chance, Sunny. You've had plenty of years to be Hitch's special son pony, but now it's time to move on. He clearly doesn't want to be with you if he hasn't asked you out yet. Pip responded harshly before puffing her chest out. I should be Hitch's special son pony. Besides, have you seen the way he looks at me? He's basically drooling all over me. Pip responded smugly. Zip rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. A pony your size? Hitch would rather have someone he could talk to without having to strain his neck every time he looks down. Zip smirked. Besides, I'm the only one here who knows what Hitch actually likes. I don't see you ponies going out and buying sunglasses and a whole carton of chocolate chip ice cream. Every pony knows Hitch likes sunglasses and chocolate chip ice cream, but I'm making his favourite treat of all, unicorn cupcakes. Sunny retorted before stepping forward and pressing her hoof against Zip's chest. Now back off, he's going out with me today, Sunny declared adamantly. Over my dead body! Pip squealed in response before suddenly flying into the air and tackling both ponies to the ground. A brawl began to break out between the three ponies, hooves being thrown out, tails being pulled and wings being stepped on. Izzy watched from the table before squealing, Oh boy, are we fighting now? Make room for Izzy, girls, 'cause I'm coming through! Izzy shouted before suddenly rushing in, jumping into the cluster of ponies and started to fight too, though obviously not for the same reasons as the others. Minutes later, the door to the Bright House opened, and in through it came Hitch. However, no pony seemed to notice as they all brawled in the centre of the room. Hitch was a bit concerned, hearing a few shouts, grunts and moans coming from outside. He pushed the door and was shocked to say the very least. Zip was standing up, yanking Izzy's tail and pushing her hoof against Pip's face, keeping the smaller pony from being able to reach and strike back at her. Pip had her killer eyes aimed at Zip, using one of her hooves to attempt to get Zip's own hoof out of her face, while the other hoof pulled back on Sunny's own mane. Sunny was on her back, trying to use her hoof to push Zip away while also trying to get back up, though she couldn't with all the chaos ensuing her. Izzy was right on top of Sunny, biting down on the mare's leg while Zip had her backside lifted into the air with a hoop around her tail. He's mine! Shouted Zip. In your dreams? Pip retorted, sputtering a bit. No, he's mine! Sunny followed up right after. Izzy didn't say anything, with her mouth all over Sunny's leg. That much made sense anyways. Hitch watched the madness ensue. He had no idea what they were fighting over, but he wasn't going to let them continue much longer either. Ahem! He cleared his throat. Girls! Hitch shouted. Hitch's sudden outburst seemed to get the girls' attention stripped away from each other and to look at Hitch himself. Well, except for Izzy, who continued to gnaw away before Sunny pushed her head off to face Hitch. The three mares blushed a bit as they slowly yet surely pulled themselves away from each other, sitting down neatly in front of the stallion. They were all fairly bruised, and their manes were a total mess, but they didn't hurt each other too badly, thankfully enough. They all shared nervous glances as they looked between themselves and back at Hitch. I'm not going to ask. Hitch looked away before soon enough gently placing down Sparky, who was sitting down on Hitch's back. The baby dragon looked around before spotting Izzy and happily making their way over to the unicorn, albeit slowly. Thanks for offering to take care of Sparky, Izzy. I appreciate your help. Hitch smiled brightly at the unicorn mare. Sparky! Izzy said cheerily before suddenly running over and scooping the baby dragon up. Of course, Hitch. I can't wait to spend the day with him, she said happily before trotting off with Sparky towards the living room couch. So, Hitch, Pip walked up to him with a sheepish smile. Have any plans for today? She asked the stone curiously. Zip and Sunny looked on in worry as Pip made the first move. Actually, yes, Hitch spoke with a soft smile. Pip could feel her heart sink. Sprout called me today and wanted me to hang out with him for the day. He got really upset when No Pony asked to be his special sun pony yesterday, and he had a really hard time sleeping, so I'm going to hang out with him for the day. No pony asked me to be their special sun pony either, and since Izzy offered to take Sparky off my hands for the day anyways, I told him I'd be happy to keep him company. He smiled brightly. How nice of him. Poor Sprout. He said he'd even date a unicorn or Pegasus if it meant some pony asked him out. I couldn't say no to him, so we're going to chill out at his place all day. Sunny, Zip and Pip looked like they had just got hit by a freight train of realization that none of them actually asked Hitch out yesterday. Izzy seemed a bit pouty, turning her attention to Sunny, who discouraged her from asking out Sprout the other day as well. She let out a soft before turning her attention back to Sparky. The girls spent a couple of seconds sputtering and trying to find the correct words, but really there wasn't any she could think of. Anyways, I just came to drop off Sparky. I hope you mares have a lovely Hearts and Hooves day. Hitch waved to the mares before trotting out, closing the doors behind him. The three were left in a stupor, not able to process what had just happened to them before the three collapsed to the ground, unmoving.
Questions number 143 and beyond by R.D. Number 143. What is this feeling? Sunny Starscout was conflicted. As incredible as it was to have her efforts at reunifying the pony races vindicted in far more spectacular fashion than she ever could have anticipated, it brought with it a catastrophic structural damage to her beloved home, Maritime Bay's iconic lighthouse, and the place that contained all her father's work with magical antiquities from before she'd lost him forever. From when she was still a bright-eyed, staunchy, optimistic filly with zero qualms about voicing her radical opinions about unicorns and pegasi. Admittedly, that was a trait she'd never let go of, even as she grew to young adulthood, and as Sunny sat through a grassy slope overlooking the lighthouse's reconstruction efforts, she reflected on how singularly crucial her stubbornness had turned out to be for the future of pony kind. Sunny was jarred from her introspective moodiness by the feeling of her hoof hesitantly tapping her back, the telltale rattling of a gemstone bracelet giving away its identity without needing to give it a second thought. Sunny! Gosh, I was calling your name for ages, Billy. You know you really shouldn't spend too much time in your own head. It's not healthy. Izzy Moonbow chastised, her chipper demeanour never faltering for a moment as she plonked herself down right in front of Sunny, obstructing the heart-wrenching view of her damaged domicile with a happy-go-lucky smile. Her face began to feel hot as fuzzy tingles of indescribable, heart-fluttering energy rippled through her from her point of contact. There it is again! But why? Shaking it off as best she could, she attempted to compose herself. Sunny opened her mouth to reply, and found that, when she stared into her best friend's bewitching amethyst eyes, words simply wouldn't leave her lips. Izzy's eyebrow crept higher the longer her friend stayed, spaced out and silent. Is there something on my face? What's with the look? Oh, is this another staring contest? Izzy squealed excitedly and abruptly fell silent as she returned Sunny's stare with intense concentration, bottom lip jutting out goofily in the process. What? Sunny said breathlessly as her brain finally rebooted, shaking her head in a vain attempt to cover up whatever was fogging her thoughts. Ha ha! I win this time! Izzy exclaimed, pumping a hoof in victory. So that means you gotta start answering me. What's got your mind going all wacky, huh? Well, I've got some more questions I wanted to ask you. New ones, I mean. The ones that came to me while we were, saving the future of Equestria. She quickly pulled out her satchel and unbuttoned the cover, nearly fumbling it in the process. With shaky hooves, she hurriedly flipped towards the end of her list of questions. They're not
anything about history or tradition, though. These questions are about you. Oh, like what? Did you want to know my favourite flavour of ice cream? Well, rainbow sherbet is pretty good. Her motor mouth was abruptly halted as Sunny's hoof was held up to her lips. Why do I get this feeling of butterflies in my stomach whenever I look at you? Sunny said breathlessly. The effort of that monumental question, feeling like a Herculean weight, had just been lifted off her shoulders. Whatever Izzy might have been about to say left her mouth with a fading whimper, her eyes widening in surprise as a rosy blush lit up her cheeks. Sunny? The kindling embers in Sunny's heart began to crackle with newfound life as a feeling of self-assured confidence filled her chest, born of countless pro-friendship protests around her closed-minded hometown. Staunchy with her brow furrowing further and further, she continued reading down her list, allowing the emotional furor of the moment to fuel her interrogation come confession. Why can't I stop thinking about you? Why does everywhere you touch me leave a tingle? Is all of this part of your crazy unicorn powers? With a strong inhale, Sunny finally paused in her questioning, her breaths coming in staccato gasps. Sunny could hear Izzy's horn alight with its newly unlocked sorceress power as that ethereal blue shimmer lit up in her periphery. But before she could ask any further embarrassing and confusing questions, Izzy's telekinesis pushed Sunny's chin upwards and away from the pages of her notebook. Her heart thumped heavily in her chest as Izzy's knowing, half-lidded gaze filled her vision, and she could feel the insistent force of telekinesis against the back of her head, preventing her from pulling away as Izzy's face moved swiftly towards hers. In that singular, magical moment, as sunset gave way to twilight in the sky above them, their muzzles met. A collective shudder rolled through them the moment that they made contact. Izzy's telekinesis fading away to nothing as Izzy dropped her notebook to the grass and gripped Izzy's barrel in her forehooves. All of the questions she'd had, all of the confusing and unfamiliar feelings that had been welling within her from the moment they'd first locked eyes in that hectic encounter in Maritime Bay, resolved themselves in an instant. She could feel Izzy's broad tongue licking against her lips, the older and more experienced mare begging for an entrance, which Sunny wholeheartedly allowed, a muffled giggle passing through her whenever the other mare's tongue ticked a sensitive spot in her maw, with a martial prowess that heavily subverted her childlike, hyperactive demeanour. The unicorn's deft muscle quested through and conquered every square inch of her interior, sending Sunny's head spinning as her eagerness to reciprocate led her completely out of her depth.
Wow.
The husky, awed voice of their pale Pegasus friend cut through their rapturous union in an instant, the two mares blushing furiously as they hurriedly disentangled and tried in vain to make it look like they hadn't just been snogging at sunset like some kind of stereotypical romance novella. Zip landed hesitantly on the grass as she carefully considered her next statement, shuffling her wings restlessly as she folded them against her sides. I was gonna ask how you two were doing, but I guess I don't need to. Zip, please don't tell any pony about this. Reintegrating the races is one thing, but I don't think every pony would be ready for something like this just yet, Sunny exclaimed, glancing around hurriedly for any other potential witnesses. Whoa, 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 slow your roll there, pony girl. My lips are as sealed as long as yours are. Sunny and Izzy shared a meaningful glance at each other's spit-slickened lips as they gave Zip sheepish smiles, getting a good-natured laugh out of their Pegasine princess. Oh, you know what I mean. Geez, keep it in your saddlebags, you two. That was so adorable, wasn't it, guys? Aren't Izzy and Sunny just the cutest couple? Pip purred sweetly into a front-facing camera, although a quick glance at the appalled expressions on the other three ponies' faces caused their sweet smile to falter, returning her focus back to her camera as her wings fluttered anxiously. Pip hurriedly closed her live stream with her signature catchphrase and grinned sheepishly at the other ponies as she quickly stowed her phone beneath her downy wing. "Pip, what the hell are you thinking?" Zip shouted furiously, getting right up in her sister's face as her wings flared out at her sides. "Do you have any idea what less understanding ponies are going to think about what you just streamed to the entirety of ZH? Do you honestly even think about what you're doing half the time?" Mouth hanging open in horrified realization as she beheld the hurt looks on Izzy and Sunny's faces, Pip couldn't find any words to excuse her behaviour. With tears quickly welling in her eyes, she at last made an attempt. "I'm so sorry. I was just so happy for the two of you that I've ruined everything." Her tears ran in trails down her cheeks as she turned tail and ran, unable to bear the potentially disastrous consequences of her actions. Zip's angered expression broke into an exasperated sigh as her ears flopped downward. "I'm really sorry, you two. I'm going to try to see if I can help my sister fix this mess. You two just talk things out, alright? Try not to let what other ponies think ruin this for you, yeah?" Without another word, she was off like her namesake, chasing after her distraught and impulsive sister. Sunny and Izzy were left in painfully awkward silence in the wake of the Pegasyne princess's sudden intrusion into their moment. Izzy, taking the initiative, was the first to open her mouth. "So, you wanna talk things out some more?" she purred, wiggling her eyebrows as she gave Sunny that half-lidded come-hither stare that she already knew drove the other mare wild. Rolling her eyes and scoffing, Sunny pulled her new mare friend close once more. "You are incorrigible, Iz. But yeah, I'd like that very much." All those thoughts of the uncertainty and strife that Pip had just thrust upon them left her mind as her lips met once more, the two of them flopping belly to belly into the grass as their hooves journeyed across each other's manes and bodies. Whatever the future would bring, the two of them wouldn't go down without a fight. After all, when had Sunny's Star Scout ever been one to play by the rules? Question number 147. What happens now? Giggling with mischievous excitement, Sunny and Izzy, having realised their compromising position out in the middle of the field, disentangled themselves from one another as they hurriedly cantered towards the Lighthouse's front door. Despite the grave structural damage that much of it had received from Sprout's ridiculous machine, notably the complete loss of the spire, the ground floor had largely endured. Or at the very least, the side of it containing a bedroom had, which was good enough for the both of them, at least for tonight. Moving swiftly past the accumulated Cantalogic destruction equipment that surrounded her home in preparation for its reconstruction, the two mares darted beneath the buckled front canopy and through the front door. As it swung shut heavily behind her, Sunny reflexively turned to the space next to the door and straightened out the little picture frame containing her most cherished photograph. As hastily taped together as it now was, it had been swiftly returned to its dutiful pride of place near the front door when clean-up operations began earlier that day. Her gaze faltered as it wandered to the cracked walls of her kitchen, a grisly scar in her childhood home serving as a testament to the results of Sprout's foolhardy power-mongering. Much like Sunny herself though, her home was Earth Pony strong. It would take more than a mama's cult, wannabe dictator pony to completely ruin her day, or her house. That the entire place had stood up well as it had was nothing short of a miracle, but that was a topic for a time where she didn't have her drop-dead gorgeous unicorn mare friend. She could still scarcely believe it. A unicorn! leaning adoringly against her as they strode side by side through the doorway to Sunny's bedroom. The moment that the orange mare passed through that wooden portal, it was as if a switch had been flipped. She hastily removed the bands holding her mane in place and flung the constraining articles onto her vanity with the barest hint of care, tossing her mane like a wannabe rock star to free it of its constrained shapes. Her saddlebag was discarded onto the back of her chair as she trotted over to the shelf that still proudly displayed the nightlight her father had made for her. Though she'd felt it a bit too childish to use the wonderful little construction in recent years, now she displayed it much more prominently, considering it had ended up being instrumental in the reactivation of Equestria's magic, or at the very least the gem that was installed on top of it had been. The very same Earth Diamond now rested there once more, although it had gained inclusions of a spectacular rainbow shimmer ever since its reactivation. It may have seemed odd to continue using such a powerful and significant artifact for something so improper, but Sunny had been its steward for most of her life, whether she was aware of it or not. And for now, it had fulfilled its primary purpose in bringing back the magic of Equestria. The lock to her room clicked shut behind her, drawing her attention back to Izzy as the unicorn cheerfully surveyed her cozy room with unabashed enthusiasm. Sunny realised that Izzy may well have been the first pony she'd let into her most private place since the loss of her father. But as scary as the prospect of such vulnerability was, she could think of no other pony she'd allow so readily into her space. "So, what do you think of my room? Cozy, right?" Sunny asked eagerly, taking the smile on the other unicorn's face as a good sign. "It's so lovely! Oh, but not as lovely as that wild mane you've got going on. You should wear your mane down more often. It looks totally cute," Izzy teased, giggling as she beheld the embarrassed flush that the little earth mare took on in response to her shameless flattery. "Oh, is," Sunny replied bashfully, batting her hoof in the other mare's direction. With Izzy watching curiously from behind her, she sat down and took the nightlight in both hooves to crank over its winder. That familiar twinkling lullaby echoed through her room as the device lit up and started to rotate in her hooves. With the diamond's new inclusions, the nightlight's usual projections gained a brilliant rainbow hue, a startling contrast that caused even Sunny herself to gasp in amazement. Izzy was similarly blown away by the radiant spectre of colours that projected themselves all over Sunny's wall and ceiling, though she couldn't have known how it had looked originally with its muted, incandescent hue. As Sunny put the nightlight back onto the shelf and turned to face Izzy once again, the two of them exchanged a warm smile before Izzy abruptly glomped her onto the bed, giggling mischievously as Sunny gave her a brief yelp of surprise, which trailed off into a gasping moan as Izzy nuzzled against her, nibbling teeth and lathering tongue markings, a lascivious trail up her body as the unicorn grazed upon her enraptured prey. A heavy warm fullness settled in Sunny's gut as her eyes lidded, once dormant parts of her beginning to stir into life underneath Izzy's loving ministrations. As Sunny started at the enchanting light show, only half aware of her surroundings, thanks to her mare friend's relentless affections, a flashlight slammed into her like a speeding streetcar.
Can we send it?
Well, I think it's our duty.
An early arts and crafts project of her foalhood, the tiny little drawing of the 3 pony races living in harmony that she'd made for that fateful lantern letter, so long ago that it felt like another life entirely. That unassuming, hopeful little drawing had ended up changing everything. Had she never met Izzy, Equestria might never have been saved. Memories of her fillyhood whirled past her in a storm of emotions, each of them jabbing into her like pins and needles as a bittersweet nostalgia filled her. Izzy must have felt the way that Sunny had stiffened underneath her because her ministration stopped as she abruptly pulled back, concern filling her visage as she moved to lay alongside her friend, embracing one of Sunny's hooves with her own.
We'll do our part, hoof to heart.
Good night, Daddy.
Good night, my little pony.
Jarred out of her flashback by a chaste kiss on the cheek, the beginnings of tears, and the stinging ache in her chest from that well-worn familiar sorrow quickly ebbed away in the comforting embrace of the gorgeous, sweet-smelling, wonderfully funny unicorn that very same note had brought right to her doorstep. Countless moons after she'd thought it lost to the winds. In a way, Sunny supposed, Izzy had been the greatest gift her dad had ever given her. Hey, you've been awfully quiet since we came in. Are you feeling alright? I hope I'm not moving too fast for you, am I? Because if I am, we can totally slow it down. Izzy's anxious rambling was stopped by Sunny's raised hoof against her lips, the earth pony smiling beautifully at her mare friend as she giggled happily. Oh, no, that's not why. I'm just so happy. If some pony told me 2 weeks ago that I'd be here with you, a unicorn on my bed, after we'd just reunified Equestria, I'd have looked at them like they were totally nuts. I still can't even really believe it, Sunny said calmly as she caressed Izzy's cheek with her hoof. Or, to be honest, I'm having trouble believing this isn't part of a dream myself, Izzy replied warmly. Her eyes slid closed as their muzzles met once more, a simple kiss on the lips to reaffirm their shared emotion. After a few moments of them simply enjoying each other's presence in comfortable silence. Sunny asked another question she remembered from her list, one that, until recently, she didn't think she'd ever get to. Number 147. So what happens now that we're together, I mean? I guess that depends on what you want to happen, Sunny. I could think of a few things myself, Izzy purred, her forehoof tracking ticklish circles onto Sunny's underside that had her giggling and writhing even as she blushed and retreated into herself a bit, her self-conscious about her lack of experience catching up with her. Wrapping Sunny tighter in a comforting embrace, she continued, But I'm not going to do that kind of stuff with you until you're done, good, and ready to do it, alright? Thanks, Izzy. You're wonderful, you know that. Sunny replied warmly, maintaining eye contact with Izzy as the unicorn's adventurous hoof stilled itself by curving around her barrel. Oh, I try, she boasted casually, although it only took a moment for her to burst out giggling afterward. A giggle fit, which Sunny happily joined in on, the two of them nuzzling firmly into each other as their tails, both hanging off the edge of Sunny's bed, entwined. As that familiar, twinkling lullaby continued to echo from the music box inside Sunny's nightlight, the two mares found themselves drifting off to a peaceful slumber together, under Sunny's roof beneath the cool night sky of a newly transformed Equestria. Question number 149. Do you still have that drawing? Sunlight shone starkly through the window of Sunny's bedroom. The newfound radiance of colour that had swept across Equestria had even made the sun itself seem brighter and kinder. The sharp tweeting of songbirds outside her window sent Sunny's ear aflutter as the land of dreams left her behind, and as her sleep-crusted eyes slowly slid open, an ocean of brilliant cerulean and pale purple greeted her. She recoiled as her fogged mind took a moment to process why another pony was in her bed alongside her, although it quickly gave way to a contented smile as she hugged Izzy closer against her side. The wonderful series of events from last night
rushing back to her in an instant. Sunny inhaled, long and unhurried, taking in the soothing mix of crisp morning air and the vibrant candy floss and lavender scent of her bedmate as she did so. A mild commotion outside alerted her that work on repairing her home had already commenced. Typical for those diligent construction ponies who always awoke not at dawn's first light, but before it. The unicorn next to her moaned sleepily, the gradually building noise outside beginning to rouse her from her slumber. As Izzy's eyes began to open and the two of them made eye contact, Sunny planted a soft kiss upon her cheek, drawing a soft smile from her. "Hey there, frizzy moonbow." Sunny giggled as she ran a hoof through Izzy's wavy sapphire mane. A night of bed rest hadn't done it any favours. Quite the opposite, really. Those long, wavy locks had lost any sense of restraint literally overnight, sticking out every which way in a complete mess of mussed mane. It looked like a strange blue beast had attached itself to Izzy's head while she slept, a thought which made Izzy burst out laughing so suddenly that she even snorted. Good morning. Snorty Star Scout, Izzy rebutted with a trademark playfulness, although marred by drowsiness as she rubbed the sleep out of her eyes. "If this is what waking up next to some pony is like, I could so get used to this," she moaned, pecking Izzy on the lips as she ran a hoof through the earth mare's equally bedraggled mane in return. After a shared giggle, Sunny shuffled restlessly beneath the purple hoof stretched across her back. "Alright, as much as I could spend all morning laying here with you, we've both got stuff to do today." "Aw, but I don't wanna," Izzy bemoaned, grumbling to herself as she intentionally went limp, making it as tough as possible for Sunny to get out of her embrace. Unfortunately for Izzy, earth ponies were remarkably strong, especially now that they had their magic returned to them, so rolling the larger unicorn off her proved to be little trouble. Hey! She yelped in surprise from the unceremonious treatment, hoof trawling against the warm spot Sunny had left in the bed with her absence. "Places to be is chop chop," Izzy exclaimed, punctuating herself with a series of hoof clops against the hardwood floor. "Fine," Izzy grumbled, clambering out of bed into her hooves as her horn lit, remaking the bed in mere moments. Her eyes flashed with mischief as she approached Sunny, a devious smirk widening across her lips. "Say, your shower wouldn't happen to be big enough for two, would it?" Izzy purred mischievously with a blep for emphasis, flicking Sunny's face with the tip of her tail as she walked past her. Considering how the very suggestion caused Izzy's eye to twitch, as a riotous blush lit her face, it took several seconds for the poor girl to even muster a response. Izzy, what happened to not doing that kind of stuff with me until I'm ready?" Sunny replied, thoroughly flustered at Izzy's scandalous and yet ever so tempting suggestion. "I never said anything about not teasing you relentlessly about it," Izzy sing-songed over her shoulder as she walked down the hallway towards the bathroom. Laughing to herself despite her embarrassment, Sunny slowly shook her head as she strode past the bathroom towards the kitchen. The hiss of the showerhead from behind the door, combined with Izzy's silly, nonsensical singing, confirmed the unicorn's entry into her shower. Izzy had to stop herself from bopping along to the imaginary beat that she felt in her head as her mare friend's gorgeous voice echoed through the walls. The compulsion to sing that familiar tune from their adventure together was so strong that she couldn't help but hum along, wiggling her flank as she rifled through her fridge and pantry for breakfast ingredients. By the time Izzy had finished showering, Sunny was lost in her own little world, those earwormy lyrics cycling in her head as she prepared a simple meal of fried eggs and carrots.
"Oh, this is how a unicorn struts. Oh, watch us shake our unicorn."
Sunny sang, so lost in her own world that she never heard Izzy's magic shimmer behind her, coiling up the towel she'd previously had draped across her back before she released its pent-up energy right across the Earth Pony's vulnerable flanks. Izzy cheerfully exclaimed, her sneak attack having precisely the intended effect. "What?" Izzy yelped, unintentionally rhyming with her mare friend as the sudden shock caused her forehoof to twitch, accidentally executing a perfect flip of the eggs she was frying. Izzy, these could have ended up on the floor or on my face," she shouted, glancing pointedly at the frying pan she was holding in her hoof. Not that she could stay mad at Izzy for anything longer than a second. That mare was weapons grade cute, and she full well knew it. And, well, it wasn't like she hadn't enjoyed having her flank struck by Izzy like that. "Holy smokes, what is this mare doing to me? How the heck is a mare who seems so innocent on the surface such a bucking tease 70% of the time?" Sunny thought, now thoroughly flustered. She'd best stop that train of thought before it completely sidetracked her from the serious topic she wanted to talk with the unicorn about once breakfast was prepared. Well, they didn't, did they? If anything, I'd say I helped. That was an awesome flip, Sunny Bun," Izzy replied with her trademark bubbly innocence, though Sunny could hear the telltale purr in her voice that meant she knew exactly what she was doing. Gods above, what an intoxicating dichotomy of a mare this unicorn was. Pulling aside for a moment how much Izzy's pet name for her made her heart do flip-flops, the best Sunny could manage was a half-hearted chastisement as Izzy took a seat at the nearby table, her damp towel flung casually across the backrest of the seat next to her. Yeah, well, warn me next time, alright?" Izzy's eyebrow quirked. "But that kind of defeats the whole point of it being a surprise," she said slowly, wiggling her forehoof in a circle as if to ask, "What the heck are you thinking?" Sunny sighed in defeat as she rolled her eyes, portioning out the piping hot meal she'd made onto 2 separate plates as she chose to drop the subject. "Here you go, Iz, enjoy," she cheerfully stated, setting a plate of food in front of her mare friend before going back to grab her own. After a few precious minutes of companionable silence as the two ate breakfast together, Sunny paused in her chewing as her brow knit thoughtfully, candidly expressing the troubling thought that had been buzzing in the back of her mind since last night. "You know, about what Pip did yesterday, how do you think ponies are going to react to that stream clip? Or do you really think so many ponies would get that worked up over one video? I mean, I know it was hot, so I don't think I'd want any young fillies or colts watching it, but..." Izzy trailed off as Sunny giggled into her hoof. "That's not really what I meant, Iz. I'm really worried that it might undo all that we've done to reunify Equestria so far. Bringing Equestria together again is one thing, but a relationship like ours being revealed so quickly after that, a lot of ponies probably got their magic back without knowing anything about what part the other races played in it. So they probably won't be as understanding. And now that they've got the power to do some real damage, I don't know what to think." "You mean silly old meanies like Sprout? Come on, he barely did anything. Queen Haven and Alphabeetle didn't even want to fight him when he showed up right in front of them with that crazy machine of his," Izzy replied with cheerful blind optimism. Sunny wordlessly gestured to the severe structural damage on the other side of her house. "Right, and destroyed half of your house," the unicorn added tactlessly, causing Sunny to briefly face hoof before mustering a rebuttal. "That's exactly my point though. If one harebrained, big-headed young pony like Sprout could accomplish so much herd mentality, aggression, and wanton property damage in such a short time, what's to stop someone more crafty from coming along and taking advantage of ponies' confusion about their magic coming back and using that influence to do something really awful?" Sunny bemoaned, propping her head up with a hoof as she absent-mindedly took bites of her breakfast. "Is the two of us sitting here discussing how much we need to worry about it really going to accomplish anything? Please don't work yourself up into a frenzy by worrying about could be's and might happens. That's the magic of the future. No pony knows what's going to happen, right?" Izzy's expression softened as she tirelessly exhaled, smiling softly at her mare friend from across the table. Heh, thanks, Iz. I guess now that I accomplished what I set out to do, I'm just worried about losing it all over again. I never want Equestria to go back to that isolationist insanity. Neither do I. But we've got this. I'm looking out for you, remember? Izzy replied with a wink before levitating the last bits of her meal into her maw.
When you're on track, I got your back.
Sunny answered in a sing-song tone as she brought their dishes over to the sink and laid them in the basin. I guess I was the one who got off track there, huh? Sorry I doubted myself. Sorry I doubted us. She added sweetly as Izzy got up from her seat and hugged her tightly. Oh, it's all good. Every pony doubts themselves sometimes. It's just a matter of how you deal with it. The unicorn replied, her carefree attitude quickly infecting Sunny's dour mood as the earth mare smiled more and more. As the pair nuzzled into each other, a thoughtful look crossed Sunny's face. Once again, there was something else I wanted to tell you about. No, that I need to tell you about. It's about... She trailed off, ears flopping down as she glanced at the picture of her and her father. About my dad. Oh! Izzy brightened, pulling back to stare at Sunny with an excited grin, one that quickly died down to an understanding frown once she realised the aura of depression that had become palpable around her mare friend. Oh, Sunny, Izzy said softly as she held Sunny's frowny face up with her forehoof. Your sparkle feels so dim right now. We don't have to talk about this unless you really want to. Moving out of Izzy's grip, Sunny ambled over to the couch and flopped onto it heavily, motioning the other mare over with a beckoning wave of her forehoof. As Izzy took a seat on the couch facing her, the two of them locked eyes once more. Hey, Iz, do you still have that drawing? I think I'd like to see it again. Izzy nodded, softly, as her horn shimmered with power. That faded yet familiar piece of paper, levitating out of the unicorn's mane and depositing it into Sunny's hoof. His name was Argyle Starshine. Sunny began softly as she stared intently at the note, examining its every detail. The clumsy, misspelled crayon hoof writing, the cute little pony she'd drawn as a filly, and the clear signs of folding wear across the creases in the centre. He taught me everything I know about how much better Equestria used to be. All the artefacts he's collected, those knickknacks sitting in the study. He was trying to find some tangible, undeniable proof that the three races all used to live together as friends. But it was all so long ago. Any written word from that time is long gone. Every artifact he showed off was written off as something he'd made up to try and convince ponies of his radical ideas. One day, he went out searching for more answers, and he didn't come back. Sunny's eyes began to brim with tears as her jaw trembled. Izzy gasped as she held her hoof up to her mouth, though she didn't comment besides that. Ever since then, I resolved myself to finish what he'd started. I owed it to him, to myself, and to the ponies of Equestria. And well, she trailed off with a chuckle as she smiled at Izzy despite the tears welling in her eyes. I did my part. Sunny croaked out, sorrow nearly overwhelming her ability to speak. Heave to heart, I'm never leaving your side. Not for anything else in Equestria, you can count on that, Izzy said firmly, the steel of conviction in her voice proving to be a jarring and meaningful contrast to her usual cheery demeanour. I know you never would, Iz. I've never doubted you for a moment. I miss him so much. So much, I know he'd be proud of what we've accomplished, but I just wish he were here to see how beautiful Equestria is with its magic restored, the wonderful friends I've made, the incredible stories of our adventures that I desperately want to tell him.
that moment when the 3 gems lit. A strangled sob left her throat as she collapsed into Izzy's hooves, tears streaming down her cheeks. If it makes you feel any better, Izzy said softly, after allowing Sunny a moment of catharsis. I never really knew my parents. Alphabetal, he's told me about how they used to be, about how nice they were whenever they'd come in for drinks together, about how one day they just stopped coming, and that right after that I showed up on his front step, in a little woven basket with a curvy note tied to the handle, wrapped in a starry blanket. One of the cutest little fillies he'd ever seen, he always told me. Oh, Izzy! Sunny wailed, wrapping the other mare tightly in an abrupt hug. I had no idea. You've got nothing to apologise for, Sunny Bun. I never told that to any pony else except you. I don't want him to look at me differently, you know. They're better off knowing Izzy the silly fun unicorn than they are about Izzy the orphan or Izzy the accident. It's simpler that way, but better for every pony. I don't have to think about my past, and no pony else has to dwell on it either. Growing up without my parents doesn't make me any less of a pony, and saving Equestria without your dad doesn't make you any less of a hero, Izzy exclaimed, throwing a hoof around Sunny's crest as she pulled her into a soft, reassuring kiss. Thanks for telling me about your dad, Sunny. It means a lot to me that you'd trust me with something like that. Speak for yourself, Iz. What you told me was way bigger. I mean, really? Wow. Sunny replied incredulously, eyes wide. Hey, I don't want you treating me differently for knowing that now, you hear? Izzy said as she aggressively boots Sunny right on the end of her snoot, causing that cute orange muzzle of hers to wiggle ticklishly as she yelped in surprise. We're 1 for 1 on sharing tragic backstories now. As much as I love parties, I really don't like pity ones. But both our sparkles are way brighter now that we've gotten that stuff off our chests, so let's try to keep them that way, alrighty? That really smarts, you know? Sunny grumbled to herself as she rubbed her own nose. Her previous worries had completely forgotten after such an unexpected move. Oh, do you want me to kiss it better? Izzy purred, wiggling her eyebrows impishly at the other mare as she inched her face closer to Sunny's. Well, we really should get going on those, Her attempts at deflecting were for naught as the unicorn took her own initiative, capturing Sunny's lips with her own. As the 2 ponies continued from where they'd left off last night on the grass, the Earth Pony, Pegasus, and Unicorn Craftsman outside continued their work on repairing the lighthouse, completely unaware of the interracial snogfest happening right under their noses. The errands could wait a bit longer, Sunny supposed. Question number 1. Did you mean what you said? Sunny's front door jerked open as she cautiously poked her head out, giving a cursory scan of her surroundings before looking back at her mare friend inside. Coast clear. Iz, let's move, the Earth mare instructed coolly, holding the door open for her mare friend as the 2 of them made a quick exit, trying to appear as casual as possible. The duo cantered calmly side by side down the road. Sunny blushed scarlet as she self-consciously adjusted the strap of her shoulder bag in an attempt to hide the reddened hickey that would have otherwise been plainly visible beneath her coat.
As she had rather quickly learned, once the two of them had a quiet moment to themselves, Izzy's enthusiasm really did extend to everything. Everything. Flashing the shorter pony next to her an impish smile, Izzy reached into her mane and took out her phone, a gift from Pip, who'd also helped each of them set up social accounts to stay connected to one another. To contact Pip and Zip, her casual demeanour evaporated in an instant, however, as she beheld the lock screen full of notifications she'd received since she last checked it.
Sunny, you may want to look at this right now, like right now,
Izzy said quickly, the urgency in her voice vividly apparent. Sunny shot her an inquisitive look as the two of them stopped walking. She squinted curiously at the screen of Izzy's phone when the unicorn presented it to her, and her own eyes widened in astonishment as they darted across the screen. A bevy of news article notifications and Flutter mentions whizzed past her eyes as Izzy scrolled through them with her magic, but a beaming smile quickly grew on her face as she read through the commentary. That wonderful little kiss they'd shared in plain sight had unintentionally kicked the beehive of public opinion, but she'd never expected this sort of positive response so quickly and easily. She was heartened to see that the vast majority of ponies praised their progressiveness of their union and how well the two ponies seemed to match each other. Observations which Sunny was both flustered and vindicated by. Tears of pride and appreciation for her fellow ponies welled up in Sunny's eyes as she wrapped Izzy in a tight hug, nuzzling against the fluffiness of her chest.
See what I mean? You are worried over nothing, silly filly.
Izzy chastised softly as they rocked side to side in their shared embrace.
You gave the unicorns and Pegasi their magic back for Pony's sake. That's something they'd thought they'd never get back.
The two of them stood up as Izzy stowed her phone in her mane, and their stroll continued.
That's not a gift that either of those groups is going to take lightly. Not by a long shot. As for the Earth ponies, they know unicorns and Pegasi aren't horrible monsters after they saw how crazy Sprout was in contrast. All of those years they spent cowering in fear of the other races. I'm going to guess they're realizing it was all just a great big misunderstanding that went on for way too long,
Izzy said reassuringly. Sunny kept quiet as she ruminated on her mare friend's perspective and admitted to herself with no small amount of embarrassment that the other mare was probably right. She'd been getting wound up over silly little issues as much as the irrationally skittish Earth Pony townsfolk used to, pre-unification.
Heh, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Izzy. Thanks for being you,
Sunny said softly, flashing that winning smile of hers that Izzy cherished seeing.
Don't mention it, Sunny Bun. Now let's put all this grumpy stuff behind us and get things sorted out with Zip and Pip, yeah? I get the feeling those two could use some cheering up,
Izzy prompted exuberantly.
To Zephyr Heights!
Sunny whooped, and the two of them set off for the grandiose Golden City in a gallop of Hooves. It reminded each of them of their first journey to Zephyr Heights as a duo, that impulsive, fateful trip where the embers of their friendship and mutual attraction towards one another had blossomed like wildfire. As Sunny and Izzy crossed through the gates of the radiant Pegasus City, their eyes widened as they gazed up at one of the many digital screens that dotted the city's skyline. Pip's video of them played on a loop in the background as the ZBS broadcasters had some kind of discussion over it. Not that it was very intelligible beneath the excited chatter of the surrounding passerby, both on the ground and in the air, that was starting to notice the two of them.
It's Sunny and Izzy!
Some pony shouted, and that was all it took to catalyse the crowd into a frenzy of fan pony fervour.
Can I have your autographs?
One Pegasus asked from above, proffering a plushie of the two of them hugging.
Thank you for saving Equestria! When is the wedding?
Sunny's head began to spin as the chatter and questions overwhelmed her. Even Izzy was beginning to look uncomfortable at the size of the crowd around them, and here was a pony who usually relished being the centre of attention. Thankfully, The Royal Guard arrived to save the day. A whole group of them pushed through the crowd, surrounding the two cowering ponies as they ordered the ravenous fans to back off. Sorry about the commotion, you two. With Princess Pip having been offline for nearly a day, it looks like these ponies are a little too eager to find some pony else to go crazy over. A familiar blue guardsmare addressed them formally, gazing around in disapproval at the throng of ponies that surrounded them. Congratulations, by the way. You two are really cute together, he added casually, smiling slightly as she winked at the two of them. We'll escort you to the castle. Queen Haven has been expecting the both of you. The green guard stallion, yet another familiar pony, instructed them cordially. The wave of ponies parted before them as a path was cleared straight to the castle entrance. As Izzy knocked hesitantly on the door to Pip's room, it took a moment of shuffling and muted sounds of conversation before Zip, rather than the expected younger sister, answered the knock. The tail end of a thorough crying session was evident in the sniffling sounds that echoed from the room behind Zip, a heart-rending sound that made all three mares wince and the two guards at either side of the door shuffle uncomfortably. Sonny! Izzy! Glad you're here. Listen, Sonny, you and her really need to talk. I still haven't gotten her to calm down, Zip said, grimacing as Pip whimpered loudly behind her. I was way too hard on her before. She really was just trying to help in her own way. Still not sure how I'm going to make it up to her, but I will. Get in there and fix that filly's heart, Sonny. She sounds like she could really seriously use some cheering up, Izzy said softly, beckoning Sonny into the room as she started chatting up Zip. So, aside from the obvious, how have you been, Zippy Flippy? Okay, first of all, save the pet names for your mare friend, seriously, Zip deadpanned, a faint blush lighting her cheeks as she avoided eye contact with the two door guards, one of whom was visibly struggling not to burst out laughing. Other than that, well... Sonny, I want to explain why I did what I did. I mean, when you're a pony like me, young royalty who's got thousands of eyes on her every waking moment, who starts to see everything as a photo op or a new thing to post to her followers, staying in touch with reality can be difficult. Yeah, I spend way too much time on my phone, I get it. I could blame my mum for being really distant towards me, but I wasn't really making much effort to connect with her or Zip to begin with. The ponies who followed my every moment, they validated me and encouraged me more than Mum or Zip ever have. I think Zip got jealous of it, but I don't think she knew that I was trying to be more like her all along. Cooler, more laid back, more popular, instead of being frumpy, short, chubby. She cut herself off with a choke sound, leading Sonny to raise a hoof to her mouth in deep concern. Pip, you're not frumpy or chubby. You're funny, pretty. Sonny interjected reassuringly, though Pip cut her off. I know, Sonny, I know. Zip is helping me get over those feelings and fix both our relationship and whatever's left of my self-worth. And to you and to Izzy, I am so Pip began to plead, but cut herself off as Sonny raised a hoof for silence. Pip, have you not checked the media since you uploaded that video? Wincing at the pained expression that crossed Pip's face when she mentioned the media, Sonny continued awkwardly. Well, ponies loved it, Pip. Zip may have been pretty harsh on you, but I get the feeling that she was only trying to protect her family and friends. Thankfully, I've left a lot more of an impression on ponies than I thought. So every pony that I've seen talking about it has been amazingly positive. We got mobbed with admirers on our way to the castle. Can you believe that? Really? So I did help after all? Pip asked hopefully, her sadness quickly evolving into excitement as the realization hit her. although it was short-lived. That doesn't make what I did right, though. I totally invaded you and Izzy's privacy, and even if both of you forgive me for it, it's definitely not okay. I'm gonna be a lot more careful with what I post from now on, she said softly, setting her phone down for a moment as she focused her attention solely on Sunny. Leaping out of bed and onto her hooves, with a flourish of her wings, she gripped Sunny in a hug, and the two of them smiled for her phone camera. Thanks for coming by to give me a kick in the flank, Sunny. You're a fantastic friend. The plump little mare made eye contact as their smiles grew. After a moment, she pulled away, muttering to herself as she tapped through her phone. The pipsqueaks must be so confused with me being offline for so long. Glad to have you back to your old self, Pip. See you around, she replied cheerfully, waving goodbye as she gently closed the door behind her. Turning around to address Izzy and Zip, she was blindsided as the sprightly unicorn tackle hugged her. Whoa! She yelped, nearly bucking to the floor under the assault. Only her earth pony resilience kept her from being bowled over completely. You handled that perfectly, Sunny, Izzy said sweetly. Zip merely offered a hoof bump of congrats, one which Sunny happily reciprocated. Totally, thanks for getting her out of that headspace, son. I wish I was close enough with her that you didn't need to come over and help. But you know how she gets when she gets on her phone, and with our differing opinions on the whole faking flight thing, well, the pale Pegasus admitted, annoyance clear in her voice as she trailed off thoughtfully. She's got a good heart, Zip, even if it might seem like she shares it with her fans a lot more than with her family, Sunny replied, placing a hoof on Zip's shoulder. She loves you, even if she has trouble expressing it sometimes. At that, she glanced meaningfully over to Izzy, whose eyes widened as a blush crept across her face. You're a good pony, Sunny. Fair winds and safe travels, Zip replied, smiling ear to ear as she glanced down Sunny's chest, giving her cause to raise an eyebrow. By the way, you've got a little something there. Wordlessly, Sunny grumbled and blushed as she adjusted the strap of her bag, doing her best to hide that blatantly obvious love mark from view. Thanks, Zip. Heh, no problem. Their journey back to Maritime Bay passed without incident. Although the sun was already beginning to set in the distance, the construction ponies around Sunny's lighthouse were finishing up for the day, and the pair of them were ecstatic to note the scaffolding and beginnings of new brickwork that had been put up around the broken edge of the former spire. Unicorn magic had seamlessly sealed up the cracks in the kitchen and the other first floor areas. Slowly but surely, her beloved home was being returned to its former glory. As the two of them retired to Sunny's bedroom for the evening, Izzy had a question of her own for the Earth Pony, who had asked her so many already. Hey Sunny, Izzy began, causing Sunny to make eye contact with her in the vanity mirror as she took off her hairbands and brushed her mane out. About what you said earlier today when we were visiting Zip and Pip. You love me? Did you really mean that? Izzy asked hesitantly, the beginnings of a love-struck smile forming on her face. Swiveling on her seat to talk to Izzy face to face, Sunny responded wholeheartedly. Of course I love you, Iz. I'm just sorry it took so long to say it for real, she said firmly, as she took a seat on the edge of her bed and beckoned her unicorn mare friend over. And there's something else. I think I'm ready, Izzy. Oh, you are you? Izzy purred, her demeanour changing in an instant as she moved in close, their proximity causing them to share their heavy, increasingly warm breaths. Well then, let me show you what a unicorn is really capable of, she growled huskily, pushing Sunny back onto the bed as she took a dominant position over her. Sunny left prone and belly up beneath Izzy as the unicorn kissed, licked, and nibbled her way down the smaller mare's underside, The tingle of electricity that raced down her spine as Izzy attended to her nearly made her head spin. Oh, Buck! She groaned softly, that unfamiliar feeling building in her belly with every touch and tease. Is this what they meant when they said unicorns have tongues like tasers? A sudden moan left her throat as she felt a shudder roll through her flesh warming and tingling with every passing moment. It was an unfamiliar sensation to be sure, but Sunny could already tell she'd be getting addicted to it. Pulling off of Sunny with a soft gasp, Izzy chuckled softly. Let's keep going and find out, Philly.
I hope you don't mind if I say that I love you, 'cause there's so many ways that I want to carve out our names, board a last minute plane, just us two. We can chase the sun as it sets in the mountains, find luck like a bet in Greek fountains, or lay lazy in bed with your head on my chest. I hope you don't mind if I say that I love you. Every day another I do, 'cause you know I do, I do.
There is one more final chapter after this, but it is not safe for YouTube. If you would like to get to the chapter with the good stuff, it is available on odyssey.com. I'm not allowed to provide a link to it here, or I could get a community guideline strike, but just search for question number 150 on odyssey.com. And go to my odyssey.com account, which is odyssey.com/TMFF. PIPP by Burning Butterfly. Story 1. Paralysis. The sleep paralysis challenge was the newest craze circulating around the Canternet. On her phone, Pip watched videos that had titles like I survived the sleep paralysis challenge and SP challenge, the scariest challenge ever. All of them were basically the same. Hysterical ponies talked on and on about the monsters they had seen after they had viewed a strange hypnotic video. Even if ponies doing the challenge recorded themselves doing nothing significant was caught on camera. Pip, rolling her eyes, considered looking for something better on Cliptrot. But then she spotted a video that was different from the rest. Never do the sleep paralysis challenge was its title. She clicked on it and the video began. In the video, a young blue stallion with dark circles under his eyes shouted, "Listen every pony! Don't ever do this challenge. My bro is dead because of it." Wide-eyed, Pip gasped and gazed on. "We think that the freaky things we see during sleep paralysis are just stuff our brains make up. But they're real! Please hear me out. No pony believes me. Not even my parents. I swear I'm telling the truth. My bro and I decided to do the challenge one night, 'cause we share a bedroom. We thought it'd be cool to do it together. I watched that weird video on that creepy website like you're supposed to, and I guess my bro did the same. I don't remember falling asleep, but I remember opening my eyes and not being able to move. It felt like some pony was standing on my chest. All of a sudden, this really dark, pitch black pony was standing beside my bed. It was ridiculously tall. Its head was up to the ceiling, and it was looking right at me. Its eyes had slit pupils, you know, like cat eyes. I was so freaking scared. There was no way I could get away from it, and
Choking on the words he was about to say, the stallion had hid his face behind his shaking forehooves. When he showed his face again, his bloodshot eyes were watery. And then it went over to my bro's bed, dude. I couldn't even yell or shout or warn him. It got so close to him that their faces were almost touching. My bro opened his eyes and screamed, and then it grabbed him and put its mouth over his, and it looked like it was sucking something out of him. Then it just disappeared into thin air. Vanished. Even though it was gone, I was so terrified that I couldn't check on my bro until I calmed down. His eyes were wide open, and he didn't blink, and he didn't say anything when I asked if he was okay. So that's why I'm telling you guys not to do the challenge, because you'll end up like my bro. The thing that did this to him is real and evil. I don't care if you guys think I'm crazy or a liar. I know what I saw. The video abruptly ended. Pip stared at her phone screen with her mouth wide open. Did what he say actually happen? She asked herself. Disturbed but curious, she searched up the term sleep paralysis on her phone. This was an explanation she found. Sleep paralysis is a temporary inability to move or speak while falling asleep or waking up. Although it usually lasts 1 or 2 minutes, it is often frightening and ponies in such a state may hallucinate. Some ponies who suffer from sleep paralysis report sensing the presence of a dangerous pony or entity in the room without them. Others state they felt as if some pony was choking them or pressing down on their chest to the point where they were unable to breathe. She also searched up how to do the sleep paralysis challenge and found a link in the video that had to be watched to start the challenge. The tip of Pip's hoof hovered over the screen. Should she click on the link or not? She tucked her phone under her wing. It was early morning, so she still had the whole day to decide what to do. Hurrying, she brushed her teeth, styled her mane, and put on some makeup. Pip thought about the sleep paralysis challenge as she ate breakfast in the kitchen of the Crystal Bright House. She thought about it while she cut, curled, and dyed Pony's manes and tails in the main melody. It was still on her mind as she listened to Jazz and Rocky's conversation about split ends and chipped hooves. As she ate a sandwich during her lunch break, Pip read online comments asking if she was planning to do the challenge. She contemplated those comments as she flew back to the Bright House when the day was over. By the time she was done helping clean up after dinner, Pip had made up her mind. She would do the challenge. That night, she remained alert as she lay still in bed. Even though her sister and friends slept soundly, Pip got up and checked on each of them to make sure they weren't awake. Izzy mumbled something about glitter and rolled over. Misty rested peacefully, her forelegs wrapped around a smiling teddy bear. Sunny's hind leg twitched, and she snuggled deeper into her blankets. Zip's head was cradled in her pillow, but her blankets were falling off her bed. Pip pulled them over Zip again. A smile flickered on Zip's face. Pip, smoothing the back of her sister's forehead, wondered if she was putting Zip and her friends in danger by doing the challenge. She sat on her bed and stared at her phone. I have to do this, she told herself. What will my pipsqueaks think if I don't join in? Every pony who's done it has had a different experience. Maybe mine won't be so bad. They're just hallucinations, right? It's not real. It's not. She didn't allow her mind to linger on the warning of the blue stallion whose brother had died. He could have died from fright, not because a monster had killed him. Although it was dark inside the Bright House, Pip reminded herself it was a safe place and there was nothing to fear. After all, she wasn't alone. She was surrounded by her loved ones. Moving in slow motion, Pip pulled out her ring light phone stand from under the bed. She set it up and stuck its plug into a wall socket. She turned it on, wincing and squinting at the white halo of light, Rubbing her eyes, she looked around. Fortunately, the bright light hadn't woken up any pony. She secured her phone on the stand, checked her mane in the pedestal mirror on her dresser, and started recording herself. "Hey, Pip Squeaks, it's your girl Pip again," whispered Pip, smiling at her phone. "And I'm whispering right now because Zip and my besties are asleep. Shh." Stifling a giggle, she put a hoop to her lips. "So, I know you have all been wondering if I'm going to do the SP challenge. Well, guess what? I'm going to do it right now, and I'll be videoing everything that happens." Pip winked. She turned off the ring light, climbed into bed, and opened her waiting laptop. As she once again typed, "How to do the sleep paralysis challenge," she focused on her breathing, hoping her nervousness wouldn't be caught on camera. The dreaded link appeared, but this time, Pip clicked on it without hesitation. A web page that was almost entirely black popped up on the screen. There were no words or messages anywhere, only a multicoloured rectangle with a play button in its centre. "This is the video," Pip whispered, turning her laptop screen towards the phone. "Okay, I'm going to use these." Pip quickly unravelled her tangled earbuds so I could fall asleep listening to the music. "Apparently you have to, or it won't work." Pip plugged in the earbuds jack into the laptop and put them on. Laying down, she turned on her side and moved her laptop closer to her face. "Here we go," she whispered before playing the video. Soothing synth music flowed into her ears as the colours in the video swirled and collided, morphing into new hues. Blue oozed into red and made purple. Purple blended with red and made magenta. Magenta and yellow fused together. Relaxing her eyelids, she mentally noted each colour of the liquid rainbow. Magenta, red, crimson, orange, yellow. Pip blinked slowly, letting herself ease into a calm bliss. Green, teal, blue, indigo, violet, purple. Her eyes closed, the synth lullaby coaxing her to sleep. Pip opened her eyes. She was still lying on her side. Immediately she knew she was being watched. There was something behind her. She tried to roll over to see what it was. Her body wouldn't budge. All she could see was the black screen of her laptop. The music had stopped playing. Her fur stood on edge when she heard slow hoof steps. Clearly audible in the nighttime silence. Something was walking around her bed. 4 long, black legs came into view. She wanted to close her eyes, but her eyelids wouldn't obey. A face swooped down from above. The face was so dark that its only distinguishable features were its eyes, 2 neon orbs of bright, churning colours with slit pupils set in their centres. The creature, without blinking, leaned closer and closer to her. Pip couldn't scream. She was like a fly trapped in a web. defenseless against the monstrous spider. Her heart thumped faster and faster in her chest, but then the creature paused. It lifted up its head, and the face went out of sight.
I didn't come for you.
Pip heard a voice say in her mind. It walked away, slowly pacing each of its hoof steps on the floor. It approached Zip.
I can't eat your soul.
It telepathically explained to Pip.
If I did, I wouldn't be able to leave. You're paralyzed, so you can't warn the others.
Step away from them, thought Pip. Now it was by Zip's bedside, standing on its hind legs. It reached down and threw off the blankets covering Zip. Zip stirred as it lifted her up, sweating and breathing shallowly. Pip thought, "Don't touch her! Put her down!" as she strained to move.
I use minds like yours to enter this world, then I can get to the souls of others.
It continued,
I don't get to eat much because most of you sleep alone, but tonight I will feast.
Blinking awake, Zip was confused at first, but she shrieked when she saw the face of the creature that was holding her high in the air. "Leave her alone! Leave her alone!" Pip mentally screamed at the monster, but being paralyzed, all she could do was watch as it forced its mouth over Zip's. Zip screamed as it swallowed her soul.
You press play, now I am near. Through your dreams I crawl from fear. Colors swirl, you drift, you fade. That's the price for the choice you made. Can't scream, can't flee. You're the lock, I am the key. While you sleep, I come alive, feeding where your shadows thrive. You open the door with one mistake. Now I choose which soul to take. Eyes wide open, breath is thin. I'm already crawling in. You feel me walking past your bed, but it's your sister's soul instead. Bro, don't want you, I need the ones who dream in light. You're just the portal that invites. Still I thank you, paralyzed and blind. You watched the fall and lost your mind. While you sleep, I feast and fade. A memory your tears can't trade. was all it took. Now I'm always watching. Sleep well.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Brohof. Comment. Subscribe. Ring the bell.
PIPP by Burning Butterfly. Story 2. If I Were You. A small pink Pegasus with a wavy violet mane frantically typed at the keyboard of the family's computer. Hastily, she scanned the email she had composed. She wanted to add more, but there was no time left. In a few minutes, he wouldn't arrive. Placing her painted hoof on the mouse, she moved the cursor over to the Send button and clicked on it. She involuntarily shuddered when she heard jingling keys by the front door. Panic almost made her throw up on the keyboard, but she managed to close the internet browser and shut down the computer just before the door opened. Hurrying to the kitchen, she quickly began washing dirty dishes, hoping that he wouldn't find out what she'd been up to. She had sent an email to her hero, Princess Pip Petals. It read, "Dear Princess Pip Petals, I'm your biggest fan. I know lots of ponies must tell you that, but I really am. I think you're the most beautiful, awesome pony ever, and I try my best to be just like you. I bleached my feathers and dyed my mane violet to match yours, plus I always wear gold hoop polish. I'm a horrible singer though, but still, whenever I listen to one of your songs, I can't help but sing along. I'm totally freaking out that you're coming here to Zephyr Heights on your next stop on your tour around Equestria. I hope I'll be able to go to your concert. The tickets are pricey, but I've been saving up and I think I can buy one before they sell out. OMP, you're just the best, the most fantastic singer ever. I can't wait to see you. Tons of love from your #1 pipsqueak, Poppy Seeds." When Poppy was finished washing the dishes, she slipped back to her bedroom, which was tiny due to the small size of her family's apartment. She checked if her phone was finally fully charged. Because her phone had died, Poppy had been forced to use the computer to send her first email to Pip. It was a risk she definitely wouldn't take again. Once outside her bedroom window, the tall, sophisticated buildings of Zephyr Heights became skyscrapers of rose gold thanks to the blazing sunset. Poppy could see Pegasi soaring and gliding through the majestic pink city. She imagined she was out there flying with them. She could almost feel the wind rushing through her feathers, but her aching left wing brought her out of her daydream. Poppy, having lived with the pain for years, was used to the soreness of her wing, but a different kind of pain caused her to shed tears as she watched the world outside her window. Poppy couldn't fly because her left wing was permanently broken. But if there was a way a pony could fly with only one good wing, Poppy would find it. She knew she'd figure it out someday. Till then,
she would keep her mind on happier thoughts, like Pip's arrival. As she pressed her hoof over her eyes, Poppy smiled and excitedly wondered what Pip's response would be to her email. Pip didn't reply to Poppy's email. Overwhelmed by her glowing around Equestria tour, Pip had no time nor energy to check her email. After working her vocal cords to the max for every performance, she was exhausted, and the task of reading so much fan mail was too challenging. "Going through my inbox is such a drain," she told Zip. "There's like a zillion emails from my pipsqueaks I still haven't read yet. I want to reply to all of them, but that would take me forever. But I just can't ignore them either. What am I going to do?" Dropping herself onto her plush bed, Pip slammed her face into a pillow and groaned. The two sisters were in Pip's old bedroom in the Zephyr Heights Royal Palace. Queen Haven had insisted that Pip stay in the palace while she was performing in Zephyr Heights. "You could try using an auto messenger app that sends replies for you," Zip offered. "But..." "That's a great idea," Pip squealed, sitting up. She grabbed the pillow she had just face planted into and hugged it. That would solve so many problems." "But it's kinda dishonest," Zip finished, cocking an eyebrow. Pip pondered her sister's words for a moment. "True. Wait, I got it. I'll make a video explaining that. From now on, I'll be using an auto messenger. That way there'll be no confusion or hurt feelings." Under the safety of night, Poppy, wiping her eyes, reread the email she had sent to Pip 1 week ago. She had hoped no pony would hear her crying through the thin walls of her drab bedroom. "I creeped her out because I said I made myself look like her. That's why she didn't reply," she thought bitterly. "She must think I'm a weirdo. How could I be so dumb?" Poppy desperately wanted to explain herself, but that meant she would have to confess humiliating secrets to Pip. Crawling into bed, she wrapped herself in old threadbare blankets, giving herself a moment to scratch the thin red scars near her hooves. She took a deep breath and gripped her phone tightly. "Dear Princess Pip," she began. "I'm so sorry if my previous email made you feel uncomfortable. I just wanted to show you that I'm seriously your most devoted pipsqueak. Pip, I made myself look like you because you're the most beautiful pony I've ever seen. I'm naturally hideous, so I had no choice but to change the way I look. And I thought looking more like you was the right thing to do. I don't want to be me. I want to be like you. I wish I were you. You're perfect, Pip, and I'm broken in so many ways. My left wing is broken. My dad broke it many years ago when I was a filly. He was so mad at me because I had told some pony that he hits me a lot. He grabbed it and yanked it back so hard that it snapped. It was the worst pain I've ever felt. It's never really healed, so I can't fly. But please don't tell any pony. You'll make things worse for me. I'm a grown mare, but he controls everything I do. He doesn't let me go out on my own. I think he's scared that some pony will see what he did to my wing. He was furious when he saw that I had bleached my wings and dyed my mane. He beat me up. But you know what? I was so happy that I finally looked like you that I didn't even care about the pain. So you see, I only changed my looks because I love you so much, Pip. No pony likes some pony who's broken, so I have to at least look like I'm perfect. I hope you understand. Lots of love. Poppy Seeds. Tears blurred Poppy's vision as she tapped the send button. She put away her phone and cried herself to sleep. But in the morning, she was smiling from ear to ear. Pip had answered her email overnight. Poppy received this reply. Dear beloved Pipsqueak, thank you for the message you sent me. Your thoughts and opinions mean a lot to me. I may have a lot of Pipsqueaks, but you're special in your own unique way. Keep being the awesome you that you are. I hope I'll see you at my concert tonight, which will be at Metropolitan Mall in Downhouse Zephyr Heights. Love, Princess Pip Petals. Poppy couldn't believe it. Pip was inviting her to a concert, which meant she didn't have to worry about getting a ticket. In a delirious frenzy, Poppy rummaged through her closet for something to wear. Since she owned only Earth Pony apparel, all her clothes lacked wing holes. It made hiding her broken wing easier. The lavender hoodie she picked out was her favourite because Pip's cutie mark was printed on the front. Once her parents had left, Poppy primped herself, put on her hoodie and saddlebag, and grabbed a spare key. After locking the door of her family's apartment, she headed for the stairway. As she cantered down the carpeted stairs, she wondered if any pony would mistake her for Pip. But then she remembered her eyes were the wrong colour. Poppy's eyes were dark brown instead of yellow-green. She stepped out into the night and found herself dwarfed by a chaotic, bustling city. Intimidated but determined to arrive on time, she quickened her pace. Pip's concert was about to begin. Other Pegasi zoomed past her, their healthy, strong wings propelling them rapidly through the air. Frowning, Poppy kept her gaze on the ground as she trotted along. They're just a bunch of show-offs, she thought. Poppy arrived at the Metropolitan Mall in a few minutes before the concert was due to start. She shyly took a place at the end of the long line of ponies who were waiting to get in. One by one, the ponies ahead of her entered the mall after their tickets were checked. When it was finally her turn, Poppy stepped up to the bored, bubblegum-chewing mare who was checking the tickets. Ticket, the mare said irritably, holding out her hoof. Poppy cleared her throat. So I got an email from Pip? Great, another one, let me guess, sighed the mare. Princess Pip invited you to this concert. Yeah. That email wasn't an invitation, it's just a dumb cutesy-wootsy auto-reply. You got a ticket? No, but I got money to pay for. Tickets are sold out. Look, I don't mean to be rude, seeing how you're an Earth Pony and not from around here, but you should have bought a ticket way before. Why are you trying to get one at the last minute? Did you seriously think an email would get you in for free? Poppy's face burned hot. The security guards standing by the mall's entrance snickered and shook their heads. Poppy heard Pip's amplified singing echoing from within the mall and the thumping bass beat of electronic music. She turned her back to the mare and the security guards and took off running. Galloping furiously, Poppy raced back to her apartment building and went in. She ascended the first flight of stairs within seconds, but before she could climb the second one, she collapsed from exhaustion. Panting, she pulled the hood of her sweater over her head and tightened it so it scrunched up around her face. Huddling against a wall, she made sure to cry very quietly. Walking down an elegant corridor, Pip yawned as she calmly made her way through the royal palace to her bedroom. After yet another sparkling vocal performance, She was ready to dream the night away, swaddled in satin sheets and velvet comforters. She knew she badly needed some sleep because she was hallucinating. She thought she heard some pony crying. The weeping grew louder, and Pip realised it wasn't her imagination. Following the distressing sound, she entered a dimly lit hallway. At the end of the hallway was a massive window that stretched from the ceiling to the floor, through which Pip could see the Zephyr Heights skyline and the pearly full moon. In front of the window sat a hunched-over pony. Jagged sobs emanated from the pony's mouth. Pip walked up to the stranger, her hooves clacking against the polished marble tiles. Swallowing, Pip stopped a few paces from the pony. "Hey," she said softly, "you okay?" The sobbing mare looked up at her. Pip raised her eyebrows and blinked. The mare resembled Pip so much she could be her twin. The only visible difference was her dark brown eyes, which were rimmed with long lashes, damp with tears. The stranger looked at her with such longing that Pip felt compelled to come closer. "Why didn't you reply?" Poppy questioned her. "Why did you send me something fake?" "Oh, my pony, she got one of the auto-replies," realised Pip. "I'm so sorry, it's just that I sent you three messages." Pip opened her mouth to respond, but she couldn't think of what else to say. How did this pony get into the palace in the first place? Where were the guards? Pip wanted the guards to be present even more when the mare's miserable expression suddenly became bitter and hateful. "All I got back was shallow, worthless crap. I poured my heart out to you. Don't you even care?" "Of course I do," Pip protested. "You don't," shouted Poppy. "If you did, you would have read my emails. You would have known my left wing was all messed up. But now, both my wigs are broken. He broke my other wig because I went to see you. He broke both my wigs." She stood up and turned around. The bones and joints of her bruised, mangled wings were bent out of shape. Large, bloody, bare spots where dozens of feathers would be. Pip took a few steps back. Poppy spun around and clamped her hooves on Pip's shoulders. "But you know what?" "Let me go!" Pip yelled as she shoved off Poppy's hooves. With a few wing flaps, Pip lifted herself into the air. But Poppy jumped up, slinged her forelegs around Pip's waist and yanked her down. "I can fly anyhow!" Poppy snarled. With Pip in her grasp, Poppy leaped into the window. Glass shards sliced through their skin as two screaming mares plunged down, their lungs filling with icy air. They were only moments away from hitting the rapidly approaching ground. And then Pip woke up. "Gah!" she yelped. Sitting up in her bed, her forehead was damp with cold sweat. She kept her hoof on her chest until her breathing returned to normal again. "Nightmare! Nightmare!" she whispered to herself. She grabbed her phone to check the time. It was 3 a.m. Going back to sleep was not going to be possible, at least for a while. She wondered what to do in the meantime. Well, maybe I should check my inbox. Maybe I can answer some emails. The auto messenger app might be a bad idea after all, she mused. Pip opened the email app on her phone and saw that some pony had sent her a message at midnight. She clicked on it. The email read, "Pip, I know you'll ignore this email just like you did my 2 others, but I wanted to tell you that I'm going to fly tonight for the first time in I don't know how many years. I finally figured out how to fly. It's all thanks to you and the monster. I humiliated myself when I tried to get into your Metropolitan Mall concert. Yeah, thanks for the fake invite. They laughed at me because I didn't have a ticket, and I went home feeling ashamed and so stupid. The monster, my dad, was waiting for me when I got home. First he grabbed me by my mane and threw me on the floor. Then he practically ripped off my hoodie so he could hit me over and over again on my back. I begged him to stop, but he just kept beating me. My crying made him so furious that he destroyed my good wing. You'll never understand, Pip, the unimaginable pain of your bones breaking because they're being bent in half. He stepped on my mouth so no pony would hear me scream, and I couldn't breathe. He pushed me into my room once I stopped screaming, which is why I'm writing this email from here. I'm too scared to ever go out my bedroom door again. There's the window, though. My wings are completely useless. It's time for me to fly. Bye, poppy seeds. Shaking, Pip stared at her phone. She rapidly scrolled through the sea of fan mail until she found Poppy C's 2 other messages. As she read them, she became increasingly nauseous and weak. Although she didn't understand how, Pip knew that she had encountered Poppy in her nightmare. Abandoning her phone on the bed, she dashed to her personal bathroom, turning on the sink faucet as if it could wash away her fear and her guilt. She cried as she looked at herself in the mirror. Maybe it was the darkness of the bathroom or her tired, overwhelmed mind, but it looked like her normally green eyes were dark brown in the reflection. The reflection moved on its own even though she was standing still. Pip yelped as her reflection's mouth opened and closed as if it was whispering directly into her ear. Pip heard her reflection say, "I want to be you." Pip's reflection jumped out of the mirror and knocked her onto her back. As the pony straddled her and held her down, Pip screamed at the top of her lungs. The pony melted into a mist and rushed into her open mouth. Queen Haven, followed by her guards, galloped into her daughter's bathroom. "Pip, my love, are you all right?" she cried. "Why did you scream?" "Something startled me," her daughter replied calmly. Haven wondered why Pip was staring so intensely at the mirror. She was studying her reflection as if she had never seen herself before. Smiling from ear to ear, Pip admired her wings and flapped them a little. Haven exhaled. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, darling. I've been anxious ever since I watched the late night news. I don't mean to upset you, but there was a report about a young, troubled mare who greatly resembled you. Her name was Poppy Seeds. She jumped from the 15th story window of her apartment building." "Pip? Pip, why are you crying? Did you know that mare?" "You could say that," she answered softly. "Oh, my love, I'm so sorry," Haven whispered as she stepped closer. "Everything will be fine. Don't cry." She gently wiped away her daughter's tears and embraced her. "I'm not crying about that," her daughter said as she passed a hoof over her eyes. "Then why are you crying, my love?" "Because I'm so happy." "Happy?" "Yes, because now I'm who I always wanted to be," said Poppy.
shaking, hiding dishes undone. My wings are broken, but my love has just begun. I watch your life on glowing screens. Dream I'm your shadow in your silver dreams. If I were you, I'd never feel alone. I'd paint my skies in gold, not broken bones. If I were you, I'd heal with every song. But here I am, a stranger gone too long. He snapped my wing to keep me in the dark. I mask my scars to match your shining spark. I hid my tears beneath a dyed violet mane, because loving you hurts more than in any pain. In haunted halls I call your name, a phantom plea you'll never claim. I barter all I've lost and planned to live the life I dream instead. If I were you, I'd never fear the night. I'd spread my wings and chase the morning light. If I were you, I wouldn't bear this shame. I'd have a name that echoes through the flame. If I were you.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Brohof. Comment. Subscribe. Ring the bell.
PIPP by Burning Butterfly. Story 3. Pony in the Closet. Okay, fillies, did the three of you brush your teeth? Asked Seashell's mother, who was standing in the doorway of her daughter's bedroom. After having a noisy, fun sleepover, the pipsqueaks were ready to go to sleep, or at least that's what Seashell's mother hoped. They had belted out pip tunes with a microphone and boombox for 2 excruciating hours, so she was overjoyed that it was finally their bedtime.
Yup,
They said, "Did you put your phones to charge like I told you?"
we did.
They said, "And you're all comfy and cozy?" They nodded. Sighing, Seashell's mother switched off the light. "Good night, girls. No messing around now."
She closed the bedroom door and walked away. "It's time," whispered Seashell. She reached under her bed to grab a hidden tablet. Peach, Fizz and Glory scrambled out of their sleeping bags and onto Seashell's bed.
Hurry, hurry, it's about to start,
urged Glory.
or else we'll miss everything.
Added Peach Fuzz.
We won't.
Promised Seashell, tapping the tablet screen.
Look, Pip's live stream hasn't started yet. We still have some time.
Working fast, the trio made a pillow fort on the bed and squeezed into it. Sandwiched tightly in between her two friends, Seashell huffed and wiggled around.
Give me some space, you guys. I need room to hold the tablet. Sorry.
Peach, Fuzz and Glory said as they moved apart.
It's starting! It's starting!
Exclaimed Seashell. She and her friends giggled excitedly. A live video of Pip popped up on the screen. Welcome to my first ever nightmare stream at my salon/karaoke bar, The Main Melody, said Pip. I'm here with my amazingly talented Hoovercurist, Jazz Hooves. Oh, thanks Pip. Hi every pony, said Jazz, waving at the camera. Tonight we're going to be unboxing some ultra new, ultra glamorous beauty products that were just delivered today. Wait till you see the mind-blowing hoof polish colours we got, Pip touted. The fillies squealed and hushed each other as she continued. Okay, Jazz, you got the box cutter. Do your thing, girl. Open up the box and show them what we got. Jazz held up a bottle of silvery blue hoof polish that shimmered like a sea pony's tail underwater. Wow, look at this!
Oh!
Said Seashell and her friends. Pip picked up another hoof polish bottle. This one has star-shaped and crescent moon-shaped glitter. It's called, let me see, Lunar Magic. Isn't it fabulous? So on fleek.
I love that one,
said Glory.
Me too,
said Seashell. Peach Fuzz was dazzled by the trendy shades of hoof polish Pip and Jazz displayed for the camera. She thought they were all beautiful and couldn't decide which one was her favourite. A flicker of movement behind Pip and Jazz caught Peach Fizz's attention. She noticed that, past the salon vanities, a closet door opened slightly. A pale eye from inside the closet stared at Pip and Jazz.
I think there's some pony in the closet,
Peach Fizz told her friends.
Huh? How do you know that?
Asked Glory.
There's an eye in there.
Peach Fizz said.
See? It's blinking.
Glory frowned.
We should tell Pip and Jazz. Yeah, we should,
said Seashell. On the tablet she typed,
There's some pony in the closet,
and posted the comment. Hey Jazz, I see a comment from Pip Pip Hooray. That's by Pipsqueak Seashell's username. Wait, what? What's wrong, Pip? Seashell says there's some pony in the closet. What? Pip and Jazz turned around, looked at the closet, and gasped when they saw the eye. The closet door immediately shut. Oh, my pony! I thought we made sure every pony left before we closed. That's what I thought too. We have to confront whoever's in there. Jazz gulped. Right. Jazz and Pip headed away from the camera and cautiously trotted up to the closet door. You need to get out of here, Pip said, fiddling with the doorknob. Sorry, but the main melody's closed and you can't be hiding in our supply closet like this. Nothing happened. The door's locked, she whispered to Jazz. Get the key. Jazz cantered out of view but soon returned with a key, which she hoofed to Pip. This is your last chance. Come out or we're coming in, Pip warned the pony in the closet. She unlocked the door but didn't open it. I'm going to open the door on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Pip forcefully swung open the door. Standing in the closet was a white mare draped in a black cloth. Her head was lowered so her face wasn't visible. Pip walked into the closet. Seashell and her friends gasped. There's no pony inside. Jazz, look. No way, but we saw an eye.
Why can't they see that pony?
Glory asked. Peach Fizz shook her head. I don't know, Seashell. You gotta tell them. Seashell commented.
There is a pony in the closet. We can see her.
Jazz trotted back towards the camera. It's Seashell again, Pip. She says she does see a pony. I'm positive there's no pony in there. Maybe some pony's pulling a prank on us. Pip smirked at the camera. Pip is Queen is also saying that there's a pony in the closet and that she's standing right behind you, Pip. Pip's smirk immediately became an uneasy frown. She glanced behind her back. The mare's scraggly black mane clinged to her wrinkled face as she lifted up her head. Her eyes were hideous. Red blood vessels streaked across her grey eyeballs towards her white irises. She stared at Pip. But I don't see any pony, Pip insisted, stepping out of the closet. She gazed at Jazz. This is so weird. Let's just continue the unboxing, murmured Jazz. The closet door slammed shut. Pip barely missed being hit. Ah! Screamed Pip and Jazz. Pip galloped back to the camera. From within the closet, the pony scraped at the door. A guttural groan was heard. The groaning became shrieking, which soon veered into shrill screaming. We're leaving now, Pip shouted. The camera shook as Pip's hoof grabbed it. Now the pipsqueak saw the main melody from her perspective. Suddenly the screaming ceased. The closet door came into view. Pip! Jazz screamed. The camera was turned to what Jazz was pointing at. Blocking the main melody's entrance was the mare that had been in the closet.
How did she get out of the closet? The door's still closed,
said Seashell. The mare rocked side to side, her mane swaying with the motion of her movements. She shrieked and galloped towards Pip and Jazz. Screams of panic and the clattering of rapid hoof steps was heard. All that could be seen during the chaos was a blur of colours. In between, the pipsqueak saw glimpses of the salon's pink and white checkered floor and the flamboyant karaoke stage. Pip and Jazz ran into the closet. Lock the door! Everything was black. Nothing could be seen. Seashell and her friends heard panting and crying.
What do we do now? I'm gonna call Hitch. We won't know what happens to them if she does that. She'll stop recording.
Peach Fizz panicked. The pipsqueaks frantically glanced at each other.
So let's call Hitch for them,
Glory said.
Our phones are outside,
Peach Fizz reminded her. Seashell toppled the pillow fort as she jumped off her bed.
I'll sneak out and get my phone. Tell Pip we'll call Hitch.
Holding the tablet, Peach Fizz posted a comment. She and Glory anxiously waited for Seashell to return. Seashell says she's going to call Hitch for us. She wants me to keep on recording. Oh no. What? My phone is about to die. The battery's at 15%. I don't know for how long I can keep on live streaming. Stop recording then. No, Jazz. We need every pony to see what's happening to us. I trust my pipsqueak. She'll help us. In the darkness of the closet, they sobbed. Seashell slipped back into the room, her phone in her hoof.
I got it. I'm dialing him right now.
She got on her bed to study the tablet screen and waited for Hitch to pick up.
Are they okay? They're crying,
said Peach Fizz somberly. The three fillies remained quiet as they watched on. I hear hoof steps. They're getting closer, Pip whispered to Jazz. Sheriff Hitch's office, how can I help you? Said Hitch over the phone.
Mr. Sheriff Hitch, go to the main melody. A creepy mare has Pip and Jazz trapped there,
blurted Seashell. Seashell? It's past your bedtime. I hope this isn't a prank call, because if it is...
No, I'm serious. I'm watching their live stream. They're hiding in the closet. Please go help them. I mean it. They're in danger.
Okay, I believe you. I'm on my way. Hitch hanged up. Seashell was about to tell her friends to post another comment, but Glory and Peach Fizz were thinking ahead of her. A sigh of relief was heard. She told him. He'll be here soon, Jazz. Wait, listen. The hoof steps stopped. They sounded really close to us. Well, what do you mean? You mean it's standing in front of the door? I don't know. Either Jazz or Pip was hyperventilating. Pip, I can't stand being in the dark like this. Turn on your phone's flashlight, please. But it'll drain the... Please, Pip. Okay, it's on. It's on now. Calm down, Jazz. Just chill. Hitch will be here soon. I'm scared too, okay? With the phone's flashlight on, the three fillies could see something at last. Jazz, who was sitting on the floor, leaned back on a stack of boxes of main care products. Pip was holding Jazz's hoof. We're gonna get through this, reassured Pip. Sniffling, Jazz pressed her lips tightly together. I wish Rocky was here, she let out a sob. He said he'd watched the live stream from his family's home in Zephyr Heights. Looking into the camera, Jazz whispered, in case I don't make it, I love you, Rocky. Jazz, don't talk like that. I'm here with you, in this closet, Pip sighed. There's like no space in here. Can't even, stretch my wings. We should have organised all this stuff better, huh? The view shifted from Jazz to the contents of the closet. Shelves of glossy tubes, jars and bottles could be seen, as well as scissors, curling ones, a few spare mane dryers, and the wrinkly, dark-maned mare. Squeaked the mare. Ah! Screamed Pip and Jazz. When the mare ripped out a chunk of Jazz's mane, Pip dropped her phone and colours blurred once more. Crashing, shattering, and wails of agony were heard. And then there was complete silence. Everything was black. Nothing could be seen. Something bumped into the phone and moved it. Although the view was now sideways, part of the closet was visible. Tilting their heads, Seashell and her friends saw knocked over boxes and broken objects. They also saw Pip's hoof lying in a puddle of blood. Their lips trembled and their eyes teared up.
Something bad happened to them,
whispered Peach Fizz tearfully.
Everybody else knows it too. That's why they're posting comments like crazy. No, they're okay.
Glory snapped, swatting away a tear.
Right, Seashell?
Seashell gripped the tablet firmly.
Hitch is on his way,
she said bravely. She kept her watery eyes trained on the image of Pip's bloody hoof as she spoke, even though she wanted to look away.
He'll fix everything.
For what seemed like an eternity, they stared on, listening to the drone of endless dings. Pip? Jazz? Why are the lights out? Sub Pody at the main melody said.
Hitch!
The three fillies cried happily. They heard Hitch's heavy hoof steps, the doorknob turning, and the squeaky hinges of the door. Light flooded the closet. Suddenly, he yelped and a flashlight dropped to the floor. His hoof came into view as he picked up the phone and the flashlight. He unintentionally gave the pipsqueaks a close-up of his shocked,
horrified face. Behind him in the background, the wrinkly, pale mare stood, her face and hooves stained with blood. The pipsqueak shrieked. Lurching out of the shadows, she galloped towards Hitch. He looked over his shoulders, too late. At that moment, the live stream ended and his screams were cut short. Pip's phone had died. Seashell quickly tossed the tablet back under her bed.
Seashell,
Whimpered Glory.
can I sleep in your bed with you? Me too.
Pitch Fizz whimpered.
Mm-hmm.
Seashell shakily answered. Without looking at each other, the trio arranged their pillows and blankets on the bed. Shivering, they burrowed under the soft layers and squeezed their eyes shut, but they knew that they wouldn't be falling asleep anytime soon.
There's something in the dark. Three fillies laughed beneath the sheets. Unboxing dreams in secret keeps. But in the back where shadows play, a hidden eye begins to stay. Silent door, a breath so cold, something's watching. Truth unfolds. In the closet, she waits unseen, wrapped in black, where light grows late. Heart beats thunder, curtains fall. She'll find you, she'll hear your call. Pip and Jazz locked out of view. Their whispered pleas just drift on through. Behind the door, a screeching wail. Your confidence begins to pale. Count the seconds, feel the dread. Every squeak in the floorboard spread. In the closet, the nightmare grows. A shrouded mare with bloody clothes. Lock the door, but it won't contain her silent hum through every vein. Click.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Brohof. Comimp. subscribe. Ring the bell.
PIPP by Burning Butterfly. Story 4. Playing in the Dark. When unicorns started inhabiting the ever-free forest long ago, they were forced to confront terrifying beasts. Monsters and demons, dangerous physical creatures were eventually vanquished, but the evil spirits proved to be more vicious than all the manticores, hydras and chimeras combined. Over time, the unicorns discovered that the luminescent crystals already within the forest were their best protection. However, nothing could completely stop the demons that preyed on them. So supernatural predators continued to lurk in the darkest parts of Bridlewood Forest. They enjoyed preying on the young and innocent in particular. Inspired by one of Pip's videos, the Pipsqueaks agreed to do a seance in the creepiest place they knew, Bridlewood Forest. They painted letters and numbers on an old wooden cutting board to craft a Ouija board. A triangular crystal they found served as a planchette.
This is definitely the place to talk to ghosts,
Glory told Seashell and Peach Fizz. Vines and thick foliage above their heads blocked out the last rays of daylight, giving the impression that it was already nighttime in the forest. Crystal clusters illuminated their path.
Can you believe our families actually listened to us and came here on vacation?
Seashell laughed. They trotted around curling ferns and leafy bushes and climbed over bulging tree roots to get to the clearing they had picked out earlier. Peach Fizz felt uneasy as they approached the clearing. No trees, plants, or even mushrooms were growing in the open area. Only large, glowing crystals jutted out of the rocky ground, but she was happy to see soft dusk light and the sky above. Glory set down the makeshift Ouija board and planchette on an enormous crystal that had fallen over. Somehow it had broken off its base.
Whoa! How did this break?
Wondered Seashell, draping her forelegs over the crystal.
Maybe a really mad unicorn blasted it,
smirked Glory. Peach Fizz swallowed.
Nuh-uh. A unicorn would never do something like that,
she said.
Crystals are too special to us.
She chewed her lip as she eyed the dark spots in between the trees.
A broken crystal is a bad sign. It's late. Let's start already before we get in trouble with our parents,
interrupted Seashell.
Are we going to talk to ghosts just like Pip and her besties did in that video or what? Come on, Peach Fizz. Why do you keep looking around?
Complained Glory. Peach Fizz didn't want to talk to ghosts anymore. She was going to tell Glory and Seashell that when something snapped behind her. She whirled around, her horn lit.
What's that?
She squeaked.
Don't be a scaredy crab, Peach,
Seashell giggled.
That was probably a raccoonicorn. Come on, we don't have forever.
Peach Fizz didn't want to be a scaredy crab. With a sigh, she stepped up to the Ouija board.
Okay, every pony, put your hooves on the planchette at the same time. It's really important that we do it at the same time. I remember that's what Pip said in the video,
said Seashell. The three fillies placed their small hooves on the triangular circle, which was transparent enough that they could see the letters of the Ouija board beneath it.
What should we ask?
Whispered Glory.
Well, Pip tried to contact Sunny's parents,
Seashell whispered back.
Let's... ask them something about Pip,
interjected Peach Fizz. It wasn't exactly an exciting idea, but it was much better than talking to dead ponies. Glory grinned.
Yeah, Let's ask them to tell us something we don't know about her. Ghosts are supposed to know all sorts of secret stuff. Okay then.
Seashell cleared her throat.
Spirits of Bridalwood, we're here to ask you questions about Princess Pip Petals.
A gust of wind blew through the clearing, causing the pipsqueaks to shiver. They eyed each other, but turned their gaze back to the board.
Would you please tell us something about Pip we don't know?
Seashell continued. Planchette slid over to the P. The fillies gasped. Peach Fizz bit her lip, began to lift her hoop off the planchette.
No, don't take off your hoof!
Seashell cried. Frowning, Peach Fizz kept her hoop on the triangular crystal. The crystal planchette moved to the I, then back to the P, and remained on the P.
They spelled Pip,
said Seashell. Amazed, they watched the planchette as it guided to the I, and then the S.
Is,
cried Glory and Seashell. Then the planchette shifted to the letter T, followed by the letter A. Glory laughed.
I know what they're spelling out. They're telling us that Pip is tall, but we already knew that.
But tall wasn't the word being spelled. The spirit spelled out a word that made the pipsqueaks feel sick to their stomachs.
What do they mean by that?
Peach Fizz said, both afraid and disgusted.
That doesn't make any sense. Why are they telling us that?
We'll show you,
hissed strange voices. Unseen forces seized the pipsqueaks and dragged them deep into the forest, where the fillies' screams for help couldn't be heard. Pip received a text message from Zip. It read, "Still can't find them, but found their hoof prints." Pip replied, "That's better than nothing. Follow their trail. Don't give up." A few seconds later, Zip answered, "We'll find them. Promise." Anxiety and a severe fever prevented Pip from resting comfortably in the Crystal Bright House. She felt useless being bedridden, while Zip and the others were out in the rainy night combing Bridalwood Forest for the missing pipsqueaks. However, this wasn't the first time the fillies had gotten lost in the forest, and that fact slightly eased Pip's fear. Her dizziness forced her to put aside her phone and continue resting. With a groan, she laid her head back down on her pillow and drew up the covers to her chin. The peaceful pitter-patter of raindrops helped Pip fall asleep. Fatigued, she didn't stir when a drop of water splashed on her ear. More water slowly dripped onto her face. Weakly opening her eyes, Pip tried to see where the rainwater was leaking from. Saliva was spilling from Glory's mouth, who was clinging to the ceiling above Pip. With a scream, Pip sprang out of bed, but dizziness and nausea overcame her and she dropped to the floor. Glory skittered away, upside down on the ceiling. It was a while before Pip lifted up her head. When she finally did, she saw no pony, neither above her on the ceiling or anywhere near. Wobbly, standing up, she listened for noises. The steady rain was all she heard. Because she was so focused on the sounds, Pip's ears picked up a soft, high-pitched voice calling to her.
Pip!
The voice called out from somewhere in the Bright House.
We're here!
It sounded like Seashell.
We need you!
Insisted another voice that sounded like Peach Fizz.
Please, Pip, it's us!
Added yet another voice that sounded like Glory.
You never let down your pipsqueaks, right?
The three voices giggled. With their illness slowing down her thinking, it took Pip several minutes to realise that the missing pipsqueaks were in the Bright House. Pipsqueaks! Squeaks! She called out with difficulty.
Yes!
The three voices responded. How did you get from Bridlewood to here? Talking and moving her aching body at the same time was sapping her strength. But if it was really her beloved Philly fans, Pip wanted to see them with her own eyes. Where are you?
Kitchen!
They said delightedly. Weird place, but okay, Pip thought as she painfully made her way to them. She wanted to ask them a million questions. She especially wanted to know why Glory was crawling on the ceiling and drooling. As soon as Pip stepped into the kitchen, she wished she hadn't. She regretted not bringing her phone with her. Now there was no way she could call for help. She refused to take her eyes off the two fillies standing in the far corner of the kitchen as she frantically flicked the light switch on and off. Instead of a million, Pip now had only 2 questions. The first one was, why isn't the light working? The second one was, what happened to Seashell and Peach Fizz's pupils? The filly's eyes were almost solid white because their pupils were tiny, barely visible black dots. The sight was unsettling enough, but then they grinned. They displayed teeth that were far too long and pointy. They bolted towards Pip. Pip spread her wings to fly out of the kitchen, but hovering above her was Glory, who looked equally disturbing as her friends. Glory licked Pip's cheek and nipped it, her sharp fangs cutting into her skin. Pip shrieked, leaped back, and bumped into the counter. Falling pots and pans clanged loudly. Grabbing a nearby frying pan, she backed up against a wall and looked for a way out. Glory blocked her from above, while Seashell and Peach Fizz steadily closed in on her. Pip was cornered. They giggled.
We know something about you that no pony else does.
Seashell taunted. Glory grinned sinisterly.
We want to make sure it's true.
Peach Fizz licked her lips and let her tongue hang out of her mouth.
There's only one way to find out.
They opened their wide maws and lunged at Pip. She swung the frying pan and managed to smack Seashell away, but Glory sank her fangs into her neck and tore out her throat. Gurgling and sputtering, Pip struggled to breathe and scream as the pipsqueaks voraciously chewed through her belly. Pip's gutted body slumped to the floor as the fillies devoured her organs. When they were finished eating, they were coated head to hoof in sticky blood. It was only then that the demons that had possessed the pipsqueaks left their bodies.
What did we do?
Howled Glory. She slipped on the slick, bloody kitchen floor in her desperate attempt to get away from Pip's remains. The taste of Pip's blood in her mouth sent Peach Fizz galloping to the kitchen sink, where she violently emptied her stomach. Seashell and Glory promptly joined her.
We killed Pip!
Wailed Seashell. They frantically rinsed off the blood smeared on their faces. Terrified, they realized the rest of their bodies were still crimson. As they wept, the fillies observed the gory mess they had made. Blood was flooding the kitchen floor and there was still more splattered on the walls. Everywhere they looked, there was blood.
You made me play even though I didn't want to.
Peach Fizz screamed accusingly at Seashell and Glory.
Why did we even play? What they told us wasn't true. Pip wasn't tasty.
In bridal woods, crystal glow, we dared to seek
secret board to summon what we need. Vines above us swallowed every ray. We called the ghost to show us hidden ways. Fingers tremble on the wooden slate. Spirit stir to seal our fate. Playing in the dark where demons roam, a forest heart becomes their home. Eyes unblinking, voices cold. We danced with death, our fates foretold. They spelled her name with claws unseen, then dragged us down where shadows preen. Night devours the light and hope decays in silent groves where innocence betrays. Roots entwine around our hooves. Breath grows shallow as terror moves. Playing in the dark, our echoes fade. In bridal wood, the price is paid. Blood and crystal, shattered trust. We rest forever in ancient dust. Bound to play in the dark.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Brohof. Comment. Subscribe. Ring the bell.